Chapter 1. Adversity. Ariza, can you even shoot? Harden, you useless fool. Just shoot. In 2018, the atmosphere at the Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals was rife with disdain from the audience. The competing teams were the home team, the Houston Rockets, and the reigning champions, the Golden State Warriors. The Rockets boasted the best record in the league that season, with their small ball strategy sweeping through the regular season. Yet, they now found themselves at a significant disadvantage, trailing the Warriors by as many as 13 points. It was the fourth quarter, and only 8 minutes remained on the clock. Despite having the advantage of playing at home, they were in such dire straits due to one of their star players, Chris Paul, being sidelined for the season with a hamstring injury, sustained in Game 5 of the series. Without Paul, the Rockets' strength had diminished considerably, and to make matters worse, their shooting was abysmal that night. Since the start of the third quarter, they had been attempting three-pointers with relentless fervor, yet none had found the net. At halftime, they had held the lead, but the Warriors unleashed a staggering 33-15 scoring run in the third quarter, turning the tide in an instant. At that moment, Ariza found himself wide open and received a pass from Harden, taking yet another three-point shot. Bang! Once again, the ball clanged off the rim. Slap! Rockets head coach Mike D'Antoni smacked his forehead in frustration. The Rockets had now missed 15 consecutive three-point attempts in the second half. Despair. Even more despair awaited as the Warriors advanced into their offensive zone, and Curry, just a meter away from the three-point line, launched a shot. Swish! With a swift release, the ball sailed through the air. Curry raised his hands in celebration, and the deficit ballooned to 16 points. The Rockets were silenced. Who can land that damned three-pointer in the basket? Coach Mike D'Antoni pounded on the tactical board, his voice hoarse from shouting. He could not comprehend why his proud roster of sharpshooters was performing so poorly in this crucial game. The team's centerpiece, James Harden, had made just one of 12 attempts from beyond the arc, while six-man Eric Gordon managed only 1 out of 11, and top 3-and-D player. Trevor Ariza was 0 for 9. The small ball strategy was meant to eliminate inefficient mid-range shots, relying instead on high-percentage layups and efficient three-point shooting. However, now they couldn't hit from the perimeter, and with the Warriors collapsing their defense inside, they couldn't penetrate either. This was not a strategy, it was a curse. Silence. Aside from the cacophony of the surrounding fans, no one responded. In the face of D'Antoni's fury, the players opted for silence. Even Harden, the team's cornerstone, averted his gaze from D'Antoni's piercing stare. At this moment, they lacked not only the ability to score, but even the courage to attempt a shot. In this Game 7, with icy shooting and a 16-point deficit, the psychological pressure was beyond what ordinary individuals could bear. "Coach, let me give it a try." At that moment, a youthful yet resolute voice rang out with remarkable clarity. D'Antoni lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice and soon beheld its owner. Su Hao, a marginal player on the Houston Rockets, the quintessential water cooler guy. Standing at 2.06 meters, this second-year Asian small forward remained with the Rockets due to his tenacity and passion. He bore the nickname Mascot, aptly indicating that he would only see playing time when the game had descended into garbage time. A saying circulated among Rockets fans: when a mascot enters, the fans exit. Due to this moniker, Su Hao's situation was particularly dismal. Not only did fans in America mock him, but he also faced a plethora of detractors back home. "Hurry back. We haven't even dominated at home, yet why go abroad to embarrass yourself? Look at how magnificent Yao Ming was with the Rockets, then look at you. You've brought shame to Chinese basketball. Do you think the Rockets keep you for any reason other than marketability? You are nothing." Had it not been for Paul's injury and Su Hao's commendable performance in recent practices, he wouldn't have even made the active roster. Yet even with a spot on the active roster, for a coach who preferred a tight rotation of 8 or 9 players, Su Hao remained firmly seated on the bench. Their eyes locked, and D'Antoni sensed a profound courage and confidence within Su Hao's gaze. Beep. Just then, the timeout concluded, and D'Antoni shifted his focus from Su Hao. Though Su Hao exhibited bravery, in the face of skill, courage meant little. However, at that moment, another name flashed in his mind. Jeremy Lin. D'Antoni made a bold decision. Upon the resumption of play, the Rockets executed a substitution. Su Hao entered the game, replacing Ariza. The mascot takes the stage. We can now declare that the victor tonight is the Golden State Warriors, who are merely 6 minutes away from returning to the finals. From the commentary booth, renowned NBA analyst Charles Barkley laughed heartily, his mouth agape. With a 16-point lead and 6 minutes remaining, even if the Rockets were granted Michael Jordan, a comeback was implausible. Inside the Toyota Center, despair filled the eyes of Rockets fans. The mascot had entered. Was it time for them to exit? Their bodies were already yearning to leave the benches beneath them. Meanwhile, back home, the fans erupted in a chorus of criticism. Why doesn't D'Antoni try Gerald Green? Substituting Su Hao is tantamount to conceding. Useless Su Hao, seeing you means the game is lost. Damn it. As a Chinese person, I feel like I've never been so humiliated in my life. As the timeout concluded, the Rockets initiated their offense. Harden continued to drive the ball, while the Warriors tightened their defense. Harden passed the ball to the weak side corner, a position originally designated for Ariza, but now occupied by Su Hao. Unlike most domestic forwards, Su Hao entered the NBA through the NCAA. His skill set mirrors that of Ariza, both embodying the 3D archetype. Through diligent training and the scientifically sound methodologies of the Rockets, his three-point shooting is impeccable. However, constrained by the physical attributes typical of Asian athletes and the prejudice often dubbed the Asian whistle, his defensive capabilities have struggled to manifest in the NBA, resulting in limited playing time. Nevertheless, Su Hao possesses a remarkably admirable trait: confidence. This fearlessness in the face of critics allows him to shoot decisively upon receiving the ball. As he released the shot, the hearts of the spectators collectively tightened in anticipation. Would this be the Rockets' first three-pointer of the second half? Or perhaps the 16th consecutive miss? Swish! A crisp sound echoed as the basketball arced gracefully through the air, finding nothing but net. Su Hao had made the three-pointer, marking the Rockets' first of the second half. The Toyota Center erupted in a fervor, quenched by this long-awaited three-point shot. Did he just step in dog poop? It was merely a lucky shot. I could make that if I were in his position. Exactly. Su Hao can only score in garbage time. Just watch. He won't make the next Oni. If he does, he'll eat something unpleasant live. At this moment, the critics re-emerged and the infamous critic made his presence felt. They were poised for a climax as the game transitioned from offense to defense, and Curry received the ball, mismatched against Su Hao. Game over. Su Hao is a defensive black hole. Scoring one three-pointer means giving up another, so it's effectively a wash. What is Su Hao doing? You won't actually think he can guard Curry. Will he? Su Hao stayed close to Curry, fully aware of his three-point prowess. Although he understood that getting beaten was not catastrophic, given the Rockets' strong help defense, his strategy faltered. Curry executed a step back after a change of direction, causing Su Hao to be left behind. The critics collectively rejoiced, but their celebration was abruptly halted. At the moment Curry released his three-pointer, Su Hao, who had seemingly been outmaneuvered, remarkably lunged back to contest the shot. His tenacity and enthusiasm were palpable. This play had the potential to infringe upon the shooter's cylinder, a call that would typically draw a whistle. However, the referees remained silent this time, partly due to it being the Rockets' home court, and partly because the player being fouled was Curry, not a man of the cylinder. Clang! Kai's three-pointer hit the rim and bounced out. Su Hao successfully defended against the mismatch. The ball resulted in a long rebound, landing directly in Harden's hands, who swiftly pivoted to launch a fast break. Su Hao sprinted down the sideline with determination. Only Curry had time to retreat on the Warriors' side. In a two-known situation at the front court, Harden drew Kai's attention before swiftly passing the ball to Su Hao. Su Hao continued to display his confidence, leaping into the air with the ball held aloft in both hands. Curry, seeing he had no time to pivot and evade, was left helpless. Boom! Su Hao executed a powerful two-handed dunk during the fast break. Upon landing, Su Hao was ecstatic, raising his fists and flexing his arms, letting out a fierce roar directed at Curry. Years spent languishing on the bench had left him pent up with frustration. Ding! Detection of host number 1008 SXS confidence energy reaching its peak, package system activated. Would you like to enter unknown mode? At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Chapter 2. Peak McGrady Experience Card. Package system? Unknown mode? Su Hao was utterly bewildered. What were those? Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a Peak McGrady exclusive pull-up package novice experience card. Would you like to use it? Before he could contemplate further, another message emerged in his mind. Use. In the heat of the match, Su Hao instinctively made his choice without further thought. Immediately after his decision, a cascade of information flooded his mind. Unknown mode activated. Opponent, Stephen Curry. Your team must win, and you must suppress Kai's performance after unknown mode is activated to be considered successful. Against the same opponent, failure in the first unknown match will prevent further activation of unknown mode. Peak McGrady exclusive pull-up package experience card is now in effect. Duration. This match. Peak McGrady exclusive pull-up package. Ignores 90 of defense during pull-ups. 90 reduction in block probability. 90 increase in shooting stability. 90 boost in core strength. 90 enhancement in driving threat. Su Hao was utterly stunned. The sheer magnitude of those 90 enhancements was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Once he processed all the information, his emotions surged with exhilaration. He never imagined he would gain access to a legendary system. In the past 2 years, he had been the most diligent and hardworking player on the Rockets, yet had been hindered by physical limitations and racial biases preventing him from showcasing his abilities. Now, his efforts finally had a chance to bear fruit. After the initial thrill, he quickly regained his composure. Host number 10086. This indicated that the 10,085 hosts before him had failed. He was not the fortunate one who stumbled upon a windfall. He merely met the minimum requirements of the package system. Moreover, it was easy to understand why those previous hosts failed, as this system appeared only in dire circumstances. Even with the experience card, the difficulty of succeeding in the first unknown match was akin to traversing hell. However, who is he if not Su Hao? He may not possess any extraordinary advantages, but he was brimming with confidence. The Warriors' offense unfolded as Curry, in possession of the ball, signaled for Green to set a screen. After the pick, he found himself mismatched against Su Hao, and he gestured for everyone to clear out. Unlike the previous tactical mismatch, this time it was Curry deliberately targeting Su Hao. It was evident that Su Hao's earlier outburst had provoked this MVP.Su Hao maintained tight defense. Yet Curry, with a series of rapid directional changes, utilizes extraordinary speed to bypass him, executing a floater that found its mark at the free throw line. This exemplifies the prowess of the league's elite superstars. Kawhi's arsenal of lethal skills is undoubtedly multifaceted. Following Kawhi's score, a figure flashed in Su Hao's mind. 20. Accompanying this figure was a note indicating his score. In this unknown encounter, only a positive value would signify his successful suppression of the opponent. The audience remained largely unresponsive, as there are but a handful of forwards in the league capable of defending against Kawhi's mismatches. However, those who had been silent after being embarrassed were once again vocal. Just a routine fast break dunk, and he's boasting at Curry? Is he asking for trouble? Truly foolish. He knows he's a defensive liability on the court, yet fails to protect himself. His basketball IQ is abysmally low. The Rockets should swiftly substitute Su Hao before Curry goes on a rampage. Otherwise, it might be too late. The Rockets, however, made no substitutions. Their head coach, D'Antoni, prioritizes offense above all. As the Rockets advanced in the frontcourt, Harden continued to handle the ball, looking to distribute. Yet, as the reigning champions, the Warriors reacted swiftly, cutting off Harden's passing lane to the weak side corner. With no opportunity to penetrate the basket, Harden was on the verge of a turnover. At that moment, a figure emerged in Harden's line of sight. Su Hao. He had proactively moved from the corner three-point area to a mid-range position on the left. The Rocket style is characterized by a moneyball approach, and with Paul sidelined for the season, they essentially lack mid-range scoring capability. This explains their persistent three-point attempts in the second half. Despite the misses, the Warriors, aware of this, left the mid-range unguarded. Harden quickly passed the ball as he had no better options available. Upon receiving the pass, Su Hao jumped and executed a mid-range pull-up shot that in that moment of elevation, he experienced an unprecedented sensation that he soared higher. His legs felt incredibly powerful. Even the hoop seemed to expand in that instant. And as he released the ball, he instinctively knew it would find its way through the net. Swish. Accompanied by the crisp sound of net, Su Hao's mid-range shot swished through. After entering the game, he scored 7 consecutive points, a performance worthy of a superstar. The audience could not contain their excitement and rose to cheer for Su Hao. The team's mascot had delivered them an abundance of surprises that night. Not only the audience, but also D'Antoni was grinning broadly, his mustache almost curling with delight. Although his 7 seconds or less system does not prioritize mid-range shots, the encounters with the Warriors over the past few years have illuminated the necessity of such scoring options. This is precisely why the Rockets' performance has flourished since Paul's arrival. Now, with Paul sidelined due to injury, if Su Hao can compensate for this gap, the strategic implications would far outweigh merely sinking a few three-pointers. Ugh, another open shot. If it were me, I could easily make that. Su Hao must have stepped in something unlucky today. He always seems to stumble upon scoring opportunities like this. Isn't that pass from Harden exceptional? Su Hao's performance captivated the live audience and earned the admiration of head coach D'Antoni, yet he remained unable to win over his critics. However, the discontent of the naysayers starkly contrasted with Su Hao's elation. With just one mid-range shot, he received a remarkable score of 10. As Su Hao savored that exquisite moment, he was swept away by a wave of elation. Just one more basket, and his score could return to its origin. The Warriors launched their offense. Durant attempted a solo drive against Tucker, but his layup failed to find the net, and the rebound was secured by Capella. The atmosphere among the spectators surged with excitement once more. They now had the opportunity to narrow the deficit to single digits. Meanwhile, the on-site photographer swiftly turned the lens towards Su Hao. This moment possesses an enchanting quality. For who could have anticipated that Su Hao, initially just the team mascot, would emerge as the cornerstone of the Rockets' offense? After Harden took control of the ball in the front court, he gestured for Su Hao to join him for a pick and roll. Su Hao's screen was solid, and as Harden exploited a mismatch to draw in defenders, he adeptly passed the ball to Su Hao, who had moved to the elbow. Unlike the previous two tactical passes, it was evident that Harden was intentionally seeking out Su Hao this time. The strategy proved successful, yet the Warriors once again displayed the prowess of reigning champions, with Curry swiftly positioning himself in front of Su Hao. Upon seeing Curry, Su Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he was still uncertain about how the system computed scores, he discerned from the earlier plays that a direct confrontation would undoubtedly yield a higher score than an open shot. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he rose up and shot over Curry. Though Curry stood a head shorter than Su Hao, his reflexes were quick, and he leaped to contest the shot almost simultaneously. In that instant, Su Hao experienced a wave of uncertainty. However, as he released the ball, he felt no difference from his previous attempts. The hoop still appeared as vast as the ocean, and he instinctively knew the ball would find its way through. Swish, accompanied by the crisp sound of the net. Su Hao's jump shot found its mark once more. The Rockets narrowed the deficit to single digits. The crowd erupted in exuberance. The mascot, Su Hao, had pulled the Rockets back from the brink. At this moment, the critics were rendered speechless. Curry struck Su Hao once, only for Su Hao to retaliate with two swift responses, the second being an impressive fadeaway. How was he able to achieve that? Even Barkley, who had previously declared the game over from the commentary booth, wore an expression of disbelief. A bench player from the Rockets, who had not set foot on the court prior to this match, single-handedly altered the dynamics of the game. Furthermore, his mid-range shooting was exceptionally steady. This is undoubtedly the most astonishing event he has witnessed throughout his commentary career. It evokes memories of Jeremy Lin, although I dare say the feats he is currently performing surpass even those of Lin in their audacity. Kenny Smith, seated beside him, echoed his sentiments. At this moment, Su Hao was utterly elated, not due to the praises from Barkley and others, but because in his mind his single-player scoring had surged to 10. His previous judgments had indeed proven correct. Now, his sole focus remained on the pursuit of victory. Defense. With each successive point he scored, the audience erupted in unified cheers for the Rockets. The Rockets, exhibiting remarkable tenacity, successfully thwarted the Warriors' offense. After Capella secured a defensive rebound, the Rockets launched into a defensive counterattack. Eric Gordon, receiving a long pass from Harden, scored on a fast break, narrowing the score to 86-93, with the gap reduced to a mere 7 points. The Warriors called for a timeout. The Warriors have been momentarily halted. Chapter 3. He is Su Hao. Almost all the spectators in the Toyota Center rose to their feet, raising their hands in jubilant support for the players on the court. The Rockets' performance in the first 3.5 quarters had incited their frustrations, yet the past few minutes ignited their passions. The camera swiftly focused on Su Hao. Su. It is uncertain who initiated it, but the name Su Hao reverberated throughout the Toyota Center. Although the Rockets may not secure victory in tonight's match, this individual has made a name for himself. Su Hao, hailing from China. Feeling the fervor of the fans, Barkley expressed his sentiments. Su, it's your turn to take the lead. I will devise strategies for you. From the Rockets bench, D'Antoni gestured towards Su Hao, feeling fortunate for his earlier decision and placing absolute trust in him. This decision did not incite discontent among others. On the contrary, including Harden, the gazes directed towards him were imbued with trust akin to that bestowed upon D'Antoni. Furthermore, each individual was brimming with eagerness, their spirits and demeanor starkly contrasting with their previous selves. This delineates the distinction between despair and hope. And this hope is brought forth by Su Hao. Su, I shall find you. As the game approached, Harden even took the initiative to engage Su Hao in conversation. Su Hao nodded and extended his fist to meet Harden's in a gesture of camaraderie. He was inherently confident, and the recent period has only reinforced his belief that he is worthy of bearing such a significant responsibility tonight. Upon the resumption of play, the Warriors made strategic substitutions, introducing Iguodala as they unleashed their ultimate small ball lineup. Durant continued to dominate with high-post isolation plays, demonstrating MVP-level prowess as he executed a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot over Tucker's defense, sinking it flawlessly. The point differential once again swelled to 9. The audience erupted in excitement. Despite the Rockets' commendable performance in recent moments, only 3 minutes remained in the game. The deficit they had dug for themselves in the third quarter was indeed substantial, and with the Warriors boasting the formidable trio of Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, and Klay Thompson, narrowing the gap proved to be an arduous task. This is also the reason why Barkley consistently states during his commentary that the Rockets can no longer secure victories. Aside from scoring, one must also be capable of thwarting the opponent's attempts to score. Once they returned to the defensive end, the Warriors' formidable death lineup began to showcase its prowess. A notable characteristic of this lineup is its swift defensive mobility, enabling rapid execution of double teams and help defense. Furthermore, the Warriors have evidently placed significant emphasis on containing Su Hao, as the Rockets have failed to pass the ball to him during 2 consecutive tactical attempts. In a critical moment, Harden lofted the ball to Capella, yet Capella's strong attempt at the basket was thwarted by Green. Fortunately, the ball deflected off Green's body and went out of bounds. Otherwise, the Rockets would have left empty-handed from that possession. However, the Rockets now have merely 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock. If they fail to score during this possession, and the Warriors manage to sink another basket, the point differential would return to double digits, effectively diminishing the suspense of the game. The pressure is immense in these fleeting 6 seconds. I will take on this challenge. It is at this moment that Su Hao boldly communicates with Harden. If the opportunity for an off-ball catch is unavailable, he will directly drive with the ball. Without hesitation, Harden nodded in agreement. He had previously assured Su Hao that he would pass him the ball, and more importantly, at such a juncture, taking responsibility for a one-on-one play is crucial. During the Rocket sideline inbounds, Harden's movement created a diversion, allowing Capella to successfully deliver the ball to Su Hao. Upon receiving the ball, Su Hao swiftly executed a feint to drive. Despite the dwindling time on the shot clock, his mind remained remarkably composed. He distinctly recalled the system's description of McGrady's pull-up package, noting that while most of its effects manifest during pull-up shots, some attributes do not. For instance, it enhances the threat of driving by 90. This notion is indeed quite reasonable, for when one engages in a mere jump shot devoid of any driving threat, the defending player can simply remain tightly attached to their opponent. As anticipated, Iguodala took a slight step back. Su Hao, who seldom had the opportunity to play, rendered his mid-range game an enigma. Who could ascertain the extent of his driving capabilities? In that moment, however, he genuinely sensed a substantial driving threat. Subsequently, Su Hao gathered the ball and executed a jump shot from a standstill. Iguodala was momentarily deceived, yet he is, after all, Iguodala, the man who once secured the Finals MVP by defending against LeBron James. He lunged forward with all his might to disrupt Su Hao's shot. Alas, it was a moment too late, and he overshot his mark. Crack! Iguodala's hand collided with Su Hao's wrist. Nonetheless, he failed to impede Su Hao's release. Even amid the contact, Su Hao flawlessly launched the ball. Beep! The sideline referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling Iguodala's foul. Swish! The sound of the basketball finding its mark followed suit. This is a simple equation. 2 + 1. It is now the turn of the Golden State Warriors head coach, Steve Kerr, to raise his hand and touch his forehead. To defend until the very last second, only to be scored against by the opponent, is the most demoralizing experience. Moreover, Su Hao managed to score while facing off against Andre Iguodala, the Warriors' finest defender, leaving him utterly speechless. With the ball successfully scoring, the domestic forums have completely ceased to harbor any dissenters, and everyone is singing praises for Su Hao. I have long asserted that what Su Hao lacked was merely an opportunity. This is the manifestation of my brother Hao's true prowess. He is indeed remarkable. If he were to lead the Rockets to a comeback, how would one even begin to express the admiration? Swiftly, Su Hao's additional free throw finds its mark, narrowing the gap to 6 points. From a 16-point deficit to just 6, Su Hao orchestrated a stunning 14-4 surge in the past 4 minutes, reinstating the suspense. With the margin reduced to merely 2 possessions, both teams commenced a vigorous defense, and for the next minute and more, neither side was able to find the net. With just a minute remaining in the match, the score stands at 88-95, prompting a timeout for the Rockets. This stalemate is far from beneficial for the Rockets, as time has become their greatest adversary as the game progresses. Over at the commentary booth, Barkley wiped the sweat from his brow, nearly finding himself on the receiving end of another embarrassment. When Su Hao executed that remarkable 2-1, a chill ran down his spine. Though he bore no ill will towards being proven wrong, having once garnered attention for his candid remarks when Yao Ming entered the league. This does not imply that he relishes such moments. Fortunately, the Warriors showcased the prowess of their death lineup in the final minute. Even if the Rockets had a Michael Jordan on their roster, victory would remain elusive. After wiping his sweat, Barkley confidently rendered his verdict on the game. One could hardly expect a reversal against a championship team like the Warriors, let alone any other squad. We can only rely on three-pointers. Sue, it's your time to shine. D'Antoni entrusted Sue Howe with the crucial responsibility once more. In the past minute, Harden had attempted 2 drives to the basket without scoring. In this pivotal second half, he had managed a mere 4 points, exhibiting a rather lackluster performance. In this circumstance, he could only select Sue Howe, who was in exceptional form during the fourth quarter. Without any hesitation, Sue Howe resolutely nodded in agreement. He found himself with no alternative. If he could not assist the Rockets in securing victory, the very essence of his system would become futile, with only a single experience card at his disposal. Failing to seize this opportunity would render even his system ineffective, given the limitations of his current prowess. Once D'Antoni had finished outlining the strategy, he exhaled deeply. In such a dire situation, it is impossible to claim there is no pressure. Yet he is Sue Howe. As he turned, he glanced at the time and then struck his chest with determination. Let us go. The game is not over. There is still a chance. As the timeout ended, the Rockets initiated their offensive play. Come on, Rockets. The arena resonated with the synchronized cheers of the audience. Although Barkley had already pronounced the Rockets' demise, they clung to their last flicker of hope. This year has been the Rockets' finest, and the Cavaliers, who advanced to the finals from the East, are led by a single star. If they can surpass the Warriors, their chances of claiming the championship are substantial. Therefore, they refuse to surrender until the very last moment. Harden advanced the ball into the front court, where the Rockets executed a series of tactical movements. Gordon utilized Capella's screen to receive the ball, but found no opportunity. The Warriors' death lineup switched defenses with remarkable speed. However, keen-eyed fans noticed that Gordon's reception was merely a feint, as Sue Howe had already maneuvered into position. Just then, Harden was ambushed by Thompson, nearly losing possession. By the time he regained control of the ball, the opportunity for Sue Howe to receive it had vanished. At this juncture, the offensive time had surpassed the halfway mark, leaving the Rockets with no opportunity to reorganize. The atmosphere in the arena was electric. Had Paul still been present, the strategy would undoubtedly have been executed flawlessly. However, what transpired next on the court was utterly unexpected. Harden signaled for Sue Howe to receive the ball at the arc with his back to the basket. Upon receiving the pass, Sue Howe promptly maneuvered to elude his defender. Once again, Sue Howe was allowed to take the ball and engage in a one-on-one confrontation, even beyond the three-point line. After Sue Howe successfully executed a 2-1 play, the Rockets attempted to pass the ball to him once more. However, Iguodala remained closely guarded against Sue Howe, denying him any further opportunities. This moment at the three-point line seemed to carry an air of deflection. However, the audience present was instantly stirred by the spectacle. The individual who rekindled their hopes tonight was Sue Howe. If anyone could truly bring forth a miracle, they firmly believed it would undeniably be Sue Howe. At this moment, the Toyota Center was filled with fervent fans of Sue Howe. After receiving the ball, Sue Howe pivoted to face Iguodala. He understood that the Rockets required time, and without a moment's hesitation, he executed yet another three-threat breakthrough. This time, Iguodala merely shifted his stance slightly, refraining from retreating. Although Sue Howe's drive remained a looming threat, having suffered a setback previously, he was unlikely to fall for it again. Nevertheless, even with this psychological preparation, Sue Howe's subsequent decision took him by surprise. Sue Howe opted for a direct three-pointer, showcasing remarkable decisiveness. However, facing the formidable Iguodala, in the very moment he leaped, Iguodala surged forward with great effort to apply interference. The difficulty of this shot far exceeds that of the previous mid-range attempt. Yet, Sue Howe exhibited no signs of trepidation. On the contrary, he appeared more confident than ever before. In an effort to create space for his shot, he executed a move reminiscent of Tracy McGrady's signature scissor kick. At that moment, he fully experienced the power of the skill card, an increase of 90 in core strength, a 90 enhancement in shooting stability, a 90 reduction in the likelihood of being blocked, and a 90 disregard for defensive efforts. The ball soared from his fingertips, spinning gracefully over Iguodala's outstretched hand, tracing a long parabolic arc through the air. Swish! It plunged into the net like a heavy bomb. Chapter 4. God in a number 9 jersey is playing. Suhao launched a three-point shot in the face of Iguodala and scored. The fans in attendance were momentarily stunned. Even the commentators, Barkley and Smith, halted their commentary, eyes wide in disbelief. In the next instant, the Toyota Center erupted into a frenzy of cheers from the audience. D'Antoni also emphatically raised his fist in triumph. The three-point shot was exceedingly difficult. With a mere three-point deficit, Suhao once again rekindled hope with an extraordinary performance. In the final 43 seconds, if they could successfully defend against the Warriors' offense, the Rockets would have a chance to equalize the game. The Warriors opted not to call a timeout, as Curry brought the ball up the court, managing the clock. Defense! Defense! The audience had risen to their feet, collectively rallying behind the Rockets. The team's defensive intensity surged, yet in the crucial moments, the Warriors still directed the ball to Durant for an isolation play. Tucker exerted every ounce of strength he had, and Suhao seized the opportunity to assist in defense. Durant was forced to the baseline, and, in the final moments, he executed a turnaround fadeaway shot. Swish! The Toyota Center fell into an eerie silence. Following the basket, Durant let out a fierce roar, exuberantly chest-bumping with Iguodala. This is what it means to be the premier isolation scorer in the league. With just 25 seconds remaining, the Rockets called a timeout. Time was slipping away for them. Barkley wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue, acknowledging Suhao's audacious three-pointer, yet lamenting that their adversaries were the Warriors, a team boasting superstars like Curry and Durant. To close the gap, they needed to score while simultaneously containing the Warriors' offense, a daunting task. Durant's basket had driven the Rockets into a dire predicament. Their hopes of victory now rested on a theoretical possibility. Do not surrender. We still have a chance. Upon the timeout, D'Antoni's first action was to bolster the team's morale. In such dire circumstances, maintaining confidence is of utmost importance. If we sink just two more three-pointers, victory will be ours, Suhao suddenly remarked with a smile. His words instantly elicited a chorus of laughter from his teammates. This not only alleviated much of the despair that had enveloped the atmosphere, but also dissipated the tense emotions that had lingered. At this moment, D'Antoni gazed at Suhao with a hint of astonishment, though he quickly returned to a state of calm. A confident individual inherently possesses the qualities of a leader. As the timeout concluded, the Rockets took possession of the ball in the frontcourt. This time, D'Antoni orchestrated a series of pick-and-roll tactics, wherein Harden and Gordon consistently utilized Capella's screens to draw defensive attention. Subsequently, Suhao maneuvered to receive a pass after utilizing Tucker's screen from the opposite side. The execution of this strategy by the Rockets proved exceptionally successful, as Suhao seized a commendable opportunity upon receiving the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly took another three-point jump shot. At this moment, the closest to him was Curry, who could only manage to leap past Suhao's side. Such distractions evidently held no sway over Suhao, who confidently released the ball. Moreover, after the shot, his gaze and gestures displayed a distinct follow-through motion. In the commentary booth, Barkley could not suppress a gulp. This moment transcends mere significance. It represents a pivotal juncture in determining the theoretical prospects for the Rockets. The audience is engulfed in palpable tension. Can Suhao continue to weave miracles? Swish! The crisp sound of the net provided the definitive answer. Indeed, Suhao has successfully landed two consecutive three-pointers, each more precious than the last. The deficit has narrowed to 2 points, and the Rockets still possess a glimmer of hope. The Toyota Center erupts once more, drowned in the exuberant cheers of the fans. The Warriors have called for a timeout. With merely 23 seconds left on the shot clock, they are now within the critical 24-second mark. The Warriors must ensure that the ball is dispatched to a reliable free-throw shooter, for any mishap could lead to a last-second defeat, especially given Suhao's current form. To lead by 16 points with 6 minutes remaining only to be vanquished? Such a fate would not only spell disaster for this illustrious Warriors team, but would also brand them with eternal disgrace. Upon resuming play, the Warriors substituted Cook for Green, placing 5 proficient free-throw shooters on the court. The Rockets, meanwhile, are applying intense pressure, as their foul count has reached a critical threshold. This is a gamble for a potential steal. In this crucial moment, the Warriors demonstrated the caliber of a top-tier team, successfully passing the ball to Curry. Gordon attempted 2 steals, but Curry, expertly controlling the ball, offered no openings. Gordon was left with no choice but to foul, sending Curry to the free-throw line. Only 18 seconds remain. Curry stands poised for 2 free-throw attempts. The arena reverberates with thunderous cheers. At this juncture, their only hope rested on the possibility of Curry missing a free throw. Otherwise, with a mere 4-point deficit, The Rockets were left with only a theoretical chance. Before stepping to the line, Curry took a deep breath. He, too, had not anticipated the Rockets mounting a fierce comeback in the final moments, and the pressure weighed heavily upon him. Amidst the tension and the jeers of the crowd, Curry's first free throw swished through the net effortlessly. The Warriors subsequently brought Pachulia and Green onto the court to secure potential rebounds. For a second attempt, Curry inhaled deeply once more, and then, with unwavering precision, he converted the shot. After all, he was Curry, and his free throw shooting remained steadfast. Following the successful shot, he raised his fist triumphantly, and with a 4-point lead, the Warriors seemed unlikely to falter. The Rockets called for their final timeout of the evening. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Barkley could not resist taking several hearty gulps from the water bottle beside him. The match has been a thrilling roller coaster, with him teetering on the edge of defeat several times. Fortunately, in the end, there were no dire consequences. However, the domestic forum fans have erupted in exuberance. Despite the odds being slim, Su Hao, having been substituted onto the court, has already amassed 21 points. I possess a strong intuition that Su Hao will surely score a three-pointer in the next round. Each offensive and defensive play yields a point, leading to a dramatic tie. This is the script for tonight. A remarkable 27 points in a single quarter. My brother Hao is nothing short of divine this evening. As the timeout concludes, the audience is so tense that they scarcely dare to breathe. Time is slipping away, and the Houston Rockets' chances are dwindling. The most daunting challenge is that they must sink a three-pointer in every possession. A single miss seals their fate, and the pressure is immense. If the spectators feel such intensity, one can only imagine what the players are experiencing on the court. The camera captures the palpable strain on each Rockets player's face. Yet, Su Hao's expression remains relatively composed. He even winks at the camera with a smile. Indeed, a confident man walks with an air of assurance. Beep. The referee's whistle sounds, signaling possession for the Rockets. D'Antoni has devised a similar strategy, with Su Hao being the second to utilize a screen to receive the ball. However, this time, the Warriors have denied Su Hao the opportunity to catch it, and the ball ultimately finds its way into Harden's hands, thwarting the Rockets' sideline play. Time continues to dwindle, and Su Hao finally manages to receive the ball after leveraging Tucker's screen, but only 10 seconds remain on the shot clock. There is truly no time left. Su Hao pivots and immediately attempts a three-pointer. Green leaps toward him, arms raised high. At such a moment, even placing Su Hao at the free throw line would not allow him to continue making three-pointers. However, what Green could never have anticipated was that Su Hao would pause for a moment, waiting for him. At that moment, the fans seemed to comprehend the meaning behind Su Hao's earlier wink at the camera. His intention with that shot was clearly to draw a three-point foul. In such a critical moment, Su Hao remained remarkably composed, a testament to his formidable nerve. Green, unable to restrain himself, collided solidly with Su Hao, yet he did not falter. Instead, he seamlessly launched a three-point shot. Basketball is not merely a test of skill, but also of intellect. Having already scored 2 consecutive three-pointers, the prospect of sinking another relied heavily on chance. However, leveraging the threat posed by those 2 three-pointers to earn a foul was evidently a far greater opportunity. His boldness in doing so stemmed from an unwavering confidence in his free throw ability. For a player who trains diligently, his free throw performance remains remarkably consistent. Nevertheless, despite the intent to draw a foul, Su Hao exerted himself to the fullest to complete the shot. Admittedly, this attempt was far from conventional. The arc of his shot was noticeably lower than the previous 2. Furthermore, after releasing the ball, he was knocked off balance by Green's aerial collision, and despite barely regaining his footing upon landing, he tumbled into the crowd. Yet, astonishingly, that unconventional shot found its way through the hoop. A truly miraculous moment. The arena fell into a brief silence, which was soon shattered by an explosive cheer. The deafening roar seemed poised to lift the very roof of the Toyota Center. This ball turned out to be a remarkable 3-1. That additional point is indeed extraordinary. If Su Hao converts the free throw, the score would equalize. And should the score be tied, there would be no need to rely on the uncertainty of a subsequent three-pointer, as both teams would have the opportunity to enter overtime. Barkley in the commentary booth was momentarily stunned for 4 or 5 seconds. Once he regained his composure, he straightened up, declaring, "The Rockets may lack Michael Jordan, but tonight, God has donned the number 9 jersey." Chapter 5, An Unexpected Script God is playing in Su Hao's jersey. At this moment, Barkley was utterly captivated by Su Hao's performance. He would even accept a slap in the face for it. For Su Hao truly, single-handedly turned the tide of the game. However, at that instant, Su Hao had no time to revel in such accolades, for he had just toppled into the audience. He instinctively knew whom he had inadvertently collided with. As he turned to rise, he was met with a peculiar softness on his face. Looking up, he realized he had crashed directly into someone's embrace, at point-blank range. And it was no ordinary individual he had collided with, but none other than Elizabeth Olsen, the Scarlet Witch. In crucial basketball matches, one often finds numerous starlets courtside. This evening, among them were Olsen, Kristen, Hathaway, and even Jenner. He quickly rose to apologize, and Olsen managed to muster a faint smile to indicate she was unscathed. Fortunately, the impact was cushioned by her chest. Otherwise, she might have sustained an injury. After expressing his apologies, Su Hao returned to the court, while the cameras continued to linger on Olsen. At this moment, many began to notice a faint blush on Olsen's face. It is only natural for anyone to feel a twinge of embarrassment when such an unexpected incident occurs in front of a large audience. However, the focus swiftly returned to the court, where Su Hao was presented with an opportunity for a free throw. The free throw is of paramount importance, as this solitary point determines whether the Rockets will merely need to defend against the Warriors' final assault or if they will be compelled to continue committing fouls. At this moment, the audience fell into a profound silence, with some fans even covering their mouths, fearful that any sound might disrupt Su Hao's free throw. Not only the spectators present, but also those watching on television found their hearts racing uncontrollably. It is truly astonishing that a game long deemed concluded has reached this critical juncture. Indeed, it is exhilarating. Bang, bang, bang. Su Hao received the ball, and it seemed as though he could only hear the thunderous beat of his own heart. He took a deep breath, dribbled the ball twice, and flexed his muscles to relax. Once he had composed himself, he cast a glance at the center of the hoop, and with the steadiness honed through countless hours of practice, he released the ball. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. Su Hao's crucial free throw was successful. The Warriors called a timeout. With just 8 seconds remaining, the Toyota Center erupted once more with the applause and cheers of the fans. The past 6 minutes had been nothing short of magical, but now they needed only to defend against the Warriors' final attack to force the game into overtime. Given Su Hao's current fiery form and the fact that Harden had rested long enough to recuperate significantly, their chances in overtime appeared promising. Charles, do you think the Warriors will succeed in their final play? Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley began to discuss from the commentary booth. Although the Rockets had pushed the Warriors to this brink, the options available to the Warriors for a game-winning shot were numerous, making defense exceedingly challenging. Thus, I remain optimistic about their potential to clinch the win. Barkley's analysis was refreshingly candid. Setting aside previous plays, Durant had managed to execute a fading jumper while cornered at the baseline, not to mention the presence of Curry, renowned for his logo-range shots, and Klay Thompson, a sharpshooter with nerves of steel. Furthermore, one crucial point cannot be overlooked. The score is currently tied, and both teams have reached the limit of fouls. This implies that the difficulty of executing a game-winning shot is significantly reduced. Upon hearing Barkley's remarks, Smith fell into brief contemplation, casting a worried glance at the scoreboard. As a former Rockets player, he could not help but feel anxious for his team, having displayed such an extraordinary performance. The prospect of being defeated by a last-second shot would be even more disheartening than a significant loss. At the very least, they must extend the game into overtime. Beep! As the timeout concluded, the Golden State Warriors prepared for a sideline inbounds play. The audience held their breath, a tangible tension enveloping the arena. Even commentators Barkley and Smith paused their dialogue, their gazes riveted on the court. The Warriors' lineup in these crucial moments comprised Curry, Thompson, Durant, Green, and Pachulia, while the Rockets countered with Harden, Gordon, Su Hao, Ariza, and Tucker. Pachulia initiated the inbounds pass. With a sharp whistle, the game resumed, and the Warriors commenced their intricate movements. Thompson, Curry, and Durant endeavored to utilize green screens, yet the Rockets, employing a smaller lineup, thwarted their attempts to receive the ball. The Rockets executed a flawless defense, transforming a 16-point deficit into a tie, their momentum palpable. Just before Pachulia could commit a violation, he was compelled to pass to Green. The Warriors still had a glimmer of hope. Durant positioned Ariza behind him and fervently gestured for the ball, exuding confidence in his ability to score against Tucker or Ariza in a one-on-one scenario. However, Green refrained from delivering the pass, instead seeking out Curry. The Warriors' strategic plan had faltered, and Green aimed to entrust the ball to his most reliable teammate. Given Durant's precarious position, he deemed a handoff to Curry more advantageous, enhancing the likelihood of a game-winning three-pointer. He scanned for Curry, and soon enough, he spotted him sprinting in his direction, just as he prepared to make the pass. He felt an unexpected lightness in his hand. In the moment he focused on locating Curry, Suhao had stealthily abandoned his defense of Thompson, surging in to intercept the ball. The game possesses a considerable element of chance. However, fortune favored the bold. Green sought to regain control of the ball. Yet after Suhao intercepted it, he surged forward without hesitation. Though he found himself unsteady and on his knees, he could only watch as Suhao executed a fast break. The audience was left in utter astonishment. Based on the prior dialogue between Barkley and Smith, most spectators anticipated the most favorable outcome would be the Rockets successfully defending against the Warriors, leading to an overtime showdown. Yet now, astonishingly, Suhao had made the steal. In other words, the opportunity for a decisive victory now belonged to the Rockets, not the Warriors. At this moment, both sides have exhausted their timeouts. In these final few seconds, it all hinges on whether Suhao can deliver. The eyes of all the spectators are almost bursting with excitement, while on the Warriors bench, Coach Steve Kerr anxiously shouts for defense. Suhao, at this juncture, charges forward with the ball, seizing the only opportunity on the court. He feels himself entering an unprecedented state. In this state, he is invincible, his confidence overflows, and he firmly believes he can succeed. The Warriors have only Curry managing to retreat in time, and the lineup Kerr arranged at the last moment inadvertently aids the Rockets. Curry, wary of fouling, maintains his defensive stance without taking reckless actions. With the clock dwindling, Suhao cannot rush into the paint for a layup. As he nears the three-point line, he leaps into the air. Curry, hesitant to commit a foul, stretches out his arms in defense. As Suhao rises, the space before him opens up. He straightens his back, extends his arms, flicks his wrist, and shoots. The instant the ball leaves his hands, the red lights on the sidelines illuminate. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. The audience's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, contrasting sharply with the expressions of horror and despair on the faces of the Warriors bench. Furthermore, there was Suhao's elegant follow-through after a shot. Swish! A crisp, melodious sound echoed, and the suspended time abruptly snapped back to reality. Suhao's game-winning three-pointer had found its mark. Chapter 6. The Green Formula They Won. The Rockets truly triumphed. They achieved an extraordinary comeback, overcoming a 16-point deficit in the final 6 minutes. They have etched the defending champions, the Warriors, into the annals of disgrace. They did it. A heartfelt thanks to them. Over at the commentary booth, Barkley snapped back from his stunned expression and immediately blurted out a quintessentially American expletive. The final steal that sealed the victory was nothing short of magical. The players of the Warriors were left utterly stunned on the court. This is no longer merely a sleepless night. It has now cast a shadow over their entire professional careers. Of course, at this moment, the cameras are not focused on them. They are merely supporting characters in this narrative. Ding! The host has successfully triumphed in a one-on-one challenge and is now randomly receiving Stephen Curry's skill set. Ding! A random drop of Curry's S-level three-point dribbling package. The protagonist on the court, Suhao, is now radiating with excitement. His fists clenched, he swings them vigorously in the air, his exhilaration palpable. This thrill is not solely due to executing an astonishing game-winning shot. More importantly, he has succeeded in his one-on-one challenge. Moreover, the random drop is an S-level skill package. He had not relied much on luck during the game. All his fortune has culminated in this moment. The experience of the peak Tracy McGrady pull-up package has concluded, leaving him with only his ability to shoot three-pointers from an open position. However, with this skill package, his menace beyond the arc has significantly amplified. Before he could contemplate further, he was engulfed by his rushing teammates. Harden, in his exuberance, leapt onto him, nearly knocking him down. Tucker and Gordon were also beside themselves with excitement, shouting and cheering. Furthermore, the players from the Rockets bench began to storm the court. Paul, grinning from ear to ear, limped over to him with hurried steps. The Rockets are reveling in this extraordinarily delightful moment. This was undoubtedly the most unforgettable night of their professional careers. However, amidst the celebration of the Rockets, an utterly unexpected scene unfolded on the Warriors bench. Durant and Green erupted in a heated exchange. Following the despair and frustration of a last-second defeat, their emotions ultimately morphed into anger. Coach Kerr had already challenged the video replay, but Suhao's game-winning shot was deemed timely. Thus, the pent-up frustration of the players could only be unleashed upon their teammates. Initially, Durant simply questioned Green as to why he had not passed the ball to him. Yet Green's response was far from amicable. "I know what to do in moments like that. Do not instruct me on how to play. I do not require your guidance." Clearly, their altercation stemmed from more than just that particular play. Since Durant's arrival, the Warriors' prowess had significantly increased, yet his presence had impacted Curry's tactical standing within the team. Particularly after Durant was awarded the Finals MVP last season, his demands for recognition within the team hierarchy escalated further in the new season. This inherent contradiction remains irreconcilable. Essentially, Curry, Thompson, and Green are all players nurtured by the Warriors themselves, whereas figures like Iguodala and Durant were later additions. Iguodala seamlessly integrated into the team due to his willingness to forego personal status, a stark contrast to Durant, whose prowess, standing in the league, and temperament preclude such self-sacrifice. The discord between the two has intensified. Durant's emotions have escalated as he expressed grievances regarding Green's three-point play created by Suhao, along with his own pivotal moments of isolation plays. "Without me, the team would have lost much earlier," Durant shouted vehemently at Green. This behavior instantly infuriated Green, whose arms tensed as he charged towards Durant, exuding an aura of confrontation. His words flowed unabated. "You are a coward. You are well aware of this. We do not require your presence. We were champions long before you arrived. Depart." Durant was taken aback by Green's vehement outburst. At this moment, the other members of the Warriors recognized that the quarrel between the two had escalated beyond control, and they swiftly intervened to separate them. It was only then that the outside world became aware of the incident occurring on the Warriors' bench. However, most people remained oblivious to the true nature of the events and did not pay much attention. After all, it was entirely natural to feel somewhat disgruntled after such a match. On the opposite side of the court, the celebrations of the Rockets finally began to wind down. Suhao was being interviewed by reporters at the sidelines. He was thoroughly drenched, having been soaked by his teammates who doused him with bottled water. The interviewer was Betty Zhou, a fellow compatriot from Huaxia. This is not Zhou's first interview with Suhao. When Suhao initially entered the NBA, he was regarded as the hope of Chinese basketball, and Zhou consistently covered his journey. However, as Suhao struggled to make an impact, Zhou gradually ceased his interviews with him. "Suhao, how do you feel now?" "I feel very happy, very joyful, and immensely excited," replied Suhao, his face beaming with smiles. Much like the emotional fluctuations experienced by the Warriors, Suhao's own feelings have evolved over time. From initial excitement to subsequent joy, he now finds himself unable to contain his laughter. He has seized a singular opportunity, one that promises to transform not only his career, but potentially his entire life. At such a moment, how could one possibly feel anything but joy? We are all aware that prior to this, you faced a multitude of doubts. "Is this match not the most powerful rebuttal?" Zhou inquired. "Is it?" However, Suhao's response momentarily stunned Zhou. "I had thought that no one was paying attention to me anymore." This self-deprecating remark elicited laughter from Zhou, who quickly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that many were still focused on him. "This is merely a competition. I must strive to deliver more performances like this to repay the unwavering support of my fans," Suhao remarked with a smile. When he first entered the NBA, he had been indignant about the critics, but the experiences of the past 2 years have significantly refined his temperament. Critics will never vanish, rather than engage in a war of words. The most effective response is to quell their doubts through tangible actions. In this regard, tonight's opponent, Durant, serves as an exemplary counterpoint. Thus, Suhao's current approach is to refrain from mentioning the detractors and to solely acknowledge those who support him. Perhaps, prior to this moment, those supporters were but a small fraction, yet he believes that after tonight, their numbers will swell. "You have truly changed," Zhou remarked, her gaze towards Suhao reflecting a newfound admiration, akin to a woman captivated by the allure of a mature man. Not to mention, Suhao's striking appearance only heightened this effect. Clearing his throat, Suhao gently pulled Zhou from a reverie. The Rockets have returned to the finals after a 23-year hiatus. What are your expectations for the championship? For yourself or the team? Both are valid, he replied. Personally, I hope to perform even better and provide greater assistance to the team. As for the team, of course, our goal is the championship. His tone was resolute as he spoke those final 3 words, his eyes shimmering with hope. Having triumphed in such a challenging competition, what reason remains to refrain from contending for the championship? Chapter 7. The packing system this night is destined to be sleepless. Suhao is tirelessly occupied. inundated with messages of congratulations from family and friends across the ocean, as well as numerous renowned basketball icons, some of whom he has never met. They express their well wishes through various means, be it texts or calls. He is beginning to grasp the hectic lifestyle that accompanies being a superstar. Merely managing these interactions can be quite exhausting. It is indeed a delightful burden. Once he has navigated through this flurry of communication, Suhao finally finds the opportunity to thoroughly examine the packing system. The packing system is activated through the challenge mode, where defeating an opponent results in the random acquisition of their skill package. At this moment, a plethora of information lingers in his mind, accompanied by numerous explanations and annotations. The one-on-one mode is categorized into two types, in-game and out-of-game. The out-of-game mode allows for proactive initiation, rewarding successful challenges, whereas the in-game mode necessitates the fulfillment of specific triggering conditions. This is akin to the recent match he just concluded, where his dunk provoked Curry's ire. Next, there are skill packages. Each player possesses a varying number of skill packages of different tiers. These skill packages are classified into 5 levels: C, B, A, S, and exclusive skill packages. Taking Curry, his recent opponent, as an example, he possesses 6 S-level skill packages, along with 1 exclusive skill package. Moreover, the remaining skill packages are predominantly A-level. Upon reflecting on his own capabilities, Suhao notes that most of his skill packages are C-level, with only 4 exceeding that tier: an A-level 3-point shooting package, an A-level free throw package, a B-level perimeter defense package, and the S-level skill package he recently acquired. This aligns perfectly with his current situation. Observing his capabilities, he possesses a singular skill that allows him to serve as a rotational player on weaker teams and a substitute on stronger ones. However, due to the biases against Asian players, he currently finds himself relegated to the bench. Nevertheless, this will inevitably change. He is no longer destined to be merely a cold bench warmer or a mere mascot. He is on the cusp of becoming a superstar, an entity akin to Kobe, LeBron, or even Jordan. Just the thought of it ignites a thrill. After the exhilaration subsided, Suhao took a deep breath to calm his emotions and then examined the S-level 3-point shooting package he had just acquired. This skill set, when compared to the previous pinnacle of Tracy McGrady's jump shot package, falls somewhat short, yet remains remarkably formidable. The S-tier 3-point dribbling package, 010000, enhances 3-point shooting stability by 90, reduces shot release speed by 60, disregards 60 points of defensive interference, increases breakthrough speed by 30, and bolsters ball control stability by 30. The annotation for the 010000 package states that it can only be activated after successfully making 10,000 3-point shots during training. This echoes the sensibility he experienced upon first engaging with the system. However, for Suhao, this presents a considerable challenge, as the Eastern Conference Finals have long concluded, leaving the Rockets with little respite. In merely 3 days, the first game of the finals will commence. The silver lining is that the Rockets possess home court advantage, alleviating the burden of extensive travel. Nevertheless, even so, he is left with less than 3 days to prepare. This implies that he must successfully land over 3,000 three-pointers daily. Even the most exceptional sharpshooters could hardly endure such a rigorous training regimen. He must devote himself entirely to perfecting his three-point shooting if he hopes to be ready for the opening game of the finals. Furthermore, he must be prepared, otherwise, if his performance declines significantly by the first match, and D'Antoni considers his stellar performance in the Western Conference Game 7 a mere fluke, he will forfeit any further opportunities. All his prior efforts would thus be rendered futile. Hence, Suhao must seize every moment. Fortunately, he only played the last 6 minutes of the game tonight, leaving him with ample energy, making this extra time invaluable. Additionally, his consistent training has endowed him with a commendable shooting percentage, making the possibility of achieving 3,000 shots a reality. With this in mind, he promptly rose to head to the training facility. Swish, swish, bang, swish. Initially, fueled by his vigor, Suhao maintained an excellent shooting percentage. However, as fatigue set in, he was compelled to rest for a while. While seated on the sidelines, he began to contemplate securing a professional trainer for the summer. During this brief respite, he glanced at his phone, revealing a plethora of missed calls and messages. Rather than addressing the calls, he opted to respond to a few significant texts. The retired Kobe had sent him a message of encouragement, inviting him to train together during the summer. Such a message warranted a reply. Similarly, Yao Ming, now a prominent leader across the ocean, had sent his congratulations, also deserving a response. Among these messages, one stood out distinctly. While all others had identified themselves, this particular text simply read, "Hey, Masaman, guess who I am?" Suhao's expression mirrored his confusion. Who knows which fan managed to acquire his phone number? Such intrusive messages are inevitable. Not wishing to dwell on it, he prepared to set his phone aside when, surprisingly, another message from that number arrived. "I will come to watch you play again. Keep it up, muscle man." Suhao genuinely felt gratitude. Though a flicker of curiosity lingered, he ultimately tossed his phone aside and resumed his training. The path ahead is indeed arduous. Do you believe Su's performance was merely a fleeting moment, or have we consistently overlooked his potential? In the coach's office at the Toyota Center, head coach Mike D'Antoni was engaged in a discussion with his lead assistant, Jeff Bzdelik, regarding Suhao. In tonight's match, Suhao not only redeemed himself, but also salvaged the careers of many, including D'Antoni's own. Renowned as an NBA maestro for his explosive coaching style during his tenure with the Suns, D'Antoni had never previously reached the finals. He is a diligent young man, yet his performance this evening was merely serendipitous. Bzdelik, a man of reason, had more interaction with the players than D'Antoni and possessed a deeper understanding of their dynamics. He certainly deserves a rotational spot. Having fought for it, Bzdelik remarked, but I believe we should approach any larger role with caution. D'Antoni nodded in agreement, acknowledging their shared perspective. After discussing Suhao, their conversation shifted to strategic considerations for the finals matchup against the Cavaliers, and before they knew it, over an hour had elapsed. Ultimately, D'Antoni rose from his seat, smiling as he exited the office alongside Bzdelik. Although Chris Paul's absence rendered their championship aspirations formidable, they had at least made it to the finals. This is his first time, and it is undoubtedly a source of joy. As they passed by the training facility, they all instinctively halted their steps. They noticed that the lights inside were still aglow, and the faint sound of a basketball dribbling against the floor could be heard. D'Antoni raised his hand to glance at the time on his watch. It was nearly midnight, and who could still be training at such a late hour? The two exchanged glances before approaching together. The door to the training facility was unlocked, and Bzdelik gently pushed it open. Through the crack, they beheld Suhao diligently training within, their eyes wide with astonishment. D'Antoni was taken aback, as he had scarcely paid attention to Suhao before. He had not anticipated that Suhao was such a dedicated athlete. Bzdelik, on the other hand, was astonished that after delivering such an exceptional performance, Suhao was still committed to such an intense regimen. After observing for several minutes, the two silently closed the door to the training facility once more. The intensity of Suhao's training is somewhat terrifying, akin to a reckless endeavor. After the door was closed, D'Antoni wore a broad smile, having made a resolute decision in his heart. Suhao is deserving of a more significant role. Chapter 8. 2 years of being overlooked on the bench. In one night of fame that reverberated across the world. In a small town in China, within a high school, in a classroom at the back, Sun Yu is an ordinary high school student, listening to the teacher's lecture, which sounds as incomprehensible as ancient scriptures, while his eyelids struggle against the pull of sleep. After exerting himself for several minutes, he ultimately concedes defeat. The countdown clock for the college entrance examination on the wall has already dwindled to 10 days. What could possibly change in such a brief span? He diverted his attention from the teacher and discreetly borrowed his deskmate's phone, opening a sports forum. He is an avid basketball fan, but with the impending exams, his parents have confiscated his mobile device, leaving him to scrounge for bits of information from his classmate. He silenced the phone and entered the basketball section on Bilibili. A recent upload features a compilation of the thrilling Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals, complete with commentary, which he watched with great interest. Upon finishing, his expression became quite intricate. This content creator not only engages in editing, but also infuses a great deal of personal emotion into his work, especially during the concluding summary. The words resonate profoundly with him. In a breathtaking moment, Suhao scored the decisive basket, achieving what seemed an impossible comeback. Until the final whistle blew, everything remained possible. After a moment of fervent engagement, Sun Yu quietly returned his phone to the drawer of his deskmate. He cast another glance at the countdown to the college entrance examination on the wall, then resolutely fixed his gaze back on the blackboard. Only 10 days remained until the exam. Qin Xing is a full-time content creator on Bilibili, focusing on the relatively niche subject of basketball. Despite the depth of content he produces and the genuine emotion he invests in each piece, the number of likes and coins received is woefully meager, and his enthusiasm is gradually waning. Many times, he contemplates whether he should surrender and seek a conventional job. However, Suhao's performance yesterday rekindled the long-lost passion within him. prompting him to promptly create a new video. As soon as he uploaded it, he received a burst of likes and coins, which greatly inspired him. Quickly, the numbers began to rise at a visible pace. Overwhelmed by the shifting figures, he found it difficult to contain his emotions, and his eyes glistened with tears. As he expressed in his video, until the final whistle blows, everything remains possible. Such events unfold across various regions of China. Su Hao's experiences and accomplishments eloquently embody the essence of basketball. It serves as a panacea for the spirit during times of adversity or personal turmoil. Moreover, it spreads with an uncontrollable momentum. The trending topics on browsers are overwhelmingly related to Su Hao. On platforms like Bilibili, sports influencers have skyrocketed in popularity. Even instant messaging tools such as QQ and WeChat capture keywords where Su Hao and the Rockets dominate the rankings. The news coverage is extensive. International media proclaim him as one of the NBA's finest individual performers, while the miraculous young man from China ensures that his name resonates far and wide. With aspirations for the championship, Su exemplifies a confidence previously unseen in Chinese basketball players. "We were champions before you arrived." The internal discord of the Warriors is revealed. Reports from domestic portals highlight his incredible feats. 28 points in a single quarter. 13 points in just 58 seconds. This evening, the Divine donned the number 9 jersey. A heartfelt thank you. Barkley once again faces the might of the Chinese player. Su Hao conquers the NBA tonight. Domestic forums buzz with activity. In a pivotal match, the performance of the star player falters. While Su Hao emerges from the bench to score 28 points, a display I would deem the most formidable in the NBA, after 2 years of obscurity, he becomes an overnight sensation known to all. Alongside the flood of news reports, the number of forum users reaches a new high since Yao Ming's retirement. This unprecedented spectacle can likely only be rivaled by the release of a new album from Jay Chou. Consequently, the number of domestic fans supporting Su Hao has been increasing at an exponential rate. In the past, when detractors criticized Su Hao on forums, many would join in with mocking remarks. However, now, his critics find themselves without refuge. Su Hao's previous thoughts were entirely accurate. Delivering a stellar performance is 1,000 times more valuable than mere disparagement. At this moment, Su Hao remains oblivious to the happenings across the ocean, and he has no time to dwell on them. He trains until after 3 in the morning and only returns to his rented apartment when exhaustion overwhelms him. In his mind, his training progress stands at an impressive 118010000. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, he is roused by the alarm he set for himself. After taking a moment to compose himself, he rises to wash his face and take a shower, then heads to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. For a young man in the prime of his life and currently single, it is essential to find ways to expend energy. Aside from basketball and training, Su Hao dedicates his remaining time to honing his culinary skills. While others venture outdoors, he travels abroad. This practice not only exhausts his energy, but also allows him to take care of himself, serving 2 purposes simultaneously. After some diligent effort, he successfully prepares a simple breakfast, lovingly crafted fried eggs, homemade pancakes, and his favorite sweet soy milk. The simplest dishes often reveal the highest skill. Su Hao's fried eggs are not only visually appealing, but also perfectly cooked, with a delightful balance of runny yolk and firmness, making them extraordinarily delicious. Once he finishes his breakfast, Su Hao heads out the door. Upon arriving at the training facility, his first action is to request from D'Antoni that he be allowed to practice his 3-point shooting alone for the next few days. D'Antoni looks at him with affectionate eyes and nods in agreement before summoning the team as shooting coach to assist Su Hao with his training. Although Paul will not be able to participate in the finals, the Rockets will continue to heavily rely on Su Hao. In this context, Su Hao's modest request is utterly trivial. Moreover, during Su Hao's training, D'Antoni's attention was unwaveringly fixed upon him. Witnessing Su Hao's flawless shooting, D'Antoni couldn't help but smile, his mustache curling with delight. Su Hao is indeed a gift bestowed by the divine. 2 days have elapsed since the conclusion of the Western Conference Finals Game 7, with merely 1 day remaining until the commencement of the finals. Su Hao's progress in 3-point shooting stands at an impressive 8.84810000. Although he feels physically exhausted, the proximity to his goal, coupled with the likelihood of achieving it ahead of schedule, fills him with a sense of satisfaction. While Su Hao fervently practices his 3-point shots, the online sphere is abuzz with activity. However, fans have shifted their focus from Su Hao's performance to the unfolding drama within the Warriors. The phrase "we had already won the championship before you arrived" has morphed into a popular meme, and the ensuing events have become a sensational saga. It began with the Warriors imposing a one-game suspension on Green, followed by Green's vehement outburst against the management. Subsequently, Curry stepped in as a mediator to quell the disputes, all while Durant remained conspicuously silent throughout the entire ordeal. This continuous performance has sparked much speculation, as Durant possesses a player option should he choose to depart come summer. It would indeed be a significant shift. Suhao has dismantled the Super Warriors. Here lies the headline of tomorrow. The Cavaliers have arrived in Houston a day early, preparing for the impending finals. Upon their arrival, they were besieged by a throng of media reporters at the airport. The catalyst for this frenzy is none other than the Cavaliers star player, the current NBA superstar, LeBron James. Having already secured 3 championships, James remains a subject of scrutiny, primarily due to the perception that his victories were achieved through collaboration with other elite players. However, this season presents the perfect opportunity for James to vindicate himself. With Kyrie Irving's voluntary departure and Kevin Love's dismal performance, the Cavaliers' progression to the finals is entirely attributable to James's singular efforts. Throughout the playoffs thus far, he has achieved 40 points on 5 occasions, including a remarkable triple-double in the Eastern Conference Finals. At the bus boarding area, James eventually granted an interview to the press. "I do not wish to discuss objectives. My sole focus is to perform well in each forthcoming game." James Harden is an MVP-caliber player, and his form will not remain static. We shall not underestimate him. The tumultuous year for the Cavaliers has significantly altered LeBron's demeanor. He has adopted a more subdued attitude. "How do you intend to defend against Su?" At that moment, a reporter mentioned Suhao. "Who? Suhao. Who is that?" "Suhao. He scored 28 points in the decisive Game 7 against the Warriors, including 13 points in the final minute, clinching victory for his team. I truly have not heard of him. I've been engrossed in training these past few days and have not yet reviewed any game footage. However, if he is indeed as remarkable as you say, I shall certainly keep an eye on him." With that, LeBron turned and boarded the bus. Chapter 9. The Finals. Here I come. The 9,999th. The 10,000th. The 10,001st. The 10,002nd. As Suhao concluded his three-point shooting practice, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion on the training court. It was already past 3 in the morning. In disbelief, he realized that not only had he completed 3 days' worth of training in a single day, but he had also done so more than half a day ahead of schedule, a thought that was enough to drive one to madness. However, after activating the S-Class three-point package, he could distinctly feel that his shooting was not only faster, but also more stable. Every ounce of effort poured into this endeavor was justified at this moment. In the forthcoming finals, it was time to fulfill his promise and secure the championship title. Leaving the training facility, he drove along the road back to his apartment. Although he has been training until midnight for the past couple of days, his focus has been so intensely devoted to the training that he has scarcely noticed the surroundings. At this hour, it was already 4 in the morning, and the streets were nearly devoid of any human presence, with vehicles exceedingly scarce. Only in the direction of the airport did a steady stream of cars ascend the elevated road. Near some streetlights, clusters of tents belonging to the homeless could be spotted, enveloping the city in a profound silence. Were it not for the notorious safety concerns in this part of America at night, he would have been tempted to indulge in a nocturnal run. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed the 24-hour convenience store still open. He purchased a few beverages before returning to his apartment. Instead of hastily succumbing to sleep, he opened the refrigerator and retrieved some ingredients, intending to prepare a meal for himself. Before long, a delightful serving of squid noodles was ready. He even remembered to prepare a side of pickled radish. Sitting down, he first inhaled the enticing aroma before lifting the bowl to savor a sip of the soup. The fresh, tender broth flowed over his tongue and down his throat, filling his stomach with warmth and awakening his senses in the stillness of the night. Taking a piece of the pickled radish, he placed it in his mouth, and the tanginess further tantalized his taste buds, igniting a ravenous appetite within him. At that moment, the warmth of the steaming noodles slipping down his throat brought an exquisite sense of fulfillment. After savoring several bites of the noodles, he picked up a piece of squid tentacle and relished the delightful crunch, experiencing the tenderness of the seafood. Finally, he unscrewed a bottle of beverage and took a refreshing sip. The sensation was simply divine. His culinary skills had been validated by his former girlfriend. It was then that his gaze momentarily faltered. When he was selected by the NBA, his ex-girlfriend had traversed oceans to be with him in America, yet, regrettably, she departed during his most trying times, just like the others. He shook his head, hastily finished his meal, and sat back, phone in hand, taking a moment to rest. Although 3 days had passed since the decisive Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals, he still received numerous messages. Among them, he noticed a text from that enigmatic number. "Big guy, I won't be able to watch you play in person tomorrow. Give it your all." Suhao chuckled and shook his head upon reading it. This fellow is indeed quite tedious. He seems to regard him as an online acquaintance. He picked up his phone, poised to block the number. Yet after a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from doing so. The messages from this individual are predominantly positive and uplifting, and they have not truly intruded upon his peace. Once he set aside his phone and took a well-deserved rest, he promptly retired to bed. Tomorrow marks the day of the Grand Finals, a stage that countless individuals yearn for. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Toyota Center in Houston, where the 2018 NBA Finals are about to commence. Let us eagerly anticipate the excitement. The Toyota Center is bustling with energy, alive with a vibrant crowd. As the DJ engages the audience on camera, accompanied by the DJ's voice, the arena resonates with cheers and applause. After a 23-year absence, the Rockets have returned to the finals, igniting fervent enthusiasm among the fans. The on-site photographers capture the action, focusing on LeBron James, Kevin Love, James Harden, Suhao, and Chris Paul, who is elegantly attired on the sidelines. While Love's performance this season has been lackluster, James is in formidable form, reminiscent of the Mavericks team that clinched the championship in 2011. Interestingly, that Mavericks team triumphed over the Heat led by James. On the Rockets side, with Paul sidelined, the team essentially relies on Harden as its sole leader. The two teams faced off in the finals, creating an atmosphere thick with suspense. As the camera panned to Suhao, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, a testament to their lingering memories of his recent performance on this very court. Once the opening ceremony concluded, Suhao, clad in training attire, took his place on the sidelines. Despite his stellar showing in the previous match, Coach D'Antoni had opted not to include him in the starting lineup. Nevertheless, Suhao remained undeterred, knowing that each game is a new opportunity, and with a series of commendable performances, a place in the starting roster would eventually come. The match commenced with raucous cheers from the fans, yet the Rockets found themselves immediately overwhelmed by the Cavaliers. LeBron's form was simply extraordinary. His versatility, combined with explosive drives, was on full display. Though his athleticism had slightly diminished with age, his skill set continued to expand. He showcased his previously weaker areas, turnaround jump shots, and three-pointers, each executed flawlessly. This season, no one seemed capable of halting LeBron's momentum. Even Charles Barkley in the commentary booth couldn't help but express his admiration. In contrast, the Rockets appeared still reeling from their grueling Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals, struggling with their shooting touch from beyond the arc. For the Rockets, their usual offensive prowess was faltering, leading to a lackluster performance. Bang! Ariza's open three-pointer from the corner clanged off the rim yet again. LeBron seized the defensive rebound and launched a quarterback-style pass to JR, who sprinted down the court and executed a thunderous windmill dunk. The score was 19-8. Just a half-quarter into the game, the Cavaliers had established a double-digit lead over the Rockets. Coach D'Antoni called for a timeout as the crowd buzzed with anticipation. They had anticipated some difficulties in the absence of Paul, but they hadn't expected to be so thoroughly outmatched by the Cavaliers right from the start. Were they then merely there to serve the Cavaliers? Following the timeout, both teams returned to the court. It was at this moment that an unexpected wave of excitement surged through the arena. LeBron, tugging at his jersey and preparing to re-enter the game, felt the shift in the crowd's energy, leaving him somewhat perplexed. After a brief exchange with Coach Lue, he learned of the reason behind the commotion. On the Rockets side, Suhao was stepping onto the court. LeBron's expression remained unchanged. Previously, during a press interview, he had mentioned Suhao and had reviewed game footage to understand the situation better. Yet, like the Rockets coaching staff, he perceived it as a fleeting moment. He believed Suhao's abilities were still insufficient to alter the course of the game. It was merely the fans, enamored by the excitement, who thought that a player, long accustomed to sitting on the bench, could suddenly emerge as a game-changer. On the opposite side of the court, amidst the exuberant cheers of the fans, Suhao felt a surge of passion, gently waving his clenched fist before him. Until this moment, no player from Huaxia had graced the grand stage of the finals. Not even the illustrious Yao Ming. Yet now, he had achieved this remarkable feat. Of course, in such moments, the presence of the critics was inevitable. The detractors may diminish in number, but they never truly vanish. The mascot unexpectedly made its way into the rotation. Just look at that expression. Has a stroke of luck led him to consider himself a superstar? Let us wait and see him falter. Fortune does not favor one eternally. He is matched up against LeBron James. May the Kings swiftly revert him to his original form. As the Rockets launched their offense, Harden advanced into the front court, executing a drive and dish, directly finding Suhao stationed in the corner. This is a classic tactical maneuver, although the Rockets have previously failed to capitalize on such opportunities. Upon receiving the ball, Suhao immediately noticed Love lunging toward him. While LeBron had claimed in a prior interview that he was unfamiliar with Suhao, it was evident that the Cavaliers' coaching staff held a different perspective, as they clearly had devised a targeted defense against him. Nevertheless, Suhao exhibited not the slightest hint of anxiety. He was inherently a confident individual, and now, with the system in place, his assurance was further amplified. With a feigned shot to draw Love in, he calmly released the ball after allowing his opponent to pass. Knees bent, he leapt, arms extended, wrist flicked. The basketball soared from his fingertips, spinning rapidly as it headed directly for the hoop. The audience's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Following the intensity of a decisive Game 7, Suhao had become a symbol of hope for them. Swish! A crisp sound echoed as Suhao's three-pointer found nothing but net. Though he had just entered the game, he seamlessly fell into rhythm. The speed at which the critics were silenced was akin to the speed of light. In the aftermath of a successful shot, Suhao, filled with exhilaration, transformed his follow-through into a triumphant three-point celebration gesture. The finals, here I come. Chapter 10, Steven Su. The Toyota Center was soon inundated with the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Suhao, truly living up to expectations. Defense, defense. The goal ignited the excitement of the audience. And as the players returned to their defensive positions, a synchronized cheer resonated throughout the arena. The Rockets displayed a marked increase in defensive vigor. LeBron James, faced with a double team, passed the ball to Kevin Love on the perimeter. Love attempted a three-pointer, but alas, it clanged off the rim. The long rebound was secured by Tucker, who advanced the ball into the offensive zone for the Rockets to continue their set play. Harden, possessing the ball, initiated another drive. In this play, Suhao executed a brief collaboration with Gordon. After setting a screen for Gordon, he maneuvered to the 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Though the corner was not his forte, the top of the arc and two 45-degree angles constituted his preferred shooting zones. On this occasion, Harden passed the ball to Gordon in the corner. Rather than shooting immediately, Gordon hesitated, waiting for the defense to converge before relaying the ball back to Suhao. Suhao received the ball, presented with an entirely open opportunity. Even before he took the shot, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The familiar rhythm of drives and passes, the fluidity of their perimeter play. Surely, the Rockets' magic was returning. Noticing that the Cavaliers were not closing in on him, Suhao adjusted and released his shot. Swish! There was no doubt. His three-pointer found its mark. After coming off the bench, he swiftly sank two consecutive three-pointers. The score stood at 19-14. The deficit suddenly narrowed to a mere 5 points. The Cavaliers called for a timeout amidst the cacophony of whistles and cheers. Yet, some fans harbored concerns that Suhao's performance in the Western Conference Finals Game 7 might be a fleeting moment. Fully aware that relying solely on Harden to combat the Cavaliers would be arduous. Nevertheless, Suhao's recent displays suggested that their apprehensions were unfounded. This confident, handsome, and big-hearted player from China is fundamentally lacking only in opportunities. Thus, their cheers resonate not solely due to Suhao's performance, but also because they are acutely aware that with Suhao on their side, the Rockets genuinely stand a chance at claiming the championship. At this moment, Suhao's expression reflects a hint of unfulfilled ambition. He has merely showcased a glimpse of his prowess, yet has yet to unleash his S-tier three-point arsenal. The Cleveland Cavaliers exhibit a strength that is somewhat less formidable than one might anticipate. However, this is hardly surprising, given the media's incessant exaltation of LeBron James and the astonishing narrative surrounding the Cavaliers' journey to the finals, even drawing comparisons to the 2011 Dallas Mavericks. In truth, the Cavaliers' advancement to the championship series is heavily laced with elements of fortune. Their playoff adversaries have included the Pacers in the first round, a team in the midst of rebuilding, led by star Victor Oladipo, whom they narrowly defeated in a decisive Game 7. In the Eastern Conference Finals, they faced the Celtics, who were without Kyrie Irving for the season, and once again, the Cavaliers triumphed in a tense Game 7. The disparity is stark when compared to the 2011 Mavericks. who dispatched the youthful Trailblazers in the first round, swept the two-time reigning champions, the Lakers, in the second, and overcame the Thunder in the conference finals. Upon returning from a timeout, the Cavaliers adjusted their strategy, allowing LeBron to operate from a high post position. Tyronn Lue's signature tactic, give the ball to LeBron. The Rockets quickly doubled down on him, yet LeBron adeptly pivoted towards the baseline, evading the defense to execute a turnaround jump shot. Bam! The ball grazed the backboard before finding its way through the hoop. While luck played a part, LeBron's current prowess and performance are undeniably substantial. Transitioning back to defense, he orchestrated his teammates' movements with precision, contributing to a remarkable defensive play that resulted in a steal from James Harden during his drive to the basket. LeBron surged forward on a fast break, soaring over Eric Gordon's defense to emphatically slam the ball through the rim. Post-dunk, a commanding LeBron flexed his biceps towards the camera, celebrating in his iconic style. The score surged to 23-14, extending the lead to a significant 9 points, igniting a fervor in the arena. Although the Cavaliers may not possess the overwhelming strength of the Warriors, they are undeniably formidable, thanks in large part to LeBron. At this juncture, a substitution occurred, with Harden exiting the game, a decision likely stemming from Mike D'Antoni's dissatisfaction with Harden's recent offensive choices. With the score widening and Harden off the floor, the Rockets found themselves in a precarious situation. With Harden sidelined, the focal point of the Rockets' offense shifted to Gordon. In comparison to Harden, Gordon's offensive threat and execution are significantly diminished. He attempted a pick and roll with Clint Capella, but, finding no opportunity, he ultimately passed the ball to Sue Howe as the shot clock dwindled. At this moment, only 8 seconds remain on the clock. Sue Howe's performance in the 7th game of the Western Conference Finals has led his teammates to regard him as their savior. However, Sue Howe appears to have acclimated to this style of play. Upon receiving the ball, he remains unfazed, even striking a pose with one hand to catch it. His defender is still Love, who is closely guarding him. Having been outmaneuvered by Sue Howe once before, he is determined not to be deceived again. Yet this time, Sue Howe makes a decisive breakthrough. The S-Class three-point ball control package has enhanced both his ability to penetrate and his ball handling skills. While a 30-point increase may not seem substantial, it proves more than sufficient to counter Love's tight defense. The breakthrough came as a shock. Love realized it was too late to retreat, turning once more to watch Sue Howe release his three-point shot, his gaze filled with despair. Both players thrived on three-pointers, and this shot seemed destined to score. Swish! A crisp sound echoed as Sue Howe made his 3rd consecutive three-pointer. This is Sue. On the commentary bench, Barkley could not help but exclaim in admiration. The audience's excitement was reignited by Sue Howe's performance, a chorus of cheers and whistles rising and falling. Defense! Defense! As the momentum shifted, the shouts continued unabated. The Rockets displayed remarkable defensive intensity, with James's aggressive drive thwarted by 3 defenders. Capella secured the rebound, marking yet another successful defensive stand for the Rockets. As Gordon advanced into the frontcourt, he refrained from calling any tactical plays and directly passed the ball to Sue Howe. Love noticeably took a step back, unwilling to allow Sue Howe an easy breakthrough. However, what he did not anticipate was Sue Howe's call for a pick and roll. Beyond his confidence, Sue Howe demonstrated remarkable intelligence, as evidenced by his clutch 3-1 during Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. In the previous play, Love had been too tightly guarded. This time, with a bit more distance, the pick and roll emerged as the superior choice. Capella stepped out from the paint, delivering a solid screen. And after Sue Howe navigated through, he launched a three-pointer. Tristan Thompson, the Cavaliers' starting center, nicknamed TT, the man who won over Kardashian, boasts impressive agility in the paint. However, due to the timing of the screen and Sue Howe's enhanced shooting speed, Thompson could only extend a token hand, watching Sue Howe's shot soar, much like Love. The eyes of the audience sparkled with anticipation. Would this be Sue Howe's 4th three-pointer of the night? Swish! A crisp sound echoed as the net rippled. Sue Howe's three-pointer found its mark once again. The hoop appeared vast, like an ocean. Did he install an 8-fold magnifier? Charles Barkley in the commentary booth widened his eyes, not merely in astonishment, but in a sense of disbelief. The precision of that three-pointer was utterly remarkable. The score now stands at 23-20, with a mere 3-point gap on the court. LeBron's expression is far from pleasant, as the Cavaliers find themselves being relentlessly pursued by an unfamiliar player. In his frustration, he retaliates by driving directly at Tucker, achieving a powerful 2-1. Given LeBron's physique and skill set, the only player on the Rockets capable of matching him is Ariza. However, Ariza's performance has significantly declined since the grueling Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. Initially, fans humorously dubbed him Iron Jaw, but now he has truly become a shadow of his former self. He missed two outrageous opportunities at the start, and subsequently, the Cavaliers completely neglected him. Otherwise, even if D'Antoni wished to substitute Su Hao, he would not have replaced Ariza. Fortunately, LeBron's additional free throw did not find the net, and the rebound was secured by Capella. As the first quarter drew to a close, Gordon controlled the ball in the front court, allowing the clock to dwindle before passing it to Su Hao. The rest of the players spread out, leaving Su Hao to execute the final play of the quarter. Love, aware of the situation behind him, anticipated Capella's screen and preemptively established position. Capella had no time for a second screen, leaving Su Hao to confront Love's defense head-on. He attempted a directional drive, yet the distance was insufficient to surpass Love. With time running out, Su Hao had no choice but to force a jump shot. Love, despite his sluggishness, lunged forward with outstretched arms. Although he was slow, his length was an advantage. Su Hao adeptly adjusted his shooting angle, demonstrating his 90-degree three-point shooting stability and a 30-degree increase in shooting speed. Even with this challenging shot, he appeared confident. The ball barely grazed Love's fingertips as it soared past. The red light on the sidelines illuminated, signaling a buzzer beater. The audience collectively held their breath, knowing that a block could lead to a disastrous outcome. With the elevated shooting angle, the arc of the ball soared high, captivating the spectators. As the ball ascended to its peak, it began its descent, appearing slightly short. Nevertheless, to achieve such a shot under defensive pressure was no small feat. Swish. The ball skimmed the front of the rim, but ultimately found its way through. This marked Su Hao's fifth three-pointer of the quarter, and astonishingly, he was 5 for 5. The Toyota Center erupted in pure ecstasy. This is not an 8-fold scope. It is a 15-fold scope. Estefensu. Chapter 11. The true power of the S-Class three-point package. The Toyota Center is in a frenzy. Following this last-second three-pointer, the score on the court stands at 25-23. The deficit has shrunk to a mere 2 points. Since Su Hao's substitution, the Rockets have unleashed a formidable offensive surge of 15-6. At this moment, D'Antoni is not merely pleased. He is genuinely elated. Although he had lofty expectations for Su Hao's performance in the finals, Su Hao has exceeded those expectations. He cannot help but ponder how he had previously overlooked Su Hao. This oversight primarily stems from his habitual rotation of 8 or 9 players. Unless injuries occur, others scarcely see the court. The opportunity for Jeremy Lin arose due to extensive injuries in the Knicks' backcourt. When the second quarter commenced, Su Hao received his opportunity to play. Although the Cavaliers began to intensify their defensive strategy against him, he adeptly found chances to shoot through his diligent movement. By the time he was substituted out, he had successfully made 7 three-pointers in a half. With a remarkable shooting record of 7 out of 9 for beyond the arc, along with a free throw, he amassed 22 points in the half, the highest in the Rockets. Furthermore, under his influence, the Rockets managed to reclaim the lead during the second quarter. His plus-minus rating reached 15, also the highest on the team. It is truly astonishing to witness the performance of a player who had spent an entire season on the bench, only shining brightly in the decisive Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. As domestic fans would say, Su Hao has effectively unblocked his meridians in that pivotal match. As the first half concluded, the score was tied at 58. The Rockets' offense was commendable, yet their fundamental challenge remained. They could not contain LeBron James. He scored an impressive 30 points in the half, along with 5 rebounds and 5 assists. If this pace continues, it is highly probable that James will surpass 40 points tonight, with the possibility of reaching 50. As both teams headed into halftime, Su Hao returned to the locker room, engaging in lighthearted banter with his teammates. Having come up through the NCAA, he had adapted to American culture early on, making communication effortless. His confident and optimistic demeanor has endeared him to the team, almost rendering him the darling of the squad. This is precisely why Harden is so willing to pass the ball to him. Making the shot is one aspect, but having the opportunity to shoot is far more crucial. Shortly thereafter, D'Antoni escorted Budzelic to the locker room. During halftime, the coaching staff analyzes the performance of the first half, making any necessary adjustments ahead of time in the locker room. After concluding the analysis of the first half's performance, D'Antoni suddenly turned to Su Hao and said, "Su, you will start as the small forward in the second half." The decision came rather unexpectedly, and Su Hao was momentarily taken aback before he regained his composure. However, D'Antoni swiftly began to devise strategies for the second half, redirecting his focus towards the game. From D'Antoni's tactical arrangements, it was evident that this approach was anticipated. Since it was impossible to contain James, it would be more prudent to engage the Cavaliers in a direct offensive exchange. The Cavaliers had James, yet he was their sole star. Thus, by exhausting him as early as possible, the Rockets would naturally enhance their chances of victory. One cannot help but acknowledge that this method of problem-solving is quintessentially D'Antoni. Once he concluded the tactical briefing, he departed alongside Budenholzer. Just as they exited the locker room, jubilant cheers erupted from the players behind them. Inside the locker room, the players rose to congratulate Su Hao. Although it was merely a halftime adjustment to the starting lineup, it still constituted a starting role. Furthermore, this highlighted Su Hao's popularity within the Rockets. However, not everyone shared in the joy. Ariza, observing his teammates congratulating Su Hao, wore a rather complex expression. Su Hao starting meant that he was relegated to the bench. An NBA team is akin to a corporation, with teammates serving as colleagues. While they maintain amiable relationships, when personal interests are at stake, those bonds can dissipate entirely. As the second half commenced, the Rockets took the offensive. The Cavaliers did not alter their starting lineup, but they did modify their defense, with James directly guarding Su Hao. This adjustment comes as quite a surprise, for the Cavaliers' offense tonight has revolved entirely around James. Although he is currently at the pinnacle of his individual prowess, he is nonetheless 34 years old, and physical stamina poses a significant challenge. Furthermore, with Su Hao in such excellent form, his dual contributions on both offense and defense will undoubtedly lead to fatigue as the game progresses. However, this does not appear to be the brainchild of Tyronn Lue, as evidenced by the furrowed brow he displayed when the camera panned to him. The most plausible explanation is that it was James who requested this strategy. Given James's authority within the Cavaliers, accomplishing this is a mere trifle. The rationale behind this is also straightforward. James had remarked prior to the game that he was unfamiliar with Su Hao. Now, with Su Hao scoring 22 points in the first half, should he maintain such accuracy and tally 30 or even 40 points in the latter half, James would certainly face considerable embarrassment post-game. In the Rockets' initial possession, Su Hao did not receive an opportunity to shoot. It must be noted that when James decides to defend, his defensive prowess remains elite. Harden's final attempt to draw a foul was unsuccessful, and the rebound was secured by Thompson. As the teams transitioned from defense to offense, the Cavaliers' strategy once again astonished everyone. Following an off-ball screen, James found himself matched up against Su Hao and demanded the ball with his back to the basket. Su Hao defended vigorously, yet ultimately succumbed to James's bulldozer-like layup. At this juncture, the Cavaliers' tactical adjustments became increasingly apparent. They aimed to force Su Hao off the court. From the events of the first half, it was clear that without Su Hao's contributions, the Rockets were at a distinct disadvantage. This adjustment is remarkably astute and highly targeted. Harden's drive to the basket resulted in a shot that circled the rim before rolling out, but fortunately, Capella was there to secure an offensive rebound over Thompson. Capella, unable to pass the ball back to Harden, swiftly dished it out to the perimeter for Su Hao. The other members of the Rockets swiftly spread out to the wings. Su Hao captivated his teammates with his performance in the first half, instilling in them a belief that he could manage the situation effectively, even when facing LeBron James. Su Hao was eager to showcase his skills. His previous one-on-one against Love could only be deemed a warm-up, as he was keen to discover the prowess of his S-level skill set, activated through relentless training, against a superstar of James's caliber. James, too, chose to closely guard Su Hao. His understanding of Su Hao was limited. His prior analysis of game footage had been routine, with all impressions derived from the coaching staff, who labeled Su Hao merely as a shooter. Su Hao's performance in the first half largely corroborated this assessment. As for Su Hao's 2 baskets against Love, it is worth noting that Love is notoriously ineffective on defense, providing little value for comparison. Su Hao, still in possession, drove to the basket. James was left behind. What might have seemed like Love's poor defense was, in fact, a testament to Su Hao's prowess. James paid the price for his underestimation. However, being the formidable player he is, James executed a significant retreat, reappearing in Su Hao's driving lane. The defensive remedy was undoubtedly timely. However, what took him by surprise was that Su Hao's intention for this breakthrough was not to shoot, but merely to create space. As he retreated, Su Hao deftly pulled the ball back, returning to the three-point line, and then he unleashed a shot. LeBron exhibited his extraordinary reflexes, lunging towards Su Hao once more. Su Hao's ability to penetrate the defense certainly caught him off guard. yet proved futile, for an average shooter would still be too slow in his presence. LeBron charged forward, only to realize he was too late. Su Hao's shooting speed exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. He could not time his block, yet his body still collided with Su Hao. Nevertheless, Su Hao confidently released the ball. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. This marked Su Hao's 8th three-pointer of the night. Witnessing the ball go in, Su Hao sprang up from the ground with an exuberant flip, momentarily disregarding whether the referee had blown the whistle, and joyfully pumped his fist. With a 30 in breakthrough and ball control enhancement, 60 in shooting speed, and 90 in shooting stability, is this truly the prowess of an S-level three-point package? After all, it is LeBron James we are discussing, the illustrious king, the premier figure of the league. For an ordinary player, such a confrontation would likely result in being blocked or having their shot distorted by collision. Yet, remarkably, he remained largely unaffected. Moreover, this is not akin to the fleeting experience of a peak Tracy McGrady. This is an enduring ability. How could one not be exhilarated? And it is not just Su Hao who is thrilled. The audience at the Toyota Center shares in the excitement. Were it not for that infernal referee, this play would have surely resulted in a 3-1. Chapter 12. A new record. James's face flushed with indignation. The strategy devised during halftime was indeed a collaboration between him and Coach Liu. He even accurately anticipated D'Antoni's adjustments at the half. By restricting Su Hao's scoring on the offensive end and rendering him a defensive black hole, it would not be long before D'Antoni would be compelled to bench Su Hao. The initial 2 plays showcased the flawless execution of his strategy. However, in the recent play, Su Hao not only broke through his constraints, but also delivered a stunning face-off against him. Though it was merely one play, it was a significant blow to his pride. For while Su Hao's prior performances could be addressed post-game, this instance involved a direct confrontation. As the Cavaliers advanced to the front court, James demanded the ball and signaled for Love to set a pick, positioning himself against Su Hao. The intensity in his gaze suggested he intended to dominate Su Hao utterly. Su Hao's defense was markedly more aggressive than before. However, he ultimately succumbed to a defensive foul drawn by James. While his defense was enthusiastic, containing James proved to be a formidable challenge. At this juncture, D'Antoni called Tucker and Su Hao to the sidelines, preparing to double-team James. During James's free throw opportunity, his first attempt went awry. Though Su Hao failed to contain James, his aggressive play exacted a toll on the latter. James made his second free throw, leveling the score at 61. As the Rockets pushed forward, Su Hao refrained from rushing into an attack, opting instead to position himself in the corner. For him, one-on-one aggression against James was clearly a suboptimal strategy. A more prudent approach involved running without the ball to seek scoring opportunities. In a swift moment, as Gordon and Capella executed a pick and roll toward the basket, Su Hao sprang into action, darting along the three-point arc. Tucker, quick on his feet, recognized Su Hao's movement and executed a cross screen, establishing a pick on the left side of the three-point line. Tucker's screen was of exceptional quality, despite his modest stature. His lower body strength was remarkably stable. As Su Hao received Gordon's pass, though the quality of the pass left something to be desired, he adjusted and prepared to take the shot. Yet, at the moment he leapt to release the ball, a chill swept over him. The crowd erupted in astonishment, for Tucker's high-quality screen had been effortlessly circumvented by James. At that moment, James displayed a fierce demeanor, leaping into the air with his right hand raised high, akin to a hawk pouncing upon its prey, charging towards Su Hao. Having been previously humiliated by a shot from Su Hao, he was determined to reclaim his honor. Although Su Hao did not possess the foresight to see James approaching, he sensed something amiss and effortlessly pulled the ball back midair. To his astonishment, he witnessed James soaring past him. The hawk had swiftly transformed into a crow. However, this maneuver caused Su Hao to lose his opportunity to shoot, as his body was already descending. While he narrowly avoided being blocked, the likelihood of a violation loomed large. With determination, Su Hao forced a shot. To generate sufficient power, he executed a secondary thrust with his leg midair, resulting in an awkward release. Yet, ironically, the poor quality of Gordon's pass ultimately worked to his advantage, as Su Hao transitioned from a catch-and-shoot to a dribble shot, enhancing his shooting stability to an impressive 90. The ball, despite its unconventional release, appeared remarkably accurate to the eyes of the spectators. The audience was filled with incredulity, and even Barkley widened his eyes, gripping the commentary desk, pondering whether this shot could possibly find its mark. Thud! The ball struck the front of the rim, falling short. However, it rebounded, gracefully descending and brushing the rim before falling through the net. The ball has indeed found its way into the net. At that moment, the LED screen at the venue illuminated with the announcement of a new record. Prior to this, the holder of the record for the most three-pointers made in a single NBA Finals game was Ray Allen, who achieved this feat by sinking 8 three-pointers in the finals of 2010. However, with Su Hao's recent three-pointer, the record has now changed hands. It was merely 3 minutes into the third quarter. Is this truly happening? Has he accomplished this already? The astonishing speed left Barkley in the commentary booth wide-eyed. If this pace continues, Su Hao's achievements tonight will transcend merely breaking records. He is poised to elevate them to an entirely new echelon. He has etched his name onto the grand stage of the finals, perhaps for eternity. After a nod of affirmation from Kenny Smith, Barkley instantly donned a smile. Having learned his lesson following the humiliation in the Western Conference Finals, he quickly adjusted his stance. Reminiscent of his prior attitude towards Yao Ming after an embarrassing moment, transforming from criticism to praise. Breathlessly, James gasped for air, unsure whether it was the exhausting exertion or Su Hao's remarkable three-pointer that had upset him. The spectators reveled in the excitement, thinking, how could that possibly go in? Meanwhile, as the defender, James felt a surge of frustration, muttering to himself, seriously, that went in? As the play transitioned to offense, he seized the ball and prepared to take on Su Hao one-on-one. At this juncture, it was evidently no longer merely a tactical matter, but rather a necessity to reclaim the situation. James prepared himself for a one-on-one confrontation with Su Hao, yet just as he initiated his drive with the ball, Tucker arrived to provide assistance. In the past, James would have instinctively passed the ball at the first opportunity. However, after being subjected to a series of consecutive shots from Su Hao, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He directly engaged Su Hao, pivoted, and charged toward the basket while bearing down on Tucker. His ferocity was undeniable as he withstood the pressure from both opponents and forced his way into the paint, resulting in a foul and earning himself 2 free throw opportunities once more. D'Antoni summoned Su Hao to the sidelines, inquiring whether he needed a respite. He was nearing his limits. Yet, Su Hao merely glanced in James's direction and spoke a simple sentence. D'Antoni quickly grasped the implication. To be candid, even though Su Hao was performing admirably, the strength of both teams was fairly matched, as evidenced by the halftime score. However, if James were to be heavily exhausted in the third quarter, the dynamics of the game would shift entirely. He took note of the foul counts. D'Antoni Smilat Nuda, and after giving Su Hao a reassuring pat on the shoulder, gestured for him to return to the court. James made 1 out of 2 free throws. Furthermore, Su Hao observed a subtle detail. The duration of James's free throw adjustments was lengthening. In the Rockets' offensive play, Su Hao continued to maneuver without the ball, and this time his movement successfully eluded James. Gordon delivered a swift pass, and Su Hao, upon receiving the ball, launched a three-point shot. Bang! The ball veered slightly off course. LeBron's stamina was being severely depleted, and he too was feeling the effects, leading to a decline in his shooting accuracy. Fortunately, Capella emerged as a key player beneath the basket, securing an offensive rebound over Thompson and returning the ball to Su Hao. It was at this moment that the fans noticed a crucial detail. LeBron had yet to position himself in front of Su Hao. Seizing the opportunity, Su Hao adeptly shifted direction to evade the oncoming defense of Love and launched another shot from beyond the arc. Swish! It was his 10th three-pointer of the evening. The score now stood at 63-67 as the Rockets widened the gap. In the Cavaliers' offensive play, LeBron refrained from initiating a ball-dominant attack this time, opting instead to rest with his hands on his hips on the weak side. At this moment, it requires no keen observation from Su Hao to discern the evident fatigue etched upon James's countenance. Had this been before when Irving was still present, he would have effortlessly resolved the situation with his adept handling of the ball. However, with Irving's departure, the ball now finds its way to Love in the low post. Love, attempting to back down Tucker, falters and is swiftly stripped of the ball by Tucker. The ball is seized by Gordon, and the Rockets launch a rapid defensive counterattack. Su Hao receives a pass from Gordon during the fast break and, after catching the ball, swiftly releases a trailing three-pointer. Swish! This time, he did not squander the opportunity. With a swift and decisive motion, he made his 11th three-pointer of the night. The score is now 63-70. The Cavaliers have promptly called a timeout. At this moment, the camera panned to James, who, with a furrowed brow, made his way from the Rockets' backcourt towards the Cavaliers' bench. It was evident that he had not retreated during the previous defensive play. This is, after all, the grand stage of the finals. It is inconceivable that James would intentionally neglect his defensive duties. Rather, he simply could not keep up with the pace of the game. In other words, the advice he offered to the Cavaliers coaching staff during halftime not only failed to yield results, but ultimately provided an opportunity for Su Hao, which he seized to his advantage. When Su Hao exited the court, D'Antoni could not help but chuckle as he playfully punched him on the chest. Although the third quarter had yet to conclude, the outcome of the match was already evident. Chapter 13. Su Hao is no easy opponent upon returning from the timeout. Su Hao found himself closely guarded, yet the rest of the Rockets team found their rhythm. The Rockets' strategy heavily relies on three-point shooting, which is significantly influenced by the player's mental state. During challenging moments, fluctuations in mindset can lead to a situation where no one can score, or worse, where no one dares to attempt a shot. However, once they find their footing, the game can swiftly turn into a decisive victory. On the other hand, the Cavaliers faced an irreversible decline in James' stamina. Although Lou called for another timeout to allow James a brief respite, this issue remained unresolved as the game progressed. As D'Antoni had anticipated, the outcome of the match was already predetermined. The score settled at 112-96, with the Rockets achieving a resounding victory in the first game of the finals. In terms of statistics, Su Hao recorded 37 points, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, and 5 fouls. Harden contributed 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 12 assists. Capella had 11 points and 15 rebounds, while Gordon added 15 points and 5 assists. After the match, both teams engaged in the customary post-game handshake. During this ritual, Su Hao noticed that James had vanished. Upon inquiring, he learned that James had departed immediately after the game concluded. It appeared that this defeat had significantly impacted James, and they would need to prepare for an even stronger opponent in the upcoming matches. Su, come with us to the press conference, called Budenholzer, as he entered the locker room to summon Su Hao and Harden after the handshake ceremony. Su Hao, it's time for the press conference. In the previous Western Conference Game 7, although he performed admirably, his sudden outburst led to his absence from the postgame. Today, however, he delivered an exceptional performance throughout the match, and the coaching staff finally included him. While it may not seem significant, being brought to the press conference after a resounding victory is the highest form of validation. As he entered the conference room, he found it already filled with reporters. Su Hao had never encountered such a scene before. Following D'Antoni to the stage, he gazed at the sea of faces below and instinctively took a deep breath. Yet, as he exhaled, a sense of relaxation washed over him. For most role players, such experiences are rare. But he understood that he would frequently find himself in such situations in the future. Once the press conference commenced, reporters began to pose their questions, with staff members signaling who had the opportunity to inquire. Su Hao became the focal point of attention among the journalists. Just as he had scored 28 points in a single quarter of Game 7, he astonishingly netted 37 points in his first appearance in the finals. This was truly remarkable. In a culture that venerates individual heroism, Su Hao undoubtedly earned his place tonight. How did you achieve this? Was the first and most straightforward question posed by a reporter. It is all thanks to the coaching staff and my teammates. They found me in open positions, and I made those shots, Su Hao replied, his composure restored and confidence renewed as he answered at a measured pace. This response was impeccable, and both D'Antoni and Harden felt quite at ease upon hearing it. Your matchup against LeBron during the game was truly captivating, yet I noticed you committed 5 fouls tonight. Was defending LeBron particularly challenging for you? The journalist's subsequent inquiry was rather aggressive. Su Hao momentarily paused, realizing that this press conference was more formidable than he had anticipated. However, he proved to be astute, feigning a lack of comprehension and prompting the journalist to repeat the question. As she reiterated her inquiry, he had already formulated a response. Of course, we are speaking of LeBron. His reply elicited a triumphant smile from the journalist, clearly indicating that she had arrived with a specific agenda in mind. And this was the answer she sought. Yet, her smile soon froze, as Su Hao's next statement was entirely unexpected. But he didn't manage to defend against me tonight, did he? As soon as these words left his lips, the crowd erupted in a wave of excitement. For the first time, these American journalists witnessed Su Hao's confidence, or perhaps his character. Su Hao is certainly not the type to simply acquiesce to others' narratives. After contributing to his team's resounding victory, are you now prepared to assist in securing the championship? Observing Su Hao's unorthodox responses, the journalist posed yet another leading question. Such inquiries are rather challenging to address. For whether one responds affirmatively or negatively, Neither constitutes a satisfactory answer. Yes, indeed. Nevertheless, Su Hao's reply was exceedingly straightforward. The response to this statement elicited two distinctly contrasting reactions among the reporters present. Some perceived Su Hao as still youthful, naively leaping into the pit, while others regarded him with admiration, acknowledging that not every newcomer possesses the same confidence and courage as he does. Upon concluding the press conference and returning to his apartment, Su Hao resolved to treat himself generously. He retrieved his cherished dumplings from the freezer. It is often said that one should enjoy dumplings during the New Year celebrations. Su Hao, who typically refrains from indulging in the dumplings he meticulously crafted himself, deemed this occasion deserving of such a feast. The dumplings, filled with shrimp, were made with shrimp that he had painstakingly shelled one by one, a rare delight. Additionally, he had prepared his own spicy chili sauce. Once the dumplings were properly cooked, he garnished them with seaweed and scallions, and added a touch of chili sauce, savoring the enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Taking a bite, the flavor of the succulent shrimp burst forth, complemented by a sip of the broth imbued with a hint of spice, an ethereal experience. While relishing the dumplings, he perused the news on his phone. For him, this was the most relaxing moment of the day. James had claimed not to know Su Hao before the match. Well, now he not only knows him, but I suspect he will dream of him tonight. This is the consequence of underestimating an opponent. Did he not realize that Su Hao scored 28 points in a single quarter during the decisive Game 7, netting 13 points in the final minute to clinch victory? Could he truly be unaware? Even if he were, would the Cavaliers coaching staff neglect to mention Su Hao? Do they genuinely believe fans are oblivious? The Kings of Cleveland refused to even glance at the challenger who entered their palace, only to be vanquished by that very challenger on their throne. A classic Hollywood narrative. Su Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. The joy of the fans is indeed abundant. However, upon reading the next comment, he set down his spoon and fell into deep contemplation. Su Hao's scoring ability was formidable, yet his defensive skills required enhancement. Should he find himself in foul trouble as a starter in the next game, his playing time would be severely fragmented, making the match exceedingly challenging. After a moment, he picked up his spoon once more and resumed eating. This indeed serves as a significant piece of advice, or rather, a gentle reminder. He has yet to discover any effective methods to enhance his defensive skills, and the bias against Asian players persists. Should he become a target for the Cavaliers, or even the officiating crew, his presence on the court could pose a dilemma. Moreover, the previous match already hinted at this predicament, as he accumulated 5 fouls in under 30 minutes of play. After perusing the news, he resumed sifting through his text messages, responding to those in need. Upon finishing, Su Hao suddenly realized that the person who frequently referred to him as a muscular man had not sent him a message. The sensation felt rather peculiar, given that he had no knowledge of the other party's identity. He chuckled softly, set his phone aside, and lay down on his bed, preparing to drift into slumber. Perhaps his prolonged singlehood had instilled a sense of loneliness within him. The experience of being single, indeed, varies in nature. One might be a lifelong singleton who has never experienced romance, where a span of 20 or 30 years feels comparably insignificant, while another might have tasted love before embracing solitude, a far more poignant circumstance. Chapter 14, Your Package. 2 days later, the second match of the finals commenced in Houston. Su Hao found himself granted his inaugural starting opportunity with the Rockets in this game. However, this initial start led him to endure a particularly tormenting night. As he had feared, he was called for 2 fouls before the first quarter had even concluded. The curtailed playing time rendered it exceedingly challenging for him to find his rhythm on the offensive end. Moreover, the Cavaliers exhibited a discernible increase in patience compared to the first match. Ultimately, upon the conclusion of the game, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 106-86, reclaiming a victory. Su Hao played merely 20 minutes, scoring a modest 9 points, while accumulating 5 fouls. In contrast, LeBron James delivered an even more stellar performance than in the first game of the finals, amassing 41 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists. This marks his 6th game of scoring over 40 points in the playoffs this year. After the match concluded, the fans were in a state of euphoria. I knew it all along. Su Hao is simply inadequate. His earlier victories were nothing but sheer luck. This is the true measure of his ability. After 20 minutes, he scored a mere 10 points and was nearly ejected from the game. Su Hao, you ought to return home. The NBA is beyond your reach. And he dares to claim he will seize the championship? Is it Liang Jingru who has bestowed upon him this misplaced confidence? Early the next morning, as was his routine, Suhao arrived at the training facility well ahead of schedule. The outcome of the match was already determined, and the uncontrollable factors were beyond his influence. All he could do was dedicate himself to rigorous training. Today's focus was on lateral movement. This fundamental defensive maneuver is crucial. High-quality lateral movement ensures one remains aligned with an opponent's path to the basket. To avoid fouling and enhance his defensive prowess, this was the optimal approach. Not long into his practice, another individual entered the gym, and Suhao was taken aback by the visitor, Ariza. Their relationship had grown somewhat delicate since Suhao had taken Ariza's position. Upon entering, Ariza walked directly toward him. "You do not belong in that position," he said. Halting before Suhao, his gaze a complicated tapestry of anger, resentment, and a hint of pleading. This intricate expression is a manifestation of his suppressed emotions during this period. The better Suhao performs, the less significant he becomes within the Rockets. Previously, he had struggled to find an opportunity, but after Suhao delivered a lackluster performance, he sensed a chance had arisen. Suhao was certainly aware that he was referring to the starting small forward position. Initially, he felt a slight urge to laugh, for such decisions are not solely determined by the players. Ariza, having navigated the league for so many years, ought to understand this principle. However, he quickly pondered the reasons behind Ariza's behavior. As the season concludes, Ariza's contract is set to expire. Originally regarded as one of the league's premier 3 and D players, his performance in the finals has significantly diminished his market value. Furthermore, it is evident that he would never approach the head coach to request a starting position. Thus, the only feasible course of action is to compel him to voluntarily relinquish that starting role. This may sound absurd, yet it appears to be the only course of action available to Ariza. Suhao initially intended to completely disregard him, for he was not the kind of person to be easily bullied. However, at that moment, a thought flashed through his mind as he fixed his gaze upon Ariza for a prolonged moment. Ariza, lacking confidence, was acutely aware of Suhao's temperament and began to feel somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. Yet, in the next instant, Suhao unexpectedly broke into a smile, suggesting, "It wouldn't be impossible for me to voluntarily relinquish this starting position." The very notion of Suhao conceding filled Ariza with elation. Remarkably, Suhao had agreed. However, it was evident that Suhao's statement was not yet complete. "As long as you challenge me one-on-one, if you manage to defeat me, I shall speak to the coach about the starting position." A one-on-one challenge? Clearly, this demand caught Ariza off guard, as he was presently a 3D player, and such a confrontation was hardly his forte. Observing Ariza's bewildered expression, Suhao retracted his smile and nodded earnestly. He was utterly serious. While Ariza may not be the pinnacle of defensive prowess, his defensive skill set was nonetheless of a commendable caliber. Furthermore, in terms of physique, he and Ariza were quite comparable. By completing the requisite training, he could achieve an equivalent level of defensive efficacy. "Are you serious?" Noticing Suhao's unwavering demeanor, Ariza's expression shifted to one of seriousness as well. Suhao smirked again, though this time his smile bore an unmistakable hint of provocation, mocking Ariza's hesitance. "Come on then. Remember to keep your word." As Ariza spoke, he began to remove his training attire. Although one-on-one challenges were not his specialty, who among those in the NBA wasn't akin to a character from their own narrative, like Jordan? Moreover, during the years when Yao and McGrady retired and Harden had yet to arrive, he was nurtured as the star player of the Rockets. Ultimately, this remained his sole means of fulfilling that absurd request. The one-on-one challenge mode was activated, with the opponent designated as Trevor Ariza. In a game to 5 points, the first to score 5 would be deemed the victor of the challenge. Should he fail in his initial encounter with the same opponent, the one-on-one mode would no longer be accessible. Upon Ariza's agreement, the system's notification resonated in Suhao's mind, and upon hearing it, he felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. This marked his inaugural foray into one-on-one competition outside the court. From a regulatory standpoint, he wielded significantly greater control in this setting compared to the confines of the indoor arena. Were it not for the current disparity in strength between him and Harden, he might have been tempted to seek out Harden for a duel at this very moment. The two of them procured a basketball and convened at the court, establishing a few rudimentary rules, such as deciding who would initiate the offense with a three-point shot, foregoing any rebounding skirmishes, and summoning Tucker, who had arrived at the gym early, to officiate their match. Once everything was set, the one-on-one commenced. Suhao effortlessly secured the privilege of making the first shot. Ariza, standing just beyond the three-point line, passed the ball to Suhao, thus marking the official start of their contest. As soon as Ariza delivered the ball, he immediately engaged in close defense. Given their direct competition, he had observed Su Hao closely from the sidelines and was acutely aware of his offensive tactics. Su Hao's initial offensive choice was relatively straightforward. After a swift change of pace, he opted for a three-point attempt. Ariza was in close proximity, employing a defensive strategy reminiscent of previous games against Love and James, deliberately creating an opportunity. However, at the very moment Su Hao released the ball, Ariza surged in from the side, executing a soaring block that disrupted his shot. Thud! His first attempt failed to find the net. With possession exchanged, Su Hao passed the ball to Ariza, initiating Ariza's offensive sequence. Ariza executed a crossover dribble to create space before suddenly charging toward the basket. Su Hao swiftly retreated to establish a defensive position, but Ariza leaned into Su Hao's space and then executed a step-back jump shot. Swish! The basketball sailed through the hoop with precision. 0-1. Following his successful shot, Ariza exuberantly raised his fist in triumph. Though this was a game, it was also a personal duel. Su Hao had underestimated him. Today, Ariza was determined to reclaim the starting position he had lost. Chapter 15. Once more Su Hao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Ariza knew him well, and the single elimination format introduced a significant element of chance. Should he fail in this one-on-one, the opportunity to seize the coveted defensive package might slip away forever. Possession remained with Ariza, and this time, Su Hao markedly intensified his defensive focus and aggression, determined not to allow Ariza an easy pathway to the basket. This defensive strategy left Ariza feeling out of sorts. He attempted to pivot and penetrate, only to have the ball intercepted by Su Hao with remarkable ease. Although he once held the mantle of leadership with the Rockets, that was a failed experiment, as his abilities were insufficient to fulfill such a role. Moreover, years have passed, and his long-term commitment to a 3D style has led to the degradation of many tools in his arsenal. As possession shifted once more, Su Hao took control of the ball again. At this moment, Ariza bent forward, forcefully clapping his hands together in front of his chest. His gaze intently fixed on Su Hao. It mattered not if he could not score. What was essential was his ability to defend. Indeed, defense was his forte, more so than offense. As Su Hao received the ball, he executed a feint for a three-point shot, then swiftly changed direction to drive towards the basket. This choice nearly caused Ariza to stumble, as he was swiftly bypassed in an instant. By the time he sought to reinforce his defense, Su Hao had already dashed to the basket, executing a layup to score. The score stood at 1-1. Su Hao, astonishingly, refrained from attempting a three-pointer. It was not only Ariza on the court who was taken aback. Even Tucker, officiating from the sidelines, felt a wave of surprise. Yet, amidst his astonishment, admiration gleamed in his gaze directed at Su Hao. Whether in a full match or a one-on-one duel, basketball intelligence truly plays a pivotal role. As the game continued with Su Hao in possession, Ariza slammed his palms on the floor, as if to vent his frustration over his defensive misjudgment while simultaneously rallying his own spirits. Su Hao adopted a triple threat posture, compelling Ariza to create distance between them. The threat posed by Su Hao's previous offensive move extended beyond merely scoring. It instilled a sense of urgency. However, at the very moment Ariza retreated, Su Hao launched a three-point shot. Ariza lunged forward with all his might, clearly mentally prepared for Su Hao's decision. Nevertheless, despite his readiness, he could not intercept Su Hao's release. The ball soared past him, followed by the satisfying swish as it found the net. Su Hao's second basket, precise and unerring. The score was now 2-1. Initially, in what appeared to be a one-sided exchange, Ariza seemed gravely underestimated. Yet Su Hao swiftly demonstrated that the underestimation extended beyond just Ariza himself. Ariza's expression reflected deep frustration, as he sensed he might be on the verge of losing his sole opportunity. Taking a deep breath to recalibrate his mindset, he passed the ball to Su Hao and then focused intently, fully committing himself. Su Hao received the ball, feigning a shot, followed by a deceptive drive. Then yet another simulated shot. Ariza remained vigilant, yet his concentration caused his balance to waver under Su Hao's manipulation. Seizing the moment when Ariza's center of gravity shifted upward, Su Hao accelerated once more. Ariza diligently lowered his center of gravity, showcasing impressive footwork, quickly moving his left foot in tandem with his right to reposition defensively. However, just as he returned to his defensive stance, Su Hao had already retreated to the three-point line. If time could be slowed, one would distinctly sense that Ariza was a step behind Su Hao. This was due to Ariza's defensive focus being shifted, And in the realm of basketball, defense is invariably a passive endeavor in the face of offense. By the time Ariza lunged again, Suhao had once more executed a three-point shot. Swish! It found its mark with a perfect arc. In one-on-one scenarios, the physical toll is significantly less than in a full game, and the shooting percentage is considerably higher. The score stood at 3-1. After a moment of contemplation, Suhao unleashed a swift 3-0 offensive surge, firmly seizing the initiative. It was evident that following this defensive setback, Ariza's confidence had been notably shaken. In the subsequent play, Suhao caught the ball and shot immediately, leaving Ariza in no time to react as he watched Suhao score again. The score escalated to 4-1, placing Suhao on the brink of victory. For the final shot, Suhao gazed intently at Ariza and spoke. Upon hearing these words, Ariza was abruptly jolted back to awareness. He pounded his chest with determination, took a deep breath, and once more lowered his center of gravity. Piksating intentlu on sununtai ho. This solitary opportunity was one he refused to relinquish. This time, Suhao's triple threat attack was meticulously monitored by Ariza. His consecutive attempts to break through failed to evade Ariza's defense. 5, 4, 3 began Tucker's countdown from the sidelines. True one-on-one competition is bound by time constraints. With Ariza effectively neutralizing his options, Suhao opted for a pivot followed by a slight lean-back three-pointer. Ariza maintained his defensive position, stretching out his hand to completely obscure Suhao's line of sight. At that moment, had the camera captured the scene, one would have seen a renewed glimmer of hope illuminating Ariza's face. There was no conceivable way for Suhao to make that shot. With a release that seemed to rely solely on muscle memory, the ball narrowly grazed Ariza's hand before soaring through the air, almost being blocked. Despite the impressive 90 shooting stability bonus and a 30 increase in release speed, the attempt was fraught with peril. Swish! Yet against all odds, the ball found its mark. Splendid. At the moment the ball sank through the net, Tucker on the sidelines could not contain his applause and admiration. This decisive blow was truly devastating. Ariza glanced back at the hoop, then turned to face Suhao, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, Suhao's expression was entirely different from what Ariza had imagined. Suhao appeared devoid of any joy. Instead, he seemed somewhat frustrated. Indeed, Suhao was quite vexed. Just moments ago, when he witnessed the challenging shot swish through the net, he felt an exhilarating urge to shout, yet the information that flooded his mind silenced him. Ding! Host has successfully won a one-on-one challenge. A skill package from Trevor Ariza is being randomly dropped. Ding! A C-grade passing package has been randomly dropped. Were it not for the intangible nature of the system, he would have certainly kicked this entity with great force. No, 2 or 3 times. Nevertheless, this was not surprising, as the drops were random. He had previously received S-grade skill packages on 2 occasions, and even the luckiest individual could not maintain such fortune indefinitely. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of luck, but a perilous gamble with his lifespan. You have won. Although reluctant, Ariza gritted his teeth and accepted the outcome. However, Suhao's subsequent reaction left Ariza momentarily stunned once more. Wasn't there an element of chance in a one-on-one match? Ariza seemed to detect the underlying implication in Suhao's words, yet he still found it hard to believe until Suhao's next statement confirmed his suspicions. So, shall we do it again? Chapter 16. A-grade defensive package acquired. Do it again? Ariza grasped Suhao's words, but remained incredulous. Could it be that he had misjudged Suhao? Was Suhao merely seeking an excuse to return the starting position to him? A best-of-3 format would certainly be more convincing, wouldn't it? Seeing the expression on Ariza's face, Suhao assumed he might disagree and promptly provoked him with a challenge. You said it. After losing just moments ago, his spirits had plummeted to the depths of despair, but now, beams of hope pierced through the clouds hanging over him. Regardless of Suhao's intentions, he had been granted another opportunity. He had missed the first chance, but he was determined to seize the second. Thus, 15 minutes later, the score stood at 5-3. Ariza played with evident determination in this round, and the competition intensified. However, Ariza's defense was unable to withstand Suhao's offense, and in the end, he was unable to win the match. Yet, Suhao's mood did not improve. Damn it. In fact, he had already begun to curse internally. Just moments ago, he had secured a B-grade free throw package from Ariza. This is not merely a matter of appearance. It is about stepping outside without washing one's face. This seems inconsistent with his suave and self-assured persona. Soon, he calmed down and began to grasp the crux of the situation. Given Curry's exceptional skill set, the likelihood of him acquiring an elite skill package is inherently greater. In contrast, Ariza's skill set is limited to a mere A grade, and even then, he possesses only 2 such skills. Thus, to extract an A-grade defensive package from him is not a task to be accomplished in just a few attempts. Therefore, this is not a matter of bad luck. It simply reflects an insufficient number of attempts. Trevor, do you still feel unconvinced? Do you lament your defeat? I can offer you another opportunity, solely to ensure your loss is fully accepted. Ariza's expression grew somewhat vexed, for he sensed that Su Hao was not genuinely offering him a starting position, but rather seeking to humiliate him. Upon reflection, his proposal seemed utterly absurd. Yet Su Hao had accepted it, rendering everything more comprehensible. Very well. With a fierce determination, he nodded. Does Su Hao truly believe he can win every game? If this persists, his chances are evidently greater, as Su Hao must win every match while he need only secure a single victory. Moreover, with Tucker standing at the sidelines, he doubted Su Hao could ultimately evade accountability. Thus, 10 minutes later, the score was 5-1, and Su Hao had once again triumphed over Ariza. Su Hao furrowed his brow once more and directed his gaze at Ariza. We all know the finals are a best-of-7 series. If you are genuinely dissatisfied, I can offer you a final opportunity, though this will indeed be your last chance. Whether you desire it is entirely up to you. Kulme. Ariza, feeling the pressure, was eager to secure at least one win against Su Hao to demonstrate to him the consequences of his humiliation. However, Tucker could no longer contain his laughter, sensing that Su Hao was merely toying with Ariza, who was caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Yet, upon hearing the laughter and casting a fierce glare in response, Ariza wisely chose to remain silent. If Ariza was unconcerned, why should he be? 15 minutes later, Su Hao decisively won 5-0, completely dominating Ariza. This was not due to Ariza's lack of effort. Rather, Su Hao had grown increasingly energized, his rhythm fully unlocked, making every shot he attempted land flawlessly. Tucker watched with a sense of reluctance. Should Su Hao continue in this manner, he would feel compelled to intervene. After all, they were teammates, and at such a critical juncture in their championship aspirations, there was no need to irreparably damage their relationship over a starting position. Fortunately, this time, Su Hao finally displayed a smile. Ding! Host successfully defeated in a one-on-one challenge, randomly acquiring Trevor Ariza's skill package. Ding! Randomly obtained A-grade perimeter defense package. Grade A perimeter defense package. Lateral movement speed increased by 70, stealing ability enhanced by 30, physical confrontation improved by 30. Activation conditions for the Grade A defense package. 10. 000 lateral movement training sessions. 2,000 minutes of physical training. At last, the voice he yearned for echoed in his mind. Having obtained what he desired, he paid no heed to Ariza's reaction. After all, the latter foolishly believed he could reclaim his starting position through such clandestine one-on-one challenges. How naive to think that losing would relinquish the starting spot. To speak frankly, even if he were willing, D'Antoni would certainly not acquiesce. Were it not for this defense package, he might not have possessed the inclination to even acknowledge Ariza. PJ, come, let me treat you to a meal, Su Hao remarked with a smile as he approached Tucker. He had summoned Tucker to act as the referee, and it was only fitting to express his gratitude. Tucker nodded and followed Su Hao out of the training facility. Just as they departed, a roar resonated within the gym. Both paused in unison. Should I go back and talk to him? Tucker suggested, unable to contain himself. As the locker room leader, he certainly wished to prevent any significant issues among the team members. Ariza was merely experiencing a slump. He still had playing time. Losing a capable player would be counterproductive. No need. I actually think this is a good thing. Su Hao's response surprised Tucker. If a person cannot bounce back, even after hitting rock bottom, do you believe your few words can affect any change? Su Hao continued with a smile. Tucker glanced at Su Hao and then nodded in agreement. Though the truth may be unpalatable, it is, indeed, a reality. The sharp, piercing sound of sneakers scraping against the floor reverberates through the air as Su Hao fervently engages in his sliding footwork drills. Footwork is the cornerstone of perimeter defensive techniques, and sliding is the most fundamental and invaluable aspect among them. This sliding maneuver involves maintaining one's feet on the ground while executing precise glides across the floor, ensuring that one remains squarely oriented toward the defender. In contrast to the highlight reel moments featuring soaring blocks or fast break steals, this represents a far more substantial segment of basketball games. Those who grace the NBA courts possess similar ball handling skills, rendering many steals susceptible to becoming positional errors. For Su Hao, a silver lining exists in the form of a 3-day respite between the second and third games, providing him an opportunity to catch up. All that is required is a heightened commitment to training. This time, he does not merely practice until the early hours of the morning. He has chosen to sleep at the training facility. In the United States, this phenomenon is whimsically referred to as being a gym rat, where one's needs for sustenance and rest are all met within those walls. From a certain perspective, this is also a benefit of being a bachelor. Had he been in Kobe's shoes, he would likely have been urged by Vanessa to return home. This frenzied training once again proved beneficial for him. Just before the day of the competition, he successfully unlocked the A-grade perimeter defense package. At the moment of unlocking, he felt a profound enhancement in his understanding of defense. Su, aren't you going back to sleep? At that moment, someone arrived early at the training facility, and it was not Ariza, but Harden. Observing the sweat-drenched Su Hao, Harden wore an expression of astonishment. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning. James, your timing is impeccable. Su exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he looked at him. It felt as if he were the prey in Su Hao's eyes. This thought made Harden's hair stand on end. Chapter 17. Impatience for a brief moment, Su Hao indeed entertained the notion of challenging Harden directly. However, in the end, his rationality triumphed over his impulse. After all, Harden is a superstar of the league, renowned for his scoring prowess. Should he falter in a one-on-one, he would lose any chance of acquiring skills from Harden. Through the lens of the system, the number of Harden's S-grade skill packages was on par with Curry's. Moreover, Harden possessed a unique flopping package. Fortunately, the system was quite humane in that both on-court and off-court challenges were voluntary, allowing him to decide whether to engage in a one-on-one. What excited him was that he could utilize the freshly acquired defense package to practice against Harden. Upon hearing about the one-on-one, Harden's expression finally relaxed. Su Hao's eager gaze had initially led him to believe something else was afoot. He did not decline the offer, as he had just arrived and could use Su Hao as a warm-up. I'm coming at you, Harden cheerfully warned Su Hao before starting, shifting directions with a deftness that was distinct from James' more physical approach to breaking through. Harden's maneuvers emphasized rhythm changes, highlighting the technical differences between guards and forwards. For Su Hao, defending against Harden would undoubtedly prove to be a far greater challenge than facing James. This is also the reason why Harden is smiling. Having trained together on the same team, it is improbable that they haven't faced off against each other. However, Su Hao proved to be impenetrable. Yet this time his laughter was short-lived. He soon realized that his change of direction failed to deceive Su Hao. Although Su Hao maintained a safe distance, he expertly utilized his defensive footwork to stay resolutely in front of him. Ultimately, Harden had no choice but to abandon his drive and opted for a step-back three-point jump shot. Su Hao's successful anticipation allowed him to interfere with Harden's attempt. Thud! The ball clanged off the rim. Su Hao successfully defended against Harden in the first round. Harden, somewhat incredulous, immediately signaled for another attempt. On this occasion, Harden suppressed his smile and began to employ one of his signature moves, the Euro step. This technique was introduced to the NBA by the former Lithuanian star, Sarnas Marjulionis, and later popularized by Manu Ginobili. Harden stands as the most proficient current practitioner of this art. The hallmark of the Euro step lies in its dramatic lateral movement during progression, making it exceedingly challenging for defenders to ascertain the offensive player's trajectory. It is particularly effective against forwards like Su Hao. However, Harden miscalculated once again. Despite his pronounced change of direction, he was unable to alter Su Hao's defensive positioning. The latter remained steadfastly in his path. Although Harden ultimately managed to release a shot beneath the basket through sheer individual prowess, it was once more deflected off the rim due to Su Hao's interference. Once could be deemed a fluke, but twice is certainly not. How did you achieve that? Harden's eyes widened in disbelief. In contrast, Su Hao wore an expression of exhilaration. After 2 consecutive defensive plays, he felt as if the spirit of Michael Jackson had possessed him, gliding along the court with a sensation akin to floating in space. This sensation is truly extraordinary. Reflecting upon it, had he not acquired an S-level three-point shooting package from Curry, he would have been utterly incapable of breaching Ariza's defense. That is precisely why I chose not to return. LeBron had unleashed a staggering 41 points over me in the previous game, and I simply cannot allow such an occurrence to transpire again. Once he regained his composure from the excitement, he provided Harden with a reasonable explanation. After listening, Harden cast an appreciative glance at Su Hao, recalling their amicable relationship, which had primarily flourished off the court, recognizing Su Hao as an optimistic and proactive individual. However, now that he had the opportunity to witness Su Hao's prowess on the court, he realized that Su Hao was an immensely admirable player. "Come on, show me your limits." Harden, feeling the surge of emotion, adopted an intensely serious demeanor. Thus, 1 hour later, the two sat on the sidelines, gasping for breath. Their one-on-one battle was fierce, far more intense than Su Hao's previous encounter with Ariza. Although, overall, Su Hao still struggled to contain Harden, it was not an easy victory for Harden. To illustrate vividly, previously, he could defeat Su Hao with merely 70% of his strength, but now, only by exerting his utmost could he prevail. The progress Su Hao made on the defensive end is unmistakably evident. This outcome further substantiates that Su Hao's decision to refrain from impulsively challenging Harden to a one-on-one duel was indeed prudent. After all, he merely acquired an A-level defensive package, which he has only just obtained, while Harden ranks among the elite players in the league and is arguably within the top 5 when it comes to offensive prowess. If this were sufficient to contain him, it would be rather disrespectful to underestimate Harden. Nevertheless, it is indeed ample. For how many in the league can truly restrict Harden's prowess? Just then, the doors of the training facility swung open, and Mike D'Antoni along with Budenholzer stepped inside. The unexpected arrival of the two coaches took both players by surprise. After a moment of astonishment, Harden eagerly began to discuss Su Hao's defensive improvements with them, to which both coaches responded with warm smiles and nods of approval. In fact, shortly after the two began their one-on-one match, they had been observing from outside the gym. This is not the first occasion they have observed Su Hao. The last time was when he fervently practiced his three-point shots following a tense 7th game. However, unlike the previous instance when they quietly departed, this time they could not contain their excitement and ventured in. Su Hao's performance had truly astonished them, particularly for D'Antoni. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have been tempted to embrace Su Hao in joyous celebration. Since the commencement of the finals, devising a strategy to contain LeBron James had been the foremost challenge for the coaching staff. With James's exceptional individual prowess and remarkable playmaking abilities, whether in one-on-one situations or double teams, he proved exceedingly difficult to restrain. It was akin to presenting the Rockets with 2 cups of poison, where choosing either would yield the same dire outcome. Yet now, for the second time, Su Hao had presented him with a third option. If Su Hao could effectively limit James's impact, the Rockets' chances of securing victory in the 3rd game would soar. Moreover, this would unfold unbeknownst to the Cavaliers, transforming it into a truly unexpected delight. "We can rely on you, correct?" D'Antoni could not suppress his enthusiasm as he inquired. "Of course, coach, always." Su Hao replied with a smile. Su Jingyu is a somewhat renowned domestic streamer, and his sports segment, Yushua Sports, has garnered attention for its humorous discourse, resembling a stand-up comedy routine. Su Hao's lackluster performance in the 2nd game of the finals drew criticism from detractors, and numerous media figures in the country began to amplify the discourse. This matter delves into a profound issue. Su Hao is not a basketball player who has emerged from the domestic system, and thus, the majority of domestic media are unlikely to advocate for him. Nevertheless, under such circumstances, Su Jingyu's remarks in the latest episode were remarkably bold, scoring 28 points in a single quarter of the finals and netting 13 points in the final minute to clinch the victory. What does this signify? To say he is not superior to Curry would be an understatement. He exists on par with him. A player capable of such performance should not be subjected to doubt. Furthermore, let us not overlook that in his inaugural appearance on the final stage, he made an astonishing 12 three-pointers in a single game. Such explosive prowess is unparalleled in the NBA. Is it truly justifiable to question him based on a single underwhelming performance? Such a notion is utterly unwarranted. LeBron James once had a game in the finals where he scored a mere 8 points. In 2011, he was schooled by Dirk Nowitzki, and in 2016, Stephen Curry exhibited a performance against the Cavaliers with only 11 points and 5 turnovers. What constitutes a singular game? This is precisely a case of one game. I shall firmly declare that Su Hao will undoubtedly experience a resurgence in the next match, and it will be a formidable comeback, starting with no less than 20 points. Su Jingyu's remarks have rapidly circulated across the internet, swiftly transcending the confines of social media. This phenomenon is not due to the eloquence of his words, but rather because others eagerly anticipate seeing him face humiliation. They possess ample confidence, for compared to them, Su Jingyu is essentially an amateur, a latecomer in this field. To swim against the current and contradict mainstream media figures one must possess the requisite prowess. On the eve of the third game of the finals, the Houston Rockets embarked on their journey to Cleveland. The next two encounters of the finals were to take place there. With an eager heart, Suhao felt an exhilarating thrill as soon as he boarded the plane. Shortly after takeoff, he received a text message. "Hey, I have time to watch you play today." That long-absent number had once again sent him a message. For some inexplicable reason, upon reading this text, the corners of Suhao's mouth involuntarily lifted in a smile. He switched his phone to airplane mode and turned to gaze out at the landscape rising beneath him, a premonition stirring within him that this trip to Cleveland would yield remarkable rewards. Chapter 18. He robbed LeBron. Cleveland, at the Rocket Mortgage Field House, was bustling with crowds. Although the city of Cleveland is modest in size, its basketball scene is anything but small. Ever since the Cavaliers selected James, the sport of basketball has experienced meteoric growth. Particularly in 2016, when the Cavaliers staged a stunning comeback from a 1-3 deficit to claim the championship against the Warriors, the basketball market here reached unprecedented heights. This is not merely a matter of achieving the first-ever comeback from a 1-3 deficit in NBA Finals history. For the Cleveland Cavaliers, its significance transcends this milestone, marking the franchise's inaugural championship in one of North America's 4 major sports leagues. The breakthrough is invaluable, surpassing all else. Despite the tumultuous nature of the Cavaliers' season, hope remained alive, buoyed by the presence of LeBron James. Especially after he led this underestimated team into the finals, their fervor was reignited. If they could overturn a 1-3 deficit in the finals 2 years prior, why should they falter against the Rockets this time? After all, the Rockets had relinquished their backcourt linchpin, Chris Paul. Thus, after suffering a significant defeat in the first game, they harbored no doubts, following a resounding victory in the second. Their confidence soared. 2 years ago, winning the championship rejuvenated James's reputation. This time, it would elevate him to the pinnacle of greatness. He would become akin to Dirk Nowitzki, recognized throughout the nation as the strongest active player, even rivaling that legendary figure in a true sense. Hence, not only was the Quicken Loans Arena filled to capacity, but those unable to enter also gathered outside, captivated by the LED screens. It was predictable that when a spectacular play occurred, the cheers from both inside and outside the arena would resonate through the air, creating a magnificent spectacle. The Rockets bus arrived at the arena ahead of schedule. Observing the fervent crowd outside evoked a sense of nostalgia in Suhao. Although he had previously departed from the Cavaliers, the accomplishments James achieved in Cleveland and his impact on the city were undeniably unparalleled. However, after this moment of reflection, Suhao's resolve intensified. It was not merely to silence the doubters. Defeating the home team in such a storied city would surely be a source of immense pride. Before the game commenced, Tucker, as the locker room leader, delivered an impassioned speech, and the team rallied with a resounding chant before sprinting out of the locker room. As they burst through the player tunnel, despite their mental preparation, the overwhelming enthusiasm of the fans hit them like a tidal wave, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Winning in this arena, especially on the grand stage of the finals, was no simple endeavor. As they entered the court, Suhao subconsciously glanced at the stands and then focused on the front row. The individual who had been sending him messages likely possessed his number for reasons beyond that of an ordinary fan. His gaze quickly settled on a particular figure, Elizabeth Olsen, the Scarlet, which was indeed in Cleveland. And at that moment, as he locked eyes with her, she smiled at him. Could it truly be her? This conclusion left Suhao utterly astonished, as he could hardly envision the Scarlet which referring to him as a macho man. Nevertheless, he swiftly shifted his gaze away from Olsen. That was merely his personal conjecture. Upon reflection, the tone could very well have been that of an ordinary fan, and it was not entirely implausible for someone to possess his phone number. As the pre-game opening ceremony concluded, the match commenced promptly. Both teams retained their starting lineups from the previous game, with Suhao continuing as the starting small forward for the Rockets. Thompson leaped for the Cavaliers to gain the initial possession. Once the Cavaliers advanced into the front court, the other players spread out to the wings, while LeBron James positioned himself high, backing down for an advantageous position. In their last encounter, the Cavaliers had tasted success by aggressively targeting Suhao, and there was no reason not to persist in this strategy. Suhao was poised and eager, displaying an expression of anticipation. Upon receiving the ball, James turned around and, noticing the absence of a double team from the Rockets, prepared to launch his attack. However, he momentarily froze upon seeing Suhao's expression. Was Suhao exhibiting a masochistic tendency? He had been taken out of the game early in their last match, and now, poised to be attacked again. He appeared so exhilarated. James could not comprehend it, yet he dismissed the thought. Regardless of Su Hao's disposition, taking him out of the game was of utmost importance. With that in mind, James executed a low dribble before initiating a physical confrontation with Su Hao, leveraging his advantage in physicality. He had previously relied on this maneuver to overpower Su Hao. However, this time, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. He exerted force forward, intending to bulldoze Su Hao as he had done before, but to his astonishment, Su Hao swiftly maneuvered to position himself in front of him. The result was that James's forceful advance sent Su Hao crashing to the ground. The side collision was a part of normal play, yet this frontal shoulder charge was undeniable. Beep. Apologies, but even LeBron could not escape the referee's scrutiny. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul against James. Su Hao had successfully defended against the first round. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and as James raised his hands in disbelief towards the referee, the reaction transformed into a chorus of boos. How could they call an offensive foul on James right at the start? The referee, displaying a hint of exasperation, recognized that with Su Hao and James side by side, they could choose to call either, but it was evident they would side with Su Hao. The crux of the matter lay in Su Hao's exquisite footwork, which had been too impressive, making James's foul glaringly obvious. They wished to avoid the fans' ire. Yet they were even less inclined to face penalties from the referees' association post-game. At this moment, Su Hao was lifted from the floor by his teammates who had rushed over. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his chest where he had been struck and could not help but chuckle. It was not solely due to the referee's decision. Rather, it was the realization of how significantly his 70-slide speed had transformed in practical play. It was indeed a qualitative leap. Moreover, the additional 30% in defensive enhancement enables him to confront LeBron's formidable charges without sustaining injury. Thus, it is unsurprising that the player most ideally equipped to defend against LeBron on the Rockets is Ariza rather than Tucker, as both are indispensable. In other words, during a particular exchange, he has confirmed that the A-grade perimeter defense package he has recently acquired is indeed effective against LeBron. As LeBron struggled to execute offensively, he shifted his focus to defense, successfully contesting Tucker's three-point attempt, which resulted in the Rockets failing to score on their initial offensive thrust. Unlike the previous two encounters, both teams exhibited a tendency towards a defensive showdown right from the outset. The Cavaliers advanced into the frontcourt, where LeBron continued to demand the ball for a one-on-one against Su Hao. Initially, due to media narratives suggesting LeBron was unaware of Su Hao's capabilities, he had little regard for him. The recent officiating decisions further exacerbated his discontent. This time, he was particularly mindful of his movements, refraining from sinking his shoulders and exerting undue force. Su Hao continued to showcase his defensive prowess, his continuous lateral slides, keeping his body aligned with James's driving path, closely shadowing him and denying any room for initiation. James attempted to alter his route repeatedly. It was akin to striking a heavy blow against cotton. His efforts yielded no power. When it comes to physicality, James reigns supreme in the league. Once he breaks through, there is no stopping him. However, in terms of technique, he falls slightly short. Even Harden finds it challenging to penetrate Su Hao's defense, making it even more arduous for James. Ultimately, with no other options, James was compelled to abandon his drive and opted for a turnaround fadeaway shot after halting the ball. Su Hao lunged forward with determination to disrupt him. Clang! James's shot ricocheted off the rim. James's consecutive attempts culminated in failure. The spectators were left in awe. While James remained the same formidable player, Su Hao had clearly transformed the outcome of their matchup. On the sideline, D'Antoni could hardly contain his excitement, pumping his fist in triumph. Once could be attributed to luck, but twice was a testament to skill. Although he was unaware of how Su Hao achieved this, it was undeniably unfolding right before his eyes. The Cavaliers' morale plummeted due to a series of failed offensive attempts, leading to communication breakdowns in their defense. After a pick and roll, Harden found an open opportunity and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Swish! The Rockets seized the initiative, striking first. James, in his third possession, chose to back down and make a strong play, determined to dunk the ball over Su Hao this time. The two engaged in intense physicality, with Su Hao clearly at a disadvantage. Despite a 30 advantage in physical confrontation, he still struggled to contend with James head-on. However, his intelligence shone through as he consistently positioned himself to disrupt James's rhythm. In the midst of his drive, James inadvertently fixed his pivot foot, unwittingly setting himself up for a travel violation. He penetrated the paint, but was forced to halt by Su Hao's defense. Protecting the ball, he turned to survey his teammates' positions. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, Su Hao seized the opportunity and made a sudden lunge. James, ever vigilant, sensed the impending threat and instinctively lifted the ball. However, Su Hao managed to grasp the ball firmly. With a 30 increase in his stealing capability, his speed and angle of attack were more precise than ever. The two players, for hands, clutched the ball together. Su Hao executed a graceful slide, positioning himself for a more powerful thrust, while James found himself limited in his lateral movement. Remarkably, Su Hao wrested the ball away from him. Just as before, in this third encounter, Su Hao successfully stole the ball from James. On the commentary platform, the once composed Barkley, now transformed into a fervent supporter of the Rockets, could no longer contain his emotions and exclaimed, "My God, he has robbed LeBron." Chapter 19. What more could one desire than Ariza? A profound silence enveloped the arena as the fans stood in stunned disbelief. Yet in stark contrast, the Rockets bench erupted with fervor. The players, waving their towels, leapt from their seats and rushed to the sidelines, wildly brandishing their towels in jubilant celebration. Drawing a charging foul from James might have been a stroke of luck, and merely defending a shot is hardly remarkable. However, to steal the ball from James, and to do so with such audacity, was nothing short of sensational. As Barkley aptly noted, it was more than just a steal, it was a heist. This is truly remarkable. Amidst their cheers, Su Hao swiftly intercepted the ball and promptly passed it to Harden. Harden, in a dazzling display of speed, raced down the court, evading J.R. Smith's defensive pursuit with a European step, finishing with a basket while also drawing a foul for Smith's hand check. This play results in a 2-1. Upon seeing the referee's signal, Harden erupted with enthusiasm, his fists clenched and muscles taut, as he let out a fierce roar towards the audience. Following a disheartening defeat to the Cavaliers, the scrutiny did not rest solely on Su Hao, but also on this star player. The media was once again insinuating that he faltered in crucial moments, forever unworthy of a championship. However, this evening, he began with a three-pointer followed by a 2-1, scoring consecutively from the outset. Such a performance serves as the most eloquent retort to his detractors. After his outburst, he turned to celebrate with Su Hao, who had charged forward, sharing a triumphant chest bump. The Rockets' impressive start can be attributed significantly to Su Hao's contributions. Without his successful defense, the Rockets would not have been able to achieve such an auspicious beginning. Su Hao, too, was elated. Although it may be premature to assert that he has contained LeBron, the transformation compared to the previous game, where he was quickly overwhelmed, has exceeded all expectations. Not only has he managed to remain on the court, but he has also succeeded in limiting LeBron's impact. As Harden prepared for his free throw, Lou summoned LeBron to the sidelines. Harden converted the free throw, propelling the Rockets to a commanding 6-0 lead over the Cavaliers, delivering a resounding statement to the home team. During the Cavaliers' offensive possession, LeBron continued to control the ball. However, he chose not to engage Su Hao in isolation, but instead shifted to a playmaking role. LeBron's status as the league's premier player is not solely based on his ability to score one-on-one. If assessed purely on that metric, he would pale in comparison to Jordan, Kobe, and even Harden. His prowess lies in his versatility. While you may restrict him in isolation, it is exceedingly challenging to inhibit his overall performance. The Cavaliers executed a strategic play, with Love receiving a brilliant assist from LeBron and finishing with a layup, finally putting points on the board. This goal steadied the Cavaliers, with the crowd fervently cheering them on, their morale and enthusiasm visibly rekindled. After successfully thwarting a wave of offensive plays from the Rockets, they turned back to LeBron's orchestrations. With Kevin Love receiving the ball, following a deft spin, Love executed a layup, deftly bypassing Tucker to score once more. Love, having opened the game with 4 consecutive points, exchanged a high five with LeBron as he retreated on defense. In the first 2 games of the finals, the Cavaliers' role players had performed rather underwhelmingly, Love included. However, upon returning to their home court, his form had notably improved. The score stood at 6-4, with the margin narrowing back to just 2 points. Moreover, after resting for 2 possessions, LeBron had regained some energy, subsequently delivering a resounding block against Harden during a defensive play. Post-block, LeBron surged out of the court, exuding an aura of dominance, as he fixed an unyielding gaze upon the grounded Harden. The cheers from the Quicken Loans arena resonated thunderously. Behold their king. The momentum of the Cavaliers surged rapidly, as the pressure shifted squarely onto the shoulders of the Rockets. Just as Su Hao sensed prior to the game, Securing a victory in Cleveland was far from a straightforward endeavor. The Rockets executed a sideline throw-in, with Harden delivering a swift pass. However, Tucker in the corner failed to convert. The Cavaliers seized the opportunity to equalize. LeBron James continued orchestrating the offense in the frontcourt. It has become abundantly clear that during Harden's free throw, Coach Lue summoned James to the sidelines to alter their offensive strategy. Thus far, this adjustment has proven remarkably effective. While Lue may not yet be on par with seasoned coaches, as a championship coach, he undoubtedly possesses considerable insight. J.R. Smith made an exquisite backdoor cut, driving straight to the basket, and upon noticing, LeBron executed a bounce past him. The pass was exquisitely executed, and Smith was poised to perform a slam dunk upon receiving it. However, alas, the ball never reached his hands. From the sidelines, a figure emerged swiftly, intercepting the ball with precision. The pace is so swift that the camera struggles to keep up. Once the audience grasps the situation, they realize it is Su Hao. Once again, it is Su Hao. The Cavaliers employ the same strategy for the third time, yet he has already anticipated James's passing trajectory. In a stunning display of athleticism, Su Hao seized the ball and sprinted forward, deftly scoring before LeBron could contest the shot. The LED screen at the venue replayed the defensive sequence, showcasing Su Hao's remarkable anticipation and swift execution, much to the delight of the Rockets crowd at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. This evening, Su Hao was omnipresent on the defensive end. The audience's excitement mirrored the elation of the Rockets, as Mike D'Antoni's trademark mustache curled upwards in delight once again. The coaching staff had been striving to help Ariza regain his form, yet to no avail. However, after tonight's performance, who needs Ariza? Su Hao is invigorated. Just as shooting three-pointers involves both on-ball and off-ball techniques, defense similarly distinguishes between guarding the ball handler and the off-ball player. Sliding and contesting are predominantly manifested in guarding the ball handler, but the remarkable 30 increase in steals reflects prowess in both dimensions. Previously, Su Hao could read and anticipate his opponent's offensive intentions, but struggled to execute the steal. In simpler terms, his mind was quick, but his hands lagged behind. Now, with the enhancement of his skill set, his hands have finally caught up to his mind's speed. On the Cavaliers bench, Tyronn Lue wore an expression of sheer disbelief. He simply could not fathom how Su Hao's defensive capabilities had suddenly ascended to such heights. Based on his recent performances, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that Su Hao single-handedly bolstered the Rockets' perimeter defense. Furthermore, this sustained brilliance on defense imposed considerable psychological pressure on the Cavaliers' offensive unit. During the Cavaliers' next possession, LeBron failed to secure a pass, and J.R. Smith attempted a drive. Upon encountering Su Hao's help defense, he fumbled the ball, inadvertently sending it out of bounds before Su Hao even made a move. Not only did Su Hao execute a successful defensive play, but he also established an aura of intimidation. Can you believe this is the same player who was outscored by LeBron in the previous game? My goodness. He is the embodiment of surprise. On the commentary team, Charles Barkley, a fervent advocate for Su Hao, was on the edge of his seat. Before he could finish his thought, Su Hao received a pass on the offensive end, faked out Kevin Love, and stepped back to launch a three-pointer from the opposite side. Swish! The net snapped. The score moved to 11-4. Following the Cavaliers' brief rally, Su Hao, fueled by his defensive efforts, scored 5 consecutive points, helping the Rockets extend their lead. Indeed, who needs Ariza when Su Hao is more than sufficient? Chapter 20. This is your last chance to disrespect me. This time, it was Lue who could no longer remain seated. He concealed his astonishment and rose to the sidelines, signaling a new tactical adjustment for the team. As the Cavaliers advanced into the front court, their strategy shifted once more. Hill assumed the role of orchestrator, while James engaged in off-ball movement. With a deceptive feint, he turned and drove straight to the basket. Observing this, Hill lofted the ball high into the air, and James soared to meet it. The versatile James showcased a magnificent collaboration for the Cavaliers. However, alas, the ball did not find its way into James's grasp. Once again, it was Su Hao, successfully anticipating the Cavaliers' passing trajectory, who swooped in to swat the ball out of bounds. Upon landing, if looks could kill, James would have already subjected Su Hao to countless tortures. The Cavaliers' offensive endeavor ended in futility. Intelligence on the court is synonymous with basketball IQ. Su Hao's basketball acumen has been splendidly showcased in previous matches, and now, equipped with defensive prowess, his presence on the defensive end is nothing short of overwhelming. This aspect is of utmost significance for the Rockets. This is precisely why D'Antoni reacted so emphatically upon learning of Su Hao's defensive improvements. The small ball strategy bears resemblance to the artillery tactics of yesteryears. While positional play forms a component, a significant portion relies on fast breaks and counterattacks. Defense serves as the foundation. Among the members of the Rockets, players such as Paul, Ariza, Tucker, Capella, and even the bench's Bamut exhibit exceptional defensive prowess. Previously, Paul's injury and Ariza's lack of form had caused a considerable decline in the Rockets' defensive capabilities. However, Su Hao single-handedly performed the duties of several players on the defensive end tonight. The result? The Rockets' small ball made its appearance in Cleveland. By halftime, the Rockets had sunk 10 three-pointers, leading the Cavaliers by 13 points with a score of 58-45. While the margin is not insurmountable, the Rockets displayed an impressive momentum, and crucially, this was on the Cavaliers' home turf, charging through the opposition's territory without them being able to counter. As the team returned to the locker room during halftime, the Rockets players could hardly contain their exuberance, shouting in the hallway, "Su, skip the extra practice tonight. Let's go celebrate with some champagne," Harden exclaimed, unable to resist placing an arm around Su Hao's shoulder. In this half, aside from Su Hao, he was undoubtedly the happiest. Following our victory in the match, Su Hao did not decline Harden's invitation. The previous high-intensity training was aimed at swiftly activating skills. Even Kobe could not possibly train until 4 in the morning every day, and a bit of relaxation is essential. Furthermore, maintaining a good relationship with Harden is equally important. Harden patted Su Hao on the shoulder, his smile radiant, likely already contemplating which nightclub would be most suitable for the evening. As the second half commenced, the Rockets initiated the attack, while the Cavaliers evidently heightened their defensive intensity. In a situation of trailing, this was the only viable method to address the issue. Their defense proved successful, yet in the final moment of the 24 seconds, Harden, facing LeBron, executed a challenging three-pointer. The instant the ball swished through the net, it felt as though a rain of knives had descended upon the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, leaving the audience and Cavaliers players thoroughly chilled. Harden's performance tonight was scorching. He is no Ariza. As a superstar, after a couple of quiet games, he was bound to erupt. After scoring, Harden, in front of LeBron, performed his signature taunting gesture. Despite his seemingly harmless demeanor, Harden is not one to be trifled with. After LeBron had previously blocked him and shot him a glare, this was his chance for retribution. However, what transpired next was rather unexpected. Upon witnessing Harden's celebration, LeBron directly shoved him. Taken aback, Harden was knocked to the ground. At that moment, Su Hao was nearby. He had originally approached to high-five Harden, but upon seeing Harden push down, he was the first to confront LeBron. Their camaraderie was strong. Harden had previously assisted him in testing defensive strategies, and in such a moment, Su Hao felt compelled to stand up for his friend. Neither side made the first move, as initiating a physical altercation would surely result in a technical foul. "What have you done?" Su Hao demanded of LeBron. "Who do you think you are? Do you believe you have the authority here?" LeBron did not respond to Su Hao, but rather maintained an air of superiority. "Aren't we playing basketball? I'm the best player in this league. Who do you think you are?" LeBron reiterated his taunts towards Su Hao. Frustrated by LeBron's words, Su Hao retorted sharply, "The one who defeated you." LeBron was thoroughly provoked by Su Hao's trash talk. He had been unsettled by Su Hao's defense from the onset, and now, exchanging barbs with him only intensified his ire, leading him to push Su Hao. Yet, to his surprise, Su Hao seemed prepared. He sidestepped and then forcefully shoved LeBron back. Clearly, he had not paid attention to the post-game press conference following the first game of the finals. Su Hao was no pushover. James was caught off guard and nearly stumbled, his fury boiling over as he contemplated shoving his opponent back. However, the referee, blowing his whistle, swiftly intervened to separate the two. "This is the last time you will disrespect me." Even after being pulled away, James remained visibly irate, hurling trash talk across the court at Su Hao. He was about to unleash more when teammates from the Cavaliers restrained him, effectively bringing their confrontation to a close. "Thank you, Su." Harden, who had long been assisted back to his feet by his teammates, approached Su Hao and appreciatively patted him on the shoulder. "We are a team," Su Hao calmly replied. Upon hearing this, Harden nodded vigorously in agreement. As the game entered a technical timeout, both James and Su Hao received a technical foul. After the free throws were executed on both sides, possession remained with the Cavaliers. James, upon advancing to the front court, backed against Su Hao, demanding the ball once more. Following their earlier clash, he sought to reclaim his stature. Rather than feeling anxious, Su Hao was filled with delight at this turn of events. The Cavaliers players, including Love, J.R., and Thompson, were all performing excellently this evening. After all, they were the ones who had once celebrated a championship alongside James. And returning to their home court brought a different energy. James was adept at moving without the ball and orchestrating plays, which posed a challenge for the Rockets. Yet, he relished the opportunity to engage in such direct confrontations. Even in a one-on-one scenario, he felt he had the upper hand. The Rockets remained a formidable team without him, but the Cavaliers were rendered insignificant in his absence. These truths James, being exceptionally astute, could hardly be unaware of. Yet, at this moment, he is preoccupied with a singular desire to deliver a resounding lesson to Su Hao. Bang, bang. As James backs down against Su Hao, the clash of their muscles reverberates with a dull thud. Su Hao, however, still falls short in this confrontation against James, who, having gained the upper hand, begins to exert more force. Yet, in that fleeting instant when James prepares to push harder, Su Hao suddenly pivots sharply, effectively evading the grip. With James lacking a point of leverage, he tumbles backward. At that moment, Su Hao swiftly lunges in from the side, snatching the pass from James's grasp. This marks his fourth steal of the evening. The Rockets swiftly transition into a fast break. Upon receiving the ball, Harden dashes toward the front court, leaping into the air to emphatically slam the ball through the hoop. To conserve energy, he refrains from showboating whenever possible. But in this instance, he simply could not resist. The score now stands at 64-46, with the Rockets suddenly widening the gap to an 18-point lead. It is only now that James is aided to his feet by his teammates. Turning to him, Su Hao remarks coolly, "That matter is not for you to dictate." He harbors a deep disdain for such haughty attitudes. Respect must be mutual, and since James shows him none, he ought not to expect any in return. Chapter 21. The locker room confrontation ultimately, through an impressive performance in the first three quarters. The Nets triumphed over the Cavaliers in Cleveland with a score of 121-97, celebrating a resounding victory. On the Rockets side, Harden stood out as the star of the night, amassing 29 points in just 3 quarters. His form notably improved from the previous 2 games. Su Hao contributed 18 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. While his offensive statistics may appear unremarkable compared to earlier matches, he also delivered 5 steals and 1 block. Moreover, defense often eludes traditional statistics. Yet his efforts against James were invaluable. Under Su Hao's vigilant defense, James managed to convert only 7 of his 21 attempts, scoring a mere 21 points throughout the game. Following the conclusion of the match, the Rockets players returned to the locker room, humming merry tunes, joyfully celebrating their victory in Cleveland, particularly such a commanding one, which certainly elevated their spirits. Upon entering the locker room, Harden began discussing plans for a night out at the club, with all expenses covered by him. An immediate chorus of whistles erupted within the locker room. Who wouldn't be thrilled when the leader treats? However, Su Hao's expression bore a hint of regret, not due to the club plans, but rather pondering how, after such an intense encounter with James, the one-on-one challenge mode had yet to be activated. The plethora of S-tier skills James possessed, surpassing even Curry, left him quite envious. Should this trigger the one-on-one mode, a resounding victory awaits tonight, and even the slightest skill drop would send us soaring. Alas, just then, a commotion erupted outside the locker room. Tucker, spotting the disturbance at the door, swiftly rose to secure it. "Su, come out." Shortly thereafter, a series of knocks and shouts echoed from the other side. The individuals inside the locker room gradually ceased their conversations, casting puzzled glances towards the entrance. It was J.R. accompanied by several members of the Cavaliers. At this moment, Tucker spoke up. Having been called, Su Hao's immediate reaction was to block the door. Door blocking is not uncommon in the NBA. Previously, Paul's uproar at the Clippers' locker room created quite a stir. Moreover, it is not merely about blocking doors. Some have even resorted to blocking traffic. Years ago, Garnett taunted Anthony with a remark about how his wife tasted like a donut, prompting the latter to block the Celtics team bus entirely. The occurrence of such incidents is often attributed to intense conflicts that arise during competitions. As physical altercations are prohibited during the event, they are typically resolved post-match. However, it seems that there was no significant discord between Smith and Su Hao during the game. "Su, come out quickly. You have the audacity to stir up trouble. So why not show your face?" At that moment, a series of heavy knocks echoed from outside the door. Just as Su Hao was about to rise, Tucker swiftly restrained him. "This is Cleveland. Security will arrive shortly to handle the situation. There's no need for you to go out." Having spent considerable time in the league, Tucker was well acquainted with managing such matters. Upon hearing this, Su Hao nodded in agreement, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications, and was about to resume his seat. However, the next taunt from Smith outside halted his movements. Is it true that all yellow-skinned people can do is hide like turtles? This situation is simply intolerable. Initially, Tucker intended to dissuade Su Hao, but upon witnessing Su Hao's expression, he swiftly changed his stance, proclaiming, "We stand united behind you." As he uttered these words, the other members of the Rockets, with Harden being the first, rose to their feet in solidarity. Su Hao enjoys considerable popularity within the team, and following his stellar performance in the finals, his teammates rallied around him in support during this crucial moment. As Su Hao approached the door and swung it open, he found Smith poised to knock. Trailing behind him were several Cavaliers players, including Thompson, Hood, and Clarkson. "JR, what is all this commotion about?" Just as Su Hao was about to speak, Tucker interjected. As the leader of the locker room, he felt compelled to take a stand at this juncture. One by one, the other Rockets players emerged from the locker room, creating an imposing presence that caused Smith to instinctively take a step back. However, recalling the purpose of his visit, he inhaled deeply and straightened his posture. "Su, you must apologize. Apologize to LeBron," Smith declared, lifting his chin and directing his gaze through the other Rockets players to Su Hao. At last, the crowd comprehended the reason behind Smith's obstruction at the door. During the match, Su Hao and James engaged in a fervent exchange of words, culminating in a physical altercation, which led Smith to perceive Su Hao as having affronted James. After all, James is hailed as the premier figure in the league, whereas Su Hao is merely a burgeoning role player who has only recently begun to make a mark. Particularly, Su Hao's audacious remark about those who have defeated James was excessively arrogant. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Smith, as James's loyal guardian, took the initiative to demand an explanation. On what grounds? Without waiting for Tucker to speak, Su Hao stepped out from the crowd, asserting that LeBron, the king, has earned the respect of the league through his contributions. "You must learn to show respect," Smith exclaimed with indignation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Hao could not help but burst into laughter, leaving Smith momentarily stunned. "He is your king, not mine," Su Hao continued with a smile. The others in the Rockets were equally amused, thoroughly engrossed in the moment. Smith's face flushed with embarrassment upon being called out. "Regardless of the circumstances, you must apologize," Smith declared, his cheeks aflame. LeBron, having returned to the locker room without even showering, was acutely aware of his leader's displeasure. "Well, JR, LeBron secured you a lucrative contract, but he never did the same for Su." At that moment, Harden chimed in, prompting an even louder laughter from the crowd. Just then, a commotion arose nearby. The arena security had finally arrived. As everyone thought the door incident was about to conclude, Su Hao's subsequent remark was utterly unexpected. "I wouldn't mind apologizing under certain conditions." His response left everyone present momentarily speechless, and his teammates on the Rockets exchanged puzzled glances. "Tomorrow, I'll grant you a chance to challenge me one-on-one if you manage to win." This declaration left all but Ariza and Tucker bewildered. What does a one-on-one entail? Yet, Su Hao appeared somewhat elated. Initially, he felt regret for not being able to challenge LeBron, but now Smith had presented himself as the opportunity. The reason he chose Smith was that, while scanning him with the system to assess his worth, he astonishingly discovered an exclusive skill set associated with Smith. Of course, should you lose, you too must apologize. Su Hao continued. The skill set was visible only to him, ensuring that he would not be at a disadvantage in this challenge. Chapter 22. Investment Cleveland is an industrial city that has witnessed a decline alongside the waning of the industrial tide, resulting in a downturn in both its population and economy. In the 1950s, the population here was nearly 1 million, yet has dwindled to under 400,000 today. This elucidates the reason behind the relatively modest basketball market prior to James's arrival. Although the basketball market does not directly correlate with the size of the city, the population serves as a fundamental determinant. Nevertheless, within this small city, Harden discovered the most vibrant nightclub. A true king of nightlife, indeed. Upon arrival, a group entered a private room, summoned a dancer to perform, and indulged in cigars and whiskey while engaging in conversation. As the dance reached its climax, whistles were blown. Such is the simplicity of a man's joy. Are you truly willing to challenge him one-on-one? Harden could not help but inquire of Su Hao as they entered the nightclub. Su Hao nodded in affirmation, although he remained unaware of the specific skill set possessed by Smith. The notion of a role player possessing a unique skill package felt somewhat incongruous. Yet, such exclusive packages are rarer than S-class skill sets, and it was difficult to refuse an opportunity that presented itself so readily. Observing Kavo's resolute determination. Harden ceased his persuasion, but offered a cautionary note. JR may merely be a role player in the NBA, yet he is formidable in one-on-one confrontations. Suao nodded in acknowledgement. He has taken this into consideration. However, risks and opportunities coexist. Once the dance performance concluded, Harden gestured for the lady to approach Su Hao. Let her accompany you for the evening. Clearly, this companionship entails an additional fee. This woman possesses a fair complexion, and her figure is reminiscent of two globes. It is evident that this is Harden's preference. His singular criterion for selecting women is that they must possess ample attributes. Su Hao dares to wager that engaging in a friendly competition with her could easily result in injury, potentially sidelining him for the entire season. By yielding this opportunity to him, Harden not only makes a sacrifice, but also seeks to reciprocate Su Hao's support during the match. However, it is undeniable that there exists a significant disparity in aesthetic appreciation between the East and the West, and Su Hao harbors little interest in such matters. He continues to engage Harden in conversation, initially discussing off-court topics such as life, leisure, and even investments, with a sincere and heartfelt demeanor. It is apparent that the euphoria from tonight's victory has elevated his spirits to an extraordinary level. In the realm of investments, aside from possessing discernment, there's a crucial principle. One must find a person of insight. Harden shared this personal insight with Linning. After a moment of contemplation, Linning nodded in agreement. This theory is indeed not without merit. In this world, not everyone possesses discernment, especially when it comes to investment. Lacking the requisite acumen can render one's financial endeavors futile. A quintessential example is Antoine Walker, who amassed a staggering pre-tax income of $108 million throughout his NBA career. Even after taxes, he still had a minimum of $50 million at his disposal. His lavish spending, however, was unrestrained, yet such a sum is ample enough to fill a truck, making it improbable for one to face bankruptcy swiftly. The principal reason for Walker's financial ruin stemmed from his poor investment choices. He squandered a significant portion of his wealth in real estate, ultimately losing everything. Thus, rather than solely relying on one's own optimism, it is evidently more prudent to seek the counsel of an astute investor or an esteemed investment firm. In 2014, Kobe advised me to invest in Body Armor sports drinks, and I heeded his suggestion, leading to a return that has quintupled since then, with potential for even greater growth in the future. This exemplifies true foresight, my friend. As Harden placed his hand on Su Hao's shoulder, his eyes gleamed with pride. The exhilaration of a successful investment resembles the thrill of wagering on a winning horse in a race. It is undeniably gratifying. A five-fold return over 4 years is already an exceptional yield. Noticing Su Hao's nod of approval, Harden's spirits lifted even higher. He then instructed the club staff to summon all the distinctive ladies present, lining them up for selection. The observant, bearded gentleman realized that Su Hao's preferences differed from his own, acknowledging a divergence in their aesthetic tastes. Su Hao, too, was somewhat taken aback. Yet he soon spotted someone who caught his eye. She was an attractive Asian woman, pleasingly proportioned, reminiscent of a heroine from study materials. Unable to resist the allure, Su Hao ultimate dichos. After a brief conversation, conducted in English, the familiar lilt of her voice unmistakably revealed her origins. Finding English tiresome, Su Hao opted to converse in Chinese. As the group enjoyed their revelries, they gradually rose to depart. At that moment, Harden patted Su Hao on the shoulder, casting a glance at the lady beside him, and remarked, "There's a hotel nearby. You can take your new vehicle for a spin." Su Hao nodded with a smile, unable to refuse the invitation, and considered it a small contribution towards national reunification. Bang! Bang! The basketball match was fiercely contested. Su Hao had not played in a long time, and his desire to attack was fervent. Fortunately, his opponent was no novice. Their defensive skills were remarkably refined, and their stamina was equally robust. Despite repeated defensive failures and being consistently breached at the rim, she managed to reorganize her defense time and again. Initially, they engaged in friendly sparring on a regulation court, but soon the battleground shifted to the desk, the balcony, and even the bathroom, with the intensity escalating. Ultimately, amidst a flurry of swift attacks, Su Hao triumphed with a resounding score of 10-2. Following the match, his opponent left the court with trembling legs, yet with a hint of reluctance. After a refreshing shower, Su Hao departed from the hotel to the training ground. While relaxation was essential, training could not be neglected. Upon returning to the hotel after training, he pulled out his phone to check messages. He was momentarily taken aback upon reading one particular message. "I'm sorry, muscular man. I originally intended to watch you play, but something came up last minute, so I couldn't make it. You must keep up the good work." It was not Olsen. He couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, had it not been for Harden taking him to the nightclub, he might have approached Olsen after the game. If this were to lead to a misunderstanding, Olsen might well regard him as yet another suitor, resulting in an exceedingly awkward situation. At that moment, his phone vibrated once more. In the dead of night, someone astonishingly sent him a series of messages. "I have ended the relationship. I apologize for disturbing you at such an hour, but I am feeling profoundly sorrowful. Am I being foolish? Perhaps you won't even glance at my texts." As he read these messages, Suhao's expression shifted several times. This individual has likely come to regard him as a confidant. Had someone previously sent him such messages, he would have undoubtedly dismissed them as mere harassment and blocked the number. However, after the passage of time, this particular number has taken on a different significance for him. He picked up his phone and replied with a simple message. "Keep it up." After sending it, he chose not to dwell on the response, but instead logged onto a website to search for information related to BodyArmor sports drinks. The high praise that Harden had lavished upon the brand during their night out had piqued his curiosity immensely. It matters not that he did not search initially. Once he did, Suhao became deeply intrigued by this brand, for it is truly exceptional. To begin with, the brand itself offers a sports drink devoid of artificial colorants. Crafted from potassium, various electrolytes, vitamins, and coconut water, its unique selling proposition lies in its health-oriented functional beverage. With the advancement of technology and the progression of the times, the concept of health has indeed become a significant selling point. It is hardly surprising that it has grown increasingly larger. Next, we delve into the brand's remarkable journey. In comparison to its selling point, this journey is even more astonishing, as it was established through the legacy of Kobe Bryant. Founded in 2012, the company experienced commendable growth within its first 2 years, subsequently securing a partnership with Kobe, selling him a stake in the company, and enlisting him as a spokesperson. The result was an explosive surge in the beverage's popularity. Following this, through Kobe's recommendations, the brand adeptly recruited prominent figures such as James Harden and Paul George as brand ambassadors, further elevating its visibility. Although basketball does not rank as the most popular sport in the United States, often landing in the 3rd or 4th position among the major leagues, the realms of sport and athletes are not entirely synonymous. For instance, if one were to conduct a street interview asking who the greatest athlete is, Michael Jordan's name would undoubtedly be a leading contender, possibly even the definitive answer. Following Jordan, Kobe's influence is immense and among the new generation of stars. Both Harden and George enjoy considerable popularity. In a certain sense, Harden is also recruiting for himself off the court. This is not merely a remarkable performance by Suhao in the finals, but also the vast market that stands behind him. This beverage has yet to make its foray into the land of China. At this moment, Suhao has already made up his mind. This project has garnered the investment of Wang Duayu. As for the financial aspect, it will not pose any issues. Not only is he likely to re-sign a substantial contract with the Rockets this summer, but considering his remarkable performance in the finals, he is bound to receive a plethora of endorsement deals. Although there are some deviations from expectations, the premonition before boarding the plane proved accurate. Indeed, he has reaped abundant rewards. Chapter 23. Highlights of Jordan. Robbery by the Little Emperor. Suhao, an all-around powerhouse, aims for the All-Star title. Suhao passionately exchanges barbs with LeBron, asserting that respect is earned through prowess. The savior of the Rockets, you can always place your trust in Suhao. While Suhao hones his skills, media coverage of him has once again erupted in a deluge. What excites fans is not merely the offense, but also the defense. A video of Suhao stealing the ball from James has gone viral on social media. In the latest episode of Su Jingyu's Rain Talk Sports, viewership soared to a staggering 20 million, making it a trending topic on today's headlines. He had previously predicted that Suhao would experience a powerful resurgence, estimating that Suhao could score over 20 points. Ultimately, his prediction proved correct, as Suhao's performance surpassed even those expectations. The Battle of the Whales has brought him fame at the Quick Loan Arena training facility designated for the Rockets during the off-season. A considerable number of individuals had already gathered early in the morning, even before training commenced. Among them were players from both the Rockets and the Cavaliers. The one-on-one matchup between Suhao and Smith was scheduled to take place here. Apart from Smith, the Cavaliers attendees were those who had accompanied him to block the entrance that day, with no sign of James. Conversely, despite having partied at the nightclub last night, most of the Rockets players showed up to support Suhao. Although their numbers were fewer than the opposing team, Smith appeared particularly relaxed, wearing an expression of determination. After all, this was not a brawl, but a one-on-one contest, and such challenges were his forte. As a player hailing from New York, having fought his way from street courts to the NBA, this was undoubtedly his specialty. It seems Suhao had chosen the wrong opponent for a duel, willingly inviting hardship upon himself. However, that was the least of Smith's concerns. His mind was occupied with thoughts of the victory that awaited him. James had previously assisted him in securing a lucrative contract with the Cavaliers, and now he finally had an opportunity to repay that favor. Suhao's expression was markedly serious. Last night, Harden's admonition was quite pertinent. In terms of one-on-one prowess, Smith surpassed Ariza by a considerable margin, and he had to exert himself to the utmost. The initial shot from either side would determine who would commence, and this time it was Smith who secured the opportunity to attack first. On his inaugural offensive play, Smith executed a swift change of direction while holding the ball, and then he rapidly drove towards the basket. His style of play starkly contrasted with that of James and Harden. He epitomized a speed-oriented, quintessential swingman. However, Suhao's anticipation was remarkably precise. As he closely shadowed Smith while retreating on defense, Smith then executed a sudden deceleration, abruptly stopping for a jump shot. This maneuver was previously employed by Ariza during his one-on-one encounter with Suhao. However, the distinction lies in his significantly swifter pace. Suhao extended his long arms to impede the shot. Whoosh! Smith's jump shot found its mark with unwavering precision. The score stands at 1-0. Following his successful basket, Smith donned a relaxed demeanor. Here comes Smith's second shot. This time, Suhao created some distance from Smith, denying him the opportunity to extricate himself so easily. This was indeed useful. As Smith broke into the key and leaped to prepare for a layup, Suhao closed in, effectively sealing off his shooting space. However, in the next moment, Smith's actions left everyone astounded. He executed a 360-degree spin in midair, using Suhao as the pivot, and completed the layup. The score stood at 2-0. You have already lost. You didn't even have a chance to touch the ball. Smith was filled with immense pride. While Suhao's defensive skills were commendable, containing him in a one-on-one scenario was no simple feat. Suhao furrowed his brow, but chose to ignore Smith. This was Smith's third shot. This time, he truly engaged in the game. Faced with Suhao, he did not rush into an attack. Instead, he executed a series of under-the-leg dribbles, followed by a behind-the-back maneuver. The players on the Cavaliers sidelines could not help but whistle in admiration. It was evident that Smith aimed not only to win, but also to humiliate Suhao in the process. Harden displayed a look of concern, as Smith was nicknamed Highlight Jordan. If it weren't for his mental lapses and slight deficiencies in physical confrontation, he would undoubtedly be an all-star, even in a one-on-one scenario. Suhao lacked absolute confidence in defeating Smith, revealing a touch of arrogance. In the midst of Smith's enjoyment, Suhao suddenly launched a swift steal attempt. Unfazed, Smith executed another behind-the-back dribble, shifting to his left hand, preparing for a direct breakthrough down the left side. However, he soon realized that the situation was amiss. For Suhao's steal was not aimed at the ball, but rather a direct confrontation at close quarters. At that moment, Smith found himself devoid of any space to initiate his play. Although he possessed sufficient speed to secure the ball initially, he was ultimately compelled to a halt. At this moment, it was the players of the Rockets who erupted in cheers. Who is Suhao? He is none other than the prodigious talent. How could he possibly be vanquished so easily? Nevertheless, Smith, often likened to the legendary Jordan, despite being cornered, exhibited his agility with an impressive sidestep, launching a challenging fadeaway three-pointer. Bang! However, the difficulty of his shot proved too high, and the ball ultimately ricocheted off the front of the rim. With the change of possession, it was now Suhao's turn to attack. Smith clicked his tongue in disappointment, feeling a tinge of regret, yet he remained unfazed. The previous two shots had come too effortlessly, and he had momentarily lost focus, though it was hardly a significant concern. Suhao was evidently challenging to defend, and when he next gained possession, he could swiftly conclude this one-on-one duel. With possession now in his hands, Suhao received the ball from Smith and did not rush into his offense. Instead, he chose to leisurely dribble the ball back and forth right in front of Smith for quite some time. This moment elicited a smile from Harden. Earlier, when Smith was hurling trash talk at Suhao had refrained from responding. It turns out that his silence was merely a prelude to waiting for the perfect opportunity. Now that the moment has arrived, He demonstrates to Smith through his actions. I have secured the ball. Enraged, Smith, known for his impulsive nature, lunged at Su Hao, intent on snatching the ball from his grasp. Yet, this was precisely the moment Su Hao had anticipated. In an instant, as Smith charged forward, Su Hao executed a swift change of direction, effortlessly evading him. With a resounding thud, Su Hao soared into the air, finishing with a powerful dunk. The score is now 2-1, as Su Hao claims a point back. Smith's face flushed with anger. Once more, he appeared visibly defiant. For Su Hao's second attempt, Smith passed the ball to him. This time, Su Hao did not hesitate. Upon receiving the ball, he launched into a forceful drive. Observing this, Smith quickly retreated. However, just before he could position himself effectively, Su Hao had already executed a step back, returning to the three-point line. At this moment, the Cavaliers players on the sidelines could hardly bear to watch. Smith's one-on-one capabilities undoubtedly ranked him among the elite, yet his defensive skills paled in comparison. Swish! Su Hao's three-pointer from beyond the arc found its mark. The score is tied at 2-2. Chapter 24. When God closes a door, Smith's expression was tinged with frustration. If only he could have just one chance to defend against Su Hao, he would surely make him aware of the tempestuous nature of his offensive prowess. His thoughts were not unfounded, yet Su Hao was fully aware of this, leaving Smith bereft of such an opportunity. In the subsequent 3 plays, Su Hao showcased his skills through a series of impressive maneuvers: a sudden stop and pivot for a three-pointer, a behind-the-back dribble followed by a swift shot, and a feigned attempt that culminated in a drive to the basket. While Smith's defense faltered in their one-on-one encounters, it was evident that he could not contain Su Hao's offensive onslaught. The score now reads 5-2. Though Smith had initially scored 2 consecutive baskets, in the end, he managed to net only those 2 points. As he had boasted previously, he found himself deprived of any further opportunities to touch the ball. Smith's countenance reflected deep regret. He should have been more cautious. Alas, in this world, everything exists except for the remedy of regret. The Rockets players erupted in cheers, celebrating Su Hao's victory in this one-on-one duel, leaving Smith in need of an apology. However, just as they prepared to receive Smith's contrition, Su Hao's next move nearly caused them to double over in disbelief. With a slight furrow of his brow, Su Hao handed the ball to Smith. Believing Su Hao was offering him the chance to take possession, Smith felt a surge of irritation and was about to swat the ball away. Yet, Su Hao's next words halted him, leaving him with a look of incredulity. I understand you stepped up for the sake of your team, and such spirit deserves encouragement, so I'm willing to grant you another opportunity. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while Tucker could not help but slap his forehead in exasperation. Here we go again. Arizo wore the most perplexed expression, convinced that Su Hao had previously aimed solely to humiliate Smith. Of course, Su Hao's demeanor betrayed no hint of mockery. After all, Smith had not dropped the designated ball. Since the initial objective had not been met, it was time to start anew. Smith was elated, never imagining that Su Hao would be foolish enough to believe he could triumph over him in a second one-on-one encounter. You better not regret this, he observed Su Hao as he confirmed his readiness. Su Hao, without further ado, signaled for both sides to continue. Once again, they engaged in a 3-point contest to determine who would initiate the game. This time, Su Hao took the first shot, effortlessly sinking the three-pointer and thereby securing the right to commence. Smith patted his chest and assumed a classic defensive stance. In the earlier stages of his career, he was a quintessential player known for his offensive prowess yet weak defense, capable of scoring 40 points in a match while simultaneously allowing his opponent to net 30. However, upon joining the Cavaliers alongside LeBron James, he diligently transformed himself into a 3-and-D player, complete with self-sufficient offensive capabilities. During that period, he served as the Cavaliers' 6th man and was instrumental in their championship victory. Regrettably, in the past 2 years, age has diminished his defensive abilities. Nevertheless, possessing once excelled in defense, he still retained a solid foundation. With unwavering focus, he was determined not to be ruthlessly overpowered by Su Hao as he had been previously. He positioned himself defensively, prepared for the challenge. Yet Su Hao's subsequent choice left him utterly astonished. Instead of attempting a breakthrough, Su Hao opted for a post-up play. While Su Hao's post-up skills were somewhat limited, the crux of the matter lay in his physique. Officially standing at 2.06 meters and 2.03 meters barefoot, he embodied the quintessential small forward build. Although Smith was touted as a swingman, his actual height was merely 1.97 meters, rendering him significantly shorter than Su Hao. Additionally, his physicality was subpar, Conversely, Su Hao, having acquired an A-level defensive package, exhibited increased toughness, tipping the scales in his favor, which Smith could not withstand. After being forcefully maneuvered twice, Smith opted for a gamble by attempting a steal, yet this decision played directly into Su Hao's hands. In that very moment, as Smith reached for the ball, Su Hao swiftly pivoted and glided towards the basket, executing a score with finesse. This has transcended mere technological supremacy. It is purely a matter of basketball acumen dominating the game. Consequently, during the entire one-on-one encounter, Smith never had a single opportunity to touch the ball. The score was 5-0. Su Hao decisively gave Smith a metaphorical buzz cut. On the sidelines, Tucker couldn't help but chuckle. This scene feels so familiar. At this moment, Ariza is utterly embarrassed, unable to resist the urge to recall a song by Adu, one that should be sung beneath the car rather than inside it. Smith bears an expression of helplessness, yet he appears to be unyielding. As a first-rate one-on-one player, he possesses a diverse arsenal of skills that remain unexhibited. Shall we engage in a decisive third round? Smith addresses Su Hao once more. The next round begins with him taking the first shot. He is confident he can score, thereby evening the score with Su Hao to 5-0. Moreover, after 2 rounds, each has claimed victory in one, resulting in a tie of 1-1, making a third round a reasonable proposition. StepsUp. Smith's request is indeed not outrageous. Compared to his earlier stance, is far more justified. However, after his laughter subsides, Su Hao resolutely declines Smith's proposition. Just moments ago, after triumphing over Smith for the second time, he has unlocked his exclusive skill set. Indeed, fortune favors the confident. His previous match against Ariza reflected his normal level of performance, but during the second outdoor showdown, luck was clearly on his side. Why? Smith expresses his confusion. Having been granted an opportunity earlier, why is he now denied one? Su Hao gazes calmly at Smith and states, when God closes a door, he opens a window, but he does not open 2 windows at once. Clap, clap, clap. It is uncertain who initiated the applause, but those on the sidelines find themselves clapping involuntarily. The statement may not be entirely accurate, but it is undoubtedly seamless. To grant you one opportunity is to offer a chance. To grant you 2 is to invite sheer folly. Indeed, this is the reasoning at play. Yet Ariza is so overwhelmed that he wishes he could transform into an ostrich and simply bury himself in a hole. Su Hao has opened not merely 2 windows for him. Smith is filled with exasperation, yet he finds himself utterly powerless. What is even more distressing is that he must also apologize to Su Hao. This sensation resembles the feeling of having been thoroughly beaten and yet still having to apologize to the offender, and all in front of an audience. At this moment, Smith displayed remarkable fortitude. Without hesitation, he turned to Su Hao and uttered a simple apology. Despite occasionally experiencing lapses in judgment and harboring a great deal of frustration, he was willing to accept the consequences of his actions. Su Hao waved his hand dismissively, not placing much importance on the apology. As it was merely a triviality to him, his focus was entirely absorbed in the exclusive skill package before him. Following the conclusion of the one-on-one confrontation, the members of the Knights team departed the training facility alongside Smith, thus signaling the official end of the blockade incident. It was at this juncture that Su Hao's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Upon entering the system to examine the exclusive skill package, he discovered that it was remarkably unconventional. Chapter 25, a request from D'Antoni, the JR Eruption skill package. This is the name of the skill set. Here is its description. In each match, there exists a 20 chance for the offensive side to enter a frenzied state, during which the stability of all abilities is enhanced by 90, with each ability assessed independently. 20. Independent assessment. The probability is so low that it hardly qualifies as a specialized skill. To articulate this more vividly, one might say there exists a 20 chance of enhancing 3-point shooting stability by 90, a 20 chance of improving driving stability by 90, and a 20 chance of augmenting dunk stability by 90, with each of these enhancements being mutually exclusive. In essence, if one were to possess solely this skill set, there exists an infinitesimal probability of experiencing a remarkable breakout. Unfortunately, this probability is exceedingly minuscule, rendering it a capricious skill set indeed. Furthermore, it aligns remarkably well with the abilities of J.R. Smith. Although he may be perceived merely as a role player, one cannot overlook his standout performances, scoring 43 points against the Bulls with 8 3-pointers from 14 attempts, amassing 40 points against the Hawks with 10 three-pointers from 17 attempts, and sinking 11 three-pointers for a staggering 45 points against the Kings, all during an era prior to the advent of small ball basketball. Each of these individual performances is nothing short of explosive. However, throughout his career, such moments have been few and far between. And let us not forget the highlight reels. In those snippets, Smith defies gravity with breathtaking 360-degree layups and dunks that leave spectators in awe. Yet, outside the realm of highlights, one often witnesses Smith's struggles on the court, marked by missed shots and errors. These past occurrences, which eluded explanation, could only be attributed to a certain lack of cognitive prowess. However, this skill set appears to elucidate them perfectly. Upon comprehending this skill set, Su Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, such an ability, reliant solely on chance, can at best be deemed a pleasant surprise. In contrast, he holds a greater affinity for more consistent abilities, even if they merely belong to the A-rank skill sets. Nonetheless, this skill set is a fortunate acquisition, and having it is certainly preferable to lacking it altogether. Furthermore, this skill set distinguishes itself from the previous two in that it does not necessitate training for activation. While the enhancements are multifaceted, they remain enhancements. Ultimately, they depend significantly on the player's inherent foundational abilities. For instance, if one's mid-range shooting capability hovers around a C level, even a boost of 200 would not elevate it to an S level. This is precisely why J.R. Smith's explosive performances increasingly rely on three-pointers. While his highlight reels predominantly showcase dunks, both are the primary means through which Smith earns his keep in official matches. Hence, the acquisition of this skill set by Su Hao marks a significant difference from his previous state. At the very least, he must diligently enhance his foundational basketball skills, so that when the day arrives for the skill set to be activated, he can deliver a spectacular performance. Thus, upon comprehensive analysis, this opportunity is undoubtedly worthwhile. In Cleveland, within a luxurious mansion, only one day remains before the commencement of Game 4 of the Finals. Tyronn Lue is keen to avoid placing undue pressure on his players prior to the game. Thus, he has organized merely a brief shooting practice before allowing the team to rest. At this moment, LeBron James is in his personal gym, indulging in a muscle relaxation session with a masseur, while seated nearby is his agent, Rich Paul, often referred to as Rich Paul the Wealthy. Paul is astute and capable. In addition to being an agent, he is also a close friend and business partner of James. "I believe ignoring him is the best course of action," Paul stated, his tone steady as his eyes flickered thoughtfully. They were discussing matters related to Su Hao. Su Hao's recent string of extraordinary performances left James, who had previously been unfamiliar with him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the last game, Su Hao had garnered media attention for successfully defending against James one-on-one. James motioned for the masseur to pause and turned to Paul, his expression one of curiosity. "You're a marquee player in the league. While he is merely a role player, no one knew him before. And the media is sensationalizing this because they are aware that fans crave the kind of phenomena akin to insanity. Yet, the ultimate reality has shown that Lin was but a fleeting spectacle, and Su will likely follow suit. This league is rife with such examples," Paul elaborated. James pondered for a moment before remaining silent, then reclined again, signaling for the masseur to continue. "You are correct," he eventually replied. On the eve of Game 4, D'Antoni summoned Su Hao to his office. Upon entering, Su Hao noticed Budenholzer was also present. He greeted him and took a seat opposite D'Antoni. "We wish to assign you a formidable task," D'Antoni stated, unconsciously glancing at Budenholzer, who nodded in agreement. It appeared that this task had been deliberated upon by the coaching staff and was unlikely to be an easy one. The Cavaliers are expected to allow LeBron to engage more in off-ball movement and orchestrating plays, but we hope you can compel him to take you on one-on-one. With a look of confusion, Su Hao quickly grasped the reasoning behind D'Antoni's strategy. The facts were undeniable. In the three finals during the first match, Su Hao showcased his exceptional three-point shooting prowess. The Cavaliers attempted to harness LeBron James in the second half to suppress Su Hao, but their efforts proved futile. Consequently, LeBron expended excessive energy, leading to a victory for the Rockets. In the second match, Su Hao was sidelined early due to foul trouble, allowing the Cavaliers to secure an easy triumph over the Rockets. The recently concluded third match saw Su Hao successfully defend against LeBron, culminating in another victory for the Rockets. A brief reflection on these three games reveals that if the Rockets can entangle Su Hao with LeBron, their chances of winning significantly increase. However, such a strategy would undoubtedly require sacrifices from Su Hao, as a player's stamina is finite, and overcommitting on defense would inevitably impact offensive performance. After contemplating for a moment, Su Hao smiled and spoke. "Coach, as I've said before, you can always trust me." Upon hearing Su Hao's response, D'Antoni's expression brightened considerably. Although Su Hao is essentially a role player, he is compelled to fulfill whatever is asked of him. Yet, the distinction between being coerced and willingly participating yields vastly different outcomes, which is why D'Antoni sought Su Hao privately. Despite currently leading the series 2-1, every subsequent game remains crucial. If they lose the fourth match, both teams will revert to a level playing field. Exiting D'Antoni's office, Su Hao pondered strategies for the fourth game. His agreement with D'Antoni stemmed not only from recognizing that such an approach would benefit the team, but more importantly, from his desire to face LeBron in a one-on-one duel. In previous matches, he had briefly surveyed LeBron's skills through the system, discovering that his S-tier skill set resembled a treasure trove. If one could emerge victorious in a one-on-one confrontation, it would likely signify the possession of an S-tier skill set. However, the preceding match illustrated that activating one's matchup against LeBron James is far from a straightforward endeavor. Yet, therein lies an opportunity. Chapter 26. It seems you're lacking? After a brief respite of 2 days, the fourth game of the finals between the Cavaliers and the Rockets resumed in Cleveland. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse was once again a bustling hive of activity, with every seat filled to capacity. Despite the previous loss, the fervor of the Cleveland fans remained undiminished. After suffering a significant defeat in the first game of the finals, they had swiftly rebounded in the second match. Thus, they held a firm belief that their team would likewise rise again following the setback in the third game. During the pre-game warm-up, commentators Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith were engaged in a discussion regarding the incident where J.R. Smith had blocked the entrance to the locker room. One cannot conceal such occurrences. The truth tends to surface inevitably. When God closes one door, he may open a window, but he certainly does not open two. Barkley chuckled heartily as he recounted the words spoken by Su Hao during their one-on-one encounter. This has become a trending topic on Twitter as of yesterday. Indeed, the cultural depth of the Chinese people is remarkable. The warm-up on the court has concluded, and we now transition into the opening ceremony, with the starting lineups of both teams being revealed. The Houston Rockets: Harden, Gordon, Su Hao, Tucker, Capella. The Cleveland Cavaliers: Hill, Jeff Green, James Love, Tristan Thompson. The Rockets continue to employ their starting lineup, while the Cavaliers have made a strategic adjustment, with Smith being placed into the bench by Lou. The Cavaliers' changes are more direct compared to the second game, as they have outright incorporated them into the lineup modification. This also stirred a wave of excitement among the audience. By securing this home victory, they would have the opportunity to face the Rockets in a decisive showdown. The match was about to commence, and Su Hao stepped onto the court alongside the other starting players. However, at the very moment he set foot on the arena, a cascade of system notifications suddenly echoed in his mind. JR's fluctuation package assessment. 3-point shot stability enhancement 90 failure. JR's fluctuation package assessment. Ball handling 3-point shot stability enhancement 90 failure. JR's fluctuation package assessment. Mid-range shot stability enhancement 90 failure. JR's fluctuation package assessment. Dunk stability enhancement 90 failure. JR's fluctuation package assessment. Breakthrough finish enhancement 90 success. JR's fluctuation package assessment. Fadeaway shot stability enhancement 90 failure. JR's fluctuation package assessment. Step back jumper stability enhancement 90 failure. It turned out that this probability was determined in such a manner. Su Hao had never contemplated this aspect before, so when it actually transpired, he found it rather intriguing and novel. Moreover, the results of these assessments were strikingly realistic. Nearly all the evaluations resulted in failure, given that the probability was merely 20. Of course, not all were failures. In summary, he successfully achieved stability in both breakthrough finishes and ball control tonight. This outcome is quite favorable for him. As we often say, the combination of sudden breakthroughs and established techniques are mutually reinforcing. Previously, he acquired the rookie McGrady Peak Jump Shot Experience card, which significantly enhanced his threat during drives. Indeed, with his confidence and charm, he radiates an aura of luck, and even the 20 probability cannot hinder his ascent. The game commenced swiftly, and amidst the cheers of the fans, Thompson leapt early to secure the Cavaliers an opportunity for the first offensive move. Right from the start, James took control of the ball at the high post to orchestrate the play. As anticipated by D'Antoni, after facing a setback in the previous match, The Cavaliers decisively adjusted their strategy. The effects were soon evident as Love, after setting a screen, swiftly turned to the basket, receiving a pass from James, thereby enabling the Cavaliers to score first. Upon returning to the defensive end, Green immediately focused on Su Hao. Green stands as the Cavaliers' finest perimeter defender aside from James, and the purpose of Lu's adjustment became clear. He was safeguarding James on both offensive and defensive fronts. This strategy proved remarkably effective. It has become evident that James's lower limits are indeed formidable. He did not attempt a single aggressive play against Su Hao at the onset. However, under his orchestration, the Cavaliers' offense flourished with vibrancy and depth. Furthermore, veterans like Love and Thompson continued to exhibit the stellar form they displayed in the previous game. In contrast, the Rockets found themselves struggling, with Su Hao closely monitored by Green and Harden's performance declining compared to the last match. With 7 minutes into the first quarter, the Cavaliers had already established a lead of 16-8 over the Rockets, who had gone nearly 3 minutes without scoring. After Harden missed another attempt, James executed an off-ball move, charging towards the basket before soaring into the air. With a resounding thud, he seized the ball and emphatically slammed it into the hoop, widening the gap to double digits. D'Antoni, unable to remain seated, stood at the sidelines, directing his gaze towards Su Hao. He had anticipated the Cavaliers' adjustments. Yet Su Hao struggled to contain James. Despite recognizing the challenge, he still held hope for Su Hao, who had previously delivered numerous surprises. Currently, Su Hao faced significant challenges. After James shifted to playmaking and off-ball movements, Su Hao attempted to provoke James through physicality and taunts on the defensive end. Yet today, James was impervious to such tactics. This cannot continue. Setting aside the ineffectiveness of D'Antoni's tactical strategies, he is yet to face James in a one-on-one duel. As the Rockets advance their offense into the frontcourt, at that moment, Su Hao moves to the arc after setting a screen for Gordon, actively reaching out to Harden for the ball. Harden, having struggled with his initial aggressive attempts and feeling the toll on his stamina, promptly passes the ball to Su Hao. Upon receiving it, Su Hao signals to clear out, intent on isolating against James. The previous off-ball play appeared to create opportunities for Gordon, but in truth, it was orchestrated for this very moment. While James falters offensively, he remains vigilant and unyielding defensively. As he observes Su Hao preparing to take him on, his initial reaction is one of fierce intensity. Yet, recalling Paul's words, he quickly tempers his demeanor. In that fleeting moment of emotional fluctuation, Su Hao seizes the opportunity, executing a swift change of direction before launching a three-pointer. Su Hao's release is decisive and rapid. James's defense fails to keep pace, arriving just a beat too late. Su Hao's three-pointer soars like a guided missile. Swish! It plunges directly into the net, breaking the team's scoring drought. Moreover, it is a score against James. The Rockets bench erupts in a flurry of towel waving. This basket is pivotal. D'Antoni, however, merely strokes his goatee, appearing less than elated. Yet, the ensuing events on the court prompt a dramatic 180-degree shift in his mood. After making the basket, Su Hao does not retreat on defense immediately. Instead, he gazes at James and casually remarks, "You seem to be struggling." Chapter 27, One-on-One with James, Part 1. This statement strikes a profound chord. After all, how could a man ever utter the words "I cannot"? Yet Su Hao did, and his timing was impeccable. On the defensive end, Su Hao provoked James in various ways, yet James remained unresponsive. It was akin to arranging for a stunningly attractive woman to dance before a man, only for him to remain indifferent. Indifference would be one thing, but now the woman boldly approached and tugged at his trousers, and still, he exhibited no reaction. Is this not impossible? LeBron's expression immediately turned sour, revealing his struggle to contain his emotions. Su Hao sensed an opportunity. To provoke someone with banter, one must possess a certain finesse. Although he had yet to speak in this manner, he had certainly observed the likes of Jordan, Bird, and Draymond Green. The NBA has never lacked for mentors in this regard. After a failed offensive attempt by the Cavaliers, Su Hao resorted to his previous tactics. But this time LeBron significantly intensified his defense. Their confrontation was fierce, and ultimately, Su Hao executed a deft maneuver, dribbling the ball between his legs to create space from LeBron, followed by a feint shot that transitioned into a drive, culminating in a layup that scored. The shot was executed with great suspense, for even if Su Hao managed to bypass James, a mere half-second of hesitation would have allowed James to catch up and block the attempt. After sinking the basket, Su Hao shook his head and gazed at James, remarking, "It seems you truly are past your prime, O Emperor of Cleveland." At this moment, James's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Hao was astonishingly relentless in his output. Moreover, the term Taishang Huang was steeped in mockery, implying that he was no longer capable of assuming the role of a king. At this moment, there is no need to mention the words Paul once shared with him. Even if Paul were by his side, they would elude his memory. You shall find yourself regretting the words you have spoken. He extended his hand, pointing at Su Hao, his face a mask of murderous intent. Ding! The packaging system has been activated. Would you like to initiate one-on-one combat mode? It was at this juncture that the long-awaited system notification echoed in Su Hao's mind. Without much hesitation, he directly activated the one-on-one combat mode. Although this entailed a certain degree of risk, the conditions for triggering it were excessively stringent, and he could not allow this opportunity to slip away. Moreover, James's skill set was quite unique. Despite possessing an entire array of S-tier skills, he lacked a dedicated skill package. This exemplifies James's versatility. Yet for Su Hao, James becomes a figure of replaceability within his roster. Thus, he possesses ample justification to take a gamble. The one-on-one mode is activated, with the challenger being LeBron James. Should his team emerge victorious and successfully suppress James's performance during this duel, it shall be deemed a triumph. Against the same adversary, should he fail in the initial confrontation, the one-on-one mode cannot be reinitiated. Accompanied by a series of systematic prompts echoing in his mind, the duel mode is once again engaged. As Su Hao gazes upon James, his eyes brim with a fervent desire for battle. James, upon meeting Su Hao's gaze, is momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening with a sense of foreboding. For in Su Hao's eyes, he perceives himself as the quarry. Al-Dadisuao, were it not for the previous match where he suffered a setback, he would surely be intent on confronting Su Hao at this moment. As the transition from offense to defense occurs, James positions himself in the front court, demanding the ball with his back turned, preparing to take on Su Hao once more. The spectators erupt into a chorus of cheers at this spectacle. Indeed, Su Hao's defensive prowess in the last match was unexpectedly formidable. Yet how could he possibly contain James on consecutive occasions? In this round, Su Hao indeed failed to guard against James. After backing down, James pivoted and launched himself towards the basket, effortlessly pulling Su Hao behind him, then surged towards the hoop, leaping with great force to slam the ball into the net. The execution of this play by James was impeccably smooth, from the forceful initiation to the graceful pivot, culminating in a decisive finish. He harmoniously fused his technical prowess with an element of raw power. Remarkably, following this impressive basket, the system assigned Su Hao a score of -20. This indicates that the system also acknowledges the remarkable brilliance of James's play. Moreover, after executing the dunk, James maintained an expressionless demeanor. Su Hao sensed that the anger ignited within him had directed all of James's focus onto the game. In a succinct phrase, this could be encapsulated as full power James. Su Hao finally comprehended why triggering the one-on-one mode was so challenging. It was likely because the system did not endorse such an approach at all. However, upon realizing this, Su Hao became invigorated. What elite players! I shall face them head-on. While others might falter, for him, whose essence is defined by confidence, this only ignited his boundless competitive spirit. Losing bore no significant consequences. If he won, it would be a memory cherished for a lifetime. As the Rockets continued their offensive play, Su Hao maintained possession of the ball. This time, he refrained from calling for a pick from Tucker. Although both in-game one-on-one and outside challenges are termed the same, the criteria for success differ, thus necessitating varied strategies. Outside, one confronts directly, and a victory is simply a victory. However, inside, the evaluation hinges on scores and game outcomes, with a greater emphasis on tactical gameplay. Previously, he had engaged James in one-on-one to trigger the mode, but now, confronting full-power James directly was certainly not the optimal choice. He glanced at Jeff Green and assumed a triple-threat offensive posture. Green's defense was exceptional. He was the 5th overall pick in 2007, a class featuring the likes of Durant and Odin. This draft position attests to his innate talent, with his wingspan, lateral speed, and basketball IQ all being top-tier. Had it not been for his overlapping role with Durant and subsequent heart issues, he would have undoubtedly been an all-star player. Yet even without that accolade, he remained a premier role player. Previously, Su Hao had primarily played off the ball, allowing his off-ball defensive prowess to shine through. Adept at navigating screens and reading the offense. Noticing that Green was more than a step away, Su Hao executed a deceptive drive, then leaped with arms extended for another three-point shot. His earlier three-pointer against James had confirmed his shooting rhythm for the evening. Furthermore, even if the erratic nature of the game did not affirm his three-point stability, he inherently possessed an S-level three-point shooting package. This was Green's first encounter defending Su Hao while he was in possession, and he was taken aback by how smoothly and decisively Su Hao shot. Despite his valiant effort to contest, he was, like James before him, a fraction too late. Swish! He turned to witness the basketball tracing a graceful arc before descending straight through the hoop. Su Hao's three-point shooting was characterized by its speed and precision. Immediately following the successful shot, he observed a shift in the system's scoring within his mind. However, this change felt imbued with the system's palpable malice. As it merely adjusted from -20 to -15, this shot received a mere score of 5 from the system. Goodness. He initially claimed he would take it one ball at a time. However, let us not overlook the fact that not only is it improbable for him to score every time, but once provoked, James will undoubtedly take him on one-on-one. For every point he scores, there will be a corresponding deduction of 20 on the other side. If this continues, even if we win the match, the score may still end up being negative. Chapter 28. One-on-one with James, Part 2. As expected, after Su Hao scored, James turned around and sought to engage Su Hao in another one-on-one. Once again, it was a back-to-the-basket play, and Su Hao did his utmost to maintain his defensive position. However, there was a noticeable disparity in their confrontation, with Su Hao being gradually pushed back. He attempted to retreat again, but this time James was not deceived. Instead, he pivoted smoothly for a layup under the basket, scoring effortlessly. Defending against a fully focused James is indeed no simple task. At that moment, Su Hao's mind registered a score of -30 points. The previous shot had resulted in an additional deduction of -15 points from the system. At this moment, a brief whistle sounded from the sidelines, prompting both teams to begin their substitutions, with Harden being replaced by D'Antoni for a respite. During this interval, Tucker was summoned to the sidelines for a few words of advice from D'Antoni. As the Rockets initiated their offense, Su Hao continued to hold the ball at the top of the arc. He once again called for a pick and roll with Tucker. Although attempting to single-handedly take on James was a dubious strategy, it appeared he had little choice at this juncture. Fortunately, the pre-game assessment indicated an increase in his ball handling and driving stability, affording him a glimmer of opportunity even against a fully engaged James. As he maneuvered to exploit the mismatch against James, Su Hao's eyes brimmed with fierce determination. Let us go. Having witnessed the full force of James's offensive prowess, it was now time for James to experience the full extent of his defensive capabilities. Su Hao executed a series of rapid directional changes. Although his previous ball handling had not been particularly outstanding, the threat of his three-point shooting combined with a 30 driving ability, bolstered by 90 ball handling stability rating, rendered his drives significantly formidable. Yet, James remained as steady as a mountain, and his exceptional footwork and wingspan not only allowed him to maintain his defensive stance, but also to continually apply pressure on Su Hao. This exemplifies the defensive prowess of LeBron James. During his peak, he was a fixture in the league's all-defensive first team for 5 consecutive seasons. Although age has rendered him unable to secure a place even in the second team now, it is merely a matter of conserving energy for offensive responsibilities. Nevertheless, when he is fully committed to defense, he remains a formidable presence akin to that of an all-defensive player. Su Hao, unable to evade his opponent through dribbling, began to execute sharp directional changes while feigning a shot. James, with remarkable swiftness, closed in. Yet Su Hao cleverly feigned a jump shot and executed a sudden change of direction, swiftly penetrating towards the paint. His prior success with 2 consecutive three-pointers had significantly elevated his threat from beyond the arc. As Su Hao charged in with determination, he released the ball just ahead of Thompson's impending help defense. At that moment, he sensed a chilling gust behind him, and the crowd erupted in anticipatory cheers. Without needing to glance back, Su Hao instinctively knew that James was in pursuit. James's defensive style differs markedly from that of Leonard. While he may not rival Leonard in terms of frontal pressure and stealing ability, he possesses an extraordinary skill, the chase-down block. James's capacity to chase down an opponent from the backcourt to pin their shot against the backboard is unparalleled. Consequently, Su Hao wisely abandoned the direct layup in favor of a quick mid-air adjustment, switching to his left hand for a delicate scoop shot. The maneuver proved to be quite challenging. It appeared somewhat awkward due to its infrequent execution. However, his quick reflexes enabled him to evade James's block successfully. At the moment of release, the stability of his 90-degree breakthrough began to manifest, causing the basketball to trace a delicate parabolic arc as it soared through the air. Swish! It landed securely in the net. The spectators were left in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is possible." If it had been Harden, their surprise would have been muted. But the reality was that it was Su Hao. Su Hao was merely a 3D small forward. Upon landing, James displayed a look of disbelief. He had not anticipated Su Hao possessing such prowess. After scoring, Su Hao raised his right hand, excitedly clenching his fist before his eyes. Following that successful shot, the system's rating shifted from -30 to -10. He had garnered a score of 20 points for that play. It was indeed a direct confrontation. Su Hao seemed to grasp the rationale behind the system's scoring criteria more profoundly. After all, James was the top player in the league. Being defeated by a sidelong approach and receiving an S-level skill package would lack prestige. As the Cavaliers launched their offense, James continued to isolate Su Hao. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers. The two engaged in their favorite superhero-like duel. Su Hao's defense grew increasingly aggressive, exerting pressure while threatening with his reach. The recent successful offense had sent his adrenaline soaring. Yet, James, upon pivoting, charged violently towards the basket. One-on-one defense against him was indeed a daunting task. However, this time, James could not score directly, as Tucker had anticipated and arrived to assist. Earlier, D'Antoni had summoned Tucker to the sidelines, instructing him to provide timely help on defense. Forced to halt his dribble, James's final shot was somewhat strained. At that moment, a figure leapt up from Tucker's diagonal rear, delivering a resounding block. Bam! James's attempt was swatted against the backboard. Though Su Hao had been momentarily bypassed by James, he did not relent in his defense, seizing the opportunity. He executed a thunderous rejection. The crowd was utterly astounded. It was a rarity for anyone to block James, let alone Su Hao. Moreover, he swiftly retrieved the defensive rebound, pivoted, and passed the ball to Gordon, ready to initiate a fast break. Excitement rippled through the arena. However, just then, the baseline referee's whistle pierced the air. Tucker was called for a defensive foul. Bewildered, Tucker turned to the referee in confusion. The whistle was blown far too late, allowing the Rockets to seize control of the ball for a fast break. Moreover, with the foul being called, Su Hao's block was rendered null. He found himself at a disadvantage defensively against the formidable LeBron, and just when he finally seized an opportunity to make a remarkable block, it was negated by the referee's call. Surprisingly, Su Hao found amusement in this. It was not solely due to the referee's decision. After all, LeBron is a superstar, and it's not unusual for him to receive preferential treatment from officials. Su Hao's laughter stemmed from the system's evaluation, which had improved. Theoretically, the referee's whistle meant that the defensive play ultimately ended in failure. However, the system's rating shifted from -10 to -5. While the increment may seem modest, it indicated that even the system perceived an issue with the call. At that moment, Su Hao began to view the system differently. Initially, the system felt cold and unfeeling. Yet after his three-pointer, he received a 5, and now this controversial call also garnered 5. Although the system does not communicate verbally, it certainly possesses a distinct personality. As for LeBron's 2 free throw attempts, the first clangs off the rim. The second ricochets off the front of the hoop, only to bounce in after a second drop. At this juncture, Su Hao noted an important detail. LeBron's stamina appeared to be waning once more. The reason for the once more is that during Game 1, LeBron's energy diminished due to their prolonged battle, ultimately contributing to the Cavaliers' defeat. Though the full throttle mode of James had breached his defenses, the visible toll on his stamina was undeniable. Realizing this, Su Hao's determination soared even higher. In the transition from offense to defense, he increased his off-ball movement, running back and forth along the baseline with James. Although he did not secure a shot opportunity during that possession, witnessing James, hands on hips, right before him, he understood that this was more effective in scoring points. Yet, this was not the pinnacle of his audacity. The most remarkable moment occurred when Su Hao returned to the defensive end and boldly confronted James, exclaiming, "Come on." In this context, "come on" serves multiple interpretations in English, encompassing encouragement and motivation. However, here, it resonated as trash talk. Put in more effort, King of Cleveland. James nearly erupted in outrage. Su Hao had become addicted to trash talking. In truth, the previous possession, where Su Hao refrained from holding the ball, had already raised James's awareness. After all, it had only been a week since the first game of the finals. Rationality told him that Su Hao's actions were clearly a trap. Yet he could no longer contain himself. As the foremost player in the league, When had he ever been subjected to such provocation? He positioned himself to receive the ball, continuing to back down Su Hao. Su Hao, in turn, persisted in his vigorous defense. At this moment, he was utterly unconcerned about his physical condition, for he had already devised a plan to engage in a thrilling one-on-one showdown with James tonight. The Rockets remained a formidable team in his absence, yet the Cavaliers, bereft of James, faced a stark reality in the opening game of the finals, which was, without a doubt, a poignant reflection of their predicament. As the two clashed until the very end, James managed to gain the upper hand, drawing a defensive foul from Su Hao just before Tucker could assist. Though his stamina had waned, it was not entirely depleted. After all, the first quarter had yet to conclude. Meanwhile, Su Hao couldn't help but smile. It wasn't that he questioned the officiating. Rather, within the system, his rating had shifted from -5 to -10. Although he had failed to defend successfully, the system had only deducted 5 points. This system has become increasingly endearing. However, it aligns with the previous assessment. When facing James, achieving victory through direct confrontation remains the sole strategy. James made one of 2 free throws, and with the depletion of his stamina, inevitably comes a decline in his free throw accuracy. The score stands at 22-18, with the Cavaliers maintaining their lead. Su Hao continues to control the ball at the top of the arc. This time, before he could call for Tucker to set a screen, he had already noticed that James had preemptively switched onto him. It appears he has learned well from the legends of the NBA. His relentless barrage of trash talk has thoroughly incensed James. This time, he was unable to elude James once more, and his final drive was thwarted, resulting in a missed shot. However, it is unrealistic to expect perfection with every attempt, and having determined the game strategy, as long as he could wear James down, it would not be in vain. As the momentum shifted, James continued to engage in a one-on-one with Su Hao. The sound of their muscular clash resonated, audible to the front row spectators. Seizing the moment, Su Hao retreated and repositioned himself. Although James managed to maintain his balance, he was evidently less composed than before. While both players were exerting themselves, their circumstances differed significantly. The Cavaliers had targeted him from the outset, and the team's early advantage was inextricably linked to James's influence. In contrast, on the Rockets side, the ball predominantly remained in Harden's hands, leaving Su Hao to operate off the ball with minimal energy expenditure. Thus, when the two matched up, their stamina levels were inherently disparate. As James readied himself for another post-up, Su Hao suddenly sidestepped with agility and swiftly struck. With a decisive motion, he snatched the ball from James's grasp. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of Su Hao's earlier interception of James in the previous match. In a sudden turn of events, LeBron was caught off guard, unable to commit a foul in time. Su Hao swiftly passed the ball to Gordon, who immediately followed up with a fast break. In a 3-on-2 situation in the front court, Gordon dashed towards the basket and returned the ball to the advancing Su Hao. Upon receiving the pass, Su Hao leapt into the air, executing a two-handed dunk to finish with flair. In this round of offense and defense, the memories of Cleveland fans were swiftly rekindled. In the previous match, Su Hao had successfully defended against James, limiting him to just 7 successful shots out of 21 attempts. Tyronn Lue, sensing the momentum shifting, promptly called for a timeout. LeBron, remain composed. He is clearly attempting to provoke you. We need this victory. Although Lue's tactical acumen may be somewhat lacking, he possesses a keen understanding of the game. James, panting heavily, remained silent. LeBron, you are the king here. We require your leadership to secure victory, not reckless charges in a battle, Lue said, lowering his voice and speaking in a calm tone that struck a chord. His words were not only poignant, but also melodious. James took a deep breath and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon resuming play, James refrained from isolating against Su Hao and instead assumed a playmaking role. Drawing from his experience in the previous game, he was cautious of Su Hao's off-ball steals, ultimately delivering a swift pass to Clarkson, who scored with a layup. Lue, witnessing this, clapped enthusiastically from the sidelines. This was the correct rhythm for the Cavaliers tonight. Su Hao, however, was not particularly surprised. Lue was renowned in the league for his motivational prowess, and if he lacked this ability, he would not have remained in his position for so long. Continuing to control the ball, Su Hao called for a pick and roll with Tucker. James willingly relinquished his isolation against Su Hao, but Su Hao had not abandoned his pursuit of James. In truth, the Cavaliers' best strategy at this juncture would be to double-team Su Hao, especially with Harden absent and Su Hao's passing skills being somewhat average. Yet, how could they justify sending James and his teammates to double-team a role player? Such an action would be a blow to their pride. Therefore, after Tucker valiantly set the screen, Su Hao found himself matched up against James once more. The look on James's face turned a shade of green. He had refrained from attacking Su Hao, yet Su Hao was still eager to confront him. However, before James could ponder further, Su Hao initiated his offensive maneuver, a change of direction leading to a drive. This time, Su Hao opted for the simplest method of attack. Often, the simplest choices prove to be the most effective. Su Hao's decision caught James off guard, and with James's declining stamina, his foot speed was not what it once was. Consequently, Su Hao managed to glide past James effortlessly. The fans in attendance were left speechless. Fortunately, James quickly regained his composure and pursued Su Hao. His gaze was fierce. Having failed to block Su Hao previously, he could not afford to make another mistake. As Su Hao leapt to shoot, James extended his hand for the block, prepared with his other hand for a potential follow-up rejection. This time, even though Su Hao exerted all his effort, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to leap down. However, Su Hao's choice once again took him by surprise. He, against all odds, resolutely raised his hand to opt for a direct layup. With a resounding slap, James failed to restrain himself and inadvertently swatted down upon Su Hao's wrist. Yet, Su Hao exhibited astonishing composure in his finishing, as he deftly maneuvered the ball into the hoop despite the foul. The referee's whistle echoed by the sidelines. This shot is a remarkable 2-1. Su Hao has successfully executed a 2-1 against James. The crowd erupted in exuberance once again. In contrast to his previous performances as an unexpected hero, Su Hao tonight exhibited the poise and prowess of a seasoned champion. After witnessing the ball go through the hoop, he approached the base of the basket and emphatically struck the backboard, expressing his exhilaration. When faced with a player of James's caliber, how could one possibly employ the same technique twice? Furthermore, his audacity to take such a shot stemmed from the referee's determination of a breakthrough, which, even if unsuccessful, had a significant likelihood of drawing a defensive foul. This unexpected 2-1 truly represents an unforeseen gain. Naturally, he must make the most of this opportunity. The fury that James had suppressed under Coach Liu now requires rekindling. As he turned back, preparing to take his free throw, he glanced over at James and remarked, "Hey, old man, it seems the vessel of the new century can no longer accommodate the remnants of your bygone era." Chapter 30, a lifeline with that single utterance. The anger that James had painstakingly subdued under Liu surged back with a vengeance. To hell with the game. Today he must annihilate Su Hao. James is not impulsive. On the contrary, he is often remarkably composed and astute, aware of the appropriate moments to act. However, one must remember that he is not a machine. Ever since he uttered the words, "I don't know who Su Hao is," he's been subjected to a relentless barrage of negative external influences regarding Su Hao. If that were all, he might have been able to endure it. Yet the crux of the matter lies in Su Hao's incessant provocations during their previous encounters. And in this match, he has audaciously continued to hurl trash talk at him. If he were to endure any longer, he would not be a king, but rather a tortoise. Thus, the home crowd of Cavaliers fans was treated to a magnificent showdown between extraordinary talents. Moreover, Su Hao's performance surpassed their expectations. Initially, it was believed that after being repeatedly outplayed by James, Su Hao would gradually lose his fighting spirit. However, he demonstrated an increasingly fervent determination. As the match progressed, they could not help but feel that James was aging and could no longer withstand the youthful vigor of his opponent. By halftime, the score stood at a deadlock of 58-58, with both teams evenly matched. Upon returning to the locker room during the intermission, Su Hao nearly collapsed onto the bench. Although it was said that his responsibilities were far fewer than those of James, the disparity in physical condition and stamina between them was undeniable. Not to mention that James himself possessed an exceptionally extraordinary physique and invested millions annually in maintaining his physical form. These two aspects are realms in which Su Hao is currently unable to compete. Merely exerting himself for half a match has already drained his stamina significantly. In the second half, his efforts might be more heart than strength. Nevertheless, the results thus far have been commendable. After all, the greater the exertion against James, the higher the Rockets' chances of victory tonight. However, D'Antoni's perspective diverges from Su Hao's. As he entered the locker room, a frown adorned his face. His understanding of James runs deeper than that of Su Hao. Tonight, James was evidently incensed. In the second half, particularly during the third quarter, James would likely unleash a ferocious offensive output. If the Rockets failed to mount a commensurate attack, the game may very well be decided in that quarter. Yet, It was evident to him that Su Hao's stamina could no longer sustain such relentless play on both ends. At the very least, they needed someone else to defend James. However, as he surveyed the locker room, his frown deepened. Before this moment, no one had been capable of containing James. Would they have to resort to double teaming? Yet, the Cavaliers' other players were also in fine form tonight, and double teaming would pose significant risks. The players, panting, awaited D'Antoni's instructions, but his silence left them somewhat at a loss. We need to substitute someone to defend LeBron. Finally, after a minute and a half of uneasy silence in the locker room, D'Antoni spoke. Until the very end, he was reluctant to double-team James, which was anticipated given that the early deficit had already indicated such a strategy would yield little success. No one responded, as everyone understood that this was no easy task, and losing would likely result in blame after the game. Whoever D'Antoni assigned would comply, but it was difficult for them to volunteer. At that moment, Su Hao spoke up. "Coach, I believe Trevor and I could partner in defense. He can take the primary assignment while I provide support." Su Hao's suggestion took everyone in the locker room by surprise, especially Ariza, who stared at Su Hao in disbelief. At this moment, it is a daunting task for anyone to guard James. Save for one individual, Ariza, he has lost the trust of the coaching staff, and Su Hao's suggestion could provide him an opportunity to start in the second half. Upon regaining his composure, D'Antoni glanced at Su Hao, then at Ariza. Should Su Hao and Ariza manage to create a formidable defensive synergy, they could significantly enhance the containment of James. However, the crux of the issue lies in Ariza's current dismal form, so much so that D'Antoni has yet to deploy him this evening. Suddenly thrusting him into the starting lineup poses considerable risk. I trained with Trevor yesterday, and I observed that his condition has improved considerably, Su Hao noted, perceiving D'Antoni's hesitation before speaking up. At this moment, Ariza's gaze was imbued with a sense of incredulity, accompanied by an indescribable emotion that bordered on profound gratitude. Having felt considerable resentment towards Su Hao due to the loss of his starting position, which at times had escalated to outright animosity, Ariza had sought to reclaim his place in the lineup. In his mind, he had contributed immensely to the Rockets, only to have it usurped by Su Hao in a mere 3 games. Yet now, the sole individual willing to advocate on his behalf was indeed Su Hao, regardless of the reason behind it, akin to his earlier confusion over why Su Hao had afforded him so many opportunities for one-on-one confrontations. He found himself overwhelmed with heartfelt appreciation. This is not merely a matter of offering a reward for a slap. It is far more significant, akin to providing him with a lifeline. D'Antoni hesitated momentarily before eventually nodding in agreement. At this juncture, there truly existed no superior alternative. Selecting Ariza held a glimmer of hope, while opting for others seemed to guarantee failure. As for Ariza's current form, it would become evident after a brief period of play. If necessary, he could always be substituted later. After outlining the strategy, D'Antoni exited the locker room, and at that moment, Ariza approached Su Hao with an expression of remorse. "I apologize for my previous actions. I was too immature," he confessed, disregarding the setting of the locker room. Su Hao shook his head. In truth, he owed a debt of gratitude to Ariza. Without him, he would not have secured the defensive package. However, his suggestion for Ariza to start was clearly not motivated by the elusive defensive package known only to himself, nor was it an attempt to mend any internal relationships. "I simply wish to win. If you believe this is your opportunity, then seize it and demonstrate your worth to remain on the court." In response to Ariza's astonished gaze, Su Hao spoke candidly. The NBA does indeed encompass interpersonal dynamics, yet this is the pinnacle of basketball, where one must rely on skill to ascend. Moreover, Su Hao's proposal was consistent with what he had previously conveyed to Tucker. Ariza had hit rock bottom, and if he could not rebound from such depths, he would be rendered utterly ineffective. This may very well be Ariza's final opportunity with the Rockets, as well as his last chance to secure a contract for the summer. After listening, Ariza remained silent, turning back to his seat, and quietly opened his locker to retrieve a book, The Shawshank Redemption. Many NBA players have a penchant for reading, with notable figures such as Kobe and Duncan among them. However, Ariza does not belong to that distinguished group. The reason he possesses this particular book is due to a moment of self-doubt following a humbling defeat at the hands of Su Hao, prompting him to seek solace in literature. Previously, he had read it without much resonance, yet this time, as he picked it up, he felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, igniting a fervor within. A book, it seems, only offers genuine assistance when one truly needs it. Chapter 31. Redemption as halftime concluded, both team starting players gradually returned to the court. It was at this juncture that they noticed the Rockets lineup for the second half. Harden, Suhao, Ariza, Tucker, Capella. The Rockets had altered their formation. Upon witnessing Ariza's inclusion, commentators Barkley and Kenny Smith simultaneously expressed their bewilderment. Under normal circumstances, a fully operational Ariza would fit seamlessly into this lineup, perhaps even enhancing their defensive prowess. Yet the pressing question remains. Ariza has yet to step onto the court tonight. If this were not a result of D'Antoni being struck by a donkey, it would simply be a case of sheer self-deception. However, this strategic alteration has certainly piqued their curiosity. They are eager to uncover the secrets behind the enigmatic tactics of the little bearded one. Not only the two commentators were taken aback and intrigued, but the coaching staff of the Cavaliers was equally perplexed. Tyronn Lue was momentarily at a loss regarding D'Antoni's intentions. Yet, after regaining his composure, he perceived this as an opportunity for the Cavaliers. Exploiting the situation with Ariza, they might just have a chance to swiftly widen the score gap. He summoned LeBron James for a moment of earnest counsel, even before the game officially commenced. The strategic duel between the two teams had already begun. The Rockets initiated the offense, with Harden at the helm. The Cavaliers, fully aware of the situation, chose to leave Ariza unguarded and double-team Harden. Showcasing his prowess, Harden, under pressure, delivered a splendid bounce pass to Ariza, who found himself with an open opportunity for a 45 three-point shot. The audience reacted with ease, some even unable to suppress their laughter. After sitting out the first half, was Ariza really being allowed to shoot right away? The Rockets were on a roll as Ariza received the ball and took aim. He recalled a profound quote from Stephen King in The Shawshank Redemption. "Fear can hold you prisoner. Hope can set you free. Only the strong can save themselves." His redemption lay solely in his own hands. At this moment, an unprecedented tranquility enveloped his heart, as if everyone else in the arena had vanished, leaving only him and the hoop before him. This was his final opportunity. In the moment of release, he felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. That confidence clung to the basketball like a flame. The ball soared through the air, trailing a fiery arc toward the hoop. Swish! A crisp sound echoed as Ariza's open three-pointer found its mark. The Rockets bench erupted in jubilation, with D'Antoni leaping excitedly from his seat. What a statement! Ariza's three-pointer was truly remarkable. After scoring, Ariza let out a primal roar, then exchanged a vigorous high-five with Harden, who was ready for defense and passing. Lue Zhang, with his mouth agape, contributed yet another expressive moment. Ariza's three-pointer was simply beyond reason. It was commendable enough that Suhao performed admirably on defense. But if the long-absent Ariza maintained this level of play tonight, the Cavaliers were in for a challenging evening. As the game transitioned, LeBron, upon seeing Ariza defending him, positioned himself for a high-post isolation. When Suhao defended him, he had to weigh his energy levels and decide when to engage. However, facing Ariza, the pressure diminished significantly. Although Ariza had made a shot, it was evident that emerging from his slump would not be an easy task. After receiving the ball, LeBron turned to initiate his attack, only to quickly realize that his assessment was once again flawed. Ariza, seemingly fueled by an unseen vigor, was tenacious in his defense, akin to a feral dog. Ultimately, while LeBron managed to force his way past Ariza, Suhao's assistance arrived just in time. His final, desperate shot was nearly swatted away by Suhao. Bang! The shot was evidently short, striking the front of the rim and bouncing off. Capella secured the defensive rebound, and in the first possession of the second half, the Rockets successfully contained James. Moreover, the Rockets launched a fast break, and upon receiving the pass, Harden executed a swift layup, scoring. The score stood at 63-58. After adjusting their starting lineup, the Rockets immediately delivered a 5-0 run against the Cavaliers at the onset of the second half. Lue, feeling restless, rose from his seat and approached the sidelines. He began to realize that the Rockets' strategic shift was not an opportunity for the Cavaliers, but rather a harbinger of doom. In the Cavaliers' offensive play, James refrained from further isolation and opted to orchestrate from the top of the arc. With Ariza's relentless defense, coupled with Suhao's help, breaking through was no simple feat. It was at this moment that he recognized the Rockets' defense was impenetrable. This lineup, with the exception of Harden, boasts formidable defensive players all around. He eventually signaled Thompson to the three-point line, and after a pick and roll, found himself mismatched against Capella. This is the quintessential tactic of the small ball era, military training. Capella's agility among the towering giants in the paint is indeed remarkable. Yet keeping pace with LeBron proves to be a formidable challenge. Ultimately, LeBron successfully eludes Capella. Just as he prepares to accelerate, Ariza, like a relentless hound, clings to him. Cursing inwardly, he elegantly executes a swift spin to bypass Ariza. However, just as he releases the ball, a shadow darts in from the periphery. Bang! His shot is emphatically rejected against the backboard by that very shadow. The apparition appeared so unexpectedly that it was only after the block that the camera caught up. And that figure was unmistakably Su Hao. Earlier in the first half, he had showcased his shot-blocking prowess in a similar defensive display, only for the referee to nullify it. Nonetheless, one can evade the initial threat, but cannot escape the final blow. LeBron was indeed pinned by a thunderous rejection. Moreover, the referee did not blow the whistle. Amidst the rising excitement of the crowd, the Rockets swiftly transition into a fast break, with Harden scoring effortlessly on a layup. The score now stands at 65-58. The gap has widened to 7 points. Lou, unable to remain seated on the sidelines, paces back and forth, glancing at the scoreboard, unable to contain his anxiety. The Cavaliers are on the brink of being swept away by this surge. This truly feels like a death knell. The Cavaliers advance to the front court, where LeBron passed the ball to Hill, initiating an off-ball play. He attempted every tactic he had tried in the first half. The Cavaliers executed a beautiful play. After LeBron's movement drew the defense, Hill successfully delivered the ball to the emerging J.R. Smith. It was a commendable opportunity for a three-pointer. However, at the moment he took the shot, the sight of the rushing defender, Su Hao, clearly unsettled him. Bang! Smith's three-pointer failed to find the net. LeBron anticipated the ball's descent, ready to seize the rebound, but a figure swooped in ahead of him to snatch the ball. Ariza, he promptly passed the ball to Harden. Energized, Harden launched into a fast break, stopping abruptly just beyond the three-point line, evading the pursuing J.R. Smith before releasing a three-pointer. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. 68-58. The gap widened to double digits. The Cavaliers called a timeout. Barely 2 minutes into the second half, the Rockets unleashed a relentless 10-0 run, leaving the Cavaliers stunned. Incredible. Unbelievable. From the commentary booth, Kenny Smith expressed his astonishment repeatedly. Prior to the game, they had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet they could never have predicted Ariza would deliver such a remarkable comeback performance. This transcends mere competitive ability. It is a profound yearning for victory. Upon Ariza's departure from the game, he was met with enthusiastic applause from his teammates. The initial moments of the second half unfolded much like the book Ariza perused during halftime. This was his redemption. Chapter 32, the second S-Class skill package. Following the timeout, the Cavaliers made a strategic adjustment by entrusting the ball to LeBron James, allowing him to unleash his full potential. This is the tactic that Lou excels at. Yet at this moment, it appears somewhat helpless, given Ariza's relentless fervor and the configuration of the Rockets. It is indeed quite challenging for anyone other than James to find opportunities. This strategy proved effective once again, demonstrating that even with the formidable duo of Su Hao and Ariza, it was insufficient to contain James. However, James faced his own trials, as each of his points seemed like a treacherous journey through a thicket of thorns, fraught with difficulty. More daunting than the challenge of scoring was the toll it took on his stamina. Observing Su Hao's reactions during halftime reveals the intensity with which they battled in the first half. Even with superior endurance, the strain was unsustainable. Gradually, his efficiency began to wane, and the Cavaliers found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage. Although the momentum of the game did not shift as abruptly as in the first match, even the home crowd began to grasp the gravity of their predicament. Much like death, it is not the inevitability that instills fear, but the agonizing wait for its arrival. The Cavaliers fans in attendance could certainly relate to this sentiment. James persevered until the fourth quarter, at which point Su Hao finally engaged in an exhaustive one-on-one exchange with a fully committed James, leaving both players utterly drained. It was during this moment that the Rockets unleashed a decisive surge, solidifying their dominance in the match. With 3 minutes remaining, the Rockets had extended their lead to 20 points, prompting D'Antoni to rest his starters. The faces of the Rockets players radiated with uncontainable joy. Following this victory, they held a commanding 3-1 lead in the series, placing them on the cusp of triumph. Furthermore, it was yet another resounding victory. The championship, once a distant dream, now lay tantalizingly within their grasp. In this moment of elation, Su Hao, seated and animated, shared laughter with Tucker beside him. His joy stemmed not only from the triumph of the evening, but also from the impressive 80 rating swirling in his mind. While he once engaged in individual duels on the court, this time he enjoyed the match from the sidelines. The Cavaliers' audience awaited despair, while he anticipated the arrival of bliss. Thus, while both teams sought victory, this entirely novel experience brought an indescribable exhilaration. Particularly intriguing was that the Cavaliers had not yet surrendered, keeping James on the court. As he sat conversing with his teammates, watching James fight valiantly on the floor, the sensation was truly remarkable. With a final whistle, the Rockets triumphed once more on the road, defeating the Cavaliers 116-101, securing a 3-1 lead in the series. In terms of statistics, Harden recorded 29 points, 4 rebounds, and 9 assists, while Suhau contributed 17 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. On the Cavaliers' side, LeBron James amassed an impressive 43 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, achieving his 7th 40-point game of this year's playoffs, along with a triple-double in the finals. However, this time he could not lead the Cavaliers to victory. Meanwhile, Suhau finally experienced a moment of joy. As he had anticipated, the probability of drawing an S-tier skill package was significantly high, given the abundance of S-tier skill packages associated with LeBron James. Ding! Host successfully engaged in a one-on-one challenge. Now randomly dropping LeBron James' skill package. Ding! Randomly dropped James's tier playmaking package. As he wished, yet another S-tier skill package. In a more relaxed state, Suhau began to examine this new skill package. S-tier playmaking package enhances ball control by 60, passing vision by 60, passing IQ by 60, and passing accuracy by 60. Compared to the previous 3-point package, the upper limit of this playmaking package's enhancements is somewhat lesser, yet it offers an abundance of improvements across various aspects. This is equivalent to the integration of control and transmission. This skill set truly embodies the essence of James, showcasing his versatility. In other words, when he activates this skill set, he can seamlessly transition from a mere scorer to a playmaking scorer in an instant. The transformation is indeed monumental. The distinction between the ability to organize plays and the capacity to pass is remarkably vast. A particularly vivid illustration of this is the contrast between LeBron James and Anthony. However, upon discovering the prerequisites for activating the skill set, Suhau's expression mirrored despair. The training requirements for passing route judgment are set at 20,000 attempts. Ball control training demands 30,000 minutes, and passing training requires an astounding 100,000 attempts. With only a 2-day interval between the first 2 games of the finals, the volume of training necessitated renders it utterly impossible for him to complete before that time. It may even take several matches beyond that. Following a resounding victory, Harden once again took his teammates to revel in the nightlife. Yet this time, Suhau refrained from joining them, not due to a lack of interest, but rather because he recognized that the upcoming period would be exceedingly demanding. Although, theoretically, it seems implausible for him to activate the skill set before the conclusion of the finals, he felt compelled to make an effort. Despite the Rockets currently basking in favorable circumstances, no one can guarantee their triumph. To say nothing of the fact that when it comes to staging a comeback from a 1-3 deficit in the finals, no team possesses more experience than the Cavaliers. Should he manage to unlock this new skill before the finals, his chances of securing the championship would significantly increase. To debut on the grandest stage of all and assist his team in clinching the title, that would surely etch his name in the annals of history. Suhau is undeniably motivated to pursue these goals. Thus, after a brief respite in the locker room, he proceeded to the training facility to devise a training regimen. Unlike his previous focus on mere 3-point shooting, this training session encompassed 3 different aspects. Tackling them individually would undoubtedly prove insufficient. However, Suhau, being astute, contemplated for a while and swiftly conceived a method to amalgamate the 3 into one training approach, which he promptly put into practice. He first gathered the training cones and arranged them in front of the wall of the training facility, marking a specific point on the wall, then placed a basket of balls 2 meters away from the wall. His concept was straightforward: to dribble in place while simultaneously passing to the designated point on the wall, and finally, to anticipate the ball's rebound direction towards the cones. This is akin to him engaging in a training regimen that encompasses 3 distinct aspects. As for its efficacy, only through trial can one ascertain the outcome. With all preparations in place, he commenced his training, beginning with a minute of dribbling exercises in place. After a minute had elapsed, he observed that the ball control training within the system had escalated to 13,000. However, he soon encountered a dilemma. After passing the ball, he noticed that the passing training within the system had not increased. Is it truly the case that the system mandates training on a singular aspect at a time? How excessively rigid this is. No, a scoring system capable of evaluating someone like LeBron in a competition could not possibly be so inflexible. It must be that he has overlooked something. He then attempted once more, this time disregarding the numerical fluctuations in his mind and focusing solely on completing the entire process. On this occasion, he accurately assessed the trajectory of the ball after its rebound. By the time the entire procedure concluded, he noticed that the three training metrics in his mind had transformed into 23,000, 100,000, and 12,000. Aside from the count of passes, which was not included, the other two metrics had indeed changed. This outcome holds significant importance, as it affirms that his previous judgment was indeed correct. The system does not prohibit such actions. With this conclusion in hand, subsequent tasks became considerably simpler. It was merely a matter of adjusting the variables within an experiment. Soon, he identified the crux of the issue. The distance of his pass was too short. Once he repositioned the passing point to a distance of 3 meters, he succeeded in striking the target on the wall, which catalyzed a transformation in his mental approach to passing drills. 33,000, 110,000, 22,000. Mission accomplished. Chapter 33. Achieving more with less effort with a method that yields multiple benefits. The next step is to engage in continuous training. This is not an effortless endeavor. In fact, it is far more challenging than the previous 3 training sessions. Currently, he can only manage ball control training and achieving precision in passing, as well as accurately assessing the trajectory of the ball, proves to be quite formidable. Nevertheless, for Su Hao, such difficulties are inconsequential. In comparison to the myriad challenges he faced over the past 2 years within the team, this truly pales in significance. Once again, he has embraced the role of a dedicated trainee. 2 days later, the 5th game of the finals will commence in Houston. This marks the first match point for the Rockets after their 3-1 lead. Should fortune favor them, they will lift the 3rd championship trophy in the history of the franchise here. However, the outcome of this game has taken everyone by surprise. The Cavaliers emerged victorious, and in a commanding fashion, defeating the Rockets 106-90 on the road, narrowing the series to 2-3. In contrast to the previous match, the Cavaliers made a crucial adjustment tonight. They double-teamed Su Hao. Su Hao was treated like a superstar in this game. This tactic proves to be highly effective, as Su Hao is certainly not on par with Curry, lacking the ability to resolve issues with long-range three-pointers. Moreover, the Rockets do not possess a tactical system as refined as that of the Warriors. Crucially, Su Hao's passing skills are inferior to his scoring prowess. Consequently, after facing several double teams, he is left with no choice but to transition to a non-ball handling role. In this manner, Su Hao's contribution to the Rockets was significantly diminished. Had it not been for Harden's commendable performance tonight, the Rockets might have succumbed to defeat much earlier. Nevertheless, this was not the sole determinant of the game's outcome. Another pivotal factor was the astonishing display by James. Following his previous game, where he recorded an impressive triple-double with over 40 points, many anticipated that James would be fatigued after his relentless duel with the Rockets' formidable wing defenders. Surprisingly, he transcended expectations by scoring over 50 points in this match. With a remarkable 19 successful shots out of 32 attempts, he tallied an astounding 51 points, along with 8 rebounds and 8 assists. Truly a feat accomplished single-handedly. In this match, Su Hao found himself filled with admiration for James. The atmosphere online underwent a significant transformation. Historically, the only team to achieve a 3-1 finals comeback was the Cavaliers 2 years prior. This was undoubtedly James's most formidable performance. What if they were trailing? What if they were double-teamed? This is the king of Cleveland. In this battle, James stood shoulder to shoulder with Jordan. He is indeed the foremost player in the league. As for Su Hao, his potential seemed capped. Unable to break through double teams, he would never become an all-star. His ceiling had been reached. Without Paul, the Rockets lacked the strength to contend for a championship. They had been merely fortunate. But luck would not always be on their side. Following the conclusion of Game 5 of the finals, Su Hao remained entrenched in the training facility. The volume of organized training had already exceeded 1/3 of his goals, yet time felt insufficient. At this pace, he would not unlock his skills until after the decisive Game 7, by which time opportunities would have slipped away. Early the next morning, as Su Hao was immersed in his training, Harden arrived at the gym once more. "You haven't gone home?" Given their previous encounter, Harden was less surprised this time. Su Hao nodded, and after exchanging pleasantries, they both resumed their respective training regimens. However, it wasn't long before Harden was intrigued by Su Hao's unique training methods. After observing for a while, he finally spoke up. "I can help you." Harden possessed a high basketball IQ. Otherwise, he would not have devised his crafty style that exploits the rules with his signature moves. His late-night rule analysis was both a jest and a testament to his intelligence. Thus, he quickly discerned that Su Hao was training his passing abilities, focusing on precision. His offer of assistance was genuine. Walls may be inanimate, but people are alive. With Harden's involvement, they could engage in mutual long-distance passing drills, allowing Su Hao to anticipate the direction of Harden's passes, even with his eyes briefly closed. This training proved to be significantly more efficient than before. Moreover, this collaboration was mutually beneficial. For Harden, it meant helping Su Hao acclimate to his passing style, enhancing their synergy on the court. This method significantly accelerated the training capacity in Su Hao's mind, truly embodying the principle of achieving more with less effort. Once the training session concluded, the two sat on the sidelines, engaging in light conversation. Harden's fondness for Su Hao stemmed not only from the latter's character and the support he had shown him previously, but also from his deep appreciation for the Huaxia people and their culture. His familiarity with Yao Ming was particularly notable. Last year, during Yao's retirement ceremony, his spontaneous embrace became a memorable highlight. Don't place too much pressure on yourself. No one expects you to transform from a boy into a man overnight, Harden remarked, sensing the weight of expectations resting upon Su Hao. He endeavored to alleviate some of that pressure. "I merely wish to strive a bit harder. I do not want to leave any regrets," Su Hao replied with a smile. This statement holds a kernel of truth. Even if he possesses a system, it does not guarantee that he can effortlessly seize championships like the protagonists in novels. After all, fiction diverges from reality, and he is not a time traveler, unaware of what lies ahead. Moreover, basketball is a quintet's endeavor. No matter how formidable an individual may be, he cannot triumph over 5 opponents alone. In the early stages of his career, Jordan was subdued by the Pistons. Legends such as Jerry West secured but a single championship throughout their illustrious careers. Similarly, icons like Barkley, Malone, and Nash concluded their journeys without a single title to their names. Even LeBron James only found championship glory after departing from the Cavaliers to join the Heat. If one were to argue that these players were significantly inferior to those who have attained multiple championships, such a claim would be unfounded. The prowess of a player is but one facet. Opportunity plays an equally crucial role. Therefore, when a chance for a championship presents itself, one must seize it with unwavering determination, leaving no room for regret. Upon hearing this, Harden felt a wave of nostalgia. 5 years ago, he was still with the Thunder, basking in the glory of the Thunder before reaching the finals, a moment of boundless promise. They were so youthful then. Had they ultimately triumphed as the Warriors did, they might have forged a dynasty of their own. Regrettably, that year ended unfavorably for them, and his trade away became a significant source of sorrow. Now, with another opportunity for a championship before him, he too yearned to avoid regret. "We will surely win the championship," Harden proclaimed with resolute confidence. Extending his hand towards Su Hao, Su Hao reciprocated, and they exchanged a triumphant slap. Training for pass route judgment, 2,000 times. Ball handling training, 3,000 minutes. Passing training, 1,000,000 times. With Harden's assistance, Su Hao's training efficiency soared. Finally, on the eve of the 6th game of the finals, he completed his training. Chapter 34. I came for Su Hao, 15. In that moment of completion, Su Hao sensed a profound transformation within himself. Unlike the previous defensive package, the capabilities of this organizational package would only be authentically realized during the competition. After the day's training concluded, he returned to his apartment, first indulging in an ice bath to soothe his muscles, and then busied himself in the kitchen. During this period, in order to invigorate the organization, he has truly exerted himself, leaving no time to prepare meals for himself. This time, he was determined to treat himself splendidly. Small yellow croaker, beef stew with potatoes, vermicelli with clams, and a bowl of seafood, mushroom, tofu soup. Su Hao had long forgotten how much time had passed since he last indulged in cooking. Yet, as he sat at the table, gazing at the visually enticing dishes before him, he felt that this was the happiest moment of his life. Human desires are myriad, but the appetite is the most fundamental and easily satisfied of them all. He opened a bottle of chilled soda, took a bite of the golden, crispy yellow croaker, and upon tasting, a delightful fragrance enveloped his senses, leaving a lingering savor on his lips. The beef, stewed for over an hour, was tender and succulent as he chewed. The rich flavor of potatoes seemed to elevate his very being. After savoring several bites, a hint of saltiness lingered in his mouth. He then indulged in a mouthful of the umami-rich vermicelli, which flooded his palate with a symphony of flavors that prompted an incessant flow of saliva. Lastly, he scooped a few spoonfuls of soup into his mouth, allowing the fresh and aromatic essence to cascade into his stomach. Pure bliss. He was not exaggerating. In America, apart from convenience, one would struggle to find a second reason to savor hamburgers and steaks. The global popularity of Chinese cuisine is not without merit. The simplest of ingredients, when transformed through cooking, burst forth with a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor, truly unparalleled. Su Hao set down his chopsticks, took a sip of his soda, and then pulled out his phone to check messages. A familiar number had sent him a text, and this time, the content left him momentarily stunned as he dined. "Big guy, I'm already in Houston. Thank you so much last time. May I treat you to a meal?" Curiosity is an innate human trait. On a smaller scale, one might say that curiosity killed the cat. On a grander scale, it serves as one of the driving forces behind human exploration. Su Hao's curiosity had been ignited step by step. Initially, he merely knew of this person's existence, but during the previous competition, he found himself involuntarily guessing that this individual was Olsen. Although he guessed wrong in the end, this only further fueled his curiosity. "All right," he replied to the message and arranged a meeting place for their meal. As he set down his phone and gazed at the array of dishes before him, his eyes flickered to the empty seat across the table, and a smile crept onto his lips. He couldn't help but tap his head lightly, pondering what he was thinking. In the sixth game of the finals, both teams will return to Cleveland to continue their fierce competition. Although trailing with a score of 2-3, the recent surge of media coverage has led many to believe that the Cavaliers are poised for yet another remarkable comeback. The rationale is rather straightforward. As reported by ESPN, with Su Hao being double-teamed and losing his magic, Chris Paul sidelined due to injury, and LeBron James in scorching form, it is indeed challenging for the Rockets to identify winning strategies in the upcoming matches. Local media in Cleveland is already preparing for LeBron's potential ascension, with some outlets even prematurely suggesting that he stands shoulder to shoulder with Michael Jordan. On the following evening, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse was bustling with an unprecedented crowd, as the venue filled to capacity more than an hour before the game commenced. Regardless of whether the Cavaliers ultimately secure the championship, this would be their final home game. In other words, it represents the last opportunity for Cleveland fans to rally behind their team in this year's finals. If the fans aren't fervent now, when will they be? Half an hour prior to the game, players from both teams began to enter the arena for warm-ups. At that moment, an electrifying commotion erupted in the venue. The LED screen displayed an extraordinary sight. Michael Jordan, accompanied by a companion, he was making his way toward the front row VIP seats. Every industry possesses its pinnacle figures revered as divine, and Jordan is the deity of the basketball realm. At the height of his career, Jordan possessed not only phenomenal talent and dominance, but also unparalleled influence. Even after retiring for 2 years during his prime, he achieved 6 finals appearances, secured 6 championships, and garnered 6 finals MVP awards, all while propelling Nike from a modest brand to the largest sports brand in America. His 2 comebacks even revitalized the American economy. The basketball deity, the greatest athlete, Jordan rightfully embodies these accolades. Post-retirement, Jordan became the owner of the NBA's Charlotte Hornets and rarely appeared elsewhere apart from the Hornets' home games. Yet today, he graced Cleveland with his presence. Moreover, he occupied not a private box, but a front-row seat. Thus, the fans' exuberance is entirely understandable. Encountering Jordan is a rarity, let alone witnessing him at a live game. His appearance drew the majority of the attention, and while the players warmed up, reporters in the arena eagerly approached him for an interview. "Hey, Michael, what brings you here? Is it the thrilling game?" "No, not quite," Jordan chuckled, shaking his head. "While tonight's game is indeed thrilling, I have experienced many games far more exhilarating than this." The reporter looked at Jordan, visibly perplexed. His response left her bewildered. If he wasn't there to watch the game, then what could possibly be his reason for attending? Fortunately, Jordan did not beat around the bush. He directly cast a smile and turned his gaze towards the Rockets' half-court. "That young man." Jordan uttered just a few words, yet the answer was unmistakably evident. He had indeed come for Su Hao. This revelation not only astonished the reporters, but also left the viewers who had eagerly awaited in front of their televisions in a state of shock. Indeed, it was not merely surprise. The domestic fans were overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing this moment. The grand stage of the finals featured James and Harden, both of whom are titans of the league. It was unexpected that Jordan had come solely for Suhao. This only indicates one thing. Suhao is truly on fire. I ponder what enchantment this young man possesses. Jordan then uttered another remark. What he did not mention was that previously he had merely glanced at Suhao while perusing newspapers, without much emotional stir. However, his friend, the loquacious Barkley, had extolled him to great lengths, particularly in ways that piqued Jordan's interest. Thus he was compelled by curiosity to arrive at the arena. Chapter 35. He has committed a crime. 25. The pre-game interview was audible to everyone present. When James spotted Jordan's arrival, he felt a surge of excitement. Although he had already established himself as a prominent figure in the league, he still held deep respect for Jordan, having once called for the retirement of the number 23 jersey across the entire league. However, after hearing Jordan's words, his initial excitement quickly dissipated. Had it not been for the previous conversation with Paul, he might have genuinely intended to challenge Suhao right from the start. He finally exhaled deeply, mustered a faint smile, and approached Jordan to greet him. At that moment, Suhao's gaze was also directed towards the audience. Yet, he did not pay heed to the live interview. Instead, he concentrated on scanning the front row of spectators. His curiosity had yet to be adequately satisfied. This time, he did not catch a glimpse of Olsen, but he did see Jenna and Kardashian. The Kardashian family is closely tied to basketball, and, as a prominent socialite family, they require such occasions to sustain their fame. It appears, as he had previously conjectured, that the owner of that number might merely be an ordinary fan, perhaps watching him from some vantage point. However, the truth of this matter should be unveiled after the match. He averted his gaze, and it was at that moment that he heard Jordan's interview. His reaction mirrored that of most fans, a blend of surprise followed by exhilaration. Who among basketball players does not hold Jordan in high esteem? Naturally, he did not approach for small talk like LeBron, but instead clenched his fist in determination and turned to resume his warm-up. Regardless of their camaraderie, performing well on the court takes precedence. Moreover, above all else, what he truly desired was to secure victory in tonight's game and clinch the championship title. At that moment, Jordan had just exchanged greetings with LeBron and turned to witness this scene. His curiosity piqued further. Just then, a long whistle echoed from the sidelines. The entrance ceremony for the match was about to commence. Hill, Green, James, Love, Thompson, Harden, Suhao, Ariza, Tucker, Capella. Both teams retained their starting lineups from the previous game. JR's erratic behavior was assessed, and despite a 90 stability rating for open three-point shots, he failed. JR's erratic behavior was assessed again, and the mid-range shooting stability also rated at 90 stability. Yet he failed. JR's erratic behavior was assessed once more, with the dunk stability rated at 90, but he faltered again. The moment Suhao stepped onto the court, his erratic assessments began anew. However, this time, fortune did not favor him, as all offensive stability assessments were deemed failures. This did not affect Suhao, with a mere 20 probability. If every instance were to yield a successful judgment, it would simply be termed sheer luck. Naturally, Suhao's mindset was significantly influenced by the unlocking of the organizational package. His confidence in the competition was markedly greater than before. As the starting players took the court, the sixth game of the finals commenced. It wasn't long before the Cavaliers swiftly seized control of the game. This match was exceedingly crucial for the Rockets, as another defeat would allow the Cavaliers to equalize the series from 1-3 to 3-3. At that point, even if they returned to their home court, the players' mentality would be entirely different from what it was now. In such a pivotal battle, however, Harden did not exhibit the determination he had shown during his earlier conversation with Suhao. Instead, he faltered once again. It is indeed challenging to rationally explain such occurrences. Much like how Chris Paul often falters at pivotal moments, it simply transpires. As for Suhao, he did not initially receive much ball possession. The repercussions of the previous game were evidently palpable, as it became apparent that Suhao was being double-teamed, making it exceedingly difficult for him to break free. Unless the opportunity was particularly favorable, his teammates were reluctant to pass him the ball. Consequently, the more the Rockets struggled, the more resolute the Cavaliers became in their defense against Harden. The result was that the Rockets' offense was essentially stifled, relying solely on sporadic scoring. After 5 minutes of play, the score stood at 4-10, with the Rockets having gone nearly 3 minutes without a single point. The spectators, witnessing this scene, were visibly delighted. For given the current circumstances, Harden appeared to be in his habitual slump, and Suhao seemed to have lost his magic. The Rockets were decidedly at a disadvantage. The Cavaliers' championship seemed, as the outside world suggested, within reach. At that moment, however, a subtle shift occurred on the court. Suhao was actively calling for the ball. After struggling under pressure in the previous match, Suhao had rarely taken charge. Yet, faced with an unfavorable situation, he audaciously sought the ball. D'Antoni was momentarily taken aback. Unlike the previous two instances, he had been preoccupied with the pressing issues at hand and had little time to monitor Suhao's movements. Yet, owing to Suhao's past propensity to deliver unexpected brilliance, he felt not only surprise but also a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Suhao had suddenly regained his fearlessness against double teams? Was he finally poised to make a play? As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively shook his head. This seems even more absurd, perhaps even unrealistic, than Suhao's sudden improvement in defense. After all, the distinction between a forward who can pass and one who cannot is as vast as the heavens and the earth. If Suhao truly possesses the ability to pass, then his previous lack of utilization would not merely indicate a lack of insight, but rather a grave error. As the ball found its way into Harden's hands, he hesitated for a moment before relinquishing it. Having trained alongside Suhao these past few days, Harden was acutely aware of the effort Suhao had invested in his passing skills. Although the disparity between practice and competition is significant, one must wonder, what if it works? Once the ball was in Suhao's possession, the Cavaliers decisively opted to continue their double team. Given their successful strategy in the last match, there was no reason not to employ it again. However, the Cavaliers' LeBron, who had previously executed the double team, observed that Suhao's demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. Indeed, it was peculiar. In the last match, when double-teamed, Suhao seemed uncertain about how to handle the ball, overall exhibiting a sense of panic. It is no surprise that only the most exceptional superstars can gracefully handle a double team. For a player like Suhao, who has spent merely a few hours on the NBA court, to remain composed in such a situation would indeed be astonishing. However, this is precisely what renders LeBron James's demeanor curious, as Suhao now appears entirely devoid of his previously frantic disposition, exuding an air of calmness instead. Just before the double team could fully envelop him, Suhao's hand quivered and the ball vanished from his grasp. By the time James turned around, he witnessed the ball soaring directly towards Tucker in the corner. This was the player James was defending, yet he could not return in time. Not only was he unable to recover, but the Cavaliers also presumed he would be unable to pass, leaving no one to provide assistance. Tucker was left utterly unguarded. Suhao's timing for that pass was impeccable. In truth, even Tucker himself was caught off guard. He paused momentarily after receiving the ball, before springing into action. Then, with a swish, it found the net. The corner three-pointer is indeed his signature move on the offensive end, a true talent. Though somewhat unexpected, he seized the opportunity. Suhao has secured his first assist of the evening. At this moment, D'Antoni's gaze was as wide as saucers. Has he truly committed an offense? Chapter 36, Blind Man. You have discovered the essence. 35. Tucker, pleasantly surprised, retreated on defense and immediately found Suhao a high five. Now, the one feeding him has become two. Excitement swept through the crowd. Suhao's expression mirrored his exhilaration. In that fleeting moment when he held the ball, he fully experienced the transformation brought about by the S-Class skill package. He remained the same individual, and the court remained the familiar dimensions of 28. 65 meters in length and 24 meters in width. Yet his vision had expanded. He could instantly identify those in open positions and discern the opportune moment to pass. His control over the angle and force of his passes had significantly improved compared to before. This sensation is truly extraordinary. If I were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be control, that feeling of having everything firmly in one's grasp. On the sidelines, Jordan's gaze momentarily flickered. From the outset until now, he had displayed little interest in the unfolding game, until that recent pass from Suhao. Of course, he merely paused for a brief moment before swiftly regaining his composure. As the Cavaliers mounted their offense, LeBron, utilizing Love's screen, found space and took a shot from beyond the arc thud. The ball ricocheted off the rim. His shooting touch from the perimeter tonight has noticeably waned compared to previous games. Otherwise, given the Rockets' lackluster performance, the Cavaliers should not have merely held a slender lead. Moreover, LeBron appeared somewhat anxious during this particular play. It was evident that Suhao's recent pass had unsettled him. This was not merely a matter of passing. It signified a transformation in Suhao's offensive threat. To illustrate, consider the comparison between Anthony and LeBron. When defending Anthony, it may prove challenging to contain him one-on-one. However, double-teaming him can effectively limit his impact. Conversely, with LeBron, one must guard against his passing abilities, relying heavily on the defensive system. Thus, Suhao's current evolution resembles a shift from the style of Anthony to that of LeBron, significantly amplifying the challenges for the Cavaliers in their attempts to contain him. As the Rockets advanced into the front court, the cameras panned to Coach Lue on the sidelines. Yet, Lue stood there without any visible reaction. Harden and Capella executed a pick and roll, only to be met with a double team that left them with no opportunities. This time, Harden directly passed the ball to Suhao before shifting to the weak side. The Cavaliers opted to continue their strategy of double-teaming Suhao. However, Suhao, instead of rushing to pass, skillfully dribbled backward to create some distance. His S-grade playmaking package enhanced his ball-handling capabilities, granting him a 60-point boost in control, allowing him to protect the ball with finesse. Observing Suhao retreat, the Cavaliers pressed forward, only for Suhao to suddenly execute a stop-and-go move. Seizing the precise moment, he deftly threaded the ball between the two defenders. This pass was not only audacious, but also impeccably executed in terms of angle and timing. Most spectators failed to perceive how it was delivered, as the ball had already soared towards the low post. There, Harden had just made a decisive cut to the basket. Upon receiving Suhao's pass, he did not hesitate, smoothly ascending to the hoop and effortlessly scoring off the backboard. The score is now 9-10, narrowing the gap to a mere point. After the basket, Harden turned with a smile, pointing at Suhao. Since joining the Rockets, he has always been the one effortlessly serving others, never anticipating that one day he would be the recipient of such a perfect assist. Moreover, this assist was akin to a delectable treat, readily available to savor. The audience erupted in excitement. Is this for real? The previous play was somewhat understandable, as Tucker was stationed in the corner, with a sufficiently wide field of vision. It was not overly difficult to find a good moment to make the pass. However, in the recent play, two Cavaliers players were pressing, and Harden was also on the move. It is astonishing that Suhao could deliver such a pass. This transcends mere vision. It is an absolute manifestation of passing prowess. LeBron James also possesses an astonishing gaze. The player, whom he previously did not even recognize by name, has brought him an unexpected series of shocks. At this moment, Jordan, with his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, displayed a keen interest. One encounter might be mere happenstance, but two signifies genuine skill. It appears that Barkley's boasting holds a semblance of truth. Just then, the Cavaliers called for a timeout. The furrowed brow of Coach Lue revealed that Suhao's performance in these past two plays had indeed posed him a significant dilemma. While some rejoiced, others lamented. On the Rockets bench, seeing Suhao exit the court, D'Antoni felt an overwhelming urge to express his affection. If one must err, let it be known that he seeks redemption. Is D'Antoni not adept at utilizing guards? This statement is not entirely incorrect, yet it lacks precision. He excels in utilizing players who can dominate the game with the ball in their hands. From Nash to Lin Shaheo, and then to Harden, they all embody this type of player. If you were to provide D'Antoni with a player like LeBron James, he would promptly assert his proficiency in employing small forwards. Although coaching a player of James's caliber may be unlikely, he currently has Suhao at his disposal. This also signifies that the Rockets will possess two ball-handling maestros who can grace the court simultaneously. To draw an analogy, it's akin to transforming from wielding a single firearm to dual pistols. How did this transformation occur? In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith expressed disbelief. A player who had seen scant minutes in the NBA suddenly erupted for 28 points in a decisive Game 7, scoring 13 points in a single minute to deliver a stunning victory. One could interpret this as an accumulation of fortune bursting forth in a single evening. Furthermore, a player who had never graced the final stage launched an impressive 12 three-pointers in his inaugural game, amassing 37 points. One might argue this was due to the opponent's lack of respect, especially since LeBron had remarked pre-game that he was unfamiliar with this player. Additionally, a player known for his defensive shortcomings suddenly managed to contain LeBron, which could be attributed to newfound resolve and an unexpected performance. Yet, how can one explain a player who, merely a week prior, was visibly flustered by defensive pressure, suddenly evolving into a masterful playmaker? This is truly astonishing. Could it be that this experience resembles the legendary martial arts of Huaxia, where one suddenly unblocks their meridians and gains enlightenment? Kenny, you must understand that the ability to learn is also a profoundly significant talent. Meanwhile, Barkley calmly remarked, in basketball one often speaks of innate gifts, height, wingspan, and athleticism. Yet, while these attributes are visible, there exist other talents that remain unseen. Among the most emblematic attributes is basketball intelligence. Some players may not possess exceptional speed or leaping ability, nor do they boast the most extraordinary physical gifts, yet they remain utterly uncontainable. A quintessential example of this phenomenon is Larry Bird, a legend of the last century. Basketball intelligence is indeed a form of innate talent, and the capacity for learning can also be regarded as a gift. In the past, players with limited learning abilities existed, yet one cannot dismiss the possibility that such talents may emerge today. Every trend has its pioneer. Otherwise, why would he continually boast about his prowess to Michael Jordan? To the point where even Jordan himself became curious enough to attend a game in person, although he faced ridicule previously, which branded him a mere follower. His observations have led him to uncover this remarkable insight. Kenny Smith, left speechless, could only nod in agreement, based on Suhao's performance in successive matches. This indeed serves as the only plausible explanation. Chapter 37. An invitation from the basketball god. Upon resuming play, the Cavaliers made a substitution, with Jeff Green entering the game in place of Kevin Love. The signal conveyed is unmistakably clear. The Cavaliers must enhance their defensive flexibility. In their offensive play, LeBron James skillfully engages in a high-post isolation against Ariza, executing a pivot followed by a smooth fadeaway jumper that finds the net. Despite a rather lackluster performance from beyond the arc, he continues to maintain the remarkable form he has exhibited since the onset of the playoffs. The goal ignited a fervor among the spectators, their spirits soaring. Defense, defense, echoed through the arena as the collective roar of the fans reverberated. Cleveland's enthusiasm was fully manifested in that moment. As the Rockets advanced into the offensive zone, they subsequently passed the ball to Suhao. This time, the Cavaliers refrained from double-teaming Suhao, opting instead for Green to defend him one-on-one. During the recent timeout, substitutions were secondary. What Coach Lue aimed for was a defensive adjustment. Noticing the absence of a double team, Suhao seized the opportunity to initiate his one-on-one play. With deft ball handling, he executed a swift drive to the right, only to elegantly pull the ball back behind his back to the left. At that moment, his two S-level skill sets exhibited a subtle synergy. The S-level three-point shooting package enhanced his driving threat, while the S-level playmaking package augmented his ball-handling prowess. When combined, they created a formidable force, causing Green to falter as he attempted to regain his balance during a step-back maneuver, ultimately leaving him off balance and vulnerable. Then came the moment of spectacle. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Suhao lifted his hand and unleashed a three-point shot. Bending his knees, he leaped. With arms outstretched and wrist flicked, the ball soared from Suhao's fingertips, tracing a graceful parabola through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. Although Suhao had yet to take a shot since the beginning of the game, he seized the opportunity with unwavering precision. This is the essence of skill. The score is now tied at 12. After Suhao initiated the offensive play, the Rockets quickly equalized within just a few possessions. James, while facing double coverage in the front court, passed the ball to Green in the corner, who attempted a three-pointer. Having just conceded a 3 to Suhao, his response with another 3 would have been ideal. However, alas, he failed to convert. Capella secured the defensive rebound, thwarting the Cavaliers' offensive efforts. Now, the Rockets find themselves with an opportunity to take the lead. The ball is once again in Suhao's hands. The Cavaliers continue to rely on single coverage. This time, Green took a step back, exuding his utmost concentration. However, Suhao's subsequent actions nearly caused him to stumble. Suhao called for Capella's screen. The unexpected choice caught everyone off guard. By the time Lue on the sidelines realized what was happening, the screen had already been set. Green and Thompson lunged toward Suhao with fervor. However, just as they advanced, Suhao raised his hand in a passing motion. His previous two passes had been nothing short of spectacular, causing Green and Thompson to turn and retreat, having failed to communicate effectively in their defense. By the time they comprehended the situation, it was too late. Suhao pulled the ball back and swiftly launched another three-pointer. The hearts of the audience collectively skipped a beat. Although Suhao had only scored one basket, totaling 3 points for the night, his presence was undeniably formidable. The moment the ball was released, they sensed it was destined to find the net. Indeed, reality affirmed their intuition. A crisp swish echoed through the arena. Following a succession of two swift passes, Suhao struck twice from beyond the arc. The score now stood at 15-12. The Rockets unleashed an impressive 11-2 run, reclaiming the lead. The camera then shifted to the sidelines, capturing Tyronn Lue, who wore a bewildered expression. When double-teamed, Suhao effortlessly creates opportunities for his teammates. When isolated, he scores with ease. In fact, his recent feint pass had both defenders spinning in confusion. At this moment, Jordan on the sidelines was no longer merely stroking his chin. He was unconsciously rubbing the tip of his nose. This was a gesture sparked by the sight of a favored target. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 58-46, with the Rockets enjoying a 12-point lead. Suhao had amassed 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists by halftime. Just when everyone believed his magic had faded, he once again delivered a remarkable surprise. In the Rockets locker room, during halftime, Tucker turned to Sue and exclaimed, "Come on, tell me, can you still do a 360 windmill?" Laughter erupted throughout the room. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose outside the Rockets locker room. The players shifted their gazes toward the entrance. Could it be that J.R. Smith was causing trouble again, this time unable to wait until after the game? In their line of sight, a familiar figure stepped through the doorway. In an instant, a wave of excitement surged from outside the door into the locker room, with numerous players rising in exhilaration. The cause of this fervor? The arrival of none other than Michael Jordan, the basketball deity. At that moment, Suhao's expression was one of utmost astonishment. For after Jordan acknowledged the others with a gesture, he made a beeline towards him. "Sue, you are indeed as Charles described." Jordan's warmth towards Suhao was palpable, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. "So how about it? Do you have time this evening for dinner?" The invitation that followed was almost beyond Suhao's comprehension. After all, who is Jordan, the god of basketball? Every player dreams of knowing him, of forging a connection with him. Just imagine if Jordan, in a good mood, offered insights into basketball techniques. His skills would surely soar. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Suhao actually declined. He turned down the offer. Even Harden, standing nearby, couldn't help but nudge him. "I happen to have plans with someone else tonight, but how about tomorrow?" As the others began to grumble, suggesting that any other engagements Suhao might have should be cast aside, Jordan's subsequent reaction left them utterly speechless. How highly esteemed is Suhao? It is important to acknowledge that Jordan, in his current capacity, is perpetually occupied. "Very well, I shall find time tomorrow." Suhao readily acquiesced. Jordan exchanged a few more words with Suhao, departing the locker room amidst laughter. Indeed, throughout the entire interaction, he conversed solely with Suhao, neglecting the others entirely. Once Jordan exited, the locker room erupted into a cacophony of excitement. "My goodness, that was truly Michael. Sue, upon your return tomorrow, do share the details of your conversation with Michael. Sue, do not forget to ask him for an autograph. Sue, were you out of your mind just now? Who on earth did you have scheduled that you would turn down an invitation from Michael?" The teammates were all aflame with enthusiasm, and Suhao too felt a surge of excitement. Though their points of exhilaration may not entirely align, he pondered whether he could challenge Jordan one-on-one. While he could not compete with the prime version of Jordan, surely he could manage against the 55-year-old. After all, he had to scan Jordan with the system, discovering an arsenal of S-level skills, complemented by several exclusive skill sets, truly akin to a James Plus if the system were to allow it. A mere drop of skill by him would lead to an immediate ascension. Chapter 38. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Upon returning from halftime, the Cavaliers made adjustments to their lineup, with Lue reinstating Smith to the starting roster. The Rockets initiated their offense. Suhao, drawing a double team, passed the ball to Harden. However, this time Harden was unable to secure a direct scoring opportunity. The issue did not lie with the pass itself, but rather with the Cavaliers' significantly heightened defensive tenacity compared to the first half. Although no alterations were made to the lineup, Lue undoubtedly provided ample motivation to his players during the intermission. The most pivotal days of a person's life are said to be the day they are born and the day they discover their purpose for living. Tyronn Lue's timeless quotation once rekindled the Cavaliers' spirit when they found themselves in a 1-3 predicament, ultimately leading to an unprecedented comeback. In the realm of motivational phrases, he is undoubtedly a connoisseur. However, this time it failed to yield results, as Suhao's distraction of the defense allowed Harden to secure a one-on-one opportunity. He successfully challenged J.R. Smith, executing a step-back three-pointer that found its mark, perhaps due to halftime adjustments or a shift in mindset stemming from their lead. Harden's performance appeared markedly superior to that of the first half. The score differential had widened to 15 points. Lue's substitutions seemed to have little effect. The audience was now in a fervor. In the NBA, a 15-point lead is a significant threshold, Once surpassed, it becomes increasingly easy to fall apart. They could hardly fathom that the Cavaliers, having started strong, might face an unraveling in the third quarter. Lou glanced at the scoreboard, rubbing his furrowed brow. Unless something unexpected occurred, it appeared that, given the Rockets' current form, they might soon witness their opponents ascend to the highest podium. During the Cavaliers' offensive foray, James attempted a shot beneath the basket, but was thwarted by a double team, though the referee's whistle soon followed. A call tinged with the influence of star treatment was made against Harden. He spread his arms wide, eyes wide with disbelief, before breaking into laughter. He had barely grazed James, if at all. However, this act drew a chorus of boos from the audience. Harden himself had ascended in the league by drawing fouls, and the accuracy of this call mattered little. What was significant was allowing Harden to experience the power of such a subjective call. In a critical moment, James sank both free throws, providing the Cavaliers with a glimmer of hope. The Rockets executed a similar offensive play, with Harden receiving the ball to take on Smith. This time, Smith was closely marked, and the two engaged in a physical tussle. Harden ultimately created space for his shot with a substantial retreat. However, before he could release the ball, the referee's whistle sounded from the sidelines. Upon hearing the whistle, Harden prepared to approach the free throw line. Yet, upon observing the referee's signal, he leapt in front of the official, his wide eyes seemingly on the verge of popping out. To his astonishment, the referee's gesture indicated an offensive foul. Harden passionately argued that Smith's actions were far more egregious than his own, asserting that the current no-handcheck rule was designed to protect offensive players. Nevertheless, the referee merely shook his head, showing no inclination to alter the call. Ultimately, Harden was pulled away by his teammates, resigned to shake his head in frustration. Just then, a brief whistle from the sidelines signaled his substitution. At the conclusion of the first half, Harden had committed only 2 fouls, a relatively healthy number. However, barely into the third quarter, he quickly accumulated a total of 4 fouls. In the NBA, 6 fouls result in disqualification, and with over a quarter and a half remaining in the game, he had no choice but to exit the court. As Harden left, the crowd erupted in cheers, while Coach Lou's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. An unexpected development had unfolded. Of course, at this moment, Rockets fans erupted in a chorus of boos. The two officiating decisions are indeed highly contentious. While one might tolerate the first controversial call against a superstar, the second decision is utterly unfathomable. The league's manipulation of the game is infuriating. Although the presidency has transitioned from stern to silver, certain elements remain unchanged. The league is averse to a lopsided outcome in the finals. However, for the Houston Rockets, the ramifications of these calls are profound. Despite Harden's lackluster performance in the first half, he is a superstar whose mere presence on the court can divert the opponent's defensive focus. A lackluster performance is relative. If presented with a one-on-one opportunity, Harden would swiftly demonstrate what it means to be the league's scoring champion. But alas, he is not on the court now. This directly disrupted the offensive rhythm of the Rockets, while the Cavaliers, who were on the verge of losing morale, suddenly regained their spirit. Seizing the opportunity, the Cavaliers swiftly launched a 7-0 run, narrowing the gap to just 8 points. D'Antoni was compelled to call a timeout. Although the Rockets still held the lead, it was evident that the pressure had now shifted entirely to their side. D'Antoni appeared visibly conflicted. He faced 2 choices, either to push the pace of the game and stretch it to the fourth quarter, waiting for Harden's return, or to let Harden re-enter the game with 4 fouls to stabilize the situation. However, the previous 2 calls had been highly controversial. It was uncertain whether similar calls would arise again, and the Cavaliers were targeting Harden as a weakness. Given Harden's already subpar defensive capabilities, coupled with his foul troubles, he risked becoming a defensive liability on the court. Was there perhaps a third option? As this thought crossed his mind, D'Antoni instinctively cast his gaze toward Su Hao. Su Hao was catching his breath, having just endured a rapid pace of play from the Cavaliers. However, upon noticing D'Antoni's gaze, Su Hao also lifted his eyes to meet his coach's. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Can you organize the team on your own? Yes. You must hold out until the end of the third quarter. Can you do it? I can. Sensing the unwavering determination in Su Hao's eyes, D'Antoni had made his decision. We will endure for another 2 minutes. We still lead our opponents. Maintain your composure. Su Hao will now orchestrate the offense. The first half of that statement was rather cliché, but the latter part held significance. Organization. D'Antoni intended for Su Hao to assume Harden's role. Although Su Hao had performed admirably in the first half, delivering several excellent passes, passing was one thing, and orchestrating the team was another. He had never been the central playmaker on the court. When Harden was present, that role belonged to him. When he was off the court, it shifted to Gordon. The same had been true for the past 2 minutes. With the tactical plan set, just before returning to the court, D'Antoni couldn't help but pat Su Hao on the shoulder once more. In this instance, he exerted considerable effort, bearing the weight of the team's responsibilities upon his shoulders. It was evident that being entrusted with such a significant role at this moment was not a reward, but rather a burden laden with responsibility and pressure. Although Su Hao performed admirably in the first half, it did not imply that he could single-handedly support an entire team. The defensive pressure he faced, with or without Harden, was of an entirely different magnitude. In other words, scoring 20 points as a core player is distinctly different from merely accumulating 20 points. Coach, as I have stated before, you can always place your trust in me. Su Hao's response to D'Antoni was a resolute nod, reminiscent of the past. Chapter 39, A Call to Duty. Upon resuming after the timeout, the game continued. Defense. Defense. With Harden still on the bench, the enthusiasm of the fans reignited fervently. This was a prime opportunity for the Cavaliers to rally and potentially seize the lead. The pent-up frustrations from before the game were now being unleashed with fervor. As the Rockets advanced into the front court, Gordon passed the ball to Su Hao before swiftly moving to the weak side. Su Hao did not rush into the offense. Instead, he raised his hand to signal a tactical play. This delineates the distinction previously mentioned. In the past, Su Hao only needed to contemplate how to pass the ball to a teammate or secure a score. However, now he must orchestrate the team's tactical organization. On the positive side, the Rockets' offense predominantly relies on fast breaks, making half-court plays relatively straightforward. Gordon's movement on the weak side has become less effective due to the Cavaliers' heightened defensive intensity, leaving only the strong side pick and roll as an option. Capella set screens near the three-point line. The Cavaliers opt to double-team Su Hao, while James swiftly shifts to the basket from the corner for defensive support. Capella's dismantling of screens is executed with remarkable speed, yet he lacks the capacity for independent scoring, relying solely on opportunistic plays. The Cavaliers' defensive rotations are executed with precision, and their overall defensive strategy exudes an air of pressure. In that fleeting moment, it was not merely Su Hao's passing ability that was put to the test, but rather his capacity to read the defense. The perspective on the court differs vastly from that of an omniscient observer. When executing a strong side offense, it is imperative to discern opportunities on the weak side, necessitating an exceptionally keen passing vision. Fortuitously, Su Hao possessed such an ability. He retreated a step while controlling the ball, directing his gaze towards Capella, who was cutting towards the basket, and then delivered a pass to Tucker in the weak side corner. A no-look pass. Su Hao's deceptive gaze was so convincing that Tucker, upon receiving the ball, found himself with yet another completely open opportunity. The audience was left in awe. Su Hao was not merely orchestrating the offense, but also showcasing his skills. Tucker's eyes could hardly conceal his astonishment. He had previously received a similar pass from Su Hao in the first half and was taken aback to receive another so soon in the second half. And this one was even more spectacular. His heart raced, his hands trembled. Thud! Tucker's open three-point attempt surprisingly missed. However, Capella dominated beneath the basket, leaping to secure the putback score. 63-53. The lead was restored to double digits. D'Antoni chuckled, stroking his mustache. Although it was unfortunate that Tucker's three-pointer didn't find the net, without Su Hao orchestrating the pick and roll, Capella would have had no opportunity for the putback. Swell, as the pivotal playmaker, performed admirably in that initial possession. In transition, Tucker proactively approached Su Hao, patting his chest to indicate that it was his fault. While the team ultimately scored, he squandered one of Su Hao's assists. Moreover, it was no ordinary assist. It was the kind that could have easily made the top 5 plays. There would be more opportunities, wouldn't he there? Yet, Su Hao appeared remarkably composed, responding with a smile. This relaxed and composed state of mind not only relieved Tucker of all his pressures in an instant, but also made him unable to suppress a smile. Swell, it seems, possesses a flair for the dramatic. As the Cavaliers mounted their offense, Love received a pass from James, skillfully evading the defensive green, and executed a bank shot upon entering the paint. The Cavaliers, buoyed by their momentum, maintained their exceptional form following the timeout. The point differential reverted to 8, rendering the contest increasingly intense. In response, the Rockets pressed on with their offense. Su Hao continued orchestrating their plays, while Gordon remained closely marked. And Capella moved to the three-point line to initiate a pick and roll. In this instance, Lou commanded from the sidelines while the Cavaliers opted for a defensive switch, with Thompson pressing forward. Liu's acumen is noteworthy. A detail that went largely unnoticed was that Su Hao's primary scoring was concentrated around the three-point line. A suddenly enlightened playmaker and 3D player, he remains firmly within the 3D category. By stifling Su Hao's three-point shooting, his offensive threat diminishes significantly, which in turn reduces his passing threat. Liu's judgment could be deemed nearly impeccable. However, he underestimated Su Hao's ability to penetrate. Even without the controversial call, his two S-level skill sets substantially enhanced his driving capabilities. More importantly, Su Hao possesses the audacity to drive. Many players transition into the league as 3D players, particularly over time, and shy away from driving when opportunities arise. But others are not Su Hao. He dares to challenge even the giants. With a signal from Su Hao, a sudden change of direction allowed him to bypass Thompson's defense and surge towards the basket. His choice and decisiveness caught the Cavaliers off guard, as both big men were preoccupied on the perimeter, leaving a void in the paint. Yet, it was not entirely vacuous. In a critical moment, James showcased his formidable help defense, swiftly recovering from the corner to the basket, his face radiating an intense determination. The previous grievances remained unresolved between him and Su Hao. Su Hao's intent to attack the rim was unmistakable, and he had already leaped in preparation. Upon noticing this, James followed suit, leaping with his large hand aimed directly at Su Hao's shot. He had encountered a similar opportunity during the first game of the finals, where Su Hao had evaded his block with a miraculous dodge and successfully hit a three-pointer. However, this time, it was within the painted area, given Su Hao's positioning. Even if he did not block with his right hand, his left hand would undoubtedly possess the capability to execute a block. There was no conceivable way Su Hao could score this time. James's confidence was well-founded, and indeed, reality supported this notion. Not only was his controversial call unsuccessful tonight, but even had it been successful, scoring against James in such a manner would be utterly unrealistic. Then the question arose. Su Hao was confident, but not arrogant. The truth remained singular. He was not aiming to score. He was orchestrating the offense. Everything he was currently undertaking was directed towards effectively delivering the ball to the tactical endpoint of his team. In a moment of aerial finesse, Su Hao gathered the ball, executed a swift hand switch, and before descending, flung the ball towards the unguarded Tucker in the corner. Mr. Tucker, as I mentioned before, there remains an opportunity. The timing, angle, and force of the ball were all exquisite. Tucker was once again taken by surprise. He believed in what Su Hao had said, yet he had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. This time, he would not squander Su Hao's pass. He received the ball with remarkable steadiness, readjusted, and took another shot. The trajectory of the ball appeared impeccably true, the kind that one could confidently predict would find its mark. Whoosh! As anticipated, Tucker's corner three-pointer landed flawlessly. Despite missing the previous opportunity, this time they had executed a highlight reel play. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse was abuzz with excitement. Could Su Hao truly embody the essence of a core player capable of leading a team? After 2 consecutive plays, the answer to this question became abundantly clear. Chapter 40. It must be Su Hao as the third quarter concluded. The score stood at 88-76, with the Rockets in the lead. Su Hao had delivered an exceptionally brilliant performance during the third quarter, providing as many as 5 assists in just over 8 minutes. His outstanding game-reading ability, expansive passing vision, and precise passing skills showcased the potential of a true playmaker. Simultaneously, he had also scored 10 points and even secured 4 defensive rebounds. For a moment, it was difficult to distinguish whether it was Su Hao or Harden on the court. He flawlessly fulfilled the responsibilities entrusted to him by D'Antoni. However, the game had not reached a conclusion at the end of this quarter, as the Cavaliers performed remarkably well as well. Even Love, who had struggled in the previous 2 games, delivered an impressive 14 points in a single quarter, reminiscent of his 2 years ago performance where he scored 34 points in a single quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, Harden took to the court early, while Su Hao rested on the sidelines. Finally having a moment to catch his breath, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the Kardashian sisters nearby. The Kardashian sisters were undoubtedly the type that Harden favored, with Khloe having even had a conversation with him. In comparison, Jenner appeared to embody a more Eastern aesthetic, diverging from the typical Kardashian look. Just then, someone interrupted his thoughts. He turned to find Tucker, who had produced a sheet of paper from seemingly nowhere. As he handed it to Su Hao, he realized it was a statistical report. "You have a chance to achieve a triple-double tonight," Tucker pointed out, highlighting Su Hao's statistics. 25 points, 7 rebounds, and 9 assists. This is his current data. He only needs to secure 3 more rebounds and 1 assist to achieve a triple-double, a feat in the finals. Prior to this, only 2 individuals in NBA history have attained such an accomplishment: the legendary Jerry West and LeBron James. Icons like Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson, as well as Kobe Bryant, have never reached this milestone. If Su Hao truly accomplishes this, it would undoubtedly be even more astonishing than his previous record of 12 three-pointers in a single game. This is also the reason Tucker came to remind him. Data, at times, is not solely about ability. Rather, it hinges on the opportunities that arise and whether one possesses the insight to seize them. Those lacking such insight may find themselves in situations where a player like Kobe, having scored 62 points in 3 quarters, declines to take the court in the final quarter. Conversely, players like LeBron's former teammate, Ricky Davis, would go so far as to attempt to secure a triple-double by shooting at his own basket. PJ, I extend my gratitude to you, Su Hao expressed with a smile towards Tucker. He certainly had ideas in mind. Although a triple-double in the finals may not be a definitive accolade, its value is substantial, as one must first reach the finals to even be considered. Moreover, this is tied to his contract for the upcoming season. He signed a 3-year contract with the Rockets, with only the first year guaranteed. And the 3rd year includes a team option. Do not inquire why the terms are so unfavorable. Second-round picks possess little negotiating power when signing with a team, especially when the general manager is Daryl Morey, notorious for his cunning and shrewdness. Therefore, in pursuit of a more favorable contract next summer, he is certainly determined to secure that triple-double should the opportunity present itself. While Su Hao and Tucker were conversing on the sidelines, the situation on the court shifted dramatically. Harden was forced to leave the game early in the 3rd quarter, resulting in nearly an entire quarter spent on the bench. The brief halftime had already left him cold, and now sitting out another quarter rendered him completely out of rhythm. With his body cooled down, the form he had previously regained vanished once more. On the other side, Cavaliers coach Tyronn Lue unleashed his secret weapon, relentless pressure on LeBron. LeBron remained on the court throughout the 3rd quarter and immediately returned at the start of the 4th. With Kevin Love finding his rhythm, LeBron conserved considerable energy during the 3rd quarter, leaving him in a state of sufficient vitality. As the tides shifted, the Cavaliers launched a surge at the beginning of the 4th quarter, rapidly closing the gap to just 4 points within a matter of 3 minutes. This rendered Su Hao's efforts in the 3rd quarter utterly futile. The cheers from the lone arena resounded like thunder as a multitude of fans leapt from their seats, their fists clenched in exhilaration. A 15-point lead is not truly a lead. What matters is maintaining that advantage until the final whistle. Following their previous resounding victory, the Cavaliers were already brimming with confidence. If they could stage a comeback tonight, their chances of clinching the championship would soar. Although the game was not yet over, the pressure on the Rockets was at its peak. D'Antoni had no other recourse. He turned and summoned Su Hao from the bench once more. With Harden struggling to find his rhythm, Su Hao was his only reliance. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, the atmosphere shifted as Su Hao re-entered the court. The previously exuberant fans felt a twinge of concern. On this night, Su Hao's performance surpassed that of Harden. No, it transcended mere performance. It was about the impact on the game, or rather, the palpable pressure. The moment Su Hao stepped onto the court, the fans sensed that the hard-earned lead might once again be in jeopardy. Such a description may seem exaggerated for a role player, yet tonight, Su Hao embodied precisely that. As the Rockets mounted their offense, Su Hao orchestrated the play with the ball in hand. This marked the first occasion when Su Hao and Harden shared the court, granting him such an opportunity. The Cavaliers, exhibiting remarkable agility, swiftly gestured from the sidelines, redirecting their defensive focus towards Su Hao. Remaining composed, Su Hao continued to signal for the strategy, patiently awaiting Capella to set the screen. Once the play unfolded, he deftly delivered the ball to the weak side elbow. This tactic had previously involved Gordon on the weak side, whose scoring potential was rather limited. Yet Harden was a different story altogether. At this moment, Harden made a sudden move after a screen from Tucker, seizing the opportunity. The ball was promptly sent into Harden's hands, who then surged towards the basket with determination. The opportunity for a score was promising as Harden executed a jump shot just before the defensive help could arrive. Alas, it ricocheted off the rim. Despite Harden's conscious efforts to adjust his offensive strategy, his performance was undeniably subpar. The rebound was seized by Love, who launched a long pass to initiate a fast break for the Cavaliers. Upon receiving the ball, James surged forward, leaping high for a signature slam dunk that thunderously reverberated through the net. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted in exuberance. 2 points. The deficit had been narrowed to a mere basket. If they could thwart another offensive surge from the Rockets, they would have a chance to equalize, or even take the lead. Defense. Defense. The arena resonated with the fervent cheers of the fans. Suhao continued to impress with his performance. Yet Harden remained in a slump. Relying solely on Suhao would not suffice to conquer them. As Suhao maintained possession at the front court, he felt a slight ache in his eardrums from the overwhelming noise. The invisible wave of sound seemed to morph into a tangible force, making it challenging to remain composed amidst the chaos. The pressure was palpable, yet he displayed no signs of panic. In fact, he appeared even more invigorated. Confidence. A confident individual does not falter in the face of adversity, nor retreat. Instead, they're propelled by a stronger competitive spirit. This time, he eschewed calling for a screen and opted for a direct confrontation with Love. His movements were swift and decisive. After a mere change of direction, he took a three-point shot. This choice took the Cavaliers completely by surprise, as Suhao had been orchestrating the offense since the third quarter. Even when scoring, it was a result of tactical opportunities. However, the previous play was different. It was solely aimed at scoring. The Cavaliers' double team had yet to settle in, and Love's desperate attempt was simply too late. The basketball soared past Love's head like a cannonball. Swish! It then pierced through the net. A crucial three-pointer. The three-pointer descended like the mythical Wuzishin from the heavens, effectively stifling the Cavaliers' momentum in their pursuit of points. Upon witnessing this, D'Antoni exhaled a long-held breath, his demeanor transforming into one of ease. Suhao, after allowing Harden an attempt, took matters into his own hands, demonstrating a keen judgment based on the unfolding dynamics of the game. The crux of the matter, of course, lay in Suhao's ability to find the net. He showcased his innate talent for playmaking while not neglecting his scoring prowess. "You can always believe in me, coach." Suhao's words echoed in D'Antoni's mind. Chapter 41. The triple-double in the finals. 35. The Cavaliers' offense faltered as LeBron's sudden jump shot went awry. Both Suhao and Tucker accurately anticipated the ball's trajectory. However, upon seeing Suhao charging forward, Tucker graciously yielded. Suhao secured his 8th rebound of the evening. Although the game's intensity was palpable, Tucker remained mindful of Suhao's pursuit of a triple-double. Suhao cast a grateful glance towards him before swiftly redirecting his focus to the match. While a triple-double is indeed a commendable feat, the immediate priority was to secure victory. In the Rockets' offensive play, the Cavaliers, at Lu's signal, swiftly converged to double-team Suhao. Such a scene had previously only unfolded in the presence of Curry, yet now a role player like Suhao finds himself basking in similar treatment. In this instance, Suhao refrained from demanding the ball and instead commenced a movement without it. Should Harden be absent from a court, he would persist in playing through the defensive pressure. However, the dynamics shift entirely with Harden in play. While Harden's shooting touch may have been somewhat lacking, his innate abilities remain undeniable. His performance in the first half was commendable, yet the Rockets' lead at halftime was not solely attributed to his prowess. At this juncture, Harden demonstrated a remarkable synergy, consciously directing the ball towards Suhao during a drive-and-dish maneuver. Nevertheless, the Cavaliers maintained a stringent defense on Suhao, and as soon as he received the ball, a double team swiftly materialized. Observing Coach Lu's gestures from the sidelines, it was clear that they would no longer afford Suhao the opportunity to handle the ball easily. Yet, in the following moment, Suhao's decision left everyone in astonishment. Without pausing to dribble, he promptly returned the ball to Harden. It was akin to executing a long-distance pass. The effect was such that, after drawing the defender towards him, Harden received the ball unguarded. This time, Harden did not falter, effortlessly executing a layup to secure 2 points. The score now stands at 97-90, with a margin once again stretched to 7 points. Although Suhao's first offensive attempt upon his return was unsuccessful, the score is now trending towards a double-digit lead. The anxieties of the spectators have once more been validated. Furthermore, the LED screen on-site displayed Suhao's impressive statistics: 31 points, 8 rebounds, and 10 assists. A double-double has been achieved, and he is merely 2 rebounds shy of a triple-double. At this moment, it was not just Tucker, but the entire Rockets team had taken note of this fact. With a 7-point lead and just over 5 minutes remaining in the game, Suhao was merely 2 rebounds shy of achieving a triple-double. Was the opportunity for him to accomplish this significant? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. However, could Su Hao definitively secure that triple-double? This remains uncertain. For Su Hao is not a center. As a small forward, his ability to secure rebounds depends on the opportune moment. A quintessential example is Ricky Davis, who played as a small forward and ultimately fell short by a single rebound, becoming a source of ridicule for his blunder beneath his own basket. The Cavaliers' offense is at a critical juncture. If they fail to score in this possession, the point differential could very well revert to double digits. Their time is quickly running out. Come on, Cavaliers! The roar of the live audience is deafening, yet the Rockets' defense is equally tenacious. Both teams recognize that at this pivotal moment, a 10-point gap is a significant hurdle. The Cavaliers, having executed a series of strategies without success, find LeBron James cornered at the free throw line, compelled to halt his advance. He opts for a one-leg jump shot, leaning back to take the shot. The opportunity to score was seized adeptly, yet fortune proved somewhat elusive as the basketball ricocheted off the rim. LeBron James has been exerting himself relentlessly in recent games, and although he fought valiantly in the first half tonight, even an Iron Man like him cannot withstand such strain indefinitely. His decline in performance has become unavoidable. It was at this juncture that an astonishing scene unfolded beneath the basket for the Rockets. Clint Capella summoned every ounce of strength to hold his ground against both Thompson and Love, while Tucker and Gordon diligently collaborated to restrict James's vertical leap. The outcome was that Su Hao, upon executing a swift pivot, discovered he was the sole contender for the rebound. The term boxing out originates from Steven Adams of the Thunder, whose precise positioning aided Russell Westbrook in achieving a triple-double for 2 consecutive seasons. The Rockets had just reenacted this classic maneuver. Initially, it was only Tucker who was attentive to Su Hao's quest for a triple-double. But now the entire Rockets team was united in their efforts to assist him in attaining this milestone. Following this rebound, Su Hao swiftly delivered a pass, and the Rockets launched a fast break. Harden received the ball and surged to the front court, successfully executing a layup while drawing a foul from Smith. This presented a 2-1 opportunity, allowing the Rockets a chance to extend their lead back to double digits. At that moment, the LED screen in the arena once again displayed Su Hao's impressive statistics for the evening: 31 points, 9 rebounds, and 11 assists. It appears that not only the Rockets are invested in his performance, the arena staff is also closely monitoring the situation. After all, while championships are frequent, triple-doubles in the finals are a rarity. Swish! Harden converted the free throw, restoring the point differential to 10. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the match, the scales of victory had tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the Rockets. The Cavaliers began to gamble on 3-point shots. Love's attempt from beyond the arc clanged off the rim. Yet Thompson fought valiantly to secure the offensive rebound and passed it back outside. James unleashed another 3-pointer, which unfortunately also missed its mark. At that moment, a classic scene unfolded beneath the basket as 4 Rockets players strategically positioned themselves to dominate all 4 directions, creating an unobstructed path for Su Hao to claim the rebound. With a mere extension of his hand, he effortlessly secured his 10th rebound. The LED screen at the venue promptly updated Su Hao's statistics: 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists. Su Hao had achieved a triple-double in the finals, joining the ranks of Jerry West and LeBron James. He officially became the 3rd player in NBA history to accomplish this feat. Following his remarkable performances of scoring 28 points in a single quarter, a last-minute 13-point surge, and sinking 12 three-pointers in one game, Su Hao once again delivered an astonishing display. Noticing the excitement among the fans, it was only then that James glanced at the LED screen showcasing the statistics. Upon seeing his own name alongside Su Hao's, he paused momentarily, then withdrew his mouthguard to hold it in his hand, his expression growing increasingly complex. A second-year player achieving a triple-double in the finals was unprecedented. Moreover, with the Rockets' recent surge, the Cavaliers found themselves unable to reverse the tide. The words NBA Finals, controversial officiating, emergency call-up, victory, and triple-double combined would undoubtedly create a significant impact post-game. Su Hao's performance tonight transcended being merely a surprise or a spectacle. It was nothing short of MVP caliber. At that moment, Jordan unconsciously struck a pose as if to smoke a cigar. Only upon realizing that his hands were empty did he shift to touch the tip of his nose. His invitation to Su Hao for a meal was not merely for the sake of dining, but rather to discuss a significant decision. In retrospect, his choice appears to be exceedingly astute. Chapter 42, Championship Night. Although the game had not officially concluded, it was evident to all that the outcome was already determined. Suhao's triple-double was the final straw that broke the Cavaliers' resolve. With merely 1 minute remaining in the game, the Rockets maintained a double-digit lead, prompting both teams to substitute their star players. This time, LeBron James was also taken off the court. The Cavaliers fans present were filled with despair. Some found it so difficult to accept the outcome that they wept in the embrace of those beside them. The Warriors had been eliminated, and the Rockets had suffered an injury to Chris Paul. What a perfect opportunity this was for them, particularly for James, who bore the scars of the 2011 finals. This was his moment to assert his dominance. Yet, ultimately, nothing unfolded as they had hoped. The Cavaliers suffered defeat. They failed to accomplish a comeback from a 1-3 deficit and could not replicate the magic of 2 years prior. They had once been so close, and now it seemed so distant. The live broadcast swiftly shifted to the Rockets bench, quickly honing in on Suhao. Suhao contributed an impressive 36 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists tonight. Undoubtedly, he was the primary architect of the Cavaliers' downfall. The Cavaliers fans in attendance could not help but feel a deep sense of resentment upon witnessing this scene. Magnanimity is a virtue possessed by but a few. To be defeated at home by an opponent, losing a golden opportunity, makes it exceedingly difficult for most to maintain a gracious demeanor. After all, if not for Suhao, judging by Harden's performance in the finals, the Rockets would likely not have triumphed. Yet, it was Suhao, a player whose name was scarcely known before, who dramatically altered the course of this narrative. Moreover, there lies a sensitive issue. LeBron James's contract with the Cavaliers is nearing its expiration. Previously, due to a plethora of overpriced contracts, the team lacked the capacity for reinforcements, leading him to contemplate his departure. Should the team secure a championship this year, there might still be a chance for him to re-sign and remain, but now that possibility appears to be almost non-existent. This implies that Suhao not only seized the championship from the Cavaliers, but also deprived them of their king. How can one expect them to be magnanimous in such a situation? The atmosphere has already begun to witness numerous fans rising to leave the arena. After all, they are fans. Some choose to remain and share in the team's defeat, offering applause to their opponents, while many others prefer to exit early in search of a place to dissipate their negative emotions. By the time the final offensive play unfolded, only about half of the remaining fans were still in attendance. Gordon advanced the ball into the front court, opting not to initiate any further offensive maneuvers. Time ticked away, second by second. Then, the long whistle, signaling the end of the game, echoed through the venue. Confetti erupted, and although they were on enemy territory, this was a moment of glory belonging to the champions, and such jubilations were inevitable. The Rockets players, having been poised for a while, surged onto the court the moment the confetti was released, reveling in their victory. Harden, with his characteristic swagger, circled the court 3.5 times. As he had expressed in his earlier conversation with Suhao, this championship rectified his past regrets with the Thunder. He was simply overwhelmed with joy. The other Rockets players joined in the exuberant running, cheering, and celebrating. However, not everyone was rejoicing. Paul, seated on the bench, was overcome with tears of joy. Although he had secured this championship without exerting himself, a championship is still a championship, and he was no longer a king without a crown. At this moment, the sidelines were not only occupied by players, but also by numerous family members. As Paul wept, his wife and children approached him, with his wife gently resting his head against her belly. Only he truly understood the sacrifices Paul had made for the championship. Meanwhile, Suhao stood on the sidelines, his heart surging with emotions. Is this the feeling of victory? Despite having prepared my mind extensively, when this moment truly arrived, the emotions surged forth like an unstoppable tide. I am a champion. I have become the possessor of the NBA championship. Hey, congratulations, kid. Suhao was brimming with excitement when suddenly a voice erupted beside him. The term kid nearly made him leap, but upon recognizing that familiar and warm voice, a smile instantly graced his face. It was Jordan who had come to offer his congratulations. Unlike his teammates, who were surrounded by wives, children, or at least girlfriends, Suhao stood alone, making his circle of supporters notably smaller, which allowed Jordan to approach him with ease. Thank you. To receive the blessing of the god of basketball for my first championship is a moment that can only be described as exquisite. Do not forget about our dinner tomorrow. I am eagerly looking forward to it. Jordan smiled at him, clearly having come primarily to remind Suhao of this. Suoriman samwitistanist. Still trying to comprehend why Jordan was so invested in him. Could it be that he wished to recruit him to the Hornets? Before long, reporters from Huaxia had arrived. Some were even quick enough to capture this moment, and one could only imagine the sensational headlines that would emerge in the domestic news, creating a significant impact. Following Su Hao's triple-double performance that led the Rockets to victory, the fans were undoubtedly convinced of his prowess. "Su Hao, you are truly remarkable. You are the pride of Huaxia," Betty Zhou exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. It was evident that she was also thrilled. Previously, the most successful Chinese player in the NBA had been Yao Ming. Although Su Hao has not yet reached Yao Ming's achievements, he has accomplished something that even Yao Ming did not. He has secured the NBA championship. This is entirely different from Sun Yu's previous experience of not having made an appearance. Su Hao emerged as a key player, even one of the central figures, in securing the championship. Indeed, Su Hao, do you believe you have a chance to clinch the MVP title? After extending his congratulations, Zhou posed an unexpectedly thought-provoking question to Su Hao. This is something I hadn't considered. Su Hao genuinely had not contemplated it. He was completely immersed in the elation of victory, his mind not preoccupied with anything else. However, Zhou's inquiry served as a reminder. The finals MVP, also known as the FMVP or the Bill Russell Trophy, possesses greater unpredictability compared to the regular season MVP. The rules are straightforward. 11 media outlets select their preferred candidates, and the individual with the most votes is awarded. Due to the limited number of votes, the uncertainty is heightened, as evidenced by Leonard in 2015 and Iguodala in 2016, both of whom surprised the public. Thus, although the star player of the Rockets is Harden, it is not inconceivable for Su Hao to win the MVP title. After all, despite some fluctuations in his performance during the finals, he has delivered numerous standout games. Particularly tonight, his triple-double left a significant impression. The possibility of FMVP is not out of reach. Chapter 43, a pinnacle at the outset. If you were to secure the MVP, what would it signify for you? This response evidently failed to satisfy Zhou, who continued to press for further clarification. At this moment, Su Hao scratched his head, having noticed Harden approaching. This development undoubtedly carried significant weight, as it represented a prestigious honor. However, he believed that regardless of who ultimately received the accolade, it should belong to every member of the team. We are a collective, and each of us has contributed to securing victory in our own way. Su Hao's demeanor was notably modest this time. On one hand, as a sophomore, he understood that adopting an arrogant stance might be off-putting. On the other hand, and perhaps more crucially, he cherished his amicable relationship with Harden and wished to avoid any discord arising from singular honor. After all, securing the first championship would pave the way for the second and third. To draw a more immediate comparison, had one of the Warriors' back-to-back championships featured Curry as the finals MVP, the current tensions would likely not be so pronounced. Upon nearing, Harden overheard Su Hao's remarks and playfully made a face for the cameras. Although no words were exchanged between them, it seemed they had communicated effectively nonetheless. At this moment, the staff on-site reminded them to change into their championship t-shirts. The players, brimming with excitement, shouted as they dashed into the players' tunnel. Inside the locker room, champagne erupted in wild sprays, accompanied by jubilant roars. While on the court, they had to be mindful of their image, but back in the locker room, to hell with appearances. Let the revelry commence. Su Hao's jersey was forcibly stripped off by Tucker and Harden, but he retaliated, yanking down Harden's shorts along with his underwear, exposing a bare backside. The atmosphere was electric. Shortly thereafter, D'Antoni entered the locker room, only to witness this spectacle, prompting him to cover his eyes immediately. However, before he could remove his hands, the players had already unleashed bottles of champagne towards their head coach. In this moment of jubilation, how could their head coach be absent? D'Antoni, with his neck craned, shouted for them to cease, yet his face betrayed an unmistakable smile. Before long, he found himself as drenched as his players. It was only at this juncture that he finally had the opportunity to speak. "My dear children, it is an honor to coach you. You have bestowed upon me the championship title. Thank you," he declared, his smile fading to reveal a sincere expression. When he uttered his words of gratitude, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Hao. Perhaps only those who have traversed a similar path in life could truly comprehend the significance of this championship to him. Criticized for being unworthy of the title, D'Antoni faced more skepticism than any other coach. Yet tonight, the members of the Rockets liberated him from such labels. How could he not revel in this, even to the point of heartfelt openness, especially with that particular look in his eyes? As a coach, no one understood better who the true architect of this victory was. Once the revelry in the locker room subsided and the players emerged, Donning their commemorative t-shirts and drying their hair, D'Antoni called out to Su Hao, "Hey, do you have time tomorrow? Let us grab a meal together." Su Hao paused momentarily upon hearing his words. Just earlier, during halftime, Jordan had invited him out, although D'Antoni had not been present then. However, he genuinely felt a bit overwhelmed at the moment. "Coach, while you were away, Michael invited me to dinner tomorrow," Su Hao replied candidly. After all, he was not particularly close to Jordan, yet it felt inappropriate to decline the coach's invitation. D'Antoni was taken aback for a moment, but soon erupted into hearty laughter, patting Su Hao on the shoulder. "That's splendid. We can gather another time. Oh, by the way, don't forget to ask Michael for an autograph. My grandson adores him." D'Antoni was quite forthright. Su Hao nodded with a smile, realizing he needed to prepare a multitude of items for signatures tomorrow, lest he find himself lacking. After a brief respite in the locker room, the Rockets players returned to the court, their hair still damp. Awaiting them was the podium, already constructed in the center of the arena, alongside the resounding cheers of the crowd. During their brief absence, a throng of Rockets fans had flooded into the venue. Following the conclusion of the match, the arena had ceased to restrict entry. The atmosphere was even more fervent than when the game had just ended. As they ascended the podium, the eager journalists, already prepared, began snapping photographs. Immersed in the passionate energy of the fans and facing the throng of reporters, at this moment, they felt as if every movement they made was infused with grandeur. On this NBA championship night, they stood as the epicenter of the basketball world. At this moment, the league commissioner Adam Silver ascended the podium. His demeanor appeared somewhat subdued. He evidently harbored a preference for the Cleveland Cavaliers to seize the championship, as such an outcome would yield greater financial rewards for the league. Nevertheless, he had exerted his utmost efforts, and the Houston Rockets emerged victorious in the end. Thus, he could only maintain a facade of cheerfulness while presenting the award to the Rockets. First and foremost, we must express our gratitude to the Cleveland Cavaliers for exhibiting unparalleled resilience and delivering a breathtaking contest. However, our primary congratulations must go to the Houston Rockets, who triumphed over such formidable adversaries. The 2018 NBA championship belongs to the Houston Rockets. Silver's words further underscore his sentiments. Yet when the final outcome was declared, such considerations became inconsequential. For the Rockets are indeed the champions. The arena resonated with the jubilant cheers of fans, and the cacophony of whistles filled the air. Following the announcement, Silver took the gleaming championship trophy from the hands of the staff and presented it to the Rockets owner, Tillman Fertitta, standing behind him. The affluent individual cradles the championship trophy, unable to resist resting his head upon it, his rotund visage beaming with joy akin to that of the laughing Buddha. Just last year, he acquired the Rockets for an exorbitant sum of $2 billion from Alexander, a transaction deemed by many as an overvaluation. Yet now, in the inaugural year following his acquisition, the Rockets have clinched the championship. This is not merely a premium. It is an extraordinary triumph. After a prolonged embrace, Fertitta reluctantly relinquished the trophy to D'Antoni. At this moment, D'Antoni's eyes glistened with unshed tears, unable to contain the overwhelming emotion that had shifted from joy to ecstatic disbelief. He truly had captured the championship trophy. It was not a mere dream. After planting a kiss upon the coveted trophy, D'Antoni handed it over to Harden, who could hardly contain his excitement. Upon receiving it, he raised the trophy high above his head with both hands. In his exuberance, Su Hao and Tucker swiftly reached out to steady the trophy, fearing that Harden might accidentally drop it. The other team members, believing they were striking a pose, gathered around in unison. In an unexpected moment, a photograph of collective celebration was captured. Once the photo was taken, Harden lowered the trophy, planted a fervent kiss upon it, and then, with a glance, handed it to Su Hao. Upon receiving the trophy, Su Hao could not resist the urge to caress it, savoring the profound sense of honor it embodied. Indeed, the sensation was irresistible. For basketball players, nothing could rival this exhilarating moment. He then turned the trophy around and kissed the untouched area with great fervor. This embodies a sense of ritual. Fortunately, he received the trophy at an earlier moment. Otherwise, he would have preferred to avoid an indirect kiss with his teammates. As they basked in the glory of their championship moment, reporters on site began to approach for interviews. It was only then that Su Hao handed the trophy to his teammates behind him, just as a reporter reached him. A triple-double in the finals. An extraordinary performance. Su, how did you achieve this? You appear to be an entirely different player compared to the last game. The reporter's first inquiry was driven by insatiable curiosity. He has been training relentlessly, obsessively. Before Su Hao could respond, Harden interjected. Upon seeing this, the reporter eagerly offered the microphone to him. Buddy, you have no idea how intensely this guy trains. He even sleeps in the gym just to improve a little more. Everything he has accomplished is entirely justified. Harden asserted with certainty, for he is the sole witness to Su Hao's dedication. This statement instantly elicited another surge of exuberant cheers from the audience. The words spoken by Harden resonate more profoundly than any polite remarks Su Hao could muster himself. How does it feel to secure a championship as a sophomore? Once the journalist's curiosity was satisfied, she transitioned into routine inquiries. It is astonishing, akin to a dream, yet I am aware that it is not merely a fantasy. It evokes that sense of wonder, a splendidly beautiful dream. Su Hao candidly expressed his genuine feelings, eliciting laughter from the journalist, who, despite having interviewed numerous individuals, had never encountered such a description before. Is there any dream more exquisite than this? The journalist inquired with a smile. Su Hao nodded in agreement, his own smile reflecting the sentiment. At that moment, the legendary Bill Russell, the Lord of the Rings, was assisted onto the podium, trembling slightly. The finals MVP trophy is also known as the Bill Russell Trophy, aptly named in his honor, and he would present it to the recipient. In other words, it was time to bestow the finals MVP award. Harden was eager, and Su Hao could hardly contain his anticipation. Although he feigned disinterest, how could one not desire such a prestigious accolade? The photographer's lenses continued to oscillate between Harden and Su Hao, the two most likely candidates for the honor. In the 6 finals games, Harden averaged 25, 2 points 5, 6 rebounds 8, 7 assists, and 8 turnovers, with a shooting percentage of 41 and a three-point rate of 29. Su Hao, on the other hand, averaged 22, 6 points 3, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists, boasting an impressive shooting accuracy of 58 and a three-point percentage of 47. Statistically, Harden appeared superior, yet Su Hao's efficiency was significantly higher. Each media outlet's voting criteria varied, often encompassing more than mere statistics, rendering the outcome rife with uncertainty. A tablet displaying the results was presented to Adam Silver, who, upon unlocking it, beheld the final tally. At this moment, Harden held his breath, his gaze fixed on Silver with intense anticipation. Su Hao, in contrast, felt considerably more relaxed than before. He desired the MVP. Yet, even in the event of defeat, he would not be overly disheartened. After all, he was still just a sophomore, with countless possibilities ahead. As Silver spoke, he paused dramatically before revealing the results on the tablet. The audience members nearby had already glimpsed the outcome. Swell, perhaps due to the unexpected nature of the announcement. Silver emphasized the name with heightened intensity. Chapter 44. Could it be her? Su Hao has indeed secured the finals MVP. While some had prepared themselves mentally for this announcement, many expressions mirrored the astonishment of discovering a delightful surprise. I knew it. We all know that it was Su who led this Rockets team to victory. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Barkley, now a fervent admirer of Su, began to extol his praises. While his enthusiasm was not unwarranted, given that Su Hao had saved the Rockets on multiple occasions, he approached with a beaming smile, simultaneously massaging Li Zhao's legs and shoulders while fixating on the towering figure before him. Indeed, strength is commendable. Li Zhao nodded, a smile gracing his face, feeling genuine happiness for Chu Xiang. The term psychokinesis is easily explicable. It refers to the ability to manipulate objects to levitate and execute attacks or other actions. Should a psychokinetic adept possess the capability to lift themselves into the air, it would surely leave everyone present at a loss. The onlookers, uncertain how this yin-yang bridge spanned the lava lake, were all transfixed by Sha Ji's silhouette. Miao Buyu had suffered a shattered scapula and a disabled right arm at the hands of a dark disciple who had collaborated with Yu Fei during the incident. Consequently, Miao Buyu harbored a grudge against Yu Fei, creating no small amount of trouble for him along the way. Although Chu Wuyo found this hard to believe, the current reaction of Yi Lansheng indeed instilled in her a sense of unease. From now on, you must not conceal such perilous endeavors from me, Su Zuyan insisted as soon as he noticed Yi Kaicheng relenting, demanding a promise in return. Hey, what are you two discussing? I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me, Lin Shuiyao remarked with a look of suspicion and dissatisfaction, her instincts telling her that they were concealing matters from her. Initially, Wen's family did not regard the situation with much concern, But upon finishing their meal, they realized that her previously untroubled appetite had vanished. Lin Han's punch, akin to the overwhelming aura he exuded, was domineering, enveloping the arena. The force it carried seemed to shroud the entire stage. Uncertain of how many hidden sects existed within the borders of Huaxia, Lin Han contemplated returning to inquire with Lung Yunyun, who had once been part of a concealed sect and would likely possess some insight. With a flash of sword light, the solid walls of the secret chamber were instantaneously breached, and a white figure swiftly entered. Seizing Yun Tian, the three-eyed celestial dragon roared with laughter, then, with lightning speed, reached toward Yun Tian. The cracking sounds echoed as fissures appeared on Yun Tian's body, a harbinger of his physical disintegration. His condition was deteriorating rapidly. With a delicate touch to her chin, Song Jiaqi softly declared, "Indeed, this is my father. Father, this is my classmate, and Moyang." As she spoke, Song Jiaqi ushered Moyang into the house. Lin Yi, being a guest, was limited in his movements, with few places to frequent aside from the deep valley and the green pool, other than this abode. However, it seemed that Shen Miyu remained oblivious to Qiao Ji's words, steadfastly holding onto Jack's body without a hint of movement. After a heartfelt exchange, the four of them, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, resolved to venture once more into the beast forest, joining forces to hunt the beasts as a farewell gesture for Guhan. Where'd he go? Wu Qimeng pondered, noticing the absence of Moyang in the living room, only to find a scattering of clothes on the floor. Gradually, she made her way towards her bedroom. With the support of the Qin clan, he felt invincible. Moreover, the strength of the Tian clan ranked merely third, which elicited disdain from the Lang family. He spoke no falsehood. Shen Manyu indeed reached out to him, yet he refrained from sharing the contents of their conversation with Liang Jinru. Having already obtained a marriage certificate, regardless of the nature of Shen Manyu's past relationship with Liu Yanshun, her near success in marrying him now rendered her a failure. Chapter 45. The frenzied demand for Su Hao, Kendall Jenner. Born in 1995, she stands as the second youngest member of the Kardashian family. Frequently spotted courtside at NBA games, and having been romantically linked to NBA players, she has thus become familiar to fans. Numerous NBA players have been rumored to have dated Jenner, yet the only one she has acknowledged is Blake Griffin. Recalling the moment she first received a text while Jenner was present, tonight she too graced the scene. As night deepened, Dalia methodically directed the soldiers, ensuring they rotated shifts to remain vigilant against enemy forces. Suddenly, two bandits clutched their necks tightly, their eyes wide with terror, tongues grotesquely extended. "By the way, President Yin, your clothes are still with me," Jiang Xin suddenly remembered before stepping out. Several assassins lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies devoid of sensation, leaving only their eyes capable of movement. However, it is said that those who achieve first place will receive a grand gift from Master Lin. What exactly this gift entails remains a mystery to all, yet it is presumed that the treasure bestowed by the Golden Core Master will be extraordinary. To gain the favor of the Golden Core Master would indeed be a remarkable fortune. At this hour, around 8 or 9 in the evening, Long Fei's parents had already succumbed to slumber, as is customary for villagers who retire with the setting sun, devoid of any form of entertainment. "Hey!" she called out to the man who had reached the elevator, intending to scold him, yet found herself at a loss for words. Observing the intensity of the confrontation, Chan Feng stealthily drew nearer. Now within a mere 20 meters of Yu Ling, ultimately, Zhang's father was not without concern for his son. He was merely overwhelmed by anger, clouding his judgment. A dragon of remarkable self-awareness would certainly feel no such sentiment. However, nearby, the large flower exhibited signs of distress, its petals wilting in the chill, occasionally releasing transparent droplets, perhaps tears, from between its petals. "Uncle Xiao, what realm is Yuan Xia currently in?" Yang Tian inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he noticed fissures appearing in the surrounding void, the energy emanating from it powerful enough to rupture the fabric of reality. And this energy continued to swell. Grandfather Dan Shui appeared remarkably composed, having signaled when she called forth the divine body moments ago. Before Chen Feng could respond to her question, Ling Yu found herself unable to resist the impulse to touch the body of the purple lightning snow weasel. Disregarding the boundaries of master and servant, and instinctively reached out to caress its form. Many were stirred. If this truly was a divine soul of the sacred manifestation realm, it would be utterly formidable. In the next instant, the path ahead opened up, the suffocating sensation vanishing in an instant, and Ron clearly beheld his surroundings, Diana, Agatha, and everyone else, including the visibly astonished Wimbledon. He profoundly understood the significance of existence and recognized the weight of the courage resting upon his shoulders. Under circumstances that are not absolutely necessary, he always exercises caution before taking action. As the fifth floor ignited, fierce flames engulfed the entire building, forcing Guanshan and others to retreat to the rooftop, seeking refuge from the searing heat and billowing smoke. After enduring for over 10 minutes, they finally succumbed to the situation. He exchanged for the pure bloodline of the Black Flame Demon Tiger, expending 500,000 merits, while acquiring 10 high-level Xianhuang soldiers from the Lingdong realm cost him an additional 10,000 merits. With the promotion to divinity consuming 1 million merits, Louis spent a total of 1,500,000 merits, leaving him with 1,200,000 merits remaining. Inside the tea house, several corpses lay scattered. 2 belonged to the young men, while the others were the fallen warriors under Wang Dong's command. Everyone understood that this was indeed the most pressing and perilous matter for Yongxi Qianhu, and the arrival of Chen Xiaoding to take charge was most appropriate. Chapter 46. Divine Assistance. The following day, Su Hao, burdened with a large backpack, visited a local restaurant in Cleveland. Indeed, it was the same establishment where he dined with Jenna the previous day. Cleveland is rather small, so this occurrence was entirely unintentional, yet unsurprising. What was unexpected, however, was that Jordan was not alone. Accompanying him was a light-skinned African-American man who appeared astute and capable, clearly having made his way into the American scene. "Look, isn't it splendid?" The fourth prince of the azure sky pointed abruptly out the window, gesturing outside. Had he not feared that using spiritual energy might inadvertently harm him and negatively affect Qing, he would have eliminated him outright. Brother Zhong was right. Let us commence at once, lest the night stretch too long with dreams. Yan Qifeng wholeheartedly agreed with Zhong Kuei's words, nodding in affirmation. The axe gang's blade struck against their opponent's protective gear without issue, yet the rebar from Changfeng would either shatter their arms or break their legs, demonstrating a shocking level of lethality. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Nan Kurue said no more, swiftly dashing towards the site of the incident, with Yan Qifeng closely following. It's nothing serious, just needs a couple of days of rest. If the wounds heal well, there shouldn't be any issues, a kind military doctor remarked. Smack! Yin Ping struck Lu Hong's face with the back of his knife, delivering a stinging slap that not only knocked out 2 of Lu Hong's teeth, but also left him dazed, unsure whether to clutch his face or his wounded chest, mindlessly howling in confusion. Let them temporarily reside within my domain. Su Sha Su Man had long prepared accommodations for them. Although Jiao Mei was somewhat older, she retained her charm. While collaborating with her expressive eyes wandered, deliberately casting glances at the figures of Chuan Yuxinxiong and Sakura Lufeng on stage, exuding an air of allure. Chen Fan took the lid of the thermos cup and smiled at the old sheep. He paused his hand that was caressing his ring, which contained delicious treats. However, as everyone was eating the same food, he could not indulge in any special privileges. Initially, he merely intended to inquire if she wanted warm water upon noticing her just rising from the bed to eat. To his surprise, she not only ignored him, but also threw a tantrum. Tomorrow he could finally go and see her. He must go, he thought, and with that thought, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Yet, as he walked, the sun in the sky seemed to be abruptly obscured, replaced by a moon, transforming the golden world into a silvery one, as if by magic. There was nothing to worry about. The Yuanxi realm was due for unification. Xiling Tian released a sensational piece of news, although only Su Huanxian could hear it. The contents of the document were concise, yet brimming with information, causing Chan Fan to tap his fingers on the table, lost in contemplation. Rest assured, the spatial passage has been established. I can guarantee that even if that Bartoli were truly a lord of the abyss in disguise, it would be impossible for them to detect anything amiss. Meanwhile, the Summer Kingdom needed to prioritize the migration of citizens from over 30 vassal states on the southern eastern coast of Yingzhou. Thus, the 50,000 people from Wang Dongfeng's territory would require over 5 years for their transportation. This scene startled the peculiar creatures around them, causing them to retreat a distance and become restless. Your Majesty, forgive me. I shall rectify this and enhance our capabilities in this regard. Guang Qing'an bowed respectfully. Yang Zhe smirked. If not for the presence of others, Liu Mo might have jumped for joy. At that moment, Jin Kunwu opened his eyes. and his gaze immediately coalesced into a transparent figure before him. Chapter 47. The Grand Parade of Champions. Thank you. In the end, Suha did not dwell too long on the matter. After expressing his gratitude, he tucked the business card into his pocket. The notion of owing someone a favor was not crucial. He would not feel compelled to sign a contract with the Jordan brand because of it. Compared to trivial matters, failing to seize the opportunity to enhance his own strength would be the greatest folly. Jordan, holding a cigar, could not help but laugh heartily. He had considered that Suha might accept, but he did not expect it. Just as in the Abyss, there existed the Eye of the Abyss and the Thousand-Eyed Clan. In the heavenly realm, the Du family belonged to the Eye of Despair. Not yet? Haha, you truly disappoint me. If you come any later, be prepared to collect your friend S remains, the caller said before hanging up. Shimen Jinlian was taken aback. Surely, anyone who initiated a spark would have extraordinary jade appear, such as the legendary blood jade. With a single thought, she felt a surge of energy, eagerly directing her gaze towards the piece of jade rough. The inconspicuous red-yellow exterior, nestled amidst a heap of jade, was undoubtedly overlooked. Whether it was a 9 or a 10, their side was assured of victory. However, Shimen Jinlian carelessly marred the scene with her lipstick, leaving a mark in plain sight, rendering any extraordinary abilities useless. The stakes in Wuhan transcended mere face-saving for the Japanese forces. As Tokyo was determined to seize the city to diminish Chiang Kai-shek's regime to that of a local authority, thereby enabling the rise of pro-Japanese factions and hastening the end of the war in China. Were it not for the warmth left by Jun Ruki and Jun Wuchang, how could she, as a mere 7-year-old, have endured the harrowing days of being poisoned? Thus, she was deeply grateful for their kindness, and, in her heart, she had long considered herself the true Jun Qiluo. Strictly speaking, this could be deemed an unconventional approach, yet a certain foul monk had taught it, leaving Chen Tairan at a loss. However, what I aim to discuss is not Wang Sun's marital affairs, but rather the origins of this entire situation. In other words, how Wang Sun drew me into this supernatural experience. The Golden Lotus? Suddenly, Lin Xianlan recalled the moment when the car collided, the Golden Lotus blooming in the air, dazzling and radiant, nearly blinding him. Up close, he could touch the deity of the left bank. Another swordsman, known as Crabshell Yellow, looked at Zhang Ning with admiration. For those soldiers, perhaps fighting was merely a means to survive and earn the honor bestowed by the king. They had little to weigh the worth of their loyalty. Without the soldier's profession, many would struggle to find food, which, from this perspective, justified their allegiance to the king. The man, clad in black, resembled a hellish Azura, wielding a red sword that glimmered with a sinister light. His gaze was icy as he placed a foot upon the belly of a giant, the blade hovering perilously close to the giant's throat. On the bed, Lu Lin twisted his neck, the vertebrae cracking audibly, before he sluggishly rose to don his slippers, intending to change his attire before heading to the bathroom for his morning routine. In their initial skirmish, the Demon Sentinel's long combat blade was parried by Illidan's left hand wielding the warglaives of Azzinoth, while Illidan's right blade mercilessly severed the Sentinel's head. That presence had refined a divine emperor, infusing its laws and divine essence into the world birthed by that emperor, creating a complete Middle Thousand world. Each resource mine yielded copious amounts of guild resources daily, yet the guild's funds remained a mystery. If Qin Yu perceived the pharmaceutical factory as possessing significant potential for development, investment was not out of the question. Indeed, Shen Hong hailed from a humble background, lacking robust connections within the court. However, fate often unfolds in mysterious ways. His origins dictated that he would not be esteemed by the elite scholars, nor would anyone seek his companionship. Chapter 48. 2 Conditions. This news is quite shocking, as Duran announced his joining of the Warriors in the summer of 2016, yet ultimately he played only 2 seasons with the team. Although it may not come as a surprise, given that the relationship between Durant and the Warriors management had soured significantly following the exposure of the green formula by the media. Particularly, as time elapsed, the management stance during the finals exacerbated the already strained relations between the factions. 3 days later, a bloodbath unfolded in the Pearl Nation. Minglong, I had intended to spare you, yet you have crossed a line by involving my Qing'er. Listening to this, Yuan Shuai felt a pang in his heart, especially upon hearing the Eagle Lady claim she had been afflicted by a curse that was then dispelled by another. However, the method of dispelling, which Yuan Shuai had also heard from Hu Feifei, stirred a tumult within him. What? And Ping was incredulous. Truly, some people can conjure the most absurd ideas. How could the members of that family be so shameless? Bing Feng had considerable trust in Bing Zhong, essentially placing him in the role of the chief commander in the battle against Xian Yuan. Yet, Bing Zhong did not disappoint Bing Feng, efficiently managing every task, allowing Bing Feng to savor the warmth of life with Zhang Qian each day. She did not consult with the Wang family regarding this matter, having made up her mind independently. Her aunt's share would still be calculated at 5 taels per year. It could not possibly be less. Since she had often taken the initiative to purchase goods for her aunt, it was a gesture of heartfelt consideration. Yuan Shui crouched down, meticulously examining the bloodstains on the ground. Ever since the incident of livestock deaths occurred here, the place had been neglected, leaving the various traces from that time vividly imprinted in Yuan Shui's mind. On this particular night, due to the business prospects, Baozhu was filled with joy and excitement. Unable to find sleep, she could not resist discussing future ventures with her aunt, which made Chen Shui delighted as well. The aunt and niece engaged in lively conversation that continued deep into the night. Qing'er did not anticipate that General Wan Ho would accompany Xian Yuan, and out of courtesy, she rose to greet them. However, Bailey Liani merely smiled, sipping his drink and contemplating his own thoughts, indifferent to the identity of the guests. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, pondering that such matters were not anyone's fault and were unavoidable. If Ah Fu's earlier words were sincere rather than merely flattery, entrusting the farm to him would be a source of comfort for her. Yet, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight above, with the shadows of trees swaying, causing her some trepidation. Sherway quickly pinched her nose and poked him forcefully, and upon seeing no response, she prepared to call for help. After listening, Qin Chuan nodded. Following the incident with the blood jade Guanyin statue, he had developed a certain wariness towards such matters. Hui Yuhao handed the remaining grilled fish to those still enjoying the spectacle and followed them into the fighting spirit arena. Bei Bei and Su Sanshi each paid 10 gold soul coins as a venue fee, while Hui Yuxi and the others would need to pay an additional 10 silver soul coins to enter and watch. Zhu Ziyue opened the package, inspecting the label, and pretended to understand as he took out a bundle of quilts, skillfully untying the strings. You, Xiahou Yuan, are the commander. Whatever you choose to do, no one can obstruct you. Thus, your demise is of no one's fault. She gently shed her garments, revealing her flawless back, as the purple silk ribbon slipped away. Her elegant neck was entirely exposed to Qin Chuan's gaze, causing his heart to race as he found himself unable to look away. This year was doomed. Lu Ziyu had seized control of Qingyang Town and dared to pursue independent development. If Qingyang Town thrived, where would the director of the auditing bureau go to collect funds? Although Yang Shui was not a professional singer, she had previously released singles. However, due to a lack of talent and her primary focus on acting, her singing career had long been neglected. Nonetheless, she could discern that Jiang Yu's vocal skills had indeed improved significantly compared to before. Chapter 49. This is called professionalism. How do you train regularly? After determining to become Su Hao's personal trainer, Grover could not help but ask out of curiosity. Jordan was overflowing with talent, while Kobe was a training fanatic. He was eager to know how Su Hao managed to achieve his prowess. Su Hao did not hold back and shared his training methods. You and that guy Kobe are both lunatics. Upon hearing that Su Hao often trained until dawn and even slept in the training facility, he sighed, "Never mind. I only need my 8 million. You two can split the rest." Following closely behind the two individuals, Choa was engrossed in her phone, utterly disturbed by their incessant chatter. With a sense of resignation, she sighed. Setting aside her fantasies, Dongfang Guan resolved to take the first step in the battle to intoxicate Toxin, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of the villagers' reticent attitudes towards the Murata family. The celestial realm merely promised him that, in the days to come, his life would be spared, nothing more. The implication was that he felt inadequate. Dongfang Guan furrowed his brow, based on his previous encounters with Jojo Yuki. She was not one to utter superfluous words. Her statement was not intended as a means of belittling him, but rather an expression of her genuine thoughts. In truth, the catalyst was merely an excuse, revealing that their parents had long been estranged, and even without this incident, the eventual outcome would have been the same, merely a matter of time, as Cui Bin remarked. The butcher's knife slammed repeatedly against the stump, and Li Daoxian vented a torrent of grievances, finally releasing the pent-up frustration. Rest assured, let her fully experience the baptism of this vibrant atmosphere. It will bring her comfort. Shen Lang casually remarked. Very well. Fu Fu was unsure of its meaning, yet she followed Shen Lang's instructions. Upon hearing Zhou Chuanyan's greeting, Xiao Ying returned to her senses and graciously nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps the entire Yun Palace should have made a choice long ago. Otherwise, they would not have been caught off guard by the recent events. Of course, one must endure certain experiences to arrive at necessary decisions. It was only after the bony spikes had fully grown behind Li Dong that his eyes suddenly opened wide. Xiao Liju's warhorses possessed admirable endurance. Yet the long-distance sprint had already depleted a considerable amount of their strength, rendering them incomparable to Badu's 10,000 fresh troops. Upon returning home that evening, Hua Xingsan exchanged pleasantries before retreating to his chamber, where he eagerly opened the box upon lying on his bed. However, when Xiao Yin returned and witnessed his expression, it became evident that he had yet to engage with Xiao Kaiqing. Yet, when confronted with the fractured wounds on the strange fish, everyone found themselves engulfed in confusion. In the chaotic void, Xiao Yin radiated a resplendent golden light as four primordial chains burst forth from the colossal mountain behind him, carrying a fierce source energy capable of shaking the heavens, resounding like four furious dragons roaring, accentuating the yin and yang as they surged towards Chuiyu. Amid the anxious anticipation of the crowd, half an hour quietly slipped away, and with a clear chime of a bell, the figures of 30 participants materialized in the center of the venue. The original crystal platform had been entirely dismantled and replaced with 30 black stone alchemy platforms, each adorned with a massive cauldron. Shalona immediately delved into the main topic, while the enormous hoodie, after being approached by Yano, had ceased to garner anyone's attention. Wu Ling observed He Yifeng's persistent grip on her hand, a sensation she couldn't quite articulate stirring within her. Though familiar, there was an unsettling strangeness to it that filled her with trepidation. Zijin felt that Shi Yao indeed deserved someone well acquainted with her to assist her. For the past few days, he had been running errands for her, a task he loathed. To put it plainly, Wulong relayed to me that he intended to visit personally, bringing sincerity as that would provide an opportunity. If his grandfather consented to the annulment of the engagement, the Zhang family would not object. After all, his grandfather still held some weight in this matter. Chapter 50. No Guilt Tonight. Su Hao officially announced his signing with Jordan. When this news broke, it elicited a fervent response from fans. Particularly, fans easily connected this event with Jordan's previous appearance at the finals. It turned out that the basketball deity had come specifically to sign with Su Hao. No wonder during the pre-game interview, Jordan stated he was there for Su Hao. Look, isn't that quite honest? It's just that you all didn't believe it. Jean Seatsing's vehicle was a pristine white Land Rover, providing an unobstructed view of the distance as he sat atop it. Winnie nodded in acknowledgement, while Esther bid farewell to Liang Jingrue and Yi Sushuan before escorting her sister back to school. Nanxiang gazed at him in utter bewilderment, her expression reminiscent of a confused husky, tilting her head and staring with her dark, glistening eyes, utterly perplexed. Inside, the chilled milk porridge had solidified into chunks, resembling crystalline icicles. Unbeknownst to anyone, the tiger demon had made its way to Shuanghua town. The tiger demon was aware of the coexistence system of human and demon in the realm of the Jiao demon. Thus it approached Shuanghua town with an air of confidence, assuming its tiger-like demeanor. Meanwhile, Hua and Wang Sheng were in the streets gathering items for an upcoming birthday celebration when they unexpectedly encountered the white tiger. The fortune of this individual is remarkably fortunate, traversing not only with a flawed system, but also with an enticing cultivation system. Zheng He glanced at the shadowy guard following him, fully aware that he could not easily escape the clutches of the left minister. Li Qingluan searched around but found no fruitful leads. Ultimately, she swallowed hard, her mind filled with disbelief as she turned her head towards the collapsed wooden frame behind her. Accompanying the noble consort Rong was the esteemed Wei doctor, whose abilities Li Wei genuinely admired. At the same time, a formidable figure from a myriad realms remained behind to oversee the situation. With the demon clan advancing, chaos must be avoided at all costs. Barehanded, he forced the abyss to retreat repeatedly, and his martial prowess had evidently evolved from what it once was. Of course, Hong Xian was unaware that what was currently being demonstrated was the graceful dance technique imparted by his senior brother. However, at that moment, powerful auras among the demon clan swiftly converged towards Yiling Xue. Baizhe summoned the last vestiges of his strength to evade the initial strike from Li Xiao. Yet he could not escape the subsequent blow. What more do you expect me to do? His tone was unperturbed, as if he had anticipated her stubbornness. You lot are utterly incapable of managing matters for Xie Yuming. Bai Yu raised his baton, pointing it accusatorily at Jia Yifei. This battle revealed to Lei Jie the true might of Baal, the foremost among the three demon gods, who possessed an array of techniques such as teleportation, duplication, and tentacles, leaving his adversaries gasping for breath. Yang Yi's voice resonated in the ears of some. A tall, somewhat robust, celestial being displayed a hint of trepidation. For Yang Yi's gaze was fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. "Halt! Do you intend to rebel?" "This is still under my command," Chebi proclaimed loudly, attempting to assert his authority over Ashina Lin's followers. Meanwhile, the cold snow observed Jiang Yu with astonishment. How daring for someone at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm to speak so boldly to one at the fourth level. The tension remained palpable, intensified by the impending task. After tossing and turning, Jin Yuan could no longer resist the urge to pick up his phone and dial a number. The two, once inseparable, were jolted from their reverie by these words, startled into an immediate separation. Following the exchange that transpired in Nanyang County, from a military perspective, the Bingzhou army suffered the loss of the formidable Zhang Ji from the former Shiliang forces, yet they gained the future valiant general and naval commander Gan Ning, suggesting that the losses were not as severe as they appeared. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the outer city, with the Yongding River's waters glimmering before them. After all, this was the emperor's domain, where one could not find fishing boats nor smell the stench of fish, but instead, the river's heart rippled with autumn's glow, flanked by ginkgo and white birch trees, evoking a sense of expansive tranquility. Chapter 51. This is a part of physical training. Jenna gently caressed her abdomen. Were it not for the constraints of the situation, she would have indulged in a hearty belch. She had undoubtedly overindulged. She would wager that this was the most sumptuous meal she had savored all year. After the meal, the two engaged in conversation for a while, after which Jenna excused herself and made her way to the restroom. Seizing the moment, Su Hao began to tidy up the dishes. However, once he had completed his task, he realized that Jenna had not yet witnessed the whale truly approach Kelly. Its immense form had already obscured Kelly's view, and the whale remained a considerable distance away. "Could you kindly open the door?" Chen Fan implored earnestly, cradling the spatial gem. Fortunately, after the contract was established, the forest sprite Frederick proved to be quite agreeable, though Jean Chan insisted on bringing some delectable food and drink for him. Yu Chuzi was puzzled by a string of phone numbers, yet it did not hinder his judgment. He remained silent, pondering a professional steward. Di Jiuzi fixed a penetrating gaze on Hua Xiangxiang as the atmosphere in the front hall grew increasingly oppressive, heavy with the anticipation of an impending eruption. Gu Juanji remained silent, his expression obscured by disheveled hair, his mind in a tumult of confusion. Perhaps there were traps concealed within, designed to ensnare those who sought to remove the collar. "My dear, you should return to the palace. I have other matters to attend to," Yin Huanyu remarked as the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the regent's residence. He did not accompany Song Yunxi back to the palace, but instead reached out to stroke her cheek, smiling as he spoke. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. What had he just heard? Father? Werewolf? Mother? From innocence to curiosity, to infatuation and affection, and now to unwavering resolve, I have devoted an entire decade to this journey. Mo Gue would not squander this opportunity. Indeed, this very moment was his chance to confront his adversary in a duel to the death. Jing Chun, remaining downstairs, watched her retreating figure with a wry smile until she vanished from sight at the staircase, after which he finally let his smile fade. Shun Hua had indeed stepped out, but she was holding Yin Mi's hand. It is as if space has been intentionally created for the two to be alone. The brand sponsors of Lu Shishir and Wu Qilong's wedding will also launch official accounts on Weibo, embedding promotional advertisements. He leaned against the back of the chair, his gaze aloof and indifferent, yet his eyes remained fixated on Ruan Shuang, disregarding everyone else around him. However, the majority faltered when reciting the wedding vows, particularly the phrase about the continuity of generations, which was rather tongue-twisting. Many were unfamiliar with the character for Dian and had no comprehension of the meaning behind Guadiomian, leaving them with a vague sense of awe. At that time, it was difficult for him to discern his character, but he did not harbor the same level of disdain for him as he did now. She wished to pull Mo Gue back, but having gone too long without nourishment, she had lost her strength. After only a few steps, she collapsed to the ground, fainting from exhaustion, as she encountered increasingly bizarre and supernatural artifacts. Her curiosity grew ever more insatiable. Blood dripped from the corners of the ghostly figure's mouth, staining the dark shroud it wore. Climbing out of the eye cellar had already drained Qi Lingen of considerable energy. Now, relying solely on his strength to pull the rope was truly arduous. He took a deep breath and summoned all his might, managing to haul Yun high up within mere seconds. Clearly a practitioner of the Dao, he donned a robe of black and crimson, resembling neither a sword nor a shepherd. At his waist hung a peculiar black blade, a weapon befitting a swordsman. In truth, while on the surface, people appeared indifferent to Yun's actions, deep down, they harbored a sense of disdain. Moreover, many felt that under Yun's leadership, the divine realm faced a bleak future. The decisive blade was retracted within, the Taoist robe of Mu Jian Shan stowed away within a feather ring. And Dao Mu donned a robe of Li Shan. After much deliberation, Dao Mu hung the black gold waist token together with the temporary waist token of Li Shan. Chapter 52. Durant has arrived. An hour later, Suhao arrived at the training facility in Houston. Theoretically, after undergoing physical training, he should be feeling fatigued at this moment, especially given the intensity of his workout. He had completed 2 sets of training. The second set, in particular, had been conducted in a cramped space, forcing them to face the vast sea under the warm spring sun. It was exhilarating, yet somewhat wild. Upon entering the tomb, everyone found themselves in a spacious hall, lined with stone slabs, each bearing a mummy, accompanied by a grayish-black clay jar beneath. Almost instantaneously, the encroaching mummified corpses and mechanical beasts were held at bay by Yun Tianyang's singular strength. Confronted with the full-speed charging of the armored Tyrannosaurus, Yun Tianyang neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, at that moment, he pushed off the ground, unexpectedly leaping into the air. In an instant, he soared 6 or 7 meters high, landing atop the armored beast's back. With his right hand gripping the hilt, the blood demon blade swept upward in a swift arc. Only Sun Yan, still enduring in a state of half-life, trailed behind, curling his lip in a manner that conveyed disdain, yet he nonetheless followed. Enough of the idle chatter. Time is of the essence. Let us commence. Liar, brimming with impatience, suddenly let out a low growl, and in that instant, his once humanoid form explosively expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal entity towering 100 meters high. Young master, do take a taste, Su Qing remarked decisively, having prepared 2 cups of tea that were now ready. Clear and transparent, their color remarkably vibrant, evidently brewed to perfection in terms of temperature and steeping time. Su Qing observed that her son was on the verge of tears, and with a light cough, she ceased her teasing, dried herself off, donned a bathrobe, and exited the bathroom. The formidable human warrior was in close proximity to the shadowy army, initially intending to head to the battlefield. But upon hearing news of the spectral soldiers, he hastened his arrival. The peculiar elder, stripped of his demonic allies, was akin to a tiger bereft of its fangs, posing little threat. This was the very reason why Yun Tian chose to remain in the valley. She had waited for him for 4 years, possessing him for but a single day, yet she dared not desire more, forcing herself to believe that she was content. Meanwhile, Xia Tian returned home with Han, startling both Xia Mei and Xia Yu half to death. Xia Tian explained that Han had lost her memory, and it took them quite some time to recover from the shock. He then began to introduce her to everyone and showed her around the Xiao residence. For her, from the very first day of their encounter until now, her attachment to him had never waned. I have transformed into a mermaid. Yet you still expect this world to possess virtue, Su Yang remarked dismissively. Under the gaze of the gathered crowd, a familiar green orb of light manifested in Lin Feng's palm, which then morphed into countless droplets that cascaded down upon Gemma. To the astonishment of all present, Gemma's form began to visibly round out at an astonishing pace. Zhao Yifan patiently engaged in mental persuasion with his team members, speaking only kind words, yet for reasons unknown. His efforts backfired. You dare to ambush me? I will not show you mercy, Han Fei ground out through gritted teeth. Yes, it should indeed be called a blade formation. Is this not a formation composed of blades? Lin Feng murmured. Xiao, how is it? Has Sister Xia given birth? Xiao Suner immediately grasped his hand and inquired. Outside, Lin Peng's voice resonated as he approached Zhang Zhiping's hospital bed, carrying a basket of fruits. Upon hearing this, Zihuang could not help but swallow hard, hastily biting into a bun, only to be thrust back into the harsh reality. The disparity between dreams and reality was often stark, much like the bun in Zihuang's hand, which, in his ideal, was filled with succulent pork, yet in truth was merely a tasteless bun. Chapter 53. The Dual-Natured Person Houston, Hardin's residence. At this moment, Maury was paying a visit. Kevin actually came, Harden exclaimed with excitement as he looked at Mori. Just moments ago, he had seen the news pop up on his screen. Although Mori had previously communicated with him about it, he still found it hard to believe that after many years, he and Durant would once again join forces. This evokes in him a sensation of returning to his youthful days. Tang Wan, unable to find solace in her slumber, awoke before dawn. Upon stepping outside, she discovered Tang Yunxian seated in the living room. Their family resided in the same suite, and he held a fragment of a cigarette in his hand, unlit, yet ravaged beyond recognition. The armored sword sentinel emitted a disconcerting cacophony of cracking bones, and the exquisite enchanted armor, coupled with the elemental stone skin, crumbled beneath Ren's feet as if it were mere parchment. His formidable strength nearly punctured the sentinel's abdomen, causing internal fragments to spew forth from his mouth. Yi Yuan raised his right hand, signaling to Jia Hao with a gesture resembling the number 6, then applauded him thrice with a series of sharp claps. In addition to the peculiar martial bone, one must cultivate through the duality of ice and fire for several decades to attain such mastery. Throughout history, only a handful have succeeded in mastering both elements simultaneously, among them the renowned Zhou Xuanzuan, Jun Fengtian, and Fei Chongjun. However, before Genos could inquire further, as they were about to enter an uninhabited street, a strange figure emerged from the alley, blocking their path. With piercing eyes fixed upon Yi Kuan, he sought to confirm the veracity of this matter, for if true, it would indeed be extraordinary. This game belongs to the genre of casual management, somewhat akin to Reto's Thunder Game Hall, both sharing the essence of leisure and management. Consequently, he unleashed a powerful thrust, piercing through the belly of the starry fish with great force. However, the fish's belly remained unscathed, not even symbolically breaking the skin, let alone bleeding or being eviscerated. Throughout this ordeal, his expression remained unchanged, with only his extraordinary agility and reflexes revealing that Lu Yuan was far from as relaxed as he appeared. She favored a casual style, adorned today in a loose-fitting jumpsuit that, while relaxed, still accentuated her slender and graceful figure. Undoubtedly, the aid plan proposed by the Americans would, to some extent, bolster their influence over various European nations, fostering a dependency on the assistance provided by the Americans. In due time, as these nations recover economically, they may express gratitude towards the Americans, thereby enhancing their relations. The Empress skillfully deflected Granny Sun's inquiries, knowing full well that the latter dared not show her any disrespect openly. After a few questions, she had no choice but to depart. Noticing Feng Qi's gaze upon her, Xiao Ying understood the concerns of her loyal minister. While Feng Qi was apprehensive, Xiao Ying felt a surge of anger, tinged with a hint of fear and regret. The Soviet Union is a resource-rich nation, capable of extracting nearly every type of mineral and fossil fuel. However, the absence of tropical rainforests and the unsuitability for oak growth have resulted in the Soviet rubber production ranking near the bottom globally, perpetually facing a shortage of rubber. Although they might still be harboring resentment, their battlefield experience is extensive, leading them to understand what actions would be most prudent under the current circumstances. I believe that if I were to offer my counsel, it would likely pose no issue, nor thought confidently as he spoke to Chu Jianxin. Having spent considerable time at the frontier, she had just returned to the capital, and neither she nor Xier had benefited from Shun Shi's grace for quite some time. Before proposing this military strategy, Manchelov's foremost consideration was the available troop strength. Why do I say this? Every tank, artillery piece, and firearm produced by the military factory has the potential to eliminate a certain number of adversaries. Chapter 54. The next stop, Part 1. Did not think that Su Hao's reaction was excessive, for Schwartz's expression was equally grim upon entering. Previously, Mori had not disclosed Durant signing to them, which, while frustrating, did not violate any rules, as management is not obliged to inform players about the team's contractual developments. However, this time, Mori reached out to him, presenting a few teams that seemed deliberately intended to provoke annoyance: the Warriors, Raptors, Cavaliers, Knicks, Kings, and Timberwolves. Chun Jinglei felt a sense of impatience as she approached, taking Lu Yiming's arm gently and expressing her hopes. Lu Yiming had become her beacon of hope. Being in the company of Lu Yiming is far more exhilarating than playing the role of a special forces leader in the Empire. Gire Muomuo, his eyes blazing with fervor. Now that he has attained the Grandmaster realm, should he achieve the status of a celestial being, the divine art of the surging dragon will undergo a metamorphosis, enabling him to transform into a dragon, soaring across the land and seas, omnipotent. Even the heavenly sovereign, despite possessing the power to pacify the world, could not suppress him. "You did not inquire," Lu Yiming replied dismissively, turning his head nonchalantly aside, exuding a sense of confidence that he had already won over Qin Jinglei. Meanwhile, Alanlong approached the Mirror Knight. The dark strategist sought out the Red Lotus Flame. A Reginald confronted the Iron Warrior, and an Impreza approached Xiaolong. On one side of the courtyard, a grand parasol was raised, under which Xiao Ningming languidly settled, munching on sunflower seeds, with an array of fruits and sodas laid out upon the adjacent table. Niafeng stood by, utterly astonished. Whether it was the miraculous Meng Pi soup or the extraordinary adventures of the young Bu Jingyun, he was left speechless. Feng Yifan sat at a table, ordering a pot of tea and several plates of snacks. Gao Fei walked directly over and took a seat without ceremony. Xianhan Ji integrated the spiritual veins from Jinao Island, while the three heavens also brought over Xincian Island. Yin Xiao and Bai Xiao preferred tranquility, yet Xiong Xiao was lively and restless. Ever since hearing about the marvelous properties of the rootless waters from the Yao Pool, she had lost interest in diligently cultivating her magical powers and sought shortcuts instead. Lu Yunji, noticing Yi Fan's indifference, grew cold in demeanor, turning away and choosing not to engage further. Around them, the representatives from other races, including the Lord of the Blood Spirit clan, Zero City, resumed their original expressions, casting puzzled glances in anticipation of his response. "By the way, Inin, how is your revision going?" With less than a month until the college entrance examination, during their meal, Fu Jingxi persistently served soup to Qiao Ruoyin and offered her dishes, casually inquiring. Wu Qian fell silent, yet Zheng Feng remained anxious, as Fu Hongyi's icy gaze remained fixed upon him. Gu Ponrong trembled as he fished out a cigarette from his pocket, his fingers straining to ignite the lighter. Yet he failed to spark a flame. He sighed with relief. Mu Yinqing's timely arrival was fortuitous, for had he been any later, he and Fu Hongyi might truly have been unable to return. Gazing at the nearly overwhelming Sand Clan, all the warriors atop the city walls gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the Sand Clan had expended the full force of their lineage? Gazing upon the towering sand waves, old Kai expressed his astonishment. The three young ladies turned their attention to the unassuming Su Qin, who had caught the lady's eye. However, it was understandable, for the lady herself possessed a mere average appearance. Naturally, she would seek a maid of lesser beauty, lest the maid overshadow her. This elicited a mix of frustration and envy. With a protective demeanor, Xia Bolong's expression grew even colder. Despite not being married yet, she was already considering the needs of another. Meijin was tidying up the couch when she noticed Tong Yujin approaching her, pouting and bowing her head with an air of guilt, observing that they bore no ill intentions. The two drivers gratefully accepted their payment and hastily departed. "Inin, you are with child? It has likely been around 10 days. Bing Lingzi finally spoke after a long pause, disbelief lacing her tone. It was astonishing how a mere lie from Fu Jingxi had somehow transformed into reality. Chapter 55. The Next Stop, Part 2. Under the guidance of head coach Karl Malone, the Nuggets played a remarkable brand of team basketball. Last season, 6 players from the team scored in double figures, while 4 players achieved over 7 points. Among the players, Nikola Jokic, a third-year player, stands as the cornerstone of the team, complemented by the all-star caliber of guard Jamal Murray. In contrast, the forward position remains their relatively weaker link, despite the acquisition of Paul Millsap and the presence of players like Gary Harris. The focus of discussion soon shifted back to the ancient enigma after the preliminary outline of the entire plan was established. Duan Cho was initially taken aback and somewhat dismissive, but upon hearing the mention of the hellish trials, his expression changed, and a chill ran down his spine. The celestial energy subdues demons and vanquishes evil, while the earthly energy nurtures the dark and the magical. The interplay of all things in the universe, whether in harmony or opposition, holds true for the myriad of celestial clans, including immortals, demons, and gods. In truth, such occurrences would be inconceivable in other eras. Who among the courtiers would dare to publicly question the emperor, let alone set a trap for him? Would the emperor remain unscathed after such audacity? He sought to comprehend more, understanding that the study of the 3,000 paths, or more accurately, the exploration of the 3,000 rules, was merely a glimpse into the essence of the Tao, a mere reflection of the profound truths discerned by the ancients. The food served at this restaurant inherently possessed substantial energy. Otherwise, even if Yi Zheng consumed every morsel, it would hardly suffice to meet his needs by the standards of an ordinary establishment in the Great Hua Federation. Nevertheless, regardless of their thoughts, the transaction had been finalized, and the original owner, who had presented the treasure for auction, felt a tumultuous blend of emotions that was difficult to articulate. At this moment, Yang Sanjiu hesitated, gazing at Chun Yi for a while before saying, "Please share what you know." Yang Sanjiu recognized that Chun Yi's reaction was decidedly abnormal and that the matter was of great significance, warranting utmost caution. "I fear that after being cooped up all day, your presence might become unpleasant for me," Wu Fan stated candidly, speaking nothing but the truth. Nar interjected, "General, you are mistaken. The construction of a convergence formation is fundamentally different from the micro-sculpting techniques of the 5 elements. Yet, what means did he have to persuade the Ning father and son? How could he possibly convince them?" Xue Qinyu exhaled, tightened his grip on the rope, embraced Gunyan, and began to climb step by step. The appearance of the Guardians served as a reminder that these powerful figures had been observing the movements within the secret realm, especially him, who had once created a significant disturbance. "Does Steward Su recognize me?" Chilianyu was somewhat surprised that Steward Su recognized his identity as the deputy commander of the Dark Division. "Regardless of how eloquently you speak in this place today, I cannot possibly fulfill all your demands, so let us not waste time here. It seems entirely unnecessary." The middle-aged man gestured invitingly to Wang Daolong and Lin Kai, indicating they should join him in his home for a meal. Lin Chenyi pondered for a moment, neither declining nor accepting outright, but instead inquiring, "Should you not enlighten me about the identity of the mysterious guardian of Blood City? Is he not from your ethereal dynasty?" Tang Jingshan sensed an air of detachment emanating from Xiao Yao, though not as overt as that of old Zhao. Lin Kai waved his hand, urging Wang Daolong to hasten his pace, insisting that they must not stop here, as it was exceedingly perilous. After all, those pursuing them were no ordinary individuals. Like flowing water, the golden radiance coalesced in Sun Yifeng's palm, transforming into the shape of a key. Then, like sand in the wind, the light faded, leaving him with a genuine golden key in his hand. Chapter 56. Not a bad thing. This outcome is quite unexpected, as the rumors surrounding the Clippers and the Nuggets have been fervent, leading many fans to believe that Su Hao's transfer to the Clippers was a foregone conclusion. Yet, once again, reality demonstrates that in the NBA, rampant speculation does not necessarily culminate in definitive actions. The Mavericks, originally known as the Cowboys, are a team familiar to Chinese fans, thanks to the presence of the Nelson father and son, from Wang Zhizhi to Yi Jianlian. They have always held a particular fondness for Chinese players, with a grotesque expression twisted in agony from the pain of a shattered shoulder. He struggled to rise from the ground, bending forward as he charged towards Qin Fan. However, he paid little heed to this, instead gazing at the pitiable Gong Shui before him, offering a faint smile and softly inquiring. As she drew nearer, a subtle fragrance wafted in with the sea breeze, emanating from the enormous tray she held. Beck's excitement contorted his face, and though his body remained bound, his head bobbed rhythmically in time with the music. Heyman settled into his chair, fastening his seatbelt. In that brief moment, he seemed to have a revelation. The design had been finalized, and now it was time for the construction phase, which involved the execution, material budgeting, and other financial considerations. Despite some missteps, Bai Bingbing still proved competent in her expertise. He did not perceive it as particularly disgraceful or humiliating for the illustrious lord of the 5 realms to kneel before 2 ordinary mortals. Fanny trembled more violently, rising from Wei Baobao's bed to escape to her own, wrapping herself tightly in her quilt like a chrysalis. The burgeoning sorrow in Yi Xian's heart was dispelled by his crude words. With a sharp pinch to his armpit, she heard a series of knocks at the door. "Damn it, I truly wish to punch you. How am I to know what those brutes are thinking? They have robbed you of your wife, children, and wealth. What do you think this is for? Is it for a mere 3rd-level warrior like you?" Franco jested with a laugh. The Labrador's muzzle was caked with dirt, and its gaze bore no resemblance to the docility of an ordinary dog. From it, I sensed a palpable resentment. At some point, Wan Jianfeng closed his eyes, a mouthful of wine resting on his lips, seemingly savoring the floral notes mingling with the alcohol. Murong Yunyao had little patience to wait for him to finish. She clasped her fists in salute to Hua Luoying and, growing impatient, grasped Wan Jianfeng's reins, ready to spur her horse forward. She was the type of person capable of anything. Thinking of her frail grandmother in the hospital, Chengshi couldn't help but clench his fist, yet after a moment, he was compelled to lower his head. Inside the main hall, the statue of the Buddha appeared almost alive, Its gaze, once benevolent in daylight, now seemed filled with a sense of comfort and indulgence. As Zhang Ba released his grip, the once imposing figure crumpled to the ground, soft and lifeless. Time trickled by, with the watchman's bell tolling repeatedly as dawn's light began to break, the four of them having remained sleepless throughout the night. Still, the shadows of swords continued to pierce the sky, obstructing the heavens. In a fleeting moment of confrontation, one glimpses the essence of truth and illusion. While Zhang Ba was tidying up the Zhang Huilan family, news of his slaying of the Sun family and the esteemed individuals of the Grand Marshal's residence swiftly swept through the true elite circles of Longhai. After a considerable time, she tentatively sought her fortune, sensing the boundless energy within her dantian surging like an ocean, thus affirming the authenticity of her 3-month ordeal. She gazed wistfully towards the cave entrance, her heart seemingly anticipating the return of her elder, while also yearning for her brother Yin. The counterattack was about to commence. However, the intrinsic nature of the surpassing strike rendered it impossible to ascertain the opponent's coordinates. One could only resort to analysis and conjecture, executing blind shots akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a mouse. Consequently, the Julian fleet found itself at a disadvantage. While the adversary underestimated the vigilance on this side, leading to the flawless defense against the surpassing strike, Elder Yin uttered a few cold words, raising both hands and closing his eyes as the atmosphere once again descended into silence. Chapter 57. Their weeds, my treasures. Did Eliza also join the Mavericks? Upon receiving this news, Su Hao exhibited a surprise that surpassed even his own trade to the Mavericks. This was particularly remarkable considering that the Mavericks still had Harrison Barnes, who occupied the swing position between the 3 and 4 spots, barely managing to squeeze into the 4 position. With the addition of him and Donich, if only we could acquire Ariza, we would summon 7 small forwards to conjure a dragon. However, in such a scenario, Ariza would not even be able to secure a starting position. What has happened to you, young Master Han? Minister Zhang scrutinized closely and realized, to his astonishment, that it was indeed young Master Han lying on the ground. It is well known that the land of Yuzhou is where the ancient Bronze Gate is sealed, yet few are aware that remnants of the demon clan still linger in this territory. Thus, upon hearing He Yuan's words, the crowd grew vigilant. It turns out he was unaware of my concealment here and was simply searching aimlessly. After a brief observation, he discerned that Wang Wei was not heading directly toward him. Rather, based on his current trajectory, he would pass by from several hundred meters away, making it impossible for him to notice him. Luo Yutian could evidently sense that the synergy between Long Yinshi and the Silver Moon Holy Spear had reached its zenith. Ning Yu raised his head, only to discover someone seated on a nearby rooftop. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Meng Ting. Curiosity piqued, he approached the rooftop, feeling somewhat at a loss, when unexpectedly Meng Ting spoke without turning her head. Good. What a splendid entrepreneurial opportunity. I knew you, Wang Pingyan, possessed great talent, remarked Long's son Wuji. Wang Nan, your tiger society is no different, is it? A young man adorned with gold-threaded sleeves retorted, his countenance resembling a finely carved blade, strikingly austere. Uncle, according to your account, a significant number of celestial stones fell at that time. It cannot be that only this one remains. There must be others elsewhere, said Song Jianli. However, it was not long before Zheng Donghe's pace slowed significantly, as the substantial loss of internal energy brought him close to the brink of degradation. Gong Shan Honglai gasped, still reeling from the shock when he heard 5 screams behind him. The 5 Tai Chi Realm juniors trailing him were instantaneously slain by Yi Yinglin and Jiao Ling Zetian. No one had doubted Li Mui's capabilities. For the barrier they had set up confirmed that the ghost location was indeed in close proximity. However, Xiao Han looked at him with a tinge of sympathy, wanted to convey that he might never grow up in this lifetime. Although the Lotus transformation had propelled Nez's power to new heights, it seemingly restricted his growth, leaving him trapped in a child's form. I was quite full, and coupled with the warm afternoon sunlight, I initially intended to read the textbooks from Shun Duo's school days while lying in bed. However, the content was so tedious that I unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. Were it not for relying on the golden light rasp and earth escape technique, Yu Hua would have lost count of how many times he had perished. Today's weather was rather bleak. Although it did not rain, the sky was overcast, mirroring her mood, and even into the late hours, the clouds obscured the moonlight, creating a profound and dense atmosphere. The phone buzzed incessantly, and upon glancing at it, I saw it was Lu Xing. Hadn't this child gone to a gathering? Though he often expresses disdain for his younger sister, deep down, he holds a profound concern for her well-being. It appears he must strive even harder against the forces of the Japanese occupation and traitors, for how could he face the heavens otherwise? However, Liang initially believed that Xiao Fengsheng intended to make a phone call or send a message to betray someone, only to discover, to his astonishment, that Xiao Fengsheng was actually transmitting information. Upon realizing this fact, Li Ying was taken aback, momentarily stunned. It is quite normal for others to succumb to sleep due to the immense psychological pressure they endure, yet Zhang Ning, who exhibited no such pressure, should not have succumbed to slumber despite having been hungry for a while. Chapter 58. Annie Suhao thought that, after touring the stadium, Mr. Cuban would surely return. However, to his utter astonishment, Cuban proposed to take him to view some properties. Is it not presumptuous to think that a boss has so much time on his hands? Mr. Cuban, I can manage these matters myself. It would be a waste of your valuable time. Suhao was genuinely taken aback by this unexpected attention. Time? No. I have dedicated an entire day to prepare for this. Jiang Lansong tightened his fingers. Even with his usual emotional restraint, a flicker of irritation emerged in his eyes. Those who have harmed me, be it her or Jun Xinghuan, shall not be treated with leniency. The glimmer in Yi Weishang's eyes was chillingly cold. What I cherish most is your kanji, what I love most is you. Shen Huai spoke with an unruffled tone, yet his words were painfully piercing. Enough. Do not say any more. Before Yi Weishang could finish, Jun Xinghuan hastily interrupted him with a sharp reprimand. Within the 27th Division headquarters, a series of grim tidings began to circulate, casting a dark shadow over the countenance of Lieutenant General Takashita Yasharu. Ultimately, faced with the humiliation from a debauched scion, she began to resist and struggle for the first time in her life, finally plunging a fruit knife into the young man's chest. Thus, you offer me 100 million to indulge in wine, and I will sell you the secret technique along with my body, a fair trade, shall we? Yi Qingcheng said enticingly. After seeing off Yi Ziyu, Lin Xiangnan returned to the Li Yunzi villa, eager to gather with his brothers after a long separation. His mood was notably different from before he reunited with Ziyu, as he also wished to hear Sanji's opinion on silence. Outside the manor, a grove of pear trees was in full bloom, with white petals cascading to the ground, filling the air with their sweet fragrance. Helian, her lips slightly parted, with resplendent wings shimmering softly behind her, and her long black hair, cascading gracefully, possessed a countenance that radiated an aura of sacred elegance that was both noble and untouchable. At this moment, Helian Hongye felt an unexpected wave of insecurity, hesitating to draw any closer. He opened his mouth, pondering whether such a celestial being could truly belong to him. Meanwhile, the sex that had long been recuperating remained unscathed. If they united, they could easily vanquish the current foreign powers. Ouyang Yi anxiously watched Wan Zibing, sensing, for reasons unknown, that she appeared to be angered. As countless bees swarmed towards him, Li Mu ducked swiftly, the dense mass of bees whirling past his head, inflicting sharp stings across his body. He remained unfooled, cleverly outsmarting Chimu Jia, ensuring that those who sought to humiliate him had not succeeded in inflicting harm. She was indeed astute, directly examining the top 10 scores in her class. She pondered which individuals might surpass her in the future, as the pressure of competition served as a catalyst for motivation. Ouyang Yi strode out with vigor, while Huai Dao, feeling somewhat chagrined, rubbed the back of his head, realizing he had once again become the unwitting victim. Princess Yingluo understood that the patriarch of the underworld summoned all Azura lords for matters of utmost significance. With that, she concentrated her magical energy and struck the great bell with force. Suddenly, he recalled a textbook on an esoteric path that he had neglected, lying untouched. Her brow relaxed. Classmate Yi Su, I know you possess great strength. Your usual training seems lackluster, yet this competition is unlike any other. Why was it that she felt perfectly fine despite not absorbing any energy? After testing her martial skills moments ago, she remained conscious. Could it be that his absence had prevented her from fully absorbing the energy? It was possible that the other party did not intend to abduct, but rather sought to eliminate witnesses or trigger a condition to activate a latent ability within her. The situation was uncertain. The only constant was the torrential rain that had poured throughout the day. As night fell, there was no sign of abatement. Previously, when she had concealed her aura, Wang Yunxiao had not recognized her, but upon revealing her true form, he was suddenly enlightened. Chapter 59, One-on-One. Novitsky. After finishing training, He excitedly called Grover, who would not arrive in Dallas for another week. This was the process of going from 0 to 1. The pace of improvement would be rapid and evident, but the more challenging transition lay in advancing from 1 to 100, which would slow considerably. Grover doused Suhao with cold water. However, rather than feeling disheartened, Suhao's enthusiasm for training only intensified. Previously, it was due to Grover's renown, and at this moment, it was well within Yi Jining's capacity to seek the celestial spirit fruit. Let us go together. You will guide, while I will search for the fruit. She possessed the finest treasures for locating the celestial spirit fruit, thus harboring no fear of failure. Ayu, the countdown begins now. I cast a sharp glance at Chunpan and picked up a rattan basket from the corner before stepping out of the cave. As I groped my way through the darkness, I found a pair of hands that had bestowed upon me countless moments of warmth. Though this man bore an identical visage to him, I could not bring myself to believe it. To my surprise, before he could exit the palace gates, a graceful figure emerged from the shadows behind the gate. Upon witnessing the three ethereal beasts encircling Mu Fan, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the crowd, making it difficult to breathe. Meng Xilan, eager to meet the potential candidates for the crown princess before her pregnancy became apparent, chose the Xinang Palace as the venue to avoid any unforeseen complications. Lord Ouyang expressed his concerns, while Yin Shifan nodded in agreement, recalling how the emperor had initially dispatched Wang Dacheng to Datong for such a purpose. Now, with the reminder of the Jiajing crown prince's treasonous intentions, the Jiajing emperor could not possibly withdraw this loyal military force. Yin Lin, having listened to Luo Shui, glanced at her back, as she had stated. Her hands were indeed bound behind her, making it impossible for her to don a shirt. Just as Mu Fan reminisced about the past, he faintly heard a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a stampede of horses. Qin Yu rose and patted the two, advising them to rest well and not to overthink things, but rather to focus on assisting Dai Xiang in his research. He then departed, leaving behind a striking silhouette. The atmosphere in the conference room was far from that of two companies negotiating a partnership. It felt more like a courtroom debate, with both sides passionately arguing their points. It was unclear whether it was the formidable reputation of the Yang family from Hongnong or Ma Teng's pliable nature, but after Yang Biao's mission, Ma Teng promptly disbanded his troops and instead directed his forces toward Zhang He's rear at Swanzhou Yanjin, forcing Zhang He to temporarily withdraw his army for defense. Apart from the spatial point located far in the Queen's District Department, he planned to establish the remaining 9 points here to meet the imminent battle requirements. After hearing Hong Jin's words, Qin Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Brother, I must confess, I actually came here to acquire your company. If what Guan Yu said were true, was there any need for him to lie? Suddenly, General Li's face turned purple, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. On a road 100 miles from Tianyuan New City, a caravan riding on first-class magical beasts, the fire steed, traversed the path. Thus, the strong remained strong. This punch had become as instinctive as breathing for him, each strike possessing the force of a landslide, instilling fear even before the punch made contact. His mind swirled with questions. Why would such a remarkable intelligence system be released for use by other mobile phone companies? What was the reasoning behind this? If Gu Lele were aware, she would undoubtedly retort, "How can I shout if you seal my acupoints?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang finally understood that Zhang Yi was eagerly awaiting his return of triumph over Wang Qing in the game. Upon realizing this, Lin Shuang could not help but let out a long sigh, feeling a twinge of headache. Chapter 60, Intense Battle. Rather than dividing into teams, the two decided who would serve first by playing rock, paper, scissors. Ultimately, Novitsky triumphed with paper against Su Hao's rock, taking the initiative to attack. After Su Hao served, he assumed a defensive stance, his expression markedly focused. During this week's training, he not only acquired post techniques from Novitsky, but also came to realize an important truth. There remains fuel in Novitsky's tank, particularly on the offensive end. When given the ball, Novitsky still possesses the ability to make an impact in NBA games. As dawn breaks, many places remain closed. Yet those present here exude an aura of lethal intent, a residue of countless battles fought. With a cold chuckle, Ling Kenyon turned his gaze towards Zuzer, his expression peculiar and inscrutable. The familiar hoop loomed larger before him, his legs coiling back with effort as he raised the ball high above his head. Zhou Yi's body momentarily suspended in an eerie fashion above the rim. Navigating through the towering pine grove, the old sage came to a halt before a mountain wall. Stopping in his tracks, The stone wall rose to a height of 20 to 30 meters, offering no passage, while the crevices beside it were overrun with wild trees and weeds. What? How could this be? Yagami nearly cursed upon hearing the news, his face a mask of disbelief. The timing was indeed unfortunate. Kobe, with the ball in hand, drove towards the basket, lofting a pass to Pau Gasol beneath the rim. Gasol faced off against Greg Monroe, executing a turnaround hook shot, but alas, it failed to find its mark, allowing Tayshaun Prince to secure the defensive rebound. The middle-aged gentleman, with a kindly visage and a nose reddened by drink, bore a face marked with pockmarks reminiscent of the lunar surface. Coupled with his attire, he presented a rather comical sight. Yet, as this fanciful image shattered, it signified Huanzhen's choice of destiny, simultaneously entwining it with that of China. To my astonishment, this soul artifact had begun to affect my spirit even before it was within reach, rendering my magical energies incapable of operating at full capacity. Yifeng furrowed his brow, striving to concentrate amidst the tumult of his thoughts. Sun Qingzong's expression tightened further, though he was aware that Qi Yanling was no paragon of virtue. Huanzhen's conduct bore a striking resemblance to that of a bandit leader. Were the Liao soldiers under his command not destined to become marauding thieves? No need to search any longer. Upon turning, I beheld Yunjun approaching with Baiyu on her back. Suddenly, Xian Yinlao Gui's eyes snapped open, akin to a corpse coming to life, as he lunged toward Lu Qi, delivering a powerful strike with one arm and bellowing fiercely. Hua Junyao felt her pulse, her eyes widening in disbelief. As she carefully examined her condition, she suppressed her excitement, deciding to share the good news with the children's father upon his return. Sixth Miss and Wuyo, uninterested in such trivial matters, gradually slowed their pace, distancing themselves from their sisters. How can you trip on level ground? What are you thinking? Cheng Mujiang chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. He had no doubts regarding his son's honesty. Judging by the injuries sustained, they were indeed the result of a fall. Contemplating her own space, Qiao Wei focused her consciousness, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself within that realm. Li War, in a burst of determination, gathered the materials for crafting a chessboard, transporting them to the designated area that very afternoon. Only Wang Lai remained, clutching the Qinglian Zhao Hua sword in one hand, as if entranced, repeating the words spoken by Lu Qi moments earlier. Jiang Song had previously captured Luo Cheng using the latter's own five hooks divine flying silver spear. The five-hook spear technique and the five-hooks divine flying spear hail from the Jiang family. Although Jiang Song possessed the eight treasures exquisite spear, his hands itched to wield the five-hooks divine flying spear instead. Kayamizu Mihoko scoffed, remarking, "He possesses no virtues. Does that mean you do? I see no evidence of your superiority over him." Truth be told, Kayamizu Mihoko held no fondness for Qin Tianqi, nor did she harbor any affection for her fiancé. As Binghua Yun approached within a short distance of Binghua Lake, he began to distort violently, his energy exceedingly unstable, poised on the brink of collapse. Chapter 61. A loss in the east, a gain in the mulberry fields. This time, it was Nowitzki who, instead of responding to Su Hao, adopted an expression of utmost seriousness. The exchange of banter between the two escalated the stakes of their one-on-one duel. Su Hao, realizing the difficulty of defending against Nowitzki, suppressed his smile, recognizing this as his best opportunity. Upon receiving the ball from Nowitzki, he opted for a more prudent approach, executing a layup. However, to his surprise, Nowitzki merely shook his head, indicating that despite employing the formidable force of Thunderfire, he had only sustained a minor injury. Indeed, the defensive prowess was remarkable. Yet, in the next moment, a sense of joy washed over him. Bai Fifan picked up the glowing candy, realizing his newfound strength was evidently linked to this item. To the astonishment of renowned figures such as Shishi, Rudolph, Bob, Edith, and Hai, they witnessed the magic palace, which had previously withstood their full force attacks, being traversed with ease by these noble lords, their strides exuding an air of nonchalance. The sacred and majestic Ling Mountain was enveloped in ethereal mist, with two forces clashing vehemently, neither yielding an inch. The colossal hand of yellow sand, clenched into a fist, struck with unparalleled speed, reaching Hidayla in an instant and sending him flying, unable to evade the blow. Whether it be a formidable source or a powerful martial tome, both could elevate a person beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. Did the Grand Elder refer me? I can't shake the feeling that I don't quite measure up to his praise. Nevertheless, the sensation of being lauded is undeniably pleasant. Feng Dong was rendered speechless. Having initially used the circulating rumors as a pretext to inquire why the emperor had confined Toba's son, unaware that the emperor would engage him with such seriousness. The emperor was seldom so forthright with him. When the forces from Yanshuan finally reacted, Thunder Abyss chose to retreat, avoiding the main army led by Yanshuan, directing their assault towards other feudal states. Previously confined to the mountains, their love for battle was now vividly evident upon descent. Having operated a milk tea shop for many years, coupled with her experience as a medicinal cuisine chef, she contemplated the prospect of opening a dessert milk tea shop featuring medicinal dishes, believing it would thrive in this era. Collaborating with Xiao Ying would not only bolster her enterprise, but also safeguard Feng Zhizhi. Without her, stability would have been elusive. On the previous occasion, Feng Yu had taken her directly to the doctor's office, where they were alone in tranquil silence. The burly figure approached with joviality, yet skillfully balanced a bowl of almond tofu without spilling a drop, showcasing his remarkable finesse. After a brief slumber, she found herself unable to return to sleep. She wished to close her eyes and drift back into slumber, yet sleep eluded her as memories flickered through her mind like scenes from a film. Despite her lack of words and gestures, she approached him with composure, adjusting her attire and greeting him with the same grace, not the slightest bit flustered by his presence. Jiang Jinya returned with news, and upon hearing it, the elderly lady smiled contentedly, convinced she had not been mistaken in her judgment. It is this very adherence to style that has enabled the strength of the Black Hand organization to burgeon, for otherwise, it could not have succeeded in spanning multiple regions. Yushan nodded in agreement, realizing that at this rate, they would be unable to reach the Shuanglong Tunnel for quite some time. Thus, they would have to find a way to drive. As seasoned veterans, Reed and his companions had learned not to trust others easily since discovering that assassins were masquerading as investigators. Was it merely a few hundred yuan? Those unaware might presume it to be tens of thousands. Chun Huayan led Li Yu to the adjacent specialty store, where they were greeted by a highly perceptive sales associate. The second assertion, mastery of dialogue, requires years of diligent practice and refinement to achieve. Zhu Xiling cast a slightly bashful glance at Chen Bingbing, hoping she might intervene with Yang Shuer. Yet at that moment, Chen Bingbing no longer resented Yang Shuer's loquaciousness. Instead, she looked toward Lu Yin with a sense of anticipation. Chapter 62, A Wealth of Opportunities. Su Hao stood in stunned silence for a while, utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The system had hidden quest lines? It seemed plausible. A system that did not issue quests could hardly be deemed complete. And then came the joy. Initially, after Novitsky had declined him, he had lost interest in the exclusive skill package. Yet now, this quest had emerged. Moreover, the reward for the quest was none other than the exclusive skill package. In this moment, both the vice captains and the secondary captains cast their gazes toward the scene. Zhao Yu appeared to be lacking in rest, slumped in his chair with a weary demeanor, tilting his head back as he awaited his turn to compete. The hotel, reserved by Mo Jinyuan prior to their arrival in the country, was a standard 5-star establishment. Yet, due to its proximity to the sea, it had been adorned in a manner reminiscent of a cozy inn, exuding warmth and a natural ambience. Consequently, Zhou Jie became increasingly animated, approaching and vigorously shaking my shoulder, nearly disassembling me in the process, as her voice buzzed incessantly in my ears. Just as Zhang Yuan and his entourage advanced toward the Jadestone base, within less than half a minute, his communicator buzzed to life. It was Qianlian. Those sleepless nights were not unfamiliar to me. I cannot fathom why my head ached so intensely now. Such stark contrasts led the students to subconsciously believe that it was indeed Enruren's influence that caused Ouyang Qing to display such an expression. Bo Fengshuimin hesitated, casting a peculiar glance at Hataki Kakashi. Jiang Beibei's tone was laced with a hint of coldness and veiled threat. Upon hearing that there was money to be made, the man immediately erupted into a lewd laughter. In response to Mo Qianning's remarks, Enruren could only shrug. No wonder Lan Yuchen often referred to Mo Qianning as a white lotus. She truly seemed to be a person unversed in the ways of the world. Wu Kai mentioned that he had parted ways with Lily for over half a year in an effort to have Yi Hanqing keep an eye on Lily. He had exhausted all his persuasive words. Even more terrifying was the fact that in the first universe, nearly all soul devices were multifaceted, capable of flight, offense, and defense, making them nothing short of omnipotent. By this measure alone, they far surpassed the treasures of the original universe by leaps and bounds. Having been ostracized by the elders of the Zhonglua clan, The three martial kings appeared to effortlessly besiege a pseudo-ninth-tier soul. Zhang Ruyun was about to inquire about the nature of the talisman when he saw Yin Yang produce another talisman, igniting it with a simple gesture. She then forcefully pinched Zhang Ruyun's mouth open, compelling him to unwittingly accept the burning talisman, ashes and flames alike, into his mouth. "Please stop. I'm not my own father." Hong Feng was thoroughly frightened, his speech becoming incoherent. Before long, they had traversed the majority of the shops and stalls, witnessing a plethora of wares. Century-old ginseng and millennium-old Rehmannia were abundant, treasures by worldly standards, yet mere trinkets in this realm. Chen Xiaoxi's decision to adopt Qianlan was purely impulsive. Amidst the political turmoil at the Jinmen base, he felt a sense of frustration and, upon encountering the child in Qianlan's team, found amusement in her serious demeanor. Li Xiangxiang and Sheng Li had spent a restless night, particularly Li Xiangxiang, who secretly entered the room at 1 or 2 in the morning to check on Sheng Xia, fearing that she might once again be plagued by nightmares. With that thought, the assassins drew forth their weapons, exuding an intense aura of menace. Come everyone, let's eat." And he called out, inviting everyone to sit down and begin their lunch. As for the news, aside from producing some replicas to allow the world to appreciate the wisdom of those beings, there was little else that could be done. Simultaneously, the immense blood energy stored within Li Shanden's sea surged forth, boiling like roaring waves, rushing through his meridians and flowing towards the depths of his brow. Chapter 63. Truly tempting. However, unlike the first incident, which sparked some controversy among fans, the second event caused an uproar in the United States. The rarity of signed sneakers was astounding. What many did not realize was that among the superstars in the league today, only a select few possess signed sneakers. Not to mention the rising stars. Even well-known players like Anthony Davis and Giannis Antetokounmpo still did not have their own signature sneakers. However, Suhao is merely a third-year player. I sensed the invincible golden body within me. Sun Wukong gazed into the distance, his fiery eyes seemingly penetrating everything, reaching the heavens like 2 golden beams of light traversing the ancient path. Closing his eyes, a wisp of divine consciousness delved into the cemetery. Sweeping through with a single glance, everything laid bare before him. With numerous underhanded tactics employed, one must remain vigilant regardless of the opponent. After all, the Qianlan had indeed invested considerable effort in him. Should they engage in a thrilling duel and Xiang Lianin launch a surprise attack, he would undoubtedly find himself at a loss for whether to laugh or weep. Let's not discuss it. I had already stated that I would not invest another cent in business henceforth. You haven't forgotten, have you? Elena's stance was resolute. They all lowered their heads, expressions etched with pain and fear, their hands clasped and hanging before them. Shevchenko had brought only 12 bodyguards this time. 7 were in the courtyard, while 5 remained within the villa. Among the 5 in the villa, 2 were stationed on the rooftop for vigilance, while the remaining 3 were inside. I am doomed. I choked on my words, determined that this duplicitous ice beauty must not have it easy. The couple was conversing when another formidable aura surged skyward, accompanied by the impatient voice of the great black golden-winged Pong. Once again, the King of Heaven's might descended, leading the elite forces of various human races. The energy warfare team, if they all engaged in battle, given the previous circumstances, Kong Mangong would undoubtedly be unable to withstand their might. He aimed to clear the field, expelling those lacking in strength, leaving only the most formidable contenders to vie for supremacy. In a fleeting moment, Qi Ming wielded his blade 7 or 8 times, and in that brief instant, a palm struck down before Qi Ming. Is it suffering through hardship? Yang Jiahua's ability to focus on the essentials has always been commendable. In China's examination-oriented education system, cultivating individuals who grasp the crucial points is indeed a challenge. It is remarkable that he is so astute. For the sake of Qian Qia, his typically languid demeanor transformed into meticulous acuity. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Lin Xingyu swiftly drew his sword, the sharp point shifting abruptly, unleashing an overwhelming chill, as if in an ice cellar. The tip of the blade surged like a rainbow, forcing Lin Song to retreat to the corner. His foot pressed against the wall, his entire body akin to a sharp blade, crashing towards Lin Yuqing. Zhang Yunhan also returned to the dormitory on the afternoon of the 3rd day. Shortly after her arrival, the phone rang. It was Principal Malai Li calling. Seeing this, Lu Wei furrowed his brow, intending to intervene, but Liang Yin stretched out a hand to stop him, shaking her head. She was aware of Ran Lin's medical skills and knew he must have discovered something, hence his impolite demeanor towards Li Zixiao. After swallowing a pill, Shenxing Wujin catalyzed the medicinal power, mentally preparing himself, taking a deep breath, and began his ascent. Although he suffered significant injuries yesterday, for Shenxing Wuji, it was a long-lost sensation. Coupled with his current prowess and physical condition, which have vastly improved, it was of little consequence. The entire formation emanated a glow reminiscent of a delicate mist, as streams of spiritual energy were forcibly extracted from the bodies of those present and infused into the array. This energy flowed through the formation, converging into the body of Xie Yun. He elongated his tones slightly, his captivating, husky voice imbued with an irresistible allure, akin to that of a poppy flower, drawing one into a state of entrancement until the very end. The third brother struck the electric baton in his hand, producing crackling sparks of electricity, effectively stunning Ma Long and his entourage. Chapter 64. The cultivation plan a few days later. Su Hao and Grover were practicing in the training hall when Novitsky arrived with another individual. The newcomer was exceptionally handsome, with a fair complexion and a radiant demeanor. However, unlike Su Hao's striking charm, he possessed the archetypal features of a standard Western actor. If this individual were not engaged in basketball, he would undoubtedly achieve great success in the film industry. Luca Donai. Su Hao had previously seen photographs of Donai in news reports, and in person, he appeared even more youthful. However, upon witnessing the subsequent reactions from the other party, He Zheng realized that the earlier eccentricity likely indicated that something was amiss. It is worth noting that the former's emergence occurred in ancient times, and having survived, he has long become a formidable entity, a top-tier powerhouse. One cannot deny that Lu Zheng's primordial spirit is exceptionally strong, far surpassing that of other practitioners in the same realm, even when compared to celestial lords. He exhibits greater prowess. Consequently, what seemed to be a daunting challenge turned out to be merely a fleeting peril for him, and he successfully navigated through it. Had Ma Chao still been in Liangzhou, he would undoubtedly have clung to the same notion. However, the circumstances have changed. His forces now bear the banner of Yanzhou, marching forth under the pretext of unifying the realm, venturing from Liangzhou deep into the Central Plains. This experience, stretching from west to east, feels distinct for Ma Chao. This exemplifies the profound power of education, a sentiment that Zhu Zhongba holds in great anticipation. How many dream of exchanging even a few words with Wen Qian? The thought of engaging in a private conversation with her is beyond their wildest imaginations. In the grand hall of the command center, each computer is manned by a technician, their fingers flying nervously over the keyboards. That scoundrel surnamed Su actually dared to lay hands on us. Indeed, his attack was ruthless. The square-faced man clutched his swollen, crimson cheek, seething with rage. Those who suffered from seasickness aboard the ship, as Tian Yu noted, began to regain their vitality as they approached the shore. Accustomed to the ship's undulations, the elite guards of Yanbei, robust and full of energy, appeared a bit reluctant to disembark after only a few days of normalcy at sea. Jiyoshi felt somewhat perplexed by his actions, but still embraced him, for they had finally achieved their long-desired union, which brought her unparalleled joy. Asia dragged a corpse onto the open ground and poured a packet of white powder over it. Ayin took a kettle of hot water outside and poured it over the powder, which immediately began to bubble, releasing a pungent odor. Yan Xinxing had only encountered the cozy decor of his home and had never seen such an eclectic style. He found it amusing and lingered to observe. Before marrying Agelon, she had already envisioned building a happy family with His Highness. How could she not wish for several children? Upon entering middle school, her extracurricular training shifted to various tutoring classes, continuing to consume Yunxi's free time. Yet, she remained uncertain whether this was truly what she desired, and her parents seemed indifferent to her plight. Chao Ming did not witness the explosion on the Poison Barrier Road immediately, and given the distance from Yangzhou City, the aftermath of the explosion was naturally less terrifying due to the attenuation of distance. Upon hearing this response, Li Huai's lips moved slightly, but he fell silent, merely gazing at the rumors surrounding the highest-ranking Taoist of Wudong Mountain. Did Wudong Mountain truly harbor immortals? Wang Jia hurriedly exited the vehicle, while Wang Ping scrutinized her in the rearview mirror, noting her impressive figure, although her face bore the marks of their assault. Redirecting her gaze, she pressed the accelerator, preparing to drive away. Jiang Erbao boasted loudly, and as he ran his fingers through his hair, Li Qing felt even more convinced of his thoughts. He then took a piece of the pastries, which he particularly enjoyed, and since Min Jie had brought back some that were visually appealing, He had little appetite for dinner and had eaten sparingly. Now he found himself genuinely hungry. Chapter 65. What defeats you is the MVP. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind and seeing the eager expression in front of him from Dong Chirae, Su Hao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had merely intended to offer encouragement to Dong Chirae. However, this is not necessarily a negative aspect. It precisely illustrates that Donich is a highly competitive player. The one-on-one contest continued, with Su Hao defeating Donich once again, this time with a score of 5-1. Compared to their previous encounter, Su Hao achieved victory with greater ease. Consequently, Li Xiao and Xing Zi, two bystanders, ventured out to purchase soy sauce. The journey was filled with trivial chatter as they humorously bantered while procuring the soy sauce. At this moment, Wu De, who claimed to be a disciple of the 7 halls of the Divine Court, led a group through the imposing gates of the Divine Court, passing 2 towering guardian beasts adorned in azure fur, and entered an area reminiscent of myth. The route proposed by Zhang Tao was also under consideration, and furthermore, several scenic spots from Zhang Tao's memory had been included within this scope. At this moment, Jiang Cheng had sealed the individual who could utter not a word. There will bound, only able to glare at Jiang Cheng with defiance and fury, eyes brimming with murderous intent. I wonder if you Treed, would accept my invitation to be my divine emissary? The figure inquired once more. Of course, her original plan was to complete her master's degree at Paris V University. But now everything may require adjustment. Observing the situation, O Chuyang hastily recounted his experience of entering and exiting the outer world and finally presented his request. Shrimp with fish? 70 billion? Why does that sound so familiar? Could it be the Huaxia Education Alliance? Sure Hao resolved that prior to signing the contract, he would refrain from contacting his family, denying himself the opportunity to complain or express grievances, and would leave no escape route for himself. With that, he began to walk slowly in a certain direction. Li Zhan glanced at Kuang Tianyu, who was fixated on Jiang Chun, who, with his head bowed, ignored Kuang Tianyu and simply followed the king of humans. As Chu Hanliang elaborated, Lei Chen listened with growing astonishment, finally grasping the nature of what had just been released. It was truly an external cause. He advised not to take the title too seriously, assuring, as long as you know I consider you a friend, that suffices. By the way, I must inform you that Chun Jing has passed away in a hospital, and the cause of death is still under investigation. The portly officer remarked with a look of helplessness. TSK, TSK. The more Diana spoke, the prouder Meng Qi felt of his adoptive father, while simultaneously a sense of urgency arose within him. As the adopted son of his father, who had personally brought him back, if he failed to perform exceptionally, would it not cast a shadow upon his father's reputation? Zhang Ruofeng arrived at the business office building adjacent to Renmin University, where the previous day, Fengyan Music Company had leased an approximately 200 square meter office space at a rate of 300,000 per year. The office equipment was already in place, and even 3 offices had been partitioned, showcasing a high-end setup. That sound of a sports car seems to be coming from just beneath this building, haha. Judging by the control of the throttle and the sound speed, the driver must possess exceptional skills. Familiar with sports cars, Qin Yu inadvertently remarked. Feng Yuan, who had long harbored a deep-seated anger towards him, noticed his disrespectful tone towards her mother. Lei Chun, gripping her foot, inadvertently cast a glance, nearly causing his nose to bleed. Mina's legs were slightly curled, her skirt having slipped halfway down her thigh, revealing all to Lei Chen's gaze. The Miao people, an ancient ethnic group scattered across the globe, boast a population of approximately 13 million, with over 9 million residing in China. According to a census conducted a few years ago, the aerospace base in Quan City serves as one of China's launch test sites for scientific satellites, technical experimental satellites, and carrier rockets, falling under the jurisdiction of the Strategic Support Force of China. It stands as the earliest and largest comprehensive missile and satellite launch center in China, also being one of the 3 crewed space launch sites in the nation. Chapter 66. This prediction is strikingly accurate. Aside from Su Hao, the expressions of the other 4 were somewhat complex, a mix of excitement and surprise. The excitement stemmed from the dream of starting in the NBA, while the surprise arose from the fact that they had all previously played as forwards. The Warriors had their death lineup, while the Mavericks boasted their death 5 forwards. Su Hao was not taken aback, for he had anticipated this moment when Ariza had informed him of his intention to follow him to Dallas. However, upon noticing the extraordinary Hanli pearl in the hands of the Peony Fairy, the young master dismissed any thoughts of intervention. since she was resolute, they would enter together. For with the Hanli Pearl, the flames posed no threat. The word congratulations held dual meanings for Dong Xiao. One was to commend Wu Jiang for resolving the referee issue, and more importantly, to celebrate the growing closeness between Wu Jiang and Zhou Ji. The slap was delivered with considerable force. Master Sang nodded, and even the usually composed Shi Zhuang revealed a hint of ferocity in his eyes, as the entire Pancher Antiques prepared for a significant turnaround, despite this recent, thorough defeat. The individual spoke with such ease that he hardly seemed to be fabricating his words. Moreover, who would jest about their tranquil life? That would be an endeavor in futility. Consequently, the other bodyguards refrained from making any rash movements, particularly since the esteemed young Master Li had yet to issue any directives from behind the scenes. Merely making an appearance was sufficient. What further courtesies were required? It appeared that Li Jixuan remained displeased with Ma Ji. I shall take the lead and charge forth to dismantle their ranks. Follow my lead, Lei Guanji proclaimed. After suffering losses for 3 to 4 years, one could indeed validate the claims of the fortune teller. Truly, a charlatan of the underworld. Just as Larry Sonksini was about to speak, the phone rang abruptly. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted, and he hastily rose to answer. However, amidst the blaring speakers in the bar, Bai Yin's voice was barely audible, akin to the buzz of a mosquito. Yet, witnessing Qian Yun gradually being overpowered by Di Li Gu, she could not help but speak up on his behalf. Qing instinctively uttered a remark, wishing to alleviate her senior brother's solitude, her heart aching at the sight. Ultimately, when Tongshan compared his own child to Su Guohua, he felt an immediate chill in his heart. They sought directions, but the surrounding individuals did not comprehend foreign languages. Observing this, Fei Jinhua stepped forward and engaged in brief conversation. He learned they were experts visiting Kyoto for a research project, intending to reach a particular institute. Listening to Lan Luo's response, Guyan nearly burst into laughter. The name beautiful seemed to perpetually remind the girl of her own vanity. Di Li Gu refrained from explaining to Yu Hanqin why he had concealed the truth from her for so long, instead assuring her that he would not harm her. Lan Xia did not doubt Qin Qiu's words, for the round little creature was under Di Li Ji's care at Minggu Academy, and no one dared to take it away without his consent. Swiftly retreating, he summoned his inner energy, and though he wobbled upon landing, his power mitigated the overwhelming impact. Otherwise, Yifeng would have certainly sustained further injuries. At that moment, Yifeng regarded the man opposite him with a sense of dread. He was experiencing what the future would term 3 highs, an elevation in blood pressure due to the distress caused by a troublesome individual at home, nearly resulting in a cerebral hemorrhage. But fortunately, he had since awakened and was no longer in grave danger. And Ai Yexin, feeling utterly fatigued, turned away upon seeing Murong Chongqing's face, wrapped her arms around his waist, and drifted back to sleep. Tao Wanbai came to a realization. Rather than living in the shadows of fear alongside Jian Penghui, it would be far more practical to find solace with Jian Yu and lead a stable life together. Chapter 67. The Eldest Brother Takes Flight. The first opponent for the Rogue team in the preseason was the Rockets. The NBA has long been adept at cultivating rivalries. Although it was merely a preseason game, the excitement surrounding this match had already been amplified by the media. Consequently, when the time finally arrived for this preseason clash, the arena was astonishingly filled to capacity. It is not solely the media's influence. Rather, it is the fervent anticipation of the fans for the new season, a longing that has lingered far too long. The morning sun graces the summit of Corcovado, illuminating the scattered bottles that reflect a dazzling light, serving as undeniable evidence of the madness that transpired the previous night. Do not dismiss this lightly. Yi Wutian warned, I possess the means to acquire the company, and I can assure you that your remaining days could be spent behind bars. Perhaps you might want to test this. The two appeared to engage in a seemingly passionless exchange, yet their confrontation shattered every piece of equipment around them. Each move felt like a matter of life and death, yet it unfolded with an elegance that was almost ethereal. Crossing this river signifies the attainment of health. While seated in the boat, Feng Wan pointed out the scenery, introducing it to Wei Ziang. She noticed a hint of pink at the exposed nape of the young man's neck. This blush, coupled with his extraordinary beauty and the grace he displayed as his jade hairpin fell and his inky locks cascaded down, created an allure that defied description. A faint chime of the doorbell echoed from beyond the closed door. Hao Xin was startled. Could it be that Hao Meng had returned at this hour? It was the height of summer, and the stone building was dry, free from the nuisance of mosquitoes. Zheng Xiao observed that throughout the night, There were always rustling sounds emanating from Feng Wan's direction, as if she had yet to succumb to slumber. Is it your excuse for not returning so late? The warmth of summer night ignited a spark as she gently nibbled on Hao Xian's neck. Yi Wu Tian was unfazed. On the contrary, he wore an enigmatic smile that sent shivers down Ma Shan's spine, heightening his sense of unease. The figure in the painting held no fondness for divine thoughts. The abrupt change in the other party's demeanor left him perplexed. If it were indeed possible to sever the connection between Yun Yao and the Yun Tian realm, then neither she nor Shin Qinghong would need to worry about being ensnared by Yun Yao. Ling similet faintly, observing Shu Tianyu. Although he could not discern the reason for her sudden shift in demeanor, his intuition hinted that she must have encountered something extraordinary in recent days. The three erupted into hearty laughter, celebrating their initial victory. The Hai Huangguan box was secured at a cost significantly lower than projected, a commendable achievement. Xiao Giskiviko. Are you feeling unwell? If so, please take leave and rest. Chun Chong, conversing with Wang Nanbei, suddenly noticed the receptionist's pale countenance and expressed his concern. Watching as his blood swiftly made contact with the Yaoguang sword, he felt a surge of trepidation, sensing an overwhelmingly powerful force voraciously consuming his essence. Once they departed, Ji Linyun and Zhang Yunyan remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. How could a drone, seemingly functioning well, have been compromised? Observing the resolute expression of the human demon, Wang Nanbei chose not to elaborate further. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, he darted away from his concealed position like a leopard. The beings known as human demons did not hesitate in the slightest, swiftly following Wang Nanbei's lead as they rushed forth. Although Wang Nanbei harbored deep resentment towards Yi Fengling, as the son of the clan leader, he understood the importance of maintaining his composure in such circumstances. Thus, he turned back and greeted with the utmost courtesy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Wu Shi, Wang Nanbei carefully placed him into a car and sped towards the nearest hospital. President, the purpose of our visit today is to inquire about. Manager Su's words were abruptly interrupted by Ouyang Inger raising her hand. Bai Chu instinctively reached out to explore He-Shi's body, and with each touch, He-Shi would respond vocally. Chapter 68. The Spider's Web in the Stands. Mo Lei wore an expression of confusion. The abilities displayed by Su Hao in the opening rounds were reminiscent of his time with the Rockets. Yet the impact felt entirely different. Like everyone else, he sensed Su Hao's growth. However, the nuances that could not be captured by mere statistics left him perplexed. 4-0. The Mavericks had turned the tables, initially catching the Rockets off guard. Upon their arrival on the Dustfall continent, the Sea Clan had dispatched a team to observe and even launched an attack with their celestial cannons. However, after several hours of bombardment, the impact was negligible. Moreover, according to the 300 high-ranking members of the Sea Clan, Cheng Ling had not returned to her sect, prompting them to abandon their efforts. The previous scenes replayed as the two forces converged in the skies above the galaxy, engaging in battle. Both were mid-level Xianxian, yet Cheng Ling found the spectacle rather dull. Eventually, she settled into a meditative position, observing the events unfolding in the galactic void. All right, stay put in the shop and don't wander off. Leave this matter to me. I shall step out for a while. Await my news. Ming Zun folded the newspaper and exited the establishment. Ling Qing's makeup had slightly smudged. She begrudgingly acknowledged that she had aged significantly of late. The stress of managing Xia Yinua's wedding had her running in circles, only to be thwarted by others, rendering her efforts futile. Sitting at the bus stop, she gazed down at her bloodied feet, tears streaming down like rain. Her front row had been devastated by a colossal figure, sending panic through the ranks of mages, archers, and priests who hastily retreated, fearful that the giant might strike again. Murong Chun felt helpless. He could not unleash his full power, for doing so would severely damage the Earth system, rendering it inoperable, which would lead to disaster. Was he to create Yurilu as an artificial spirit? While this might, in a sense, revive Yurilu, it would nullify the Earth system's validation. A sense of dread enveloped his heart. He refused to believe that his fears would materialize. With a touch of self-hypnosis, Zhu Jun turned to gaze at the smoothness beside him. Moreover, several days prior, Lu Hong had altered his perception of Jiangqi, essentially severing any intention of ending Jiangqi's life. What was once a brotherly reunion, filled with fine wine and sumptuous dishes, was now rendered impossible in the face of impending peril. The unfortunate soul mentioned by Mo Huai undoubtedly referred to Yifeng, who was presently aboard Ling Ye's vessel en route to Yaowang Island. Through this report, Li Qianni gained a remarkably clear and precise understanding of the transfer process of the Changhua organism. And Mo Xiaosheng turned his gaze towards the young woman, who appeared to be between 18 and 20 years of age, possessing willow-like brows and phoenix eyes, a prominent nose, and lips as red as coral with white teeth. Li Ning could not discern the deeper significance of the rat's words, nor did the rat wish to elaborate. However, for the time being, he believed that he could circumvent many unforeseen complications. The man, having suffered a sudden electric shock resulting in a temporary faint, was rudely awakened by Miao Hui's vengeful slaps. Before long, the boisterous group, led by Yi Meng, descended into the city of Xindiao, while the divine eagle flapped its wings and took flight. Just as they were about to react, the pyramid unleashed a formidable assault, emitting 10 beams of deadly light. The man was anxious. As the bank card was presented before him, Zhang Jiao shook her head, casting aside the shadow of Gao Jun and the embarrassing scenes of that day. Yifeng had learned that the marriage of Qin Shixue was fervently advocated by the elder, which prompted him to agree to meet him, as he harbored a vague intuition that this elder had certain connections to the Zhou family. Chapter 69. Who would have thought? I have grown stronger. The entrance of Drought elicited waves of cheers from the audience and brought excitement to the commentators and guests at the desk. Yet, only on the side of the Mavericks did Carlyle display a scornful smile. The Rocket series of flashy maneuvers ultimately culminated in Durant being reinserted into the game. This is not merely a slap in the face. It is akin to voluntarily extending one's face only to strike oneself. Despite his extensive years of coaching, such an occurrence is indeed rare. This statement serves only as a conversation among a select few. Beyond these doors, even if the opponent were a pile of refuse, one must find ways to extol it as a heap of aspirations and lofty ambitions. Do you understand? When Xiaosher promptly reminded, the continuous surge of profound abilities, regardless of one's capacity to endure, cascaded from all directions, overwhelming the surroundings as thunder and fire converged and erupted. Fortunately, the elders, including Old Qian, remained oblivious to Lin Yun's true identity, and since his arrival in the Songlong Kingdom, he had consistently donned a fabricated guise and aura. Upon landing smoothly, an ethereal figure gradually materialized before Lin Yun, becoming increasingly tangible to the naked eye, clad in a resplendent crimson palace gown, exuding elegance and nobility. The breathtaking beauty was none other than Gong Xingji. Lady Lu inquired, "Does my nephew from my maternal family require prior introduction to you?" After speaking, she cast an apologetic glance at Chun Feng, seeking his understanding for altering his identity without his consent. Moreover, the expressions of fear and reverence displayed by the members of the Dark Serpent Brigade made him feel akin to a cat toying with a mouse. He and Ma Chi were residing at an inn, likely to remain here for a few days, planning to visit Mr. Tu Guangrong tomorrow morning. Many extended their congratulations to Elder Zhu Jichang, yet one particularly observant expert noted the presence of Lan Ling. It was evident to those with their keen perception that the blood essence power within Lan Ling had not yet been fully refined. Logically, she should not have appeared at the Demon Cloud blood pool at this juncture. I have nurtured 001 with great care. Even if it were to be consumed, it should be within my own belly, don't you think? Yun, she expressed to Chen Ruo. In her view, Lin Yun's mysterious disappearance from the altar during the Divine Festival was likely due to a spatial rift triggered by that enigmatic powerhouse, and it was uncertain whether he was even alive now. However, today a fearless common student had arrived, and what was more infuriating was that this individual was not just any commoner. Judging by the patched clothing, one could surmise they hail from the slums. Nevertheless, on January 11th, He Ingqin visited Taiyuan under the pretext of mourning, paying respects to the late father of Yin Shishan, and inquired in detail about the negotiations with the People's Army before telephoning Old Jiang to advocate on behalf of Yin Shishan, explaining that the current movements of the Japanese army in North China necessitated stabilizing the situation with the local bandits as a prudent strategy. The process of recognizing a master can be succinctly described as a form of indirect soul control. The three warriors' battle beasts have been directly fed to the four armored beasts, augmenting their combat prowess. As Chu Xiao beheld the celestial array steel, an indescribable excitement surged within him. He was convinced that the members of the four clans were utterly unaware that this stone tablet was the fabled celestial array steel. Otherwise, they would never have dared to present it as the target for the array competition. After hastily donning their garments, Yan Huang swiftly lifted Qin Yu in a princess carry, and a pair of metallic skeletal wings unfurled from his back, enveloped in violet-black flames that transformed into a pair of ebony wings. They were at a loss, pondering what position they would occupy once Chu Xiao ascended to the throne of the Array realm. With pressure applied forcefully to the carotid artery, the opponent began to struggle vigorously, while the unoccupied right hand repeatedly swung in an attempt to strike Xing Yang's shin. After enduring 2 punches, Xing Yang bent his knee, effectively constraining the opponent's ability to throw further punches, while simultaneously applying greater pressure on the adversary's neck to induce unconsciousness. Chapter 70. Are you paying homage to your king? Durant has suffered a significant loss, yet finds himself with no outlet for his frustration, as they are engaged in a basketball game rather than a boxing match. Basketball is about winning within the confines of the rules, not about showcasing one's prowess in brawling. Though it is conceivable that in a fight, he might not prevail against Su Hao. Nevertheless, this hidden grievance must be swallowed. After being consoled by Boudrick, Durant returned to the court, and the game resumed. The audience's cheers grew ever louder, reaching a cacophony that shattered the record for the evening. Regarding the battlefield contribution, Su Chun pondered briefly before deciding to retain the 13 million points accumulated in this battle for future use in the upcoming totem battlefield tasks. Although he is impervious to blades, can he truly withstand the forceful onslaught of bullets without being pierced? The wasp spirit boasted triumphantly, despite the shameless claims of Wu Chaoyue and the Wu Army's propaganda department, asserting that all military actions against the Qing army were solely for the sake of restoring the throne and safeguarding the nation, with no ulterior motives. They would neither engage in indiscriminate slaughter nor emulate the Taiping army's massacres, promising unconditional protection for the lives and properties of the 8 Banner Manchus. I wonder if you have truly grasped the depth of your errors, Cold Front interjected. What shall we do about those individuals? We lack sufficient vessels. Chao Xingyang furrowed his brow, recalling that they had not considered the additional 30 or 40 people who had emerged with the convoy. Yet, the aura of the ghostly beings surrounding them was overwhelmingly potent. A high-ranking exorcist could easily see through their disguises. The most formidable were the 3 great emperors, murmured the man with the azure-scaled armor, as if in a dream. By the age of 40, Liu had lost hope in Zhao Shangxing and his extensive family, establishing a Buddhist altar at home, dedicating his days to fasting and prayer, neglecting all household affairs. As night fell, the Sui army did not press forward, gradually creating distance from the Goguryeo people as military orders were issued. Brother, did you bully Nan? Liu Anren, unable to extract the truth from Zhao Nan, turned to her brother Liu Anming for answers. Therefore, this individual is beyond the reach of bribery. His analyses and statements are genuine, devoid of any falsehoods. Bo Hangsheng strode confidently before Yi Yunsheng, adopting a combative stance akin to a provoked fighting cock. After sending the message, Su Jinxia had prepared herself for the likelihood that Yi Chunfeng would not respond. Yet shortly thereafter, he did reply. The two, bundled in thick sweaters, trembled against the cold of the frigid island. They gathered some firewood and ignited a flame beside a pile of stones shielded from the north wind. However, within mere minutes, hail began to fall from the sky, forcing them to retreat into a rocky cave for shelter. Ultimately, the 3 great warriors rode forth on their azure lion, white elephant, and golden-haired beast, each adorned with a sign around their necks, an utter humiliation beyond measure. The 3 brothers were swiftly subdued by El Bu, retreating a full 30 miles before daring to set up camp. However, if despite your utmost efforts you fail to elicit a response from the other party, then it is prudent to cease your endeavors. For prolonged attempts not only deepen your own wounds, but may also inflict harm upon others. Jiasi raised his wine cup from the table, took a sip, and silently shook his head with a smile, choosing not to respond. Meng Liangfan, how are you faring? Han Su cast a chess piece, entangling the tree net in disarray, while Qian Tian and the monkey rushed over to tend to his injuries, which healed instantaneously. The shredded tree net quickly spread once more, overwhelming them, and the 4 immediately burst forth from the dream origin. In vengeance for the general, and in memory of the fallen comrades from the Tai party in the northern barbarian lands, we must create chaos among the northern barbarians. If possible, we must plunge them into turmoil, sowing distrust and disbelief among them. Chapter 71. Sudden Wealth. Durant nearly transformed into Neo, ready to deliver a flying knee kick to Su Hao. Yet, lacking the capability, he restrained himself. For a fleeting moment, he regretted his previous taunts towards Su Hao. Whether it was merely his illusion, he sensed that Su Hao's banter had escalated alongside his prowess. The two teams had entered a stalemate. Upon Durant's entry, he began to exert defensive pressure, while Harden commenced a scoring spree. Du Luo silently nodded. He could agree on this point. Wherever his master went, there were always young ladies vying for her affections. He did not doubt that his covert eavesdropping had been discovered by Gu Qingxi, for it was a forbidden technique, imperceptible to anyone not of a certain level. Had it not been for the chilling aura he emanated, perhaps those young men might have rashly pursued Lin Xianyu. However, such thoughts might only exacerbate Lingling's situation within the Shu family. Yi Jingjia refrained from discussing her agreement, but directly issued a caution. Ran Xingyu regarded Qian Zijian as a formidable adversary, while Qiao Yiming harbored a strong aversion towards him. In contrast, Tang Tang's attitude remained notably indifferent. Were Lin Zhe to undertake the task, he would never dare to price it so high, as Jing Tian once again displayed remarkable audacity. For Farrell, Lin Yin was not returning home, but rather departing for Barcelona. The significance of these two scenarios is vastly different. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Yi Jingyan had witnessed Ning Fuxian treating Gu Chengqi with utmost deference, as if her words were decrees of divine authority. So, you are President Pei's sister? I had thought you were merely his acquaintance. Why did you not inform me sooner? Tang Ying's radiant smile captivated the attention of the gentleman seated beside her, drawing his gaze several times. However, the security guard, accustomed to guarding esteemed individuals, regarded Jiang Yizhou as nothing extraordinary. Yang Yao lamented her failure to advise Lung Qingxiu on the futility of pursuing a career in garment making, contemplating the implications of their governmental ties. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, for shadowy figures ascended from the lower floor behind the corpse king, flanking him and glaring menacingly at Wang Qitian and his companions. The reason he refrained from voicing his thoughts was his uncertainty regarding the current capabilities of the girl with the bell. Could this be a predator? Wang Qitian's complexion shifted, his face betraying a look of perplexity as he inquired. Abel proclaimed loudly that the demise of Sample 5 had led him to place all his hopes on Sample 4, unaware that, behind the scenes, the council had betrayed both him and Sample 4. Most astonishingly, he found himself suspended in midair, standing upon a radiant sword formed of emerald energy, his white attire billowing like that of an ethereal being. Yet his malevolent grin was in stark contrast to his angelic appearance. In the wasteland, monstrous beings endowed with formidable power were not inherently terrifying. What instilled dread was the combination of their strength with cunning intellect. Thus, humanity's sole advantage was rendered futile in the face of such creatures. Li Feng remarked with a chuckle that corn should be fried until it popped, and then mixed with rice to create a delightful dish. Wang Qitian's hopes were dashed. As it seemed, Xia Shui was unconvinced. Perhaps he had completely misjudged the situation. Yi Chun remained, and a foreboding sense intensified within him. On several occasions, he nearly succumbed, but his wit prevailed. Given his level of expertise, entering would only render him a burden. Approaching the coffin, he barreled forward, offering her no respite. As the tempestuous lightning coursed through him, revitalizing the ancient patterns etched upon his being. The Yu family stood as the mightiest clan under the Sun and Moonsword sect, boasting over 10 masters in the tribulation phase, marking them as a formidable sect in the desolate domain, yet in the realm of the void, they held little significance. Chapter 72. Wealth must be spent. Coca-Cola has fully acquired Body Armor sports drinks. According to the latest reports, the acquisition amounts to a staggering $5.6 billion, marking the highest sum ever for a Coca-Cola acquisition. Consequently, the new valuation of Body Armor has soared to $8 billion. Notably, Coca-Cola has purchased the remaining shares, which include those of the brand's founder and partners. In this context, any hindrances must be decisively eliminated before they can wreak havoc, a feat not beyond the realm of possibility. The Taoist figure, Hongjun, embodies the essence of creation and resonates with the celestial order of the Hongjun realm, subtly revealing a glimpse of his profound mastery, which leaves the sages filled with awe akin to mortals standing before deities. Soon, beads of perspiration begin to form on their brows, waking each day to the smile of a beloved. What surpasses this in terms of sheer bliss? Long Fei, taken aback, contemplates the crimson sunset. Is it true that a ninja, whose illusions rival those of the Uchiha, actually exists? Indeed, Lin Xian swiftly completes the transfer. With a wave of his hand, he gathers the food, some of which he stores in a spatial artifact. What transpired? Can you enlighten me? Yang Yi is both curious and anxious. Mascherano discerns the direction and, in tandem with Carrick, intercepts the ball. Scholes approaches the edge of the penalty area to receive the pass. He possesses immense strength. This strike utilizes the entirety of his power. In the past, while rallying the troops with a ceremonial slaughter, he once impaled a bull against the wall with a single blow. Du Ziyuan's inquiry perplexes her. How could Xiao Wui, so young, possibly be connected to events from so long ago? Initially, a maze set by Lu air surrounded this area, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals, who would unknowingly wander out if they managed to enter. Over time, the people of Chengdu have ceased to approach, as it is rumored to be the abode of immortals, with tales suggesting the presence of demons. Are you confident in this? The king of heavenly tactics observes Ling Duyu's composed demeanor, clearly reflecting a sense of assurance. With a surge of joy, he inquires. All guards and experts were initially rushing toward this location, but upon hearing Ouyang Zhao's command, they immediately halted. The experts returned to their respective posts, while the guards began to vigilantly patrol within a 10-zhang radius, strictly prohibiting any entry into restricted areas. It's not that simple. I am not a peculiar being like you. Chun Lin replies with a resigned smirk. The palace of no extremes? Bailey Dengfeng was momentarily taken aback by the words, while Mo Qingxian also wore a peculiar expression. Upon reappearing, he not only had advanced to the 10th layer of the acquired realm, but had also ascended to the threshold of the innate realm, aligning himself under Chun Zheng's banner. At that moment, countless figures appeared in the sky, with the foremost being the Tongtian, heralding the final battle for humanity. This confrontation marked the ultimate clash between the and the human faction, as well as the Western Three Teachings. In this instance, the had mobilized its elite, with celestial beings soaring through the heavens, and a formidable super formation materialized above Tongwan, astonishing the vast wilderness. United in fortune and adversity, he was determined to devour the star prison flame beast, yet he underestimated the formidable heart of the latter, a true gourmand. This was not difficult to comprehend. Prior to this, Bailey Dengfeng had garnered no goodwill among the demons, who harbored resentment and murderous intent towards him for violating their customs and displaying arrogance. Li Cheng, you are aware of the situation with Uncle Fu. The Fu family is seeking medical help far and wide. Eventually, they learned of the Wanfu liquid and sought me out. Zhao Fei explained to Li Cheng. Chapter 73, Gifts from Su Hao. On this day, Su Hao expended approximately $5 million US, acquiring a residence valued at $10 million, an automobile worth $4 million, furniture amounting to around $1 million, in addition to gifts for his teammates valued at approximately $500,000. In the past, when Shaquille O'Neal signed his rookie contract, he famously squandered $1 million within a single day, becoming a topic of conversation for the media for an extended period. Su Hao's expenditure exceeded that by more than 15 times in a mere day, epitomizing the notion that wealth is meant to be spent. Could it be that he was overly eager? Might this princely affair signify the initial maneuver of the Shun family? His departure was motivated by a desire to evade inquiries from Yin Yun and others, as well as to avoid prematurely revealing his capabilities and attracting undue attention. In this world, unless Dio were to reverse time once more, it is undeniably left with him alone. As the singing came to an end and the last of the wine was consumed, a sense of drowsiness enveloped everyone, and thoughts of the comforting embrace of their large beds at home began to surface. Seated at the table, Song Chi-Chi lowered her gaze, reminiscing about the words Xiao Xiao had once spoken to her in the red-tiled villa. Zhao Yang maintained a semblance of restraint. However, since his injury, he had not consumed a morsel, and at this moment, hunger gnawed at him relentlessly. Indeed, he is the chief craftsman of the Yu family and also my esteemed mentor, who wishes for you to represent the Yu family in the upcoming competition. Man Yao's tone carried a hint of resentment. For the time being, let's set aside Wang Guifu's conversation with Zhang Ke. The bankruptcy and merger coordination meeting of the Xinjiang Municipal Trade Development Bureau convened as scheduled in the conference room on the 4th floor. If the post seen online is indeed authentic, the current lunatic should be lurking in a nearby internet CAF close to the school. Qin Yu stood at the entrance, waiting for Yutong and her child to emerge, exuding an unwavering determination to bring them back. At that moment, I was about to finish my words when suddenly my face turned pale and blood gushed from my mouth. Chinamo, have you awoken? Just as Ouyang Yingqi was left bewildered and at a loss, a voice echoed from the entrance. It was Nangong Lini. Yu Sheng and Li Yu exchanged knowing smiles at the scene, yet for peace of mind, they chose to remain on the street. However, due to their imposing physiques attracting attention, After being searched 3 times over a distance of several hundred meters, they decided to observe the situation from a nearby tea house. Drawing from the experience of crafting the twin flying slashes previously, this time the process went remarkably smoothly. Within just a month, Yusheng had already brought the flame, saber-toothed tiger vividly to life upon the sword. Witnessing the envious and curious gazes of the crowd, Chunyu sighed and declared, "This method is not unspeakable, but indeed, repairing this fish carries certain risks," and proceeded to explain the reasons behind it. "Oh, you 4 ladies are huddled together. Has no one left for me?" Shen Dongsheng remarked with a hint of jealousy. Just as Mr. Xia was about to retreat to the underworld, he found himself ensnared by a large sack that enveloped him from head to toe. From Mr. Xiao's perspective, he was ensnared by a giant burlap sack, but in reality, he was contained by a small, soul-collecting pouch barely 3 inches long. Although Feng Er sensed something was amiss when his arm was seized, it was too late to withdraw. He had already lost his balance, and the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Soon after, a tremendous force propelled him, sending Feng Er flying. "Yi, please fetch us a few items. We wish to speak privately for a moment." Nangong Mutian attempted to dismiss Nangong Lini. Sometimes he felt that he was not lazy, but rather hopelessly lethargic. Although she was fond of silver, she always left the aftermath to others after taking the lead, evoking both amusement and exasperation. For instance, regarding the tavern matter, after deceiving Manager Chun, she became a hands-off manager, disregarding everything. "Oh bye, did you not say that the Iron Crack sect had been entirely slaughtered by the flame beasts?" Murue inquired curiously. Chapter 74. Our goal is the championship. After a brief rest in the locker room, the players prepared to depart for the arena. At that moment, Carlyle and Mosley arrived in the locker room. Carlyle was unaware of the events that had transpired, yet seeing the players' excited expressions stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Human emotions are indeed contagious. This statement holds true. The open training session did not focus on practicing genuine tactics, but rather on physical conditioning and shooting drills. Once the training concluded, did the Lord Sovereign imply he could restore my severed hand? The left protector could hardly believe his eyes. After returning to the sect with injuries, he had consumed even the celestial-grade healing elixirs, which only managed to mend the shattered meridians in his arm, but could not restore his lost hand. If his deductions were correct, Ban Ming had previously been unaware of the method to absorb demonic energy. However, after siphoning a trace of his internal essence, he had suddenly grasped it. In light of this revelation, the left protector expressed his gratitude to the demon emperor. Chung Feng spoke, and as his words resonated, his form subtly distorted, reverting to that of a human. The disciples guarding the hall opened the doors of the grand earth hall. Elder Yang Liu, accompanied by Chong Yin and Zhou Lei, strolled in, and upon their entrance, the doors closed automatically. He Jingxian mused inwardly that if every girl possessed the consuming vitality of a yellow oriole, her aspirations of mingling with the affluent of the vast lands would draw ever closer. Had she not been the heir to this rotisserie, she might have felt an impulse to accompany them to the western regions, a realm she had never ventured to explore. The prospect of experiencing such a life tantalized her, for she longed to break free from the confines of the rotisserie. As Jiang Chun contemplated the boundless techniques, he was awestruck, realizing the ancient deities were far superior to their descendants. "Is that so? Self-destruction is the best course," remarked the battle general, Li, with a smile. The flying sword, having been deflected, quivered incessantly, its mournful clang resembling the cries of a wounded soul. Yet, neither party sensed any anomalies that would impede their actions, so they chose not to inform Xiao Bing, lest she worry. As for myself, I would not allow him to succeed. Thus, I sought him out and successfully thwarted the Dark Dragon King when the Celestial Gate was opened. The Bagua is further divided into the innate and acquired variations, with the latter commencing from the base joint of the ring finger, designated as the chin position. Jiang Chun and Feng Yin stayed behind to hunt down some remnants and organize the items in this base, which had been a haven for Yun Lu for many years, containing a plethora of valuable treasures. Now, these would be considered spoils of war and deserved meticulous collection. Luo ordered a cup of milk-cap pear mountain tea, while Fan E, unaccustomed to sweetness, found himself reluctantly ordering a cup of honey pomelo tea, as the milk tea shop offered no unsweetened coffee. However, upon hearing Emperor Fa's words, my heart raced even more fervently, and my eyes suddenly welled with tears. I burst through the lounge door, rushing inside. At first glance, the 3 great races congregated together appeared merely as humans mingling among themselves. Hu Daer surveyed the surroundings of the central command tent, where the shadows of guards and patrolling troops were vividly cast upon the tent's white canvas. This is truly indescribable. Upon witnessing the palpable disdain etched upon their faces, the overweight individual finally exhibited a modicum of restraint. During the day, Meng Fanqing occupied herself at the hospital, while in the evenings, she occasionally swapped shifts with Sun Jingyi. Recently, Shang Lu had also been preoccupied with various matters, spending little time at home. Inside the stone chamber sat an individual, possessing a perfected cultivation in the spirit-gathering stage, standing on the brink of breaking through a significant barrier. Clad in black, he sat motionless with closed eyes, resembling a statue, yet the faint, yet potent fluctuations of his spiritual energy were unmistakable. The god of time and space observed his surroundings with a stoic demeanor, fixating his gaze on the fallen god of war for an extended duration, before ultimately locking his eyes upon me and Kuexen. Chapter 75. The Unveiling Battle. Let the festivities begin. Su Hao extravagantly splurged to procure $1 million luxury vehicle for Donich. Carlyle reminisced about his youthful days, setting his sights once more on the championship. Su Hao boldly proclaimed his ambition to lead the Mavericks to victory within 3 years. The recent press conference has sparked immense controversy for the Mavericks. A team ranked 25th in the power predictions dares to claim they aspire for the championship. A player who has never graced the All-Star stage asserts he will lead his team to victory within 3 years. Who has given you the audacity? Upon contemplating this, Su Jiuqing raised an eyebrow, as if a sudden clarity had washed over her. Thus, it is no wonder that Ho Yin'er was in a state of exasperation, unable to capture Changsun, and even failing to seize the favor of the 4 beloved consorts. Who could she coerce? Those consorts of lesser favor? What use would that be? Returning to the Phoenix Palace, without uttering a word, Xiao Fan directly entered the inner space of the Holy Sun Seal, resuming his practice of the 2 instruments sword technique. While it was termed as a study trip, it was merely Sima Ting's obligation to travel to Jiangnan, thus bringing Su Boya along to broaden his horizons. In a flash, the 2 transformed into fleeting shadows, engaging in combat before the cold temple after the rain, while Hu Yuxuan, Lu Neng, Chui Qingdong, and Zhang Hui gazed in disbelief at Yang Yu and the disheveled man, their perceptions utterly shattered. The remnants of the azure smoke lingered in midair, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing into the horizon. The young man lay on the ground, oblivious to pain or discomfort, yet found his gaze irresistibly drawn to this individual. Yang Huiping slowly cast his eyes upon the dark-skinned, muscular men of the Witch clan, realizing they all regarded him with eager anticipation. Subsequently, King Yu of Zhou was slain by the Shirong, prompting his ancestor, Duke Xiang, to lead troops to rescue Zhou. Later dispatching soldiers to escort King Ping to Luoyi, Duke Xiang was rewarded for his merits with the title of a feudal lord, and the land west of Qishan was granted to our great Qin. In the span of a month, Wang Ji married a virtuous wife and took 2 beautiful concubines, truly basking in the springtime of his success. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he remained deeply concerned for the safety of the 3, resolving to locate them first. Perhaps it was due to President Ye's unique approach of external application combined with internal adjustment, a method far removed from the ordinary detoxification techniques. However, Zhou Jiangwo completely disregarded the school board member, acting as if he were unseen, and swiftly approached Hanyu. Upon hearing Long Jianxin's remarks, Chen Jie immediately became alert. Harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Yi Bingyin, he vowed that if he were to return to Hangzhou, he would certainly take vengeance on Yi Bingyin. And Sikang observed the appealing countenance of the individual before her, and as he extolled her, she found herself smitten. "Biao, where are you? I wish to meet everyone." As there are matters to discuss, Li Changkong contemplated for a moment before speaking. Damn it, this dreadful traffic. The congestion in Jinghua is unbearable, and it persists even upon reaching London. Qin Xiaojie could not help but strike the chair and utter a curse. The morning mist lingered in the air, gradually dissipating. Wang Hen waited at the door, hesitant to approach too closely. She had been here every day for the past few days. Wang Hen gazed in astonishment at Xiao Yuan, her face flushing crimson as she realized she had been discovered, unable to conceal her embarrassment any longer. Arthur turned his horse around, disregarding the standoff with the Black Peacock thief, leading his subordinates towards the battlefield of desperate combat. The 7th-tier demon only had 10 minutes of fighting time. However, given the volatile strength of the Angerhorn demon, It would take but a second to crush Arthur. A fine bottle of wine and a few plates of vegetarian dishes. Remember to thoroughly scrub the pot before preparing the vegetables. Not a trace of lard should be included. Lu Wuchen casually tossed a silver ingot to the old woman as he spoke. Was it possible that Murong Yuyan was behind this? Xiao Cheng mused to himself, quickly confirming this possibility. I noticed this person holds a favorable impression of Xu Yi. If Xu Yi could exhibit the same presence he had when departing from Tansheng, he might indeed inspire this individual to follow him, Su Lin remarked with a smile. Chapter 76. Unleashing the Potential of the King. After the opening ceremony concluded, both teams' starting players gradually took the court. Mavericks, Donthik, Suao, Aritha, Barnes, Dion, Celtics, Irving, Smart, Tatum, Marcus Morris, Orford. As the starters entered the arena, Carlisle wore a grave expression. The objective had been set, yet the pressure of this opening match was immense. Following the preseason, he was aware that the Mavericks bench was lacking. Such fury, akin to a beast unleashed, yearned to rend asunder all those it encountered, devouring them to satiate its insatiable appetite, halting only upon the cessation of life itself. Moments later, Li Yuqian once again lifted Jiang Hairui's eyelids, inspecting other parts of his body. Numerous instances bore this resemblance. As long as the individual in question remained unharmed, others would naturally rejoice, seizing the opportunity to rest well. Why not revel in it? I drove directly onto the opposing lane. This audacious maneuver instantly provoked a stir among the onlookers. Do not fret. As long as you can prove your innocence, we shall naturally release you, when Shiji responded. Yet, she naively believed she could successfully frame the Grand Tutor, unaware that her intentions could not remain concealed from anyone. I believe it would be prudent for you, dear brother, to refrain from making an appearance. Otherwise, should this be a trap, the consequences would be dire. Zheng Hu opposed Yuan Gaoming's emergence. Li Kong grasped Shun Yan's hand as they exited the bedroom, closing the door behind them before taking a few steps forward to twist open another bedroom door, stepping inside. Xia Zimo suddenly shouted, fiercely bringing her weapon down upon Chu Tiannan's head. Just as the young man in the crimson robe prepared to channel his energy to aid their recovery, a flash of colorful light momentarily dazzled him. To his astonishment, the sky above had already been rendered desolate, devoid of the presence of his brothers and kin. With a resounding clatter, the assembled puppet emitted a thunderous mechanical roar, its strength ascending to the initial stage of the golden core realm. The puppet radiated a brilliant golden light, a golden gear manifesting as if something were emerging. It never amassed sufficient power. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, the Eternal Star, led by Xiao Weiyuan, stabilized its engines, accelerating the vessel to maximum speed in the briefest of moments, deflecting the enemy's relentless onslaught as it advanced towards the central flagship of the extraterrestrial invaders. Long live the commander! All soldiers bowed in unison, their hands reverently extended forward, performing an elaborate gesture of profound respect. Dong Zhanyun similarly employed his spiritual perception, continuously scanning, his patterns mirroring theirs precisely. In that moment, even the highest-ranking patriarch of the Wang family remained oblivious. Dong Zhanyun seized a stack of explosive talismans, affixing one to a dog belonging to the Wang clan. Fei Liangyan hesitated, questioning whether he could candidly confess to Shi that he felt no attraction whatsoever towards Lu Tong. He found himself torn, uncertain how to respond to Shi, unwilling to deceive her. After thoroughly searching the coffin inside and out, Chui Feng, suppressing his overwhelming joy, returned before Xiang Shanhe. Fu Cheng, with a disdainful expression, noticed Wang Xuanlong's utter disregard for him, raising his fist in preparation to strike Wang Xuanlong's face. Is this not even his strongest power? The pallid youth could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Of course not. Do you believe that he once slaughtered an adult Titan python? The middle-aged man, with a gravelly voice, became increasingly animated. At that moment, Shili noticed that nearly every soldier in the army bore a visage of withered features and a listless demeanor, their eyes resembling lifeless black holes. The parts of their weapons, too, appeared desiccated and rigid, bound by white strips of cloth. What else could they be but desiccated corpses? Chapter 77. Uncle Drew Dong Chichong had initially come with a surge of enthusiasm to exchange a high-five with Su Hao, but he was momentarily taken aback by the directness of the question. Su Hao's commanding presence was undeniably intoxicating, yet his demands always caught one off guard. Yet they were so reasonable that one could not possibly refute them. I am prepared, comrade pilot, Dong Chichong replied with utmost seriousness, before bursting into hearty laughter himself. At this moment, the Eastern Guard, pleased with Lord Qian's remarks, smiled and promptly took a seat in the carriage vacated by the coachman. However, upon witnessing this scene, Gao Xian's expression revealed a hint of gravity. It was evident that Chun San's disappearance could very well indicate his demise, otherwise after hundreds of years away. The three of them, being mere scattered cultivators, should have returned. Chun San, at the stage of fusion, would not have exhausted his lifespan, and his two wives, being only in the nascent soul stage, had little chance of advancing successfully over the years. With their lifespans dwindling, they ought to have come back long ago. Subsequently, Han Zi raised his head slowly, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. Wang Yun had naturally entrusted these 2,000 men to Feng Xian, who assigned the more prudent Su Huang to lead the contingent. In his heart, he silently admonished himself as the sword in his grasp suddenly radiated a blood-red glow, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Thus, Long Fei yearned to uncover the secrets within the luminous sphere, necessitating Gao Xian to relay the information to him. Having been reborn in this era, it was destined that he would conquer the world, striving to dominate every inch of Huaxia's land, savoring its most exquisite beauties, and establishing a stable and enduring foundation for future generations. Even though she and Ji Ku swore to be adversaries, she could not deny that a strikingly beautiful person, regardless of their lack of grace while squatting beside a flower bed, remained a delightful sight, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Chu Feng, inspired by a sudden thought, considered that creating the celestial silkworm transformation might be a means to circumvent this dilemma. To change the framework necessitated a complete overhaul. However, such a fundamental alteration would only result in a monstrous transformation, akin to a rampaging aberration or a genetic collapse leading to immediate demise during the metamorphosis. With the conclusion of the first round, the poison of emotion was vanquished, and Xing Luoqing advanced. Overall, the outcome was not unexpected to anyone present. Ronald's gaze turned icy in an instant as he deftly maneuvered wooden chopsticks, striking back the fireball that had ignited in his hand, while his chopsticks remained unscathed. The Heavenly Sea Divine Palm was summoned, radiating a brilliant golden light, causing the 9-color Divine Deer and the Pig Demon to pale in fear, cold sweat streaming down their faces as they ceased their actions. The Grand Hat was beyond Wu Jia's capacity to bear, in the face of absolute authority. Everything appeared so pale and powerless. Thus, you have succumbed to this self-imposed isolation. Compared to my existence, is your life not significantly more robust? I have not withdrawn into myself, and neither should you, Wu Jia elucidated. The choice to annihilate the Guardian was undoubtedly correct, once airborne. The southern behemoth dragon found itself utterly incapable of countering it, left only to endure passive assaults. Throughout the journey, Zhao Xiongfei spoke little, while the driver engaged in conversation with a cheerful demeanor, remarking, "Brother, departing from here may not be such a misfortune, and remaining here is not necessarily a blessing. Look at me. Despite being a member of the Wolf God Special Forces, I still drive." He intended to console Zhao Xiongfei, but found himself at a loss for words. The master had successfully transcended to the realm of the spirit pill, officially entering the stage of a nascent soul, thus acquiring 10 million experience points. These warriors are, in truth, quite innocent. They remain unaware of the nature of the battlefield on the other side, nor has anyone informed them of the impending wave of attacks. Thus, Yi Zheng gazes calmly at the enigmatic lord of Qinya City. This is his first encounter with the mysterious ruler of Qinya City. Regardless of which main city's lord it is, they are undoubtedly figures shrouded in profound mystery. Chapter 78. Dallas harmonizes with the twin stars. Donich, waving his hand, appears quite dejected. After being outmaneuvered by the same individual consecutively for 2 rounds, especially in such a thorough manner on the second occasion, maintaining a sense of equanimity proves to be a formidable challenge. Su Hao, noticing Donich's demeanor, approaches and gently pats his shoulder, reassuring him that the journey has encountered turbulent weather, urging him not to worry. Upon hearing Su Hao's words, Donich can't help but shrug in a wry smile. Although such remarks might not immediately cause discomfort, over time, the body would inevitably be affected by these changing conditions. As for Zhao Yaxin, she has already been summoned by Zhao Yaji to prepare tea for Huang Hanwei and the others. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly glances at Lu Yuheng, whose face, usually adorned with a distant smile, is now brimming with pride. "What do you want from me? Do you wish for me to call you father?" Hu Laoqi approaches the entrance, querying with annoyance. The first row appears to consist of ordinary skeletal warriors, while the row behind resembles skeletal mages. However, due to their scarcity, the two players from the Divine Dragon Society hardly pay them any heed. Tion looks towards the three brothers, relieved that none of them suffer from motion sickness. Otherwise, it could have posed significant trouble. He believes that in Chuyu's eyes, he is nothing but an inept failure. Yet, Chuyu has never openly expressed her feelings towards him. Even during their initial alliance, she often maintained her distance. The elevation of the eldest brother's realm transcends mere levels. It is akin to surpassing the pinnacle of realms. Little did he know, upon returning to Moonshadow City after such a prolonged absence, he was eager to draw boundaries with her. How detestable. Absolutely loathsome. Have train tickets been purchased for us? Aunt Tion Air's voice suddenly rises, as if it had dawned on her that they genuinely wish for their departure. Consequently, this is precisely why the adversary's missile destroyer task force, stationed in that region of the Andaman Sea, has consistently been a thorn in Lu Qingshan's side, causing him considerable discomfort. However, although it spans merely 100 zhong, this distance has already brought Junhao 10% closer to the stone tablet. With a few more attempts, he could step into a place of safety, free from the incessant harassment of the skeletal hordes. In such circumstances, Lu Qingshan is acutely aware that his only hope lies in his formidable weaponry. Suddenly, outside the cave, the ground, burdened by the weight of celestial authority, heaves upward, restoring an ancient perspective. For reasons unknown, I am perpetually imbued with a sense that, upon U.S. return, a significant transformation awaits. In a mesmerizing dream, her enchanting eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a hint of distraction. The night was dark and tempestuous, a perfect backdrop for treachery. Since one dared to conspire against him from the shadows, Junhao would not hesitate to unleash his formidable wrath. Thus, it can be said that the recent long-range strike by the enemy constitutes a form of indiscriminate assault, resulting in casualties on both sides, with the extent of devastation being considerable. This is largely due to the formidable lethality inherent in the enemy's long-range weaponry. Time waits for no one. At the moment when the cultivators were in despair, uncertain of the path ahead, a multitude of beleaguered soldiers surged forth. Suddenly, the iron feather griffin pierced through a layer of clouds, illuminating the surroundings as the sky transformed into two suns, one blazing brilliantly in the heavens, radiating a fierce white light, and the other resting on the horizon, enveloped in resplendent purple radiance. The divine, I meticulously scoured the earth 9 times, stirring up clouds of dust before finally succumbing to fatigue, retracting its imposing aura as the tumult subsided, leaving only chaos in its wake. Qin Jiao felt an urge to curse him away, yet ultimately restrained herself. After merely stating that she was unharmed, she fell silent once more. Chapter 79. Digging a pit for you to jump into, of course. It has been initiated. The arena's duel mode is now active, with the opponent being Kyrie Irving. A victory for his team, coupled with a performance that suppresses Irving during the duel mode, will be deemed a successful challenge. Should the same adversary lead to a failure in the initial duel, the duel mode cannot be reactivated, accompanied by a series of system notifications echoing in his mind. Su Hao successfully activated the duel mode within the arena. The good news is that he is on the defensive. At that moment, the bar staff and servers approached, attempting to quell the disturbance, for this establishment was indeed a high-end leisure venue, and they certainly did not wish for any disruptions that would mar the enjoyment of other patrons. Few were privy to this information, save for those within our sect. It seemed that Mu had also grasped something, as a strange glint appeared in his eyes. The two engaged in unrestrained discussion, yet among the many officials present, not a single soul dared to concur with him. All were acutely aware that he had powerful backing and that the waters here ran deep, making it unwise for anyone to intervene lightly. The orchids she had embroidered were mockingly referred to as octopuses by her elder sister, while her second brother perceived the mandarin ducks as mere ducks. 20 minutes is a fleeting span, with every second holding immense significance. Shun Hao descended onto the ground, already marred with cracks, and sat cross-legged. The abundant black mist enveloping his body ebbed and flowed, clearly indicative of his struggle to contain the tumultuous power within him. Meanwhile, Moya appeared to be in excruciating distress. Her once gentle grip on his hand transformed into a fierce clutch as cold sweat cascaded down her face, rendering her pallid. I am uncertain how Shun Tianlin became aware of my divorce. However, upon reflection, such matters must be documented upon reemployment. So it's likely he heard it from someone in the Human Resources Department. The expanse before us is a vast, unbroken plain, with the nearest mountains at least 20 kilometers away. In such terrain, it is undoubtedly a domain for cavalry. Not only the renowned wolf cavalry, famed for their speed, but even the cumbersome fur-covered rhinoceros can achieve an average velocity of 40 yards in this landscape. It was during her conversation with a fellow patient, someone with whom she shared a close bond, that she happened to glance into a trash bin while on her way to the restroom, inadvertently spotting a pregnancy test. Last year, on a journey to Yunnan, he had yet to fully realize the depth of his feelings for Sijun, even though he wished to marry her. It was merely due to parental pressure and her enchanting beauty, which would captivate any man. You'll bless me, won't you? Seeing by she's prolonged silence, Qian persistently inquired. She effortlessly greeted those present, maintaining a balance in her interactions that neither neglected nor overly elevated anyone, ensuring no one felt overlooked. What on earth is happening? Gong Juechen wore a bewildered expression, clearly at a loss. Upon hearing someone call her name, Jing Ruoxuan abruptly turned around, only to find Yi gazing at her with a hungry look, as though he intended to devour her. The dark energy spread like a vast net, ensnaring Wu Tian and consuming him whole. Ever since I realized you did not intentionally abandon me at the wedding, I have ceased to hold any grudges. Man Jun stated matter-of-factly. In a daze, more than half a month slipped by, leaving only 2 weeks until the wedding of Yao Chun and Qin Junxue. Shortly thereafter, Wu Yuan returned the enchanted sword, which had sealed the spirit of the weapon, to Gu Sanqian. Upon receiving the sword, Gu Sanqian sensed the presence of an additional spirit within and inwardly rejoiced. However, from another perspective, the Annihilation Divine ability was Su Luo's destined power, which could also be interpreted as a form of innate talent, one of the most formidable kinds, indeed. As for him, Long Lan, a powerful cultivator at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, his true energy flowed like an unstoppable river, overwhelmingly grand. With a forced smile, I pushed off the ground with great force, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth, the scent of slaughter as brilliant as the sun in the night sky. Chapter 8. Hellish difficulty this time. However, the Celtics managed to retreat in time, and the Mavericks' fast break was disrupted before they could score. Kyrie, stay calm. Stevens shouted to Irving, then made a tactical gesture. Many were unaware that the Celtics had failed to score for 3 consecutive possessions. Yet, as the head coach, Stevens was clearly attentive to this detail. Irving nodded in response. He had joined the Celtics. Nevertheless, what everyone remembered most vividly were the numbers taught by Luo, as these would be the most frequently encountered in the future. Zhao Yuan particularly emphasized the importance of these figures. Marshal Tianpeng, Zhu Beiji, was unceremoniously grabbed by the ear and pulled into the street by Mao Ernyang, initiating a shopping excursion. What does that move phone want with you? Did they offer you some benefit? Tell me all about it. Yivania inquired. The lizard demon bared its teeth, revealing a cruel expression, and with a sudden leap, its hands transformed into sharp blades, instantly piercing General Feng's chest. A crimson heart throbbed violently, and with a slight exertion from the lizard demon, the heart was crushed into fragments. Chun Fan waved his hand, dismissing Uncle Zhao and the multitude of soldiers. He understood that despite the soldiers' respectful demeanor towards him, should the time come to guard the Tongtian River together, it would likely create a rift. Ever since his parents met with an unfortunate accident while piloting the Songlong, he had never experienced such tranquility in sleep as he did at that moment. Keeping an eye on the figures of Yi Kai, Cheng, and Yin Yin, yet he did not spot them, likely having retreated to their private rooms. Listen well. Upon your return, bring 10 celestial-grade elixirs to the Liu family for me, Lin Fan stated calmly. However, to accomplish great deeds, one's strength is ultimately limited. Just as before, with countless arrows raining down, no matter how formidable one's power, one must submit to fate. If he wished to unify the Huansong and prepare for the future conquest of Asia, the crimson-clad elite of Huansong below were indispensable pawns. As night fell and the stars twinkled, the demise of His Majesty the King of the Juzi Kingdom did not bring about significant changes. It was unclear why, but from the 3rd tier onward, the legacies on these floating islands had nearly vanished, perhaps obliterated millennia ago, while the 1st and 2nd tiers, being closer to the periphery, narrowly escaped devastation. The tip of the Oathkeeper spear plunged into the right eye of the brown bear, causing intense pain and a foreign sensation that provoked the bear to violently shake its head. Zhao Zhonghua, attempting to extract the Oathkeeper's spear, was flung away, crashing against the wall of a stone house before falling to the ground. Never mind, it's better not to disturb her, lest she grows increasingly averse to him, he thought, placing his phone back on the bedside table. Just as he was about to turn off the light and rest, a text message notification sounded, prompting him to spring upright and retrieve the phone once more. What do you intend to do? Gao Xinyue was well aware that her cousin would not show such concern without reason. His every action surely harbored his own motives. As the newcomers traversed among towering rock giants nearly 10 meters high, they gradually adapted and felt a sense of security. Moreover, with the rock giants clearing the path ahead, their journey was not as arduous as in other jungles, allowing the entire team to maintain their pace. Upon seeing Bai Jingjing hesitate and hearing the calls of Feng Sa and Qing Sa, Niu grew anxious and pulled Bai Jingjing along. So, who among you will be the first to meet your demise? Ren Boyu's gaze was disdainful, looking down upon the crowd. It was irrelevant what time it was, for this was the call of death. Chun Fei wore a sinister grin as his hand shot out like lightning, swiftly seizing the man's neck. Within the Qinghua Tower, several veterans from the Shuguijin had already taken their leave, their military armor regarded as a symbol of honor, carried far and wide. Chapter 81, The Enduring Player. Should Su Lai take over for the substitutes? Carlyle furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Mosley. As the match reached halftime, they did not rush to the locker room, opting instead to deliberate their strategy. Morris's suggestion was straightforward yet blunt. Su Hao was in exceptional form tonight, having already scored 22 points along with 3 rebounds and 4 assists by halftime, making him the most suitable candidate to lead the team. However, this posed a challenge, as it necessitated a readjustment of the rotation, requiring Su Hao to exit the game midway through the third quarter. She scurried about, seeking the upper echelons of the Zijin cave who had once harbored affections for her and longed to embrace her in years past. However, the times had indeed changed. Sheng Song? Niu Yudao raised his eyebrows in surprise, only to be further astonished as he witnessed the silver fox suddenly sway unsteadily, its limbs giving way, before it closed its eyes and collapsed onto the ground. Furthermore, Turtle recognized a golden-haired bear as its godson. Su Yan's understanding of this world was once again turned on its head. The spectral puppet, Long Tianxiang, reveled in crafting such peculiar contraptions. In the distance, a cloaked knight observed with a hint of disdain as the ethereal smoke from the talisman gradually took on a human form. The latter phrase, amplified by magical enchantment, reached Garna's ears, prompting Vlad III to halt his steed and raise his gaze once more to the skyward courtyard. However, as the vice-master of the punishment hall, did this assignment truly align with his position? Ruona inquired, just as when he first entered the underground palace. Mo Run did not appear at the same sea level as when he had initially stepped into the palace. Shenair spoke as he pulled the trigger of the RPG. Propelled by a bright tail flame, the shell whistled through the air, striking the nearest colossal tree. Initially, few believed, for the transformation ancestor was known far and wide in Ninyazu, each individual possessing a name and reputation throughout the region, while the sudden emergence of a new transformation ancestor, with no prior connections or recognition, was indeed extraordinary. This represents the utmost limit of Lin Chen's capabilities at present. Were he to possess the Time Cauldron in conjunction with the Time Clone, then perhaps achieving a ratio of 1 in a million or even 10 million would not pose a significant challenge. Mu Beichun shook his head, placing Wen Xian's mobile phone aside, and then embraced her waist, closing his eyes once more. Really? Wen Xian gazed at Mu Beichun with exasperation. Fine, let's not dwell on it. We shall address matters when they arise. The soldiers of the First Army of Beiyang, under the command of their respective officers, surged forth in relentless waves against the temporary defensive positions of the Restoration Army scattered throughout. Old song. We must seek the beast blood to seal the land, Qin Shoheng proclaimed nonchalantly from his chair, with ample rewards in the form of colorful eggs. Kaisa's abilities would swiftly ascend, making their endeavors in Europe considerably easier. If Deng Rue were foolish, then Tang Ru would not have been expelled from the studio, leading Mu Beichun to conclude that when Xian's concerns were unwarranted. Perhaps they are envious of our Anhui New Restoration Society. They are eager to reclaim the leadership of the Southern Revolution. Wang Jin chuckled, half in jest, his expression rife with disdain. In his eyes, the actions of Yichang and others from Hubei were hardly worthy of attention. Their hasty decisions had rendered them a rare spectacle. At this moment, Guo Maoxiu, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the revolutionary faction stationed in Den, having defected, was secretly instigating a rebellion, unwilling to accept the uncertain future alongside the revolutionaries. Although Lin Hu swiftly detected this treachery and quelled it, the Revolutionary Army had just suffered a defeat followed by betrayal, leading to a temporary wavering of morale among the troops. Lin was currently at a pharmaceutical company, addressing issues regarding employees' labor contracts. Upon receiving a call, he rushed over with Zhang Wuan, arriving in less than 10 minutes. Xia Shui, a rare telekinetic evolver, was a talent too precious for the Wolf Group to allow to leave their base easily. With a visage reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms and an expression both comical and bright, he radiated an aura of charm and exuberance. Chapter 82. The Most Impressive Man. The end of a powerful bow. Surely it must be the end of a powerful bow. Owen closed his gaping mouth, silently reflecting. Su Hao's recent move was undoubtedly a silent protest against Carlisle. The Celtics' offense saw Rozier penetrating the basket with Monroe's screen. His style bore resemblance to Kemba Walker of the Hornets, showcasing a commendable shooting ability, yet was his explosive drives that truly defined him. Just as Long Shinkong was lost in thought, startled by a fleeting shadow that darted past him. Gazing at the approaching corpse bird, with its sharp beak seemingly capable of piercing his skull, he heard its delighted shriek, a sound echoing the joy of successful hunt. Beneath the asphalt road lay a patch of muddy terrain, characterized by poor soil and a muddy consistency, likely transformed into sludge after days of heavy rain. The security guards at the entrance recognized Lu Hua, unable to fathom how the typically dapper and well-groomed Lu Hua had arrived in such a disheveled state. Alighting from a bus, nonetheless. At this moment, the professor observed that Liu Hua had temporarily evaded danger and let out a sigh of relief. He transformed into the appearance of a chipmunk, lazily reclining within the realm of consciousness, and spoke in a languorous tone. The anxious hearts of the few present eased upon hearing the steward's words. As long as Zhuang was unharmed, that was sufficient. Having spent time in the military camp, they understood that the military baton was no ordinary weapon. Thus they were acutely aware that Zhuang would require a period of recuperation. From that instant onward, the kingdom of Shanin and Peishui formed a quasi-military alliance, further augmenting Liu Hua's chariot with an additional force. If there were individuals within, they would undoubtedly respond to Li Nan, as psychologically, individuals possess a tendency to conform, particularly in such circumstances. "May I have it?" Song Yuan inquired, gazing at the old yellow cover emblazoned with the 5 characters of the 9 transformations thundercloud technique. Cheng Yiqian focused intently, and indeed, he heard the buzzing of flying insects growing ever closer and louder. As he witnessed a vast expanse of blue, a torrent of green mist surged forth, prompting Cheng Yiqian to suddenly recall something. His expression shifted to one of vigilance, fearing that Luo and I might not comprehend spoken language. And thus he directly projected his consciousness for a mental resonance. Due to Yi Yuren's formidable spiritual power, she could accurately gauge all circumstances within the elixir furnace. Lin Xiang sighed deeply. In this world, what value remains for a good person? To the enemy, being labeled as a good person is clearly not a compliment, suggesting that such goodness should perhaps be avoided in the future. The emergence of the primordial spiritual liquid was uncertain in both location and time, rendering an early arrival futile. However, this being's physical defenses exceeded even that of the Crab King's base defenses, significantly diminishing the damage dealt by the group. After 10 minutes of effort, they had only managed to deplete around 5% of its health. Mo Yichen thought of his mother, Mo Xiaotong, and suddenly found that Mu Qingqing's tears were not as unbearable as he had once thought. Shun Xiaoyao silently scoffed, even with his utmost understanding. He found it challenging to unravel this intricate chess game. Mo Xiaotong was currently having Shun Donghe peel an apple for her, and upon hearing Lin Qingfeng's words, she was taken aback. With a flicker of intent, Luo Ni's brow emitted a radiant glow, the infinite and majestic power of the celestial ancestor enveloping the surroundings. Yi Tian coughed lightly. For reasons unknown, whenever he wished to draw others' attention or offer a reminder, he had a penchant for coughing a few times. Was this a quirk of his unique style? Speaking of which, Mai Zi felt quite exhausted, having risen earlier than the rooster and toiled more than an ox. Last night, the two had spent the night at an inn, and this morning, after exchanging greetings at home, they slipped over to Hai Mimi's residence. Chapter 83. I thought you were here to assist me. It exploded. The Celtics exploded, not merely because Su Hao's three-pointer tied the score, but also due to Su Hao's flamboyant gesture. The United States National Airlines Center Gymnasium was in a state of complete frenzy. Truly, Suao, that man overflowing with confidence. Stevens was compelled to call for a timeout. The pause he must call, he had no choice but to call, even though only a few moments had passed since the commencement of the fourth quarter. Alas, let time bear witness to all. In junten pondered in vain, resigned contemplating. Eventually, those individuals departed, making their way into the restroom. Within mere minutes, Lazy emerged, only to be ambushed by two individuals who rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, escorting him out of the KTV, onlookers assumed he was merely a companion who had overindulged. Even the elusive and astute fifth prince, Shun Tu Junfan, who remained indifferent to worldly affairs, had already taken 12 concubines and sired 3 royal sons. Wait, where does that leave my position? Upon realizing her apparent exclusion from the matter, Long Zimeji inquired, with displeasure evident. A man ascended the stage, delivering a robust speech, and upon recognizing him as Lu Laoda's father, the audience fell silent. Furrowing his brow slightly, Hu Ao realized that the towering, multi-layered demon god palace would yield nothing but a waste of time if he continued to search in such a manner. Reluctantly, he set aside the peril of being discovered by Chi Yu and expanded his divine consciousness outward. The swan was oblivious to how it had landed, how it had fainted, or how it had awakened. The cave's ceiling, illuminated by violet-white radiance, transformed the dark, uneven stone walls into a shimmering mirror of ethereal light, glistening with layers of spiritual energy. As the violet-white glow collided with the luminous mirror atop the cave, it was instantly reflected towards the central 5-star illusion formation within the cavern. A howl erupted when dozens of swords struck the head of the devouring heaven-fire python simultaneously, eliciting a piercing cry from the creature. If you desire it, take it freely. I would willingly offer it with both hands. Lei shrugged nonchalantly and spoke. The Tiger King holds an esteemed reputation among the world's special forces and is a nightmare for terrorists across nations. Just as he prepared to turn at the street corner ahead, Long Tianwei suddenly paused, his expression startled, his pace slowing, for a low voice emerged from around the corner, blending with the torrential rain, almost inaudible had it not been for Long Tianwei's heightened senses. Subsequently, Yi Feng, positioned at the center of the black token, observed coldly as the two great seals collided with a thunderous impact. Yichang's overwhelming punch missed its target, distorting the surrounding air. His sacred realm of bliss was not to be defiled, and the Buddha would not tolerate disrespect. Now, before him stood someone who dared to show irreverence towards the Buddha, an act unforgivable. "Dad, hug me." At that moment, Su Sierra emerged from the side room, arms outstretched, gazing at Su Zimo with a soft voice. Lu Wei was acutely aware that if he did not clarify matters at this moment, he would undoubtedly face immediate execution. The distance between the two was already minimal, and in this rapid advance, they almost collided instantaneously. Gina initially puzzled over why Duan Qiu refrained from fighting, only to understand after his explanation that it was for an epic-level quest, preventing any elevation to the heavenly tier. Li Gu of the Daolan sect seems to have been killed. Suddenly, a 6th-level martial artist, despite perspiring profusely from his lack of strength, relayed the news to those present in an instant. "Zhu Gong, please come in for a moment. There's something we need to discuss." Lin Xingjie said dismissively. Ever since Professor Chung visited Lu Shi, Aunt Wu had not appeared before the Lu family again, and the voices of dissent had fallen silent. Lu Shi understood that this did not signify capitulation. The silence represented the execution of Aunt Wu's last words, heralding the onset of a protracted struggle. Chapter 84, Exclusive Skill Package. Dropped. Of course, unlike Davis's mindset at that time, Suhao was clearly joking, ingeniously praising Dong Kichiki. Consequently, due to Dong Kichiki's outstanding performance, Suhao found himself resting 2 minutes longer than initially planned. During this interval, Suhao sensed a marked acceleration in his physical recovery. In truth, the physical exertion during a match is akin to opening a reservoir sluice gate. The water diminishes continuously until Kair began to doubt the authenticity of the individual she had encountered earlier, fearing that her longing for him had conjured an illusion. In reality, such occurrences are not uncommon, akin to how brothers should honor their parents equally. For having raised you, one ought to reciprocate the same regard. Otherwise, one would not have grown to such stature. One is not Sun Wukong, springing forth from a crack in the stone. Were it not for those insurmountable factors, he truly would not wish to slather his face daily with those irritating skin treatments. Hence he refrained from utilizing his mastery of the craft. In any case, Brother Mu, Are you now aware of the situation? However, I implore you not to disclose this to anyone else. The sister had stated that if I were to share it, she would no longer permit me to join them. She spoke nervously to Tang Lichuan, completely devoid of any jest. Even if Yun he were to unleash this strike in perfect condition, it would deplete nearly all of his spiritual energy, rendering him utterly defenseless afterward. Should the enemy not be entirely annihilated, he would become an easy target, vulnerable to attack. Thus, he would refrain from employing this move until the very last moment. Qi Shanshan's body descended as she struck between the two large eyes of the crocodile. The creature began to thrash violently, yet could not free its head. In a brief moment, its struggles grew feebler, and its vitality gradually waned. The governor of Qingtong County had previously offended the Tang family, conspiring with the Zheng family to set a trap that nearly eradicated the entire Tang lineage. Now, the Tang family had risen to prominence, not only becoming the foremost family in Qingtong County, but also producing an alchemy master. What does it mean to claim imminent victory? I have misstepped. I must retract my move. The master's wife is once again reconsidering her strategy. Qian Qingxi felt certain she had not misheard. Yet, she doubted that the county magistrate would be so ill-informed as to bestow such a ludicrous name upon his son. As Li Mu and his companions were on the verge of being overtaken by the giant rats, a slight alteration in their direction caused the creatures to rush past them in a straight line, only realizing their error after several meters, before turning back to charge at Li Mu and his companions again. Further reasoning regarding when Yiting hinged on another scene, Liang involuntarily revealing his identity, retrieving the pistol, and disclosing the truth behind the disappearance in that fleeting moment. Naturally, I shall devise a solution that satisfies all parties involved. Mimi gently entwined her arms around Wang Zhao's neck. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyun felt a chill envelop her heart, as it was unfathomable that those closest to her would doubt her, causing her profound distress. The Black Knights had never anticipated meeting their end in such a humiliating manner. Subsequently, Yi Qiu grasped the doorframe to peer inside. The elevator had not stopped at this level and was likely still above. He then glanced downward, noting that the elevator shaft base was merely a meter or so from the ground. Zhang Qingqing sat on the sofa with a frosty expression, facing Zhou Hui, the general manager of the medicinal cuisine establishment in Lehigh City, whose countenance was equally grim. It now appeared that the elemental spirits had spoken the truth. Their elemental powers had reached the limits that Yi Zichen could control, which explained his peculiar sensations. Chapter 85, Displaying Affection. After the competition concluded, Su Hao noticed that Owen had returned to the locker room prematurely. The scene, reminiscent of the previous season's finals, unfolded once again. After exchanging pleasantries and freshening up in the locker room, Su Hao and Donich were escorted by Carlisle to the post-game press conference. Although some time had elapsed since the conclusion of the match, the smiles on their faces remained unabated. A triumphant start, indeed, but the atmosphere began to grow increasingly uncomfortable, as many diners nearby turned their attention towards them. Mrs. Qin seemed to draw encouragement from the moment, her sobs growing louder. Was it truly the case that her father perceived her so clearly, and that she was, in fact, so lacking? The thought of not being able to marry weighed heavily upon her. After the camera failed to capture the shot 15 times, Yi Ziqiu could no longer contain herself, instructing Lonli to return for a rest while they filmed other scenes. As Lonli stepped out of the set, she was immediately surrounded by reporters. Lu Yin gazed at the milk tea he had sent her, warmth enveloping her heart. That insufferable scoundrel, after provoking her ire, always displayed such tenderness in return. Huang Yingying, already possessing striking beauty, was soon supported by two young men, one on either side, almost carried along effortlessly without expending any energy. In response, Lu Qianma lowered her gaze, seemingly contemplating Bai Mo's words, leading him to believe she was weighing her options. Yet in the next moment, she pivoted, distancing herself from Bai Mo, casting a handful of white powder towards him, declaring that it was no longer his concern and that they would not meet again. She then shattered the window and leapt out. As Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, Su Yuntian burst through the wall, his expression one of shock as he realized that Su Yuntian was, in fact, an ability user. The moment Mo Li and Ji Yu entered, they were greeted by a colossal shadow wall, which displayed a complex Go game constructed from peculiar stones. The intricate black and white formations revealed a situation that was indeed a stalemate. At this juncture, a pin had already dashed 10 paces away, only to be intercepted by Fan Jian and Jean Go. Meiji, stop struggling. Once you enter here, there is no exit, one of them remarked, as two figures, one black and one white, emerged behind Meiji and her companions. Ning first tossed the crimson array disc into the air, the bottom, imbued with a layer of black spiritual light, did not plummet to the ground but instead hovered steadily in midair. Immediately, Ning formed a hand seal, directing a spell towards the azure lotus-shaped array disc held aloft in his right hand, which began to emit a resonant hum. Previously, there had indeed been spicy dishes. Yet the heat was not truly spicy, primarily characterized by a numbing sensation, with Sichuan peppercorns serving as the representative ingredient of that flavor profile. Natsum Katomi recognized that her attack had failed and promptly retreated, re-establishing a safe distance. What do you intend to use him for? Ji-Yuhan set down her teacup, realizing that if she grasped it any tighter, it would share the fate of the colorful orb in Sang Jinyue's possession yesterday. Mr. L shook his head in resignation. Indeed, you possess the essence of my former self. With that, he sat down directly. Did you not say you would help me move the goods tonight? He Xiaoyu stretched lazily and spoke, her eyes wide with surprise. Aleph and Aoli ascended the mountain, only to discover that the enemy had already retreated, leaving behind an empty encampment. Aoli, filled with fury, commanded his soldiers to demolish the camp and the catapults before leading the troops down the mountain. By the way, I nearly forgot to show you something. Sang Jinyue leaped from his embrace and hurried to a chest containing items she had brought back from the coast, rummaging through it. In front of the video featuring Xiao Yishu, Yang Chao suddenly broke into laughter. However, the words that followed left both of them utterly astonished and unable to believe. Moreover, observing his handsome yet indifferent demeanor, it was clear he was the sullen gourd that Yun Yuro had mentioned, tang to chapter 86. 3 men make a tiger. Dong Chi-Chi fled, and naturally, Su Hao did not visit the nightclub either, as his original plan was to help Dong Chi-Chi find some amusement. Having foregone the nightclub, Su Hao also did not return to the villa, but instead made his way back to the gymnasium. This time, he received an exclusive skill package. However, the conditions required to activate this package were far more stringent than those of the S-Class skill package. 50,000 dribbles, 50,000 breakthroughs, and an additional 5,000 instances of self-training. Ordinarily, these requirements seemed insurmountable. Now, they realized that Su Zheng's ruthless approach of incapacitating opponents was preferable. The humiliation of striking someone's face in front of everyone was far more difficult to endure. I found myself reminiscing about the martial world of 2 decades ago, where brotherhood was paramount, and one would bravely stand by their companions. Outside, Deng Yong bowed respectfully before returning to the driver's seat, starting the car with a contemplative sigh. The auction ship upon the clouds was indeed robust. Despite the tumultuous waves, the vessel remained unscathed, and the practitioners aboard were engrossed in their respective duties. Aside from a slight swaying of their forms, they were unaffected in any other regard, which allowed Li Mo to breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Yang, on the other hand, could not be bothered to speculate about the identity of the individual in question, if anything were to arise. They possessed his phone number and would surely reach out to him. On that evening, Lin Yuming chose to remain at home, having returned early. The recent flurry of activity had left him little opportunity to restore his spirits. Rarely did he find himself with a free evening devoid of social obligations. He took a refreshing shower, brewed a cup of tea, and settled into the familiar embrace of the armchair that had accompanied him for many years, quietly contemplating his thoughts. With a sudden whoosh, the wardrobe split apart, revealing an entrance that led to another room, which contained a passageway descending into the depths below. Zheng Li's graceful and poised gaze rested upon Qin Yang, a faint smile gracing her lips. This arrangement is acceptable, she mused. It is equitable, and none shall harbor grievances. The stout man nodded in agreement, acquiescing to the suggestion. After all, it was not only the Gongsun family that had breached the betting agreement in the city of Sin. Their 2 families had also partaken in the transgression. Ji Fengtian had no intention of engaging in direct confrontation with Su Zheng. He merely obstructed him momentarily before retracting his hand and reclaiming Ji Xingchen. However, the news of various celestial emperors from the great sects emerging from their seclusion had captured the attention of numerous factions. Coupled with the recent inexplicable disturbances on the Rainbow Bridge, many speculated that significant events were likely to unfold in the Shalan Sea that day. The shards of porcelain lay scattered on the floor beside Nan Jingpei's table, yet they remained uncollected. Shen Yinzheng bent down to gather the broken pieces, using a cloth to wipe away the remnants of tea leaves and water stains on the ground. She then returned to the tea room to serve Nan Jingpei a fresh cup of tea. This has led her to refrain from venturing out unless absolutely necessary, as the throngs surrounding her make it nearly impossible to avoid attention. She straightened her back and edged closer to Boyong, surveying those frivolous and audacious individuals with the discerning gaze of a rightful consort. Go take a shower. Lin Man drew near enough to detect the scent of alcohol emanating from him, eliciting a sense of distaste within her. The sudden jolt snapped her thoughts into sharp focus as she gazed into Nan Jingpei's dark brown eyes, her heart racing and her blood chilling. From those eyes, she discerned the ambition of a conqueror. On the night they bid farewell to the young marquis, Nan Yinglin, for the first time, indulged excessively in wine. Sitting atop the observation deck of the crane viewing pavilion, the solitary autumn moon cast its cold, radiant glow. He drank deeply without accompanying dishes, and there was not a single eunuch in attendance. The protective witch formation in question is undeniably superior to those of other prominent factions. In a Sichuan restaurant located in Yunnan, Chun Bai and Yang Ping were seated in a pre-reserved private room. Yang Ping sat smoking, while Chun Bai meticulously adjusted an inconspicuous pinhole camera nestled within a potted plant in the corner. Chapter 87. Finding a bit of confidence, it has been evidenced that ESPN's pre-match predictions can be quite accurate. For instance, the Rockets have indeed showcased formidable performance this season. However, some predictions, such as the Celtics' record, have fallen short of expectations. Additionally, the Lakers have outperformed their forecasted results. In the initial matches of the season, the Lakers struggled somewhat, yet such adjustment is essential. As they entered the second week, their true potential began to emerge. Yimin remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Observing her acknowledgement, the others eagerly began to voice their demands. Bai Sulan lunged towards her, delivering a swift slap. Yijan Tong evaded the blow, lifting one leg to retaliate with a fierce kick. Qin Muyang, accustomed to her irritable demeanor, recalled how she used to wear a sulky expression. In truth, it was merely a fleeting mood. A few comforting words would suffice. Thus, he glanced at the red tassel and her striking profile, reminiscent of a youth himself. This statement would send a jolt through his heart, as if a thunderclap had suddenly ruptured his mind. Tang Li KK confidently asserted that he could extend Mingzhi's life by a decade, and that it would indeed be a decade of vitality. In despair, Li Zhang could only cover his nose with his sleeve, simultaneously vowing to himself that he must never find himself imprisoned. Living in such an environment would be infinitely worse than death. He had initially intended to study, yet as the clock struck 10 and others reveled in the spring festival gala, exchanging greetings, he felt an overwhelming irritation, culminating in him sending the questions directly to Fu Luo, requesting him to complete them. Upon hearing this, Li Zhang nodded in agreement, exchanged a few polite words with his companion, and then sent him off to rest in the military quarters. Anyone witnessing your plight would instinctively lend a hand. Meeting Yu Jinsheng's gaze, Su Ying responded with remarkable composure. Laughter erupted among the classmates, and the ridicule left Wu Xiefeng's expression utterly dismal. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could devour Hu Tu in his fury. She harbored affection for him, yet now she was being asked to go abroad for his sake, contemplating their future together, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. After Su Xiaodong took the stage, he offered a respectful gesture to Tang Sikong, acknowledging him as a senior by age. The feeling of being manipulated was profoundly unpleasant, yet now they found themselves without options, with no path of retreat. Lord Ning regarded himself as unfit for leading troops in a battle, and thus sought out 3 exceptional generals, Yang Bin, Gu Jingxin, and Xiao Ying. This is a first-hand experience of Bai Didi. Were she not favored by the divine, she would surely be crushed to dust before Ru Yi. It is worth noting that when their esteemed city lord fell into a coma, she sensed countless masters lurking in the shadows. The only parts of her unscathed were her feet, which carried her, and her hands, which were soon to unearth the source of all life. Is it not wonderful? Brother is merely concerned that you might err and face punishment. Perhaps it is brother who is being overly anxious. Do not be angry with me, Xing. Jiang Lin chuckled, gently ruffling Xinger's hair. Could it be that the seals from long ago remain? Before the disappearance of the D clan? The speaker was Yu Jianbo, who had also pondered this matter. The coffin appeared quite ancient, perhaps dating back to a time long past, as the D clan's disappearance could hardly have occurred merely centuries ago. As he strolled past the youth manga section, Qin Han truly felt the fierce competition within the comic industry. Although it had long been speculated that Lu Yu was undoubtedly a practitioner, given the immense confidence he exhibited in confronting the formidable Hai family, The revelation of Lu Yu's identity by Hai Yun Tian still astonished many. Iknil, please do not torment me any further. Even the iron-willed tyrant could not withstand such torment and ultimately capitulated. The Qinling blood jade, while undeniably powerful, paled in comparison to the Thunderbird. Lu Yu softly remarked, yet her fervent admiration for the Thunderbird was laid bare without reservation. Chapter 88. Uncertain of how to lose. On November 2nd, at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the venue that once prominently displayed Kobe's emblem now showcased promotional images of LeBron. As fans awaited entry, many donned Kobe's jerseys while proudly holding up large cardboard cutouts of LeBron's face. This marks the resurgence of the Lakers and the enduring legacy of the Mamba spirit. Within the Staples Center, more than an hour prior to the game, the arena is already brimming with eager fans. Chen Tian was originally the advisor to Liu Kang, but when Sun Tzu breached the city of Lujiang, he sensed the impending downfall and discreetly fled. In his aimless wandering across this vast realm, he, a solitary man, found himself devoid of refuge, ultimately leveraging connections to align himself with Liu Ajiao, offering her counsel and strategy. Old Lady Chun swiftly pulled He Hua away from He Dan, who promptly approached Zhao Miao Miao, thrusting a fish into her hands. Qiao Wanyu is a staunch believer in science. Had the phenomenon of time travel not transpired in her life, she would have deemed such events as mere fabrications, unworthy of serious consideration. To bestow a name upon a newly conceived deity is a monumental merit, fostering goodwill with the divine and greatly benefiting one's future pursuits in cultivation and enlightenment. It is in this era that the agency later known as SHALD existed, albeit under a different name, which could afford to be more elaborate at that time. Huang Yuan is no fool, willing to gamble his life against criminals merely for the sake of a few righteous slogans. He yearns to engage in a strategic contest with the true Empress Ma, eager to discern whether this younger sister is more formidable than her elder sibling. Unfortunately, modern rural areas lack a strong awareness of environmental protection, and this was even more pronounced during that period. This formidable demon is a half-step demon saint, and its gaze towards Lady Qin Yun is imbued with a mixture of greed and fervor. Qin Yuqing glanced at Qin Ao, only to see him slightly shake his head, indicating that he had not disclosed the specifics to Qiao Wanyu. Qin Yuqing was taken aback that Qiao Wanyu, merely by feeling the pulse, had discerned her condition, which deepened her admiration for Qiao Wanyu's medical skills. Long before discovering Yin Xiaoping's true identity, Lei Xiang had already expressed these sentiments to Yin Wanping on several occasions. Must we truly concern ourselves with the nature of our relationship? The night watchman boasted as he took a sip. Anger remained standing silently, lost in thought, observing the demon lord and the devil lord lagging behind without making a move. Despair flickered in their eyes. Ah, how could I dare to conceal or deceive any longer? From this moment forth, I am but a servant to the young master. Nuerhai nodded and bowed, leading the group towards the Black Wind Valley. Suddenly, a white sword chi surged forth like a silken ribbon, aimed directly at his standing position. Have you also taken on an apprenticeship? Brother, do not speak of designing machinery. In truth, I cannot even draw a proper three-view diagram. You, an illustrious designer, engineer, and machinist, wish to learn from me? How is it that your eyesight is so keen, able to discern such intricate patterns from such a distance? The young man appeared to be of Indian descent, possessing a handsome face, with dark, curly hair and strikingly distinct eyes, reminiscent of a Bollywood film star. Originally a non-smoker, Lei Xiang took to smoking after being sent to the provincial capital for treatment, as a means to combat his psychological trauma. The smoke became a remedy for his shadows. Dear Mr. Camacho, how can he possess such confidence? It is utterly perplexing. Does he truly believe that the Spanish Football Association can resolve all matters? Kenny nearly choked on his food, and after spitting it out in the face of his teammates' disdainful gazes, he gasped for breath and questioned in bewilderment. Initially, while Bostong often felt awkward in front of Yin Bo, he still held more admiration than disdain for him. Upon hearing those words, he instinctively furrowed his brow. At this moment, the system also brought forth joyous news. Charlotte had achieved a milestone, albeit the most elementary level. Chapter 89, A Modest Trial of Skill. The Mavericks advanced into the front court, and like the Lakers, Suhao did not initiate with the ball. Instead, Donich orchestrated the offense. Utilizing a pick-and-roll strategy from both strong and weak sides, Donich passed the ball to Ariza in the corner. The pass was exquisite. However, Ariza failed to seize the opportunity, sending his shot astray. Kuzma captured the rebound, but the Mavericks' initial offensive attempt fell short. Turning back, LeBron positioned himself against Ariza, while the expendable Xiong Maolin and his subordinates had been thoroughly depleted. Naturally, Yang Xinden shifted his focus onto these subordinates. I have some tender beef and flatbread here, and a jar of aged wine in the cupboard. Let's make do for now. The old man busied himself, bringing the dishes to the table. Hey, Chun, are you free tonight? I need your assistance regarding Pei-Shin, and I'm not the least bit worried about Yin Wenzhou's company being under constant surveillance. She gazes up at the cameras, seemingly hoping for their abundance. Meng Lang is not only the tallest member of the basketball team at Tianjin University of Technology, but also the most robust. He has been meeting with foreign partners, hoping to communicate and resolve issues effectively. After tidying up his home, Lin Heng transferred 1,800 yuan to his landlord, Tai Ge, and stepped out with the key. The weather was sweltering, and she kept discussing the script with the director, perspiring profusely. When Wen Jianyan approached, he handed her a damp tissue and a cup of warm tea. Rao Fan shared many amusing stories, including various special effects and culinary delights. You clearly orchestrated this. Do you still wish to feign innocence? On that day, it was just the two of you present. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Lin Aoya, while engaging in a heated argument, did not forget to tightly grasp Zhao Degongzi's arm, as if fearful of losing him. Lin Anxue stamped her foot, feeling like a laughingstock, casting a resentful glance at Jiao Er's retreating figure. Baumanbier turned to gaze at Ulu Su-Barot, his eyes filled with pity. After a long moment, he shifted his gaze towards the distant crimson dawn, whispering, Miss, this matter shall be decided by Fushi. There is no need for you to run once more. Taishan Laojun advised. Yiche looked at her departing figure with complexity. In the instant she turned, the hint of sorrow in her eyes pierced his heart. That stubborn silhouette caused an unbearable ache within him. What entanglement existed between them that led to such mutual torment? As the blossoms erupted around the ape, countless wounds appeared upon its formidable body, with rivulets of blood seeping from the lacerations. In moments, the once entirely black-furred ape transformed into a blood-red creature. Upon arriving at the city lord's manor, the entire estate was shrouded in a chilling atmosphere, with rows of armed martial artists standing in formation, exuding an oppressive aura of death. Fortunately, he acted decisively, diverting the elixir's potency, thus preserving his corporeal form. General Chang Hui, escorting the marriage delegation, was moved by the sight and commanded the convoy to halt, permitting the women to bid farewell to their loved ones. The Dragon King has truly perished, lying there amidst a pool of blood, his body reduced to little more than a skeleton, flesh and organs obliterated by the martial prowess and the self-detonation of the heavenly dragon. This cannot be. He would return home, having already expressed his intentions. Without allowing him to finish, Ji Huan bluntly interjected. I glanced down, and indeed, the serpent was locking eyes with me, occasionally shifting to prevent any misunderstanding of its demise. However, from Lu's demeanor, it was evident that he was straightforward, unable to contain his feelings. Otherwise, he would not have uttered those words before the crowd. Chapter 90. Is it really that smooth? The spectators were left in astonishment. Is it possible for a small forward to rival Sam Gold? Moreover, he was up against the young emperor, LeBron James. This is a blatant mockery, utterly devoid of respect. How has he managed this? Even commentators, who have long become the sycophants of Sue, now gaze in astonishment. I mean, he stands at a towering height of 2.06 meters. How could he possibly achieve this? Do not be deceived by the grand facade of the 100 Beasts sect. In reality, the entire sect comprises merely a few hundred members, and that is an exaggeration. Mo Hongsheng swallowed hard, surprised by Tang Ming's remarkable success abroad. Such a spectacle would likely be unattainable even for the likes of Huang Futianling and Du Kai. However, upon voicing this thought, not only did Jiang Chuan's bitter smile deepen, but more than half of the 30 beggars present also erupted in astonishment. Casting peculiar glances at Jianshun, Chu Batian remained unconvinced. It was evident that Tang Ming was prepared to face dire consequences, and allowing such recklessness was deeply concerning. The Crown Prince Li Chengxian, not waiting for the eunuchs to act, promptly took the red notice and handed it over to Li Shimin. Nevertheless, these observations could only be described as overall. They appeared rather satisfactory. Zhang Sanfeng failed to perceive their unusual demeanor, seeing their silence. He mistakenly assumed they were in agreement with his assertions, completely unaware that his misjudgment of their relationship had rendered Yi Yin awkwardly speechless. The location wherein Batian was imprisoned was exceedingly clandestine, even more challenging to infiltrate than the notorious Tian Lao within the palace, which was dreaded by all. Snake 7 had fortuitously learned that Batian was confined within a secret chamber in the Imperial Garden. Hua Morong did not haphazardly shoot out her spider silk without intention. Her plan was rooted in the deepest fears of the pterodactyl. Upon encountering a monk, a burly man with a masked face, a monkey, and a horse at their doorstep, the villagers rushed forth, their expressions filled with curiosity. Miao Jiang had visited a few times, yet his dealings had always been with the Spirit Snake village. As for the Five Saints main hall, it had seemingly vanished from existence following the rebellion of Feng Wutian, one of the 5 poison sections. As he spoke, Fu Renjie drew a dagger from behind and lunged fiercely at Qin Tian. Unfortunately, business had been dismally bleak in recent years. Without Qin Tian's support of 5 million, it would have been nearly impossible to persevere. In the present day, the human race is exceedingly scarce, particularly the presence of apex warriors. Losing one equates to losing one. Therefore, Yin Tianyang could not allow these elite warriors to prepare against such formidable beings. At that moment, both of their minds involuntarily recalled the final words of their master to the old monkey. Ultimately, most individuals are ordinary. They all aspire to achieve fame in this battle and create miracles. By the way, Caesar, when do you intend to formally have Itachi become your disciple? I have long been ready. Whenever you have the time, we can hold the initiation ceremony. At this juncture, Fu Yue recalled their agreement from years past. By the 5th day, in the Green Forest realm, Nyers could no longer endure the dreadful weather here. At night, the bedding was completely soaked, making him feel as though he were lying in a swamp, an indescribable discomfort enveloping him. Every joint in his body began to ache. If he did not move soon, he feared he might sprout moss. Yu Wei Fish, cradling the children, was happily chatting on the sofa, while Qin Tian and Wang Hao engaged in a casual banter. However, these thoughts merely flitted through Xiao Tai's mind, and he paid them little heed. Instead, he watched with keen interest. Sui Zilu, standing close by, sensed her guide suddenly surge with magical energy, but she was unable to intervene in time, and Lu Tianyu was sent flying several meters away. Chapter 91. Madness Unleashed. 12-11. After Su Hao landed a step-back three-pointer, the Mavericks reclaimed the lead. The atmosphere in the venue was electric. As in past matches, when confronted with an unsolvable dilemma, the Mavericks chose to place the ball in Su Hao's hands. Yet, unlike previous games, tonight, Su Hao not only showcased exceptional shooting, but also executed unanswerable drives. Most crucially, Su Hao had previously delivered a remarkable 40-point triple-double in the finals. Hong Ding approached the map, studying it for a moment before pondering. Currently, the monsters within Jianghai cannot ascend to land, compared to the mountainous inland regions. I leaned towards taking the seaside route, through Danyang, passing by Suyang and Rizhao, heading north towards the capital. Suddenly, a loud roar jolted everyone awake. Zhao Wuhan and the others heard it too. It was the voice of Jiang Huairan. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they immediately rushed toward Jiang Huairan's room. Let us await the opportune moment. In the Jingshan Grand Hotel, a youth with a cold demeanor hung up the phone, casting it aside as a cruel smile crept across his face, his gaze neurotically fixated ahead. In Sugan Province, puppeteers oppressed the evolved ones, driving thousands of desperate survivors back under orders not to leave. The ghost-faced warrior's techniques caught Gu Fei off guard, just as Gu Fei's reaction surprised the ghost-faced warrior across from him, who hastily retreated to avoid the assault. If my conjecture is correct, this dark energy belongs to your chaotic power. Zhang Tian's voice emerged from the shadows. Shen Shizuan's eyes widened in disbelief, an overwhelming sense of shock surfacing within him like a turbulent tide. Zhang Tian deeply empathized with the elder's sentiments. Were he in the same predicament, he would scarcely possess the courage to continue living. In Joanna's room, Jiang Yi sat on the floor beside Joanna, his expression serene while she felt a wave of anxiety. The vortex of spiritual energy spun frantically at that moment, a vast quantity of spiritual force surging in, as Zhang Tian seemed to enter the state of a newly advanced mage. Yet, the more intense the experience, the more he sensed the terror of decades of concealment, a testament to incredible perseverance and cunning. Li Xiaoying glanced again at her brother, who remained oblivious to these matters. What was the use of telling him? He would simply urge her not to overthink it, to pursue whatever she desired, and only revisit the topic of marriage when she felt disinterested. That much she could be certain of. Sunny pursed her lips and remarked, "Do I need it?" Just now, Lu Shixin's actions truly startled Zhang Xiuyan. But upon realizing she was unharmed, she returned to her reckless self. "What's the matter, Spider? Is there some trouble?" The shadow inquired, unable to suppress his eagerness upon seeing my contemplative expression. The bisected remains of the Hujiao demon fell to the ground, only for one severed half to leap independently, both halves frantically escaping in opposite directions, appearing both comical and absurd. Such sweet words. They must be here to cause trouble, Bai Lian thought bitterly, glancing at the bowl-shaped treasure in the opponent's possession, clearly indicative of numerous subdued monsters. As night fell, Bai Lian sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed, while Zhang Liang silently guarded beside him, refraining from uttering a word. Confronting the dark-clad adversaries would only lead to being swiftly knocked down, as he understood all too well. Unfortunately, the exorbitant housing prices here weighed heavily on him. He yearned for his mother to move to the city and live with him, yet he had yet to fulfill that wish. With a resounding thud, a massive sword mark appeared at the spot where the Li surname cultivator had just stood. The sheer might of the great sword astonished him. Had he been even a fraction slower, he might have been cleaved in two by Su Mu. Chapter 92 now. This is more like it. The Lakers have called a timeout. Walton clearly could no longer tolerate Su Hao's relentless scoring spree. During a timeout, he placed particular emphasis on the team's defense. After delineating his strategy, he pulled LeBron aside for a private conversation. "This is Los Angeles. This is your team. The eyes of the world are upon you. You must respond to Su." Walton, still youthful in his coaching career, stood in stark contrast to LeBron's previous mentors, making him an intriguing figure. The middle-aged owner, after collecting coins left by the youth at the concession stand, couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What astonished him even more was witnessing the giant. After each training session, he was enveloped by a ferocious aura akin to a primordial beast, leaving him breathless. "Ah, I forgot to mention that I've known her for many years," Lin Peijun said, sticking out her tongue as she recalled this detail. "This individual is no fool. Although he is overwhelmed by Wang Chuan's imposing aura, his inner resentment has been thoroughly awakened. It is essential to recognize that the witch sect is currently acknowledged by the heavenly path, and those who have attained such status are blessed with good fortune. Naturally, those who have been rewarded are exuberant, while those left unrecognized, despite their frustration, find themselves inspired to strive for greater mastery." Alone in his grand tent, Sultan can sense the profound animosity harbored by the entire barbarian tribe towards him. Mr. Yoshimura has agreed to forego the boxing gloves. An assistant beside Yoshimura Masako proclaimed in clear Mandarin. Marvelously, the aircraft carrier Spirit, upon receiving Ivan's confirmation, joyfully dashed out from behind the warship Spirit, subsequently tackling him to the ground under Ivan's astonished gaze. Nevertheless, Wang Hao is confident that as long as they withstand the monster's siege and elevate their system and tribe to level 3, free from the constraints of population and technological levels, there will come a day when the plains of Huacheng will soar across the vast wilderness, and the asphalt roads of Huacheng will permeate every corner of the great expanse. Although Ivan can assure that he has never heard this voice before, for some inexplicable reason, it brings him a sense of tranquility. After speaking, he promptly summoned the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, enveloping the ominous darkness within its vast embrace. However, this figure was swiftly intercepted as Yi Chun, brimming with killing intent, stood before him. The bandit report is indeed forthright. Such a generous friend is someone he wishes to cultivate a lasting camaraderie with. In her recollection, her father had always been in robust health. Little did she expect that upon her return, she would find Zheng Tiniu in such a state. Subsequently, the trio of Yi Chun traversed the ancient battlefield, repeatedly entering various ruins, encountering numerous wandering souls and corpse demons. The wandering souls are manageable with the soul-devouring technique. As long as they are not of the immortal ascension realm, they can be dealt with. "Oh, why bring up the purple jade now?" Nangong Tian pondered as he held his chopsticks, a hint of sauce clinging to the corner of his mouth, wondering if Xue Fei's mention of purple jade was indicative of jealousy. Yun and Yang Zhen carefully sensed, and in an instant, they discovered that within the statue, there resided a trace of blood energy, along with magical power and genuine essence. The therapeutic bed requires no accompanying medical documents. Merely reclining upon it alleviates shoulder and neck discomfort. As for cervical spondylosis, it remains an ailment that can only be remedied through surgical intervention. Otherwise, a complete cure is unattainable. Xiao Shiwei sat comfortably in her chair, sipping tea as she listened to the steward recount the accounts. Upon the arrival of Xiao Min, she gestured for the steward to withdraw. Given that this was a live broadcast, any mismanagement could significantly impact the Nobel Foundation. His inquiry left me even more perplexed. It was only today that I discovered the arrangement of the Seven Stars Bureau. What could I possibly know about breaking the formation? Year after year, the offerings remained largely the same, merely presented in different styles. The Zhang family, esteemed as a prestigious lineage, found these dishes to be mere commonplace fare, lacking any exquisite ingredients or culinary masterpieces. No matter how well prepared, they failed to stimulate the appetite. Chapter 93. The hat trick following his roar. James turned his gaze toward Su Hao, his eyes brimming with a heightened intent to conquer. He demanded that Su Hao repay in full what was lost during last season's finals and tonight's game. Su Hao met James' stare with unwavering resolve, even overpowering him in intensity. As the transition of offense and defense occurred, Su Hao received the ball, executing a feigned drive against Hart before launching a direct shot. Swish! He had successfully landed his third three-pointer of the evening. Between the palm trees at the entrance lay a hammock, accompanied by a rubber boat and a jet ski anchored on the beach, while an old-fashioned radio played leisurely melodies. Yet, his tranquility seemed to meld with the river's flow, the gentle breeze, and the dazzling sunset that was almost blinding. Perhaps this instinctive impulse, having reached its zenith under the provocation of Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian, had become utterly uncontrollable. The practitioners of the kingdom of Qian Kuan cast scornful and indifferent glances at Tang Fei. The mightiest among them unleashed their most formidable powers, which even the cultivators of the Hongmeng realm dared not confront directly. Wait, is this the princess? At last, there is an elf with sight who noticed Shauna behind her. Manzi picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth and declared, I am full. I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaowei to speak, she changed her shoes. Subsequently, all the first-year students shouted loudly, creating quite a commotion in the restroom, drawing the attention of many second- and third-year students who were smoking nearby. Last time it was with Gao Haoyu, and this time it was with you. Being in a room alone, even I, Manzi, found it difficult to continue. Witnessing the torment inflicted upon their parents, Wang Ming's face was etched with terror, and he instinctively shrank into a corner, seemingly fearful that Tang Fei might turn his wrath upon him. Regarding Wang, Siren's aftermath, Shili had inquired with Wei Chao and learned that the Zhaojian Hall had already been tidied up, and Wang Siren's remains had been temporarily placed in Jinglu Hall. If one possessed the capability to decipher the Bagua formation of the Shunyun Mountain, it would undoubtedly be a trifling task, provided it was predicated on lifting the seal of power. The eunuch found it challenging to discern, estimating that the probability of a feigned retreat with hidden troops was roughly 40%, while the remaining 20% suggested that Nanyang City might indeed be crumbling without a fight, as he had heard. Comparatively, the coastal regions faced no significant threat from hostile forces, resulting in the minimal deployment of firearms. As for the pirates who had run rampant in recent years, it was only in the past couple of years that the court had begun to take notice. The four of them, regardless of who encountered the black-clad reaper, seemed as if a high-ranking deity had come across Master Croft. For instance, the various military posts in Hunan were severely understaffed. Though it was stated they were at full capacity of 5,600, in reality, there were scarcely 1,600. If one were to inquire where the rest had gone, they had all been absorbed by the military commander. Establishing a mage tower is no simple feat. Merely the materials for the tower structure are worth millions, not to mention the array of precious magical materials required to construct various magical formations within the tower, which would amount to several tens of millions of points if converted to points. A floating tower capable of flight, like his, would be even more exorbitant. What do I wish? What do you suggest I should do? Lin Yun's eyes glimmered with a cold light, her fingers pressing down with increasing force, causing the ground to crack, while Kong Jia gradually shrunk down, emitting continuous cries of pain. No matter how one looked at Li Fei Bai, he did not strike one as a deceitful person, and he found himself breaking into a cold sweat. It seemed that while he thought he had Li Fei Bai in his grasp, he had actually trapped himself in a dire situation. However, Xiaoying noticed her maid nearby, listening with rapt attention and occasionally seeking advice, feeling an urge to laugh bitterly. Jian Wei chuckled inwardly at his flattery, thinking him quite the eloquent speaker, deftly praising while distancing himself. The entire venue was predominantly attended by the palace maids and eunuchs. With only the families of court officials and royal dignitaries permitted entry, she could only pretend to be part of General Pucha's household. Chapter 94, Science and Metaphysics. Su Hao felt exhilarated after the ball went in, bending his left knee and crouching, his right fist pumping in celebration. The next moment, the players from the Lone Ranger team all rushed towards him, and at that moment, he turned and moved forward, breaking free from his teammates directly to the technical bench. Placing a hand on the table, he leaped up and, pulling his jersey, let out a primal roar towards the fans. Conquering the Staples Center felt absolutely exhilarating. This action drew the attention of the media on the sidelines. Aliens are truly peculiar. They possess but a single eye, Chimin remarked curiously as he gazed at Boros. Captain Yang, I have learned much from you. Thus, turning back to the topic of the relics, I can truly appreciate how exceptional your 8th Route Army is. You are indeed the backbone of a nation and its people, Shun Ling expressed. As he lifted the heavy curtain, a wave of heat rushed forth, causing Liang Dong to furrow his brow. This environment proved somewhat challenging for him as a practitioner of his particular attributes. In contrast, Morphe appeared invigorated upon entering such an atmosphere. On the program side, there were a few engagements being discussed, but due to scheduling conflicts, nothing had been finalized yet. Take a look at this, Kingdom Zheng said, producing a piece of paper and handing it over. Faikangni did not heed Fraz's advice to leave immediately. After sitting in the car for a while, he was startled by the continuous screams from outside. Gritting his teeth, he opened the car door and stepped out, determined to uncover what on earth was happening. Although he had angered by Daching, Gao Fei felt no remorse. He had his principles and would not allow anyone to cross his boundaries. Much like evolution, where Tao begets one, one begets two, and two begets myriad things, martial arts also begins with the simplest of elements. The two of them took the bus to the university town and first sought out an agency. The agency had listings and guided them through some options. Ridiculous. He would never believe in the resurrection of the dead. Countless slaves perish each year within the caravan, some from illness, others from exhaustion or abuse, yet none return to life. Indeed, it was the guardian beast of the princess's tomb, fierce in appearance and reminiscent of the legendary Qilin. Its eyes held a profound intelligence, yet were filled with murderous intent and fury toward the intruder who dared to trespass into the tomb, wishing to rend them to pieces. The duo scored 5 consecutive points, though the Rockets' last offensive attempt of the quarter failed, leading them to a commanding 35-22 lead as they entered the second quarter. The incident was sudden. Nubinbin's unexpected outburst caught everyone off guard, and Principal Lu's expression darkened immediately. After Lu Yin departed, Chen Xinqing opened his eyes, glanced at the night sky, and then closed them once more. Among his starting companions were the 3 formidable players from the 76ers, Joel Embiid, Dario Saric, and Ben Simmons. Last year's MVP of the rookie game, Jamal Murray from the Nuggets, was also included in the starting lineup. Due to the Rockets trio working diligently to generate profit for Takeda, he felt disinclined to confront Chao Meng and Meng Huan in this setting. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sensation urging him to simply disregard the two. Kill. After enduring a prolonged sense of frustration, the brothers of the 13th Regiment launched an offensive. Previously, it was the enemy who attacked us under the cover of artillery. Today, having finally had their turn, they felt compelled to eradicate this band of foes. The spectators were filled with fervor for the 3 matches. As the intensity escalated with each passing moment, aptly described as a fierce contest between dragons and tigers. Later, when she encountered Zhuobu Fan, she sensed that he might indeed be the reincarnation of her destined counterpart, Ji Xuanhao. At the center lay a vast pit, and even from a distance, one could feel its searing heat and the pungent scent of sulfur. Chapter 95, Very White. Bang, bang. The floor reverberated with muffled thuds. Durant had truly arrived at the training facility, brimming with enthusiasm as he commenced his practice. He held little interest in diversions. Most of his time was devoted to training and playing basketball. When not engaged in these activities, he either surfed the internet or indulged in smoking at home. Thus, his life was rather monotonous, even tedious. However, it was precisely this simplicity that allowed him to observe the peculiar thoughts surfacing in Liu Yang's mind, understanding that brute force could effortlessly resolve matters. Such a young man, even in his current financial straits, would never regard him with esteem. Ninghai's expression softened slightly. While he had the authority to decide if the Shao family opposed leaving Zhuangge due to their disdain for the Ma family, it would be detrimental to the child's growth. Initially, when Ben Ruo was possessed by other souls, it was due to his mortal form. The sudden flourishing of the Bodhi tree enabled his awakening. After consuming the breaking forbidden pill and the soul-merging elixir, this Bodhi tree had grown even more robust and mature. The promotion of the game resembled a relay race, even if the first runner held a significant lead. A single stumble by any subsequent participant could render their efforts futile. The last remaining blackback was on the verge of collapse, its body riddled with wounds inflicted by insects. Its flesh seemingly flayed, lying bloodied on the ground, struggling to breathe, yet its damp eyes remained fixed on LaShawn without faltering. The long-awaited jewelry exhibition, organized under the auspices of Jean and International, finally arrived on its opening day. Meanwhile, the Chow Yuan wolves approached in an orderly manner, sniffing back and forth along the whip discarded by Halbera before turning to race up the ridge. Nearby stood several burly Mongolian men, their faces displaying incredulity as they witnessed this unprecedented scene. Ishia's brow furrowed tightly. Unable to conceal her melancholic demeanor, Su had never seen her in such a state. The unusual behavior exhibited by Ishia today was entirely unexpected. Wang Qidong noticed the questions in Yang Ming's eyes and promptly explained the nature of the film festival. It appeared that I had not exerted enough effort last night, Li Yuanhao remarked, stroking his chin with a look of dissatisfaction. The audacity of that fellow caused a shadow to cross an Xian's face. As for the lottery, Tang Feng's expression was somewhat peculiar. After careful consideration, he deemed it prudent to wait until everything was clarified before making a decision. Duan Yiping raised the orange juice handed to him by Li Linlang, took a sip, and leisurely reclined on the sofa with his legs crossed. In truth, the consulate of our nation does offer such a service, albeit at a considerable expense of human and material resources. Du Kai was indifferent to spending a bit of money, as the primary concern lay in securing a reliable and safe translator. Upon receiving new information, Zhang Yi promptly convened the relevant personnel to analyze the data. Following the incident with the foreign object, Du Kai felt compelled to strengthen himself further, upgrading the system of his black market farm to gain more support from it. This point had been previously addressed by the system. The Holy See no longer exhibited the same egalitarian attitude as before. Its methods had gradually shifted towards radicalism. Yin Wang, a person lured from the Exorcist Guild, was naturally regarded as a benchmark or role model. Yu Gu and Zhu Fengchao, grumbling, departed from the heroic-style shop, while Lu Yingfeng paid them no mind regarding their destination. As the capital of the Valeran territory, the town, once dilapidated and impoverished, had transformed into a magnificent metropolis under the stewardship of the Tuval family over several centuries, with its towering walls having once extended outward until stabilizing decades ago. Chapter 96. One cannot conceal the gaze of affection after disembarking from the Ferris wheel. Olsen entered Su Hao's car, intending to join him for a late-night snack. She instructed her driver to take her own vehicle back. Upon entering the car, Olsen instinctively inhaled deeply and cast a glance at Su Hao that was both intriguing and revealing, as if to say, "You appear quite innocent, yet your ways are unexpectedly wild." Su Hao's face reddened involuntarily. He understood, as did Zhana, that the Mu Yuqing before him was no longer the same as 4 years ago. She had become a prominent figure now, burdened with numerous responsibilities, leaving her little time to devote to family matters as she once did. "How can we still be considered strangers? Did you not just ride in my taxi?" she remarked, echoing the adage, familiarity breeds friendship. Ding Dang still exhibited a touch of relentless persistence. "I do not require incompetent individuals under my command," spoke Dongfang Jiayang coolly as he rose to depart, while the man who had been kneeling collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. A mere wisp of shadow. If one did not observe closely, one might think that the figure in black had taken his own life for failing to complete his mission. Yet, must one truly engage in a relationship with Director Huang over a ruined garment? Yipian Ran suddenly realized that she had been unjustly accusing others of being scoundrels and villains, even striking someone in a moment of anger, only to discover that her own family harbored the most despicable individuals of all, and that it was her father who was responsible for this turmoil. In that moment, she wished she could sink into the earth. However, her path was blocked by Murong Fengxue. All of this unfolded before the eyes of the enchanting and the crimson specter, who observed everything with clarity. How infuriating! Injured and unable to ride, Fomin could only sit in the carriage, gazing through the window at the scenery outside. His concern for his family had grown increasingly urgent. Watching Yi Mingming's foolish demeanor, Zhan Biding also felt a surge of impatience. He pointed between his legs and then gestured towards the door, his meaning unmistakable. If Yi Mingming remained oblivious, it would truly be a case of hopeless ignorance. Amidst Xia Yueqiang's cryptic remarks, Murong Zhaoyan failed to grasp their deeper significance. But Jinj understood all too well that Xia Yueqiang was there to claim his beloved. Within the cave, shadows flickered with the firelight as someone outside shouted nervously, rushing forward to assist her. Soon, he beheld a spectral figure emerging behind the phoenix, a giant turtle bearing a stone tablet upon its back. Just as he intended to continue his work of crafting fragrances, he was interrupted by faint sneezes emanating from the direction of the bed. Do not be hasty to dismiss. Once you see this, you should comprehend. He produced a jade pendant, allowing it to glimmer briefly before stowing it away once more. Strangely, despite the multitude of boats on the lake, the surface remained uncrowded, with vessels maintaining a respectful distance from one another, clearly indicative of the wariness held by individuals from different factions and regions, whose relations were far from amicable. Under the guidance of the attendants, two groups entered the Eagle Hall, taking their respective positions. Danxiang was situated near the main seat, while Tsangshan was placed a bit farther away. Although she outwardly posed a question, internally she began to strategize. If they were indeed the notorious bandits of Yiming Mountain, who else could they be seeking besides the princess of Yongla, Hua Qingwei, and her brother, Ning Weijin, who had captured the bandit leader? As for the present era of advanced culinary techniques, the deliciousness of food hinges upon the quality of its ingredients. The savage forests, having endured 1,000 years of struggle after fierce battles, have only just begun to rejuvenate, with the current generation of beast emperors largely having grown up in that tumultuous age. Chapter 97. Wherever you go, there you are. How did you come to be here? After exchanging greetings, Su Hao gazed at Kobe with perplexity. Because of you, Kobe replied with a smile, leaving Su Hao momentarily stunned. He had not disclosed his visit to the training facility to anyone. Could it be that Kobe possessed some clairvoyance? Or had he instructed the security personnel at the gym to notify him of his arrival? However, it was not long before Kobe's response elicited a chuckle from Su Hao, as he found himself deeply immersed in the moment. Although Liang Jinan was not acquainted with these individuals, he was well aware of the customary etiquette at the dining table. Typically, as the host, Zhou Heping would occupy a secondary position. Yet in the photograph before them, Zhou Heping sat at a lower seat, implying that all present held a higher rank than he. During the meal, Anwan consistently attended to Zhang Yang, for some matters are difficult to articulate. It is akin to favoring one child over another, yet the true support may not necessarily come from that favored child. Conversely, it is often those seemingly ordinary individuals who are the most endearing. One cannot help but remark that Sun Chunfeng, despite his dubious character, possessed a rather striking appearance. His square face, large eyes, straight nose, and broad mouth, coupled with a resolute demeanor, lent him an extraordinary aura. Were it not for the green hat he wore and his path steeped in lewdness, he could indeed be regarded as a distinguished elder. Originally, her cheeks, as fair as jade, now bore a faint blush of anger. With her sleeves drawn tightly, her beautiful eyes cast a cold glance at the kneeling courtiers, ultimately resting her gaze upon Fu Quan. These fleeting thoughts inundated my mind, igniting a fervor within me. In that moment, I exerted myself to sit up, one arm encircling the leg of Huaye that rested upon mine, and I bit down fiercely. Simultaneously, my other hand grasped a stone from the ground and struck Huaye's leg with considerable force. This is the reaction following the ingestion of that potion. My entire body is drenched in sweat, and amidst the unbearable heat, I yearn to shed every constraint upon me. Having collected the dragon soul, I drew forth 2 swords, polished them briefly, and sheathed them in my back. I then retrieved the 9-sword gate manual bestowed upon me by Oldemo and began to study the techniques of the living sword and the killing sword, while also embarking on the creation of dark talismans. As I made my way back, Zhou Ming pondered deeply, unable to conceive any further clues, ultimately deciding to relinquish his thoughts. I shall be shameless, but what of it? To have a man as wonderful as Zhou Ming. A little shamelessness is a small price to pay, Chen and I remarked, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of Gu Xian's flustered demeanor. Elder Wu cast a glance back, observing the old man in a drunken stupor. His gaze turned cold, unwilling to pause, as he thrust his spear forward with determined precision. Departing from Linfo Temple, he felt no regret. It was clear that the temple could not accommodate them both, yet he remained uncertain of where to venture next. The ability of the Black Thunder Instant Light Slash encompasses a radius of 50 meters, capable of decimating all beings, whether soaring in the skies or hiding beneath the earth. At lightning speed, he had resolved firmly that no pleas for mercy would sway him. The Wang Xiaofeng family must be expelled from Huayang City. However, such words could not yet be uttered in this setting, and Qin Feng needed to approach the old wolf. Now was an opportune moment. Reclaiming the essence of life's decree, Yi Mei cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside, ensuring to close it behind her. Everyone turned to see that the raucous individual was none other than Luke, who had just been thoroughly thrashed by Liuli. Yi Zhiqiu, belatedly aware of her surroundings, lifted her hand only to find it ensnared, unable to retract it. She extended her other hand to rub her temples, her brows knitting together in discomfort, as if awakening from stupor. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke in a soft, feeble voice. Seeing you in this state, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I cannot help but wish to say something more. Chai emitted a rather displeased sound, casting a scornful glance at Lu Chun. Chapter 98, Attraction Amongst Peers. Su Hao had not anticipated that the slam dunk event could invite Kobe. After all, they had initially sought Lin Shiheo for the first segment. Thus, he agreed. What better way to strengthen their bond than to participate in the same program? This could serve as a significant boost to the development program. Of course, aside from Kobe, another crucial factor is the World Cup taking place next summer. This marks the first occasion since the 2008 Olympics that Huaxia has ventured forth, establishing the Sea Magnetic sect as a formidable force within the current realm of cultivation, while preserving its might. The purpose of Lung Yu's journey is to access the vein of spiritual stones found in this locale. Subsequently, an immense surge of energy flooded within, filling her with a sense of power, as if she were the sovereign of this domain, exuding an overwhelming aura. Having spent several years in the Qing dynasty, this is Wanru's inaugural outing from the estate. Inside the carriage, only Wanru and the Zhu Luo clan member are present, with the maids situated in the carriage behind them. As Fu Lin returns to the palace, he must indeed pay his respects to the Empress. Su Buddha has informed him, and he promptly conveyed the message to guide him within. Zhe, troubled by the events of the previous day, feels somewhat reluctant to meet him, yet cannot dismiss the fact that Fu Lin's efforts are indeed commendable. Thus he summoned him in. Enough, do not linger on this. We cannot predict what may unfold if we remain idle. Pointing at the countdown on the spatial door, Zhao Hao couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Addressing Akasha and Talia, the divine and demonic foundation cauldron, with Yang Han's utmost exertion, became increasingly extraordinary. It possessed an ancient and natural aura, and within it echoed the resounding chants of deities and demons, reverberating throughout the peak of Zishan, an ethereal and sacred sound. Its strength was the foundation of its confidence, a guarantee that allowed it to regard the pseudo-dragon and the dragon tortoise as mere sustenance. Subsequently, he arrived at the pinnacle of a towering structure within the city, restored to his original visage, and vociferously berated the lair within Baojian Mountain City. Yi Xuanli understood well that oftentimes what one perceives as affliction may indeed be a boon from the heavens. Hui Yu's speech had concluded, yet the atmosphere remained one of profound silence. He was compelled to remind Bailey that his oration had come to an end. I have no interest in this. He scoffed. If you wish to learn about the Temple of God's layers, you shall have to be patient. Besides me, who among this lot can truly provide you with any relevant information? Bao, dating, with a disdainful expression, prepared to rise and depart. Not available. The seventh elder was taken aback, momentarily struggling to comprehend Sin Jingyu's intent, just as Sha Yi hurriedly approached. Tang Yuran struggled to rise from the ground, leaning against the wall behind her as she endeavored to stand. Keyboard warriors have never understood the essence of mercy, and thus Zhen Pianyi's aspirations materialized as he successfully trended as the 9th topic on Twitter. Ice spirits swiftly charged towards the Bodhi Vajra, one wielding a staff and the other the abyss, exemplifying a stark contrast of righteousness and malevolence, where neither was wholly good nor entirely evil. Tang Yuran glanced in her pocket, finding it empty. Her phone and wallet had long been confiscated. Now, you claim to heal injuries that even the imperial physician cannot remedy? Are you a deity come to rescue me? At that moment, the second mountain peak suddenly erupted in radiant purple light, illuminating the night sky and capturing the attention of several elders waiting at the Earthborn Academy, who immediately sensed the anomaly emanating from the mountain range. Soon, joyous tidings from the auspicious bird began to arrive in succession. I fear if the old ghost of the Miao family does not clarify all of this for us soon, we may very well perish from anxiety right here. In my exasperation, I was about to present my backside to the ceiling when a pair of hands forcefully yanked me down from the table. Zhao Qian proposed. Why not entrust this arduous task to you? You might resolve this malevolent aura. What do you think? Chapter 99. Respect is earned through strength. It was proven that Ding Weidi was not only audacious, but also quite eloquent. Su Hao found himself captivated by his words. Although BTC is merely a virtual currency, it has garnered recognition and utilization by many operators, serving as a credible and circulable form of currency. Each BTC is derived from a complex cryptographic algorithm, rendering it unique and significantly minimizing the risk of theft. Moreover, Ding Weidi concluded his description with "I understand now," to which Ao Xuan nodded in comprehension. Upon hearing the words, Gu Ming and his companions were enveloped by a surge of indignation and latent hostility. As Zhao Xiaocheng and Zhang Danian frantically raced back, an exceedingly bizarre occurrence transpired amidst the fierce struggle between the two factions. Observing Zheng Shuai's demeanor, Su Mo felt an immediate sense of relief. Yet she remained vigilant, feigning a few murmurs about her own impending slumber before resting her head upon the table, intent on confirming that the others had indeed succumbed to sleep. Should the god of the underworld descend, calamity would inevitably spread to every corner of the globe, transforming the world into a city of death. Danian's expression twisted as if he had bitten into a bitter melon, incessantly lamenting my cowardice, having failed to vent his frustrations and enduring further humiliation. As an intermediary, Aunt Sun climbed into the rear of a sedan chair. Upon witnessing Ba Yi being escorted from the main residence, she hastily disembarked to inquire about his well-being before re-entering the chair. "Come fetch the dishes," Ao Xue called out to Su Huinan in the living room. After a while, noticing Su Huinan had not entered, Ao Xue decided to venture out herself. Believing that Su Mu remained skeptical of his intentions, Roswell could only retreat to a more modest assertion, expressing his confidence that he would eventually earn Su Mu's trust. As the adage goes, no person can enjoy 1,000 days of fortune, nor can a flower bloom for 100 days. To sail smoothly through life, one's virtue must be taken into account. If one truly desires to maintain such ease, it is indeed a formidable challenge. At this hour, which is not the designated time for dawn or dusk, the sudden arrival of so many concubines took her by surprise. Vinet walked past Jia Baoli, sighed softly, and patted her shoulder in silence. Meanwhile, the guards congregated primarily along this section of the city wall. Currently, the 2nd Legion was tasked with the defense of the wall, while the 1st Legion remained in the rear as a reserve force, and the 3rd Legion had deployed some troops to maintain vigilance at other locations along the wall. Marleckis commanded his subordinates to activate the warships. The air roared with turbulence, and a thick mist enveloped the banks of the Thames as the colossal black vessels emitted a thunderous sound, akin to the deep rumble of distant thunder. After speaking, the 2 bodyguards forcibly held down Hui Yinmei's head, compelling her to bow deeply in respect. Liu Yin truly found himself at a loss, for he had once been a formidable figure, extraordinarily wealthy, the kind who would not carry cash when venturing out. As the sword's radiance emerged, it seemed to cast a disdainful gaze upon all, fiercely striking towards Lu Ming's form. Indeed, merely locating the position of the spatial passage was already an accomplishment. There was no need to take further risks, Chun-He advised. In contrast to the Rock Ninja faction, which relied on relatively crude, large-scale devices and manually detonated talismans as their means of attack, Konoha undoubtedly possessed a more advanced arsenal in weapon development. Fu Xiao relinquished all personal pursuits to become a diplomatic envoy, remaining ensnared in the whirlpool of power struggles alongside her family, fighting for honor. Richard subdued the young man, laying him on the ground, and Pride opened the tightly gripped briefcase to extract certain items, erasing all traces of his existence before quietly departing. Yuling truly did not anticipate the situation becoming so intricate. It was no wonder the members of the Sha Han clan appeared so despondent, as such matters, if delayed even slightly, could lead to the annihilation of their lineage. Given the ruthless demeanor displayed by the Snow Goddess during the age of divine conflict, it was evident that she would show no mercy. Chapter 100. Simply because you are of the yellow race. The All-Star voting was in full swing, while the league's regular season continued unabated. After a 4-day respite, the Mavericks faced their next opponent, the Spurs. Despite Leonard's absence last season, the Spurs still reached the playoffs, showcasing a formidable lineup. Although Leonard has departed this season, the acquisition of the capable DeRozan has bolstered the team, currently positioned 5th in the Western Conference, a force to be reckoned with. However, This match also sees the Mavericks continuing their streak. The red sleeves meticulously recorded their accounts, reciting them line by line for the green attire to note down, while she embroidered a purse nearby, her vibrant stitches reflecting her utmost dedication. The border town remains an everlasting ache in Jiang Eru's heart, particularly the battle of Shirtu Pass where he lost his father and the entire army. It was only through the desperate protection of the true Jiang Eru that he survived. Merely recalling these memories brings him unbearable anguish, rendering him unable to speak of it. With a resounding crash, the icy spiritual energy shattered above the ghost seal, and the ghostly visage within the imprint opened its maw wide, instantly devouring 2 claw marks. Pang Tianyuan restrained himself from commenting, recognizing that this was merely a tale of a bully being toppled by another. A narrative that should evoke joy rather than a sense of grievance when recounted. Zhao Chung sat unperturbed, seamlessly blending with classmates of varying ranks, embodying the demeanor of a hidden master among the common folk. Jiang Yan's distaste had escalated to the point of contemplating escape. The animosity between her and Yin Yutong was profound. Why must Yin Yutong treat her thus in front of Li Renji? Zhu occupied a seat beside Huoshui'er, nodding with a smile, graciously accepting the compliment while idly stroking the cat nestled in her arms, which purred contentedly. It was her own folly to have believed such words. Her hands dug tightly into the plush blanket, emitting a soft whimper of discomfort. Ren Yi, having outlined the work arrangements for the upcoming period, led Dianwei and 3 others to the cave housing the weapons. The cave remained unchanged, with 3 weapons standing tall in their designated spots. Though the pit once home to celestial grass had now become an ordinary stone pit, Hosu was once again taken aback. Involuntarily summoning the blood-red spear he had previously wielded, glancing at its broken tip, his expression darkening as he slammed his foot down in frustration. What rubbish had he been using? The withered, evil monk was braving the onslaught of the 7 kills formation, seeking the formation's core, when he spotted Luo Tian's presence. Following this fierce battle, Ranfei's forces dwindled to little over 30,000, forcing him to hold his ground within Jiang City. Who said that? Find him and bring him to me for a confrontation. Shen Jianan exclaimed in fury. What can be done? If there were any feasible solution, why would I need to bring Qing'e back? Old Lin lamented as he lay down on his bed, resigned. Having passed through security, Cha-Cha glanced back repeatedly at the invisible checkpoint, uncertain if Lin Suxin had left. A gentle energy, reminiscent of ice elemental forces, emanated from his palm. You all can manage the Emperor's affairs. I have matters to attend to and must be away for a while. She had actually come here to bid farewell. Yet, what the world knows is that this once terrifying young prodigy had claimed the title of the heavenly war god in the celestial combat rankings. Half a minute later, Tang Xin flew before this blood-red mountain. To his astonishment, he discovered that hundreds of formidable cultivators had already gathered before the Crimson Peak. During the waiting days, and Ran had resumed her previous lifestyle, akin to raising pigs, with her daily tasks revolving around eating and sleeping, and after each meal, she would accompany Huangfu Chun in slumber. Duan Mulong, confident in his stealthy footwork combined with the divine artifact, Hellfire and Evil Ice, believed he was destined for victory. However, after a confrontation, he found himself unable to make any progress against the united front of Qiu Huaizi and his disciples. Frustration began to simmer within him as he failed to even graze the opponent's sleeve with his blade. Chapter 101. You are the monkeys. Can you win a match without entering the 3-second zone? The words spoken by Su Hao during an interview were quickly reported by the media, igniting a huge uproar. The success of the Spurs provided an excellent reference, and it could be imagined that other teams would follow suit. In other words, the difficulty for Su Hao to score through breakthroughs or 3-pointers would not be significantly less than when facing the Spurs. Yet now, he was seemingly severing his own arm by declaring he would not enter the Pelicans' 3-second zone. This indeed conveys the weight of 1,000 miles at a single glance. Had the second princess consort not escaped, the second prince would not find himself in such a precarious position. Now, with the second princess consort intent on reclaiming the second tribe and the borders of Dahu eyeing them hungrily, acquiring the crossbow would be akin to adding wings to a tiger for the second prince. Were it him, he too would strive to secure the crossbow first. The atmosphere has grown exceedingly tense, with yellow-brown leaves swirling chaotically in the wind, evoking the image of a tornado. The battlefield is in utter disarray. Nearly everyone is engaged in combat, and to complicate matters further, 500 wolves are gradually encircling them. Not only must they guard against humans, but now they must also contend with wolves, plunging the entire situation into greater turmoil. Of course, the foremost reason for this is that Steward Fu has brought her to the pavilion at the center of the lake, fully aware of the stakes involved. Yungu surmises that among the eunuchs encroaching upon them, the majority possess aquatic skills, thus she refrains from embarrassing herself with her dog paddle here. Were it not for Fang Jingying being the fiancée of a master, she would have no right to possess this conceptual vehicle, having to wait for the mass-produced model to roll off the assembly line before she could purchase it. Deep down, she is acutely aware that the shattering of the artifact that determines her brother's fate signifies his death, yet she stubbornly refuses to accept this grim reality. Although he wears a composed expression, seemingly unperturbed by the tens of thousands of troops on both sides, internally he is quite anxious. It is no wonder. Despite having set a goal from the outset, reaching this point inevitably brings about some trepidation. However, upon a careful sensing of the chaos, Ling Fei seems to discern myriad transformations within the turmoil. 100, given the esteemed status of the first tavern, could undoubtedly consume them all. It has been several days since the tavern last displayed a menu featuring rabbit dishes. 100 rabbits would not last long. In a sudden turn during his rapid flight, Wu Ming pivoted, a shimmering aura descending upon the heads of the two pursuing soldiers behind him. What was Liu Bei's intention in abandoning Jingzhou to return to Shu during the critical moment of the battle for Jingnan? It was precisely because Hanzhong had fallen to Chao that Mu Hong, occupied with matters in Linhai, had arranged with Ji Yang to take him to Wang Hai upon her departure. Ji Yang readily agreed. The scarred man prepared to sever Du Qinfei's legs with a single stroke, anticipating that when Du Qinfei's upper body collapsed without the support of his legs, he would swiftly follow up with another strike to slice across Du Qinfei's throat. As Zhu Jiumei and her companions grappled with those before them, 3 black crows soared towards the building. Upon hearing Shiyu Mountain's affirmative response, Fan Sishing immediately placed his complete trust in Yu Hongxian's words, even feeling a newfound admiration for Yu Hongxian's uncanny foresight. However, he was once again taken aback to learn that the young man traveling alongside them had remarkably ascended from a 3-tiered cultivator to a 9-tiered true practitioner in the blink of an eye. He pondered the uniqueness of each genius in this world, torn between envy and admiration. Enough. You needn't say more. These 2 divine beings could easily annihilate our small group, he concluded, realizing her attack had been effective. Lu Jianing allowed a wicked smile to play at the corners of her mouth as Vane unleashed 2 more bolts from her silver crossbow. Beside her, Ji Yang merely smiled faintly, sensing that the elders of Finjianzi were, in fact, quite amiable. Unbeknownst to Su Miao, some individuals in their flight forgot about the treacherous area of landslides and quicksand to the east, only to find themselves falling into the abyss, swept away by the torrential rainwater. Chapter 102. Are they really just monkeying around? The spectators gradually came to this realization, and, once they did, they erupted into a chorus of boos. Su Hao, how dare you? In their minds, the yellow-skinned individuals occupied the lowest rung of society. How could they dare to confront them so boldly? Su Hao, I do dare, and not only have I done so, but I also intend to win this match. Su Hao's current expression and actions are indeed infuriating. However, the fans cannot truly descend onto the field. As one draws closer to success, it is inevitable that emotions will surge. This excitement is not to be feared, but it is crucial to maintain a clear mind simultaneously. The 2 parties exchanged a fleeting glance as the horses raced past Li Guolu with breathtaking speed. Both sides pulled the trigger, and 2 plumes of smoke rose into the air, accompanied by the sharp crack of gunfire. No, he must find her. He must seek her out and offer his apologies, even though he knows that no apology could ever truly mend the harm he has inflicted upon her. Through this back-and-forth reasoning, Su Dong gradually came to terms with his thoughts. Once those 4 had vanished beyond 1,000 miles, out of his perceptual reach, he felt assured that he would not be pursued and returned to the Lotus Cave with a sense of ease. Xia was momentarily frozen, not only by the weight of his previous words, but also by the promise bestowed upon her by this man. She understood the gravity of those words, rendering her utterly incredulous. From beginning to end, he maintained an unhurried demeanor, while those around him were filled with anxious urgency. It was not their place to hasten him. He filled a kettle with hot water, pouring it into a copper basin, then added a touch of cold water. Testing the temperature with his hand, he deemed it suitable before carrying the copper tray out of the kitchen. Indeed, as flames erupted here, Limu had already received the signal from the other side. He had been concerned that the Qin forces might attempt to raid their camp. However, The fire they set now served their purpose perfectly. Without delay, Li Mu hurried to the rear to seek out the Yen King, Morongbo. The journey from Majiapo to the city, then to the post office, and finally to the vegetable and fruit base took them 3 days and nights. What theft? Did I not toss the money onto the ground? Who could have known that the old woman was so obstinate and refused to sell to me? I had no choice in the matter, and even Guzzi began to complain. After an unknown length of time, Zhang Daming suddenly perceived that Niu Suqin was not unattractive. Her complexion was fair, her neck as well. A sudden curiosity struck him. Was she equally fair below? His fingers glimmered with a crimson hue as a flame shot forth, striking one of the sword energies and producing a resounding clang. In an instant, that sword energy was enveloped by the roaring flames, and a crisp, crackling sound echoed as the sword energy shattered into countless fragments. I have witnessed all of this with my own eyes. To speak frankly, although I am with Su Han, I genuinely do not wish for Li Man to be with anyone else, and this sentiment weighs heavily upon me. I smiled and nodded at the green snake, then turned and transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the sacred valley of the Dai people. The surrounding students, dining at the time, were utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend the situation. My curiosity piqued. I approached the elder, bowing 3 times and expressing my gratitude before accepting the box. Typically, a magician's mental strength hovers around 5 stars, representing the majority. Those who reach 7 stars are rare, while 8 stars are found only 1 in 10,000. And 9 stars are 1 in 100,000. 10 stars are an occurrence that may not appear for centuries. The bone broth began to bubble once more, nearly evaporated earlier, but was salvaged in the final moments. A thick layer of oil floated atop the broth, and after removing the pot from the fire and placing it on the ground, I sprinkled a pinch of salt to complete it. The salt was added merely to impart a hint of flavor. The magicians expressed their amazement. Just yesterday, they were astonished by Qiao Shi's exceptional swordsmanship, and today, they recognized Lin Lei's prowess. Chapter 103, The Mid-Range Kill. Fortune smiled upon me. The commentator at the commentary booth remarked on Su Hao's goal. Luck. It must indeed be luck. The spectators in the stands shared this sentiment. After all, which player scores only 1 out of 9 attempts in the previous match, only to suddenly find their aim just 2 days later, like that solitary successful attempt. A single goal reflects not merely skill, but fortune. Of course, not everyone can claim such luck. In the brief span of just over 100 steps, both sides crossed the distance in less than 10 breaths, their formations colliding with unadorned ferocity. Shi Jian exchanged a few more pleasantries before hastily departing the room. Shan Rower, wait for me. Today shall be the day of my vengeance. At that moment, Jean Mu's gaze, contemplative, fixated on the photograph featuring the pair of suspected black and white twin sisters. This was not the first time the Dragon Lord had annihilated a creator god. Any who dared to resist were invariably obliterated. All 3,000 creator gods of various realms lived in trepidation, wary of involving themselves in the expansion of the 9-soul dragon clan. The Dragon Slayer list was also established following the Dragon Lord's slaying of the creator gods. The first level, the realm of eternal life, grants mastery over the divine power of life, ensuring immortality. At this moment, one can achieve eternal life, yet lacks the ability to alter the fabric of existence. As he spoke, Suzuki Wuhai's previously calm demeanor gradually transformed into one of urgency and indignation. Kong Zizhen was taken aback, opening his mouth yet finding no words to utter. This inquiry is rather vague, leaving him at a loss for an appropriate response. The malevolent force lurking in the shadows, having discerned that the two possessed no further trump cards, grew impatient and resolved to abandon the cat-and-mouse game. It directly commanded 4 ferocious, grotesque soldiers to charge at the two from all directions. Gold Fourth Daughter recalled that there was a replica of a Ming Dynasty bronze elephant in the hall, so she retreated to the inner room to retrieve it. Meanwhile, a fist, imbued with unmatched power, hurtled through the air, accompanied by a resonating thunderous sound and a palpable wave of force. How fortuitous it was. Yi's father specialized in collecting protection fees. Gong Rumong smiled sweetly. He was, at present, the undisputed strongest figure on the continent of Obaira, and with Huang Jia's temperament, it was inconceivable that he would be a hidden master of the world rankings. Thus Chen Luo was assured that no matter how formidable Huang Jia might be, he could not surpass Chen Luo. Fong furrowed his brow in confusion. What scheme was Madame Ziyuan concocting? If she claimed to have urgent matters to discuss, why was she indulging in such theatrics? Did she, at her age, still wish to seduce him? Consequently, he persistently and ruthlessly participated in gatherings of the upper echelons of society, seeking any possible opportunity to integrate into this circle. I won't give it to you. What purpose would it serve? Li Ming remarked with a light chuckle, observing Ying Er's demeanor. Amidst the howling wind, Bai Shuo swung the long knife in his right hand toward the last adversary ahead, no longer regarding the outcome of that foe, nor did he draw the knife again. Instead, he clenched his fist and raised it. As soon as he spoke, the Demon Emperor ceased to engage in further dialogue and soared directly towards the black vortex. To onlookers, the glowing red bullets appeared to connect, transforming into a whip of iron that swayed with the rotation of the gun's muzzle. Each disruption inevitably producing dozens of luminous exits. He forgot that when it came to science, the true expert stood before him, in the presence of this red-haired individual. His own degrees as a sorcerer paled in comparison. In an instant, Zhu Beiji leaped from Lin Han's shoulder, his eyes wide as he scanned the surroundings, determined not to overlook a single corner. Despite the impulsive and emotional nature of some online users, who could easily be swayed by sensationalist media, leading to a reversal of public opinion and factual circumstances, the majority of netizens still held a commendably upright worldview. Chapter 104. The defense has been breached. This shot may have been aided by a stroke of luck, yet it is essential to recognize that such fortune is predicated upon skill and a sense of touch. The ability to make a mid-range shot under pressure at a 50 success rate, coupled with Su Hao's remarkable streak of 3 consecutive mid-range shots, has undoubtedly elevated his confidence and rhythm. The moment the ball struck, an eerie silence enveloped the entire New Orleans arena. Su Hao ignited their fury with a dazzling breakthrough at the outset, only to subsequently douse their flames of anger with a torrential downpour of mid-range shots. Gersu. This was nothing short of tormenting them, especially for Mu Lingshan, who, upon seeing the white-clad doctor, was overtaken by a flicker of catastrophic panic. However, this scenario was ill-suited for Qingdao, as the team boasted 2 ace pitchers, each possessing formidable prowess. Jolatin, you possess divinity, do you not? It is inscribed in the contract. Branky inquired suddenly. As if emerging from a prolonged odyssey, Tang Zhen abruptly opened his eyes, having regained control of his consciousness. The light in Ming Zhongxin's eyes intensified, and the officials, fearing a misinterpretation at the slightest glance downward, widened their eyes in a display of innocence towards him. Mei Gong furrowed his brow. This batter was indeed unexpected, as he had initially presumed him to be lacking in the art of selection, yet his prowess in this regard proved to be formidable. Once Gu Yu vanished completely, a voice suddenly resonated in Yi Bei's mind, emanating from that system. He beheld a vast pit, where the terrifying heat had transformed the earth into ceramic. The serpents, insects, and rodents within the soil were instantaneously reduced to carbon ash. Then, Yuxing's glove remained open in a state of bewilderment as the baseball landed on the net behind him, creating a magnificent cascade of netting. This is yet another advantage of being a prominent figure. When circumstances permit, Xiaohe can afford to be somewhat indulgent. My Bao gazed at him with sympathy, inquiring, "Uncle, have you never engaged in any of these activities?" To my Bao, these were merely commonplace toys. Li Yunmu, accompanied by Yuan Biao, arrived at the entrance, where a large rat stood guard, clutching a jade scepter. The phone rang once more, and the screen illuminated with a familiar name, causing Yi Zifan to relax his tightly furrowed brow and smile faintly. Upon exiting the vehicle, Shenyang proceeded into a villa on the left, the residence of the esteemed old Master Ho. No sooner had they entered than they were warmly welcomed inside. In the distance, Guan Yu, Huang Zhong, and Su Chu exchanged glances with Zhao Yun, suddenly retreating simultaneously, disregarding the golden immortals. "That would require your esteemed efforts, General," Lu Xie remarked, nodding as he instructed Wei Zhong to summon his guard unit, to be escorted by Su Huang and Zhang Xiu to observe the battle atop the city. Mo Dao remained silent, fixated on the horizon, while Su Qingge quietly observed him, perplexed by his thoughts. In the hearts of countless fans, as well as his own, he had been indelibly marked as a Chelsea player, embodying the essence of a true blue. As the children burst into the living room, a cacophony of footsteps and the blaring of a horn filled the air. Mrs. Peyton's had delivered the tongs. Winston drained the dirty water, disgustedly removing a clump of hair that had clogged the pipe. He washed his hands under the tap before returning to another room. Initially, one might have thought that his family would enjoy a leisurely day, but after a certain matron circled Gu Jingshu twice, It turned out that her side was the most lively of all. Observing Chu Sini giving orders to take away Gu Zhongyan, Yun Feng stepped forward, grinning as he approached Chu Sini. The Emperor's judgment is a soul attack, considered the pinnacle of offensive techniques. At this moment, Yi Tsong was reluctantly employing it. Meanwhile, a flicker of concern finally crossed Lan Jingjing's face as she pondered. Will Yun Feng be able to manage? No problem. No problem. I shall take my leave now. I'll return with news. S glanced back at the room where Fiki resided before skipping away. It appeared that, in pursuit of sustenance, the journey must continue. Fortunately, this time he knew where Fiki was located, as well as where the food could be found. All that remained was the effort to move his legs. Chapter 105. An auspicious day, the situation was unfavorable, with fans leaving the venue. Theoretically, the outcome of the match had nearly been determined. However, the second half of the game unfolded quite differently than anticipated. The departure of the fans did not diminish the Pelicans' fighting spirit. Instead, it ignited their desire to win. Notably, Davis repeatedly penetrated the paint to score on the offensive end while frequently delivering blocks on defense. Gentry's decision to substitute Randall for Mirotic in the second half proved to be a masterstroke, devoid of flashy maneuvers. The formidable energy attack fell simply and monotonously upon Qin Hong. In this manner, overnight, Kai Gu became the clandestine lover of Jiao Yuanfeng, a strategist embedded within Liu & Company, and a liaison between He San Yang and Liu & Company. Yet while Ant had betrothed Bao Chai to the Lin family, undoubtedly a leap to greater heights, it could very well be a miscalculation on the Lin family's part. Seeing her furrowed brow, Li Gu advised her to take her time. Rushing to find a solution was not the answer. He suggested returning to the office first to report to Director Chiao. Qin Muhan understood. It was evident that Lu Yaru intended to mock Lu Mianyao, but instead, she had been taught a lesson by Lu Mianyao. Ying Zheng had already departed from Xianying for half a month. On his way to Sanghe, he was aware that it would soon become a place where turbulent winds converged, a locale rife with treachery and peril. Seeing him tossing and turning in bed, Chi Rui seemed to discern his thoughts and earnestly inquired, "Land Rover, what do you plan to intern?" Gong Rumei looked at her beloved with concern, noticing his sharp brows and thin lips, his forehead glistening with sweat. Had it not been for the gunshot wound on his shoulder, she would scarcely believe he had just visited Haiguang Temple, where he had eliminated the high-ranking officials of the garrison and the notorious spy, Toi Harakenji. What does this have to do with me? Qing Wu felt troubled as well. Was it her fault for being attractive? What did it matter if someone liked her? Director Chiao promptly assisted her to her feet, employing reason and empathy. Ultimately, Aunt Ma expressed her understanding and agreed to actively cooperate with the police, striving to have Hua Gu confess and comply with the law as soon as possible, setting aside the nature of his character, merely listening to his words. He was the only one without any suspicious aspects. The taste was indeed delightful, fresh, fragrant, and smooth. For ordinary fare, it could be deemed exceptional. The night ceremony arrived at the cave entrance, swiftly scaling it with ease. He had become more cautious when he reached the mouth of the cave. He did not hastily rush out, but instead lingered for a moment at the entrance. As Xiao Nan, lying on the bed, observed Yi Lingxi and Rong Tian entering unscathed, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Rong Tian was akin to Yi Lingxi's shadow, following her every move, unwilling to part for even a moment. This truth was only something Lao Chong dared to speak of, suggesting that perhaps our esteemed leader had whispered many charming words to the lady of the house the previous night, only to be thoroughly embarrassed by Lao Chong at dawn. Suddenly, both sides simultaneously overturned their tables, drawing their knives and leaping to strike one another. The clash of steel blades erupted into a piercing cacophony, and sparks flew, causing the onlookers to recoil in alarm. I held that bowl of dark, murky medicinal soup momentarily lost in thought, before gulping it down under the watchful gaze of the chief eunuch. Destiny? There is no such thing as pure destiny in this world, unless Gong He orchestrates it himself. I remained silent, pondering in my seat, feeling incapable of bearing the burden, nor wishing to owe him anything, leaving me in a truly dilemma. The venue was prepared for the weekly press conferences, and it was now filled to capacity, bustling with attendees. Gu Jingfeng halted in his tracks, turning around to cast a fleeting glance at the grim-faced Enai Chong ahead, before instructing Qin Lianya, who was about to depart with her, to prepare the carriage. A brief admonition prompted Qin Lianya to nod busily in acknowledgement. In the following week, Su Haoyan maintained his previous stellar performance. Aside from a subpar game against the Raptors where he scored only 20 points, he surpassed 30 points in each of the remaining 3 matches. At this moment, his average score surged to 27.5 points, placing him 5th in the league, and the Mavericks re-entered the playoff picture in the Western Conference. It was during this time that the results of the first round of All-Star voting were announced. Suhao garnered 98 votes. The crowd exchanged glances, all eagerly yet orderly descending the steps, stepping into the cold, damp cave. Recent victories had rendered me somewhat blindly confident in my own strength. I was not well versed in these investigative matters, only knowing that the number of nebulous spiders congregating at the edge of the Black Forest could not be insignificant. Thus, I shook my head. Bai Tsangdong, watching from the side, was itching to capture all the formidable sword spirits, eager to distribute one to each disciple of the Mirror Pavilion upon his return and teach them the 33 days sword technique, which would undoubtedly enhance their prowess significantly. Here lies the foundation of the world. The very creation of existence relies upon this space. Livio? The heir's sovereign inquired. It was quite the spectacle when the first reporter posed a question. The other journalists, unable to contain their urgency, all began to voice their pressing inquiries, resulting in a chaotic uproar that filled the venue with a buzzing din. After submitting the necessary items, we transitioned to the familiar phase of exchanging fierce words, a segment that not only brought humor, but also bolstered our morale, an essential part of every game. What's wrong? Wang Baoqiang's words suddenly instilled an ominous premonition in Wang Zilan, a sudden worry arising in his heart. Would Wang Baoqiang take action against him now? The two promptly ceased their activities. Fang Chuanxin activated his lightness skill and rushed toward the helmsman as cabin, setting sail and steering the vessel in the direction provided by Qingqing. After approximately 10 minutes, they encountered a peculiar sea of mist ahead, a thick fog forming a veil of ethereal white, obscuring the scene within. Jiang Chun, uninterested in further conversation, suspected that all treasures surrounding this underground palace had likely been plundered already. To truly acquire treasures, one must forge ahead. Isn't this the promotional poster for my drama? Deng Zhao inquired in surprise. This was a new television series he had completed filming before recording Keep Running. Does this matter? I wondered, taking out my phone and reluctantly dialing my father's number. Living low-key and pretending to be an ordinary person was something I had no connection to after making this decision. With companions by my side, I would traverse this path freely, unbound by any worldly conventions. Uncle, I genuinely have an urgent matter in my business, an extremely urgent matter. President Fu spoke with a hint of urgency. After eliminating 3 individuals, Wang Yuan rummaged through their storage bags, temporarily refraining from dispelling their spiritual imprints before departing from the scene. Not only did the Eastern Victory Divine Continent sense this overwhelming pressure, but the formidable figures from the other 3 continents also took notice, each displaying expressions of astonishment. In the forefront stood Wang Yuan's contemporaries from the intersect, some of whom had since ascended to the rank of true disciples, such as Yufeng. He felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, yet his legs refused to bend. Suddenly, a surge of pride surged within Wang Yuan, overshadowing his fear, as if a voice whispered to him that he must not kneel so easily. At this moment, Princess Mani spoke with remarkable composure and clarity, a stark contrast to her earlier impulsive demeanor. You have yet to answer me. Are you unaware of your own predicament? At this juncture, Liao Fan had adopted a somewhat serious demeanor, recalling the last encounter where they narrowly escaped a deadly pursuit from the island nation. Zhuanzi, I also have funds available. Allow me to cover the expenses, Su Guanyu said with a wry smile, noticing the gazes of several onlookers directed their way. She was eager to leave, as the commotion stirred by these two had already drawn considerable attention. Chapter 107. Christmas time swiftly approached the eve of Christmas. After more than 2 months of competition, the strengths of various teams had begun to manifest. In the Eastern region, the Bucks had finally reached a flourishing state, standing out prominently. Closely following them were the Raptors, whose fortunes were revived by Leonard's return from injury, instilling in the team a sense of having finally broken through their previous limitations. The 2 teams stand alone in the Eastern Conference, with the 76ers, Celtics, and Pacers following closely behind as the second tier. Su Ling has effortlessly crossed the threshold between the 5th and 6th zones, creating an uncanny sensation reminiscent of an encounter with the supernatural. Concealed behind a tree trunk, a few individuals peered inside and discovered that those who had ascended moments earlier were indeed unharmed, diligently searching, yet finding nothing. Given the passage of time, It was reasonable to assume that the elder boss-level monsters had perished. Otherwise, this map would not be a public one. A situation where entry was permitted, but no exit would be truly dire. Meanwhile, the property manager lay on the ground, reduced to a state akin to a withered bird's egg, racked with excruciating pain and certain that his body was horrifically swollen, unable even to shed tears. Regrettably, it appeared that the prominent figures had not cultivated chakra. Had they utilized a Sharingan to exert direct control, the eye's projection would have been immediately discernible. Furthermore, the white Zetsu's transformation technique could disguise itself within the pupils, proving more advantageous than direct control over the esteemed leaders of the 5 great nations. Through the trials faced within the perilous tomb of heaven, his strength finally manifested with remarkable clarity at this moment. The myriad ancestral weapons descended, their mystical essence pervading the air, striking the chaotic bell with a resounding impact. The bell trembled, absorbing the full force of these ancestral weapons, shattering numerous ethereal patterns without damaging its core. Although he felt restless, yearning for an opportunity to see his sister, each attempt was thwarted. Had it not been for this, the great world sovereign would not have since the destruction of the divine dynasty and the assassination of the crown prince of Tianshu, nor could he have transmitted his own magical pursuit of Suing. After shattering the true Qi handprint, Suing noticed that the cloaked elder had ceased his attacks, allowing him to exhale in relief as he stood panting. Observing the pale-faced Major Honey and the disarmed naval officers stationed on the landing pad of the Zumwalt. Surrounded by more than 30 fully armed bioarmored soldiers, the captains of the other 2 warships understood that this assault had reached its conclusion. Only Zhang Jiang appeared nonchalant, fully aware that although his grandfather's illness was not entirely cured, it was no longer a grave concern. Ye vink, ponderet cautiously. For the corpse bone incense had been procured from the silver-hair granny, and no one could rival her understanding of this potent poison. Should the silver-hair granny possess a means to counteract the toxicity of the corpse bone incense, it would spell significant trouble for Yixing. Not to mention, the initial auction of a 5th-grade ring fetched an astonishing price of 400 top-grade spirit stones, largely attributed to Feng Lian. Subsequently, several other spiritual artifacts were auctioned at exorbitant prices, particularly the Dominance Blade, along with a few sacred-grade pills. She freed herself from Mu Qian's grasp and dashed to the table, retrieving a black and white checkered scarf from her bag. Yet as she spoke, the hand of the figure in black did not pause. With a flick of the wrist, the long sword traced an eerie arc, descending diagonally towards Zhang Zheng's shoulder. Should this strike connect, his body would undoubtedly be cleaved in 2. It seemed almost too effortless, although Yin Qiqi's final remark was rather ungracious. What led her to believe that Yin Qiqi's actions were intentional? Her words felt insincere. She froze, her spine stiffening, her head bowing in apparent embarrassment, prompting Enzian to approach with a tissue in hand. Your Highness, could you perhaps loosen your grip? I find it difficult to breathe. Tong Xinya, pressed against his abdomen, truly struggled for air. Coupled with Shun Lingfeng's firm hold, even the act of breathing became a challenge for her. Chapter 108. The renowned gambler lives up to his reputation. The restaurant exudes opulence, adorned with numerous antique glass cabinets that elegantly display not only renowned masterpieces, but also Michael Jordan's MVP trophies and rings. Subsequently, Su Hao encountered the television that Jordan had mentioned, cleverly concealed behind the front cabinet. Upon pressing a switch, the entire cabinet gracefully slid apart, revealing a television that dominated much of the wall, showcasing a remarkable sense of modernity. As it was Christmas Day, the dining table was adorned with festive decorations. By early February, people would gradually forget the celebrations. However, the internet will eternally provide a plethora of fresh topics. Yet, the true sorrow and fortune of Ishigwa people are known only to a select few who grasp the reality. The ruins are perilous. Lingering in one place for too long is certainly not a wise strategy. Moreover, given his current state, even with ample time, he could not hope to return to a condition of excellence. Thus, it is better to seize the moment. As Tuanzi Tsinjunyan returned to the carriage, he called out softly, but received no reply, pondering that the cat was inherently lazy, often regarding him with a gaze that conveyed more disdain than curiosity. In that fleeting moment, when the cyclical celestial I manifested, I distinctly sensed a subtle shift in the demeanor of the Eastern sovereign before me. Naturally, the topics of interest for the common folk have transitioned from the trivialities of celebrity gossip, current affairs, and international dynamics to the enchanting tales of immortals and the pursuit of eternal life. However, for those mortals devoid of spiritual roots. They can only indulge in the recent global fascination with the fantastical. As for the ominous signs of an impending tempest, neither Yi Xiong nor Kai Zijin placed much credence in them. Surely, the harbingers of storm would not always present themselves at the last moment, just like this disconcerting expanse of inky darkness, which clung closely to the ethereal glow emanating from the three of them, while the surroundings remained shrouded in obscurity. Of course, Uncle, you have no idea of the rigorous training we endure daily, Rongmei exclaimed, playfully sticking out her tongue in complaint. Almost simultaneously, Luna, clad in the traditional attire of the Warner Divine clan, materialized out of thin air, landing dramatically in Stark's embrace. Zhang Muse seemed preoccupied with concerns for Quan Yongli's whereabouts, instinctively glancing over, only to find Quan Yongli making playful gestures at him. He could not afford to appear overly enthusiastic, as numerous cameras surrounded the scene. He merely waved at Quan Yongli. And what about the second matter? Qin Ningjing was reluctant to hear Qin Wangshu's words. The more she spoke, the more uncertain some shareholders who had yet to voice their opinions would become. One might ponder how a man could possess such trust in her, and how she could possibly let him down. If he, as a man, could extend such faith, she certainly would not betray his trust. The recent situation in the capital was fraught with uncertainty, with various factions stirring restlessly. It presented both an opportunity and a potential abyss. Chun Shirhan herself remained observant, not anticipating that Xiaolan had already come prepared. Shin Baran sheathed the slanting sun back into its scabbard, while the Yule spear plunged into the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood. Suzan opened the door, maintaining a straight posture as he walked into the living room. Yet his peripheral vision could not resist a glance at the person on the sofa. Upon hearing the man's words, how could he remain oblivious to their implications? Faced with such evidence, Qin Wangshu refrained from immediately contacting Mu Yiqing. In such circumstances, maintaining a calm mind was imperative, and one must think thrice before acting. Yet, as the god of contracts, I have overseen the establishment of countless agreements over millennia. A transaction, unless it promises mutual benefit, shall never compel me to act lightly. As Paimon remained in a state of bewilderment, Zhongli continued speaking. Suddenly, Shin Boruin heard the ethereal voice of the sword's spirit, devoid of any emotion, yet its words revitalized his once dormant heart. The black-armored warrior nodded submissively, escorting the spirit medium away, and then spoke to the fish-like creature for an extended period before finally turning and disappearing into the cavern. Chapter 109. Business. After their meal, Jordan took Su Hao out for a leisurely drive. Throughout the journey, Jordan acted as a guide, sharing anecdotes about Charlotte and even reminiscing about past events. The University of North Carolina, located in Chapel Hill, was not far from Charlotte. However, at that time, the city lacked an NBA team, which meant that to watch a game, he had to travel even farther to Washington. It was evident that Jordan's collegiate experience was not vastly different from that of an ordinary person. As she chased after her, her footsteps felt heavy, as if 1,000 soldiers were in pursuit. Gu Chuyin, having not rested well in recent days, found herself lacking in stamina. After a few strides, the icy ground betrayed her, and she fell heavily. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiaoying understood immediately and took the remaining half of the thermos outside. After all, every time Dong Jingsheng arrived, she had used the pretext of fetching water, so it was not unusual for her to carry a full thermos. He looked at her with a tender smile, saying, "How could that be?" He then gently lifted me and carried me into the living room, placing me on the sofa. I've already granted you ample grace, yet you remain ungrateful." As he spoke, Li Tian pushed the red line, causing it along with a basin of clothes to tumble to the ground, the garments becoming torn in the process. Did he not realize that if this matter were to reach his brother's ears, the M.O. and Sure families would become adversaries? Seeing Ning Liang still in a drowsy state, having just slipped on his shoes, he was promptly pulled away. He Cheng quickly rolled up and followed suit. "Are you ever faithful?" mirrored He Cheng's actions without uttering a word, trailing behind as well. As for the two droplets, one was undoubtedly reserved for the remains of the esteemed Yu Jianren, to serve as a core of energy and a center of consciousness. Ultimately, a single droplet remained, available for distribution to you. However, at that time, He Cheng had been brought into the city while Ayu had mistakenly wandered in the wrong direction, aimlessly circling outside the city and failing to find her, ultimately collapsing by the roadside from exhaustion. This may well be the solitary instance of him violating discipline in his lifetime. In an effort to atone for his transgression, he hurriedly declared, What I just said has not been uttered, nor have you heard it. Let us continue discussing your matters with my uncle. Each time he displayed an expression akin to impatience. It signified that he had made a resolute decision regarding a particular issue, one that he was determined not to alter. Further discourse would merely incite quarrels between the siblings, an endeavor unworthy of their time. It was simply a sigh. 7 individuals, sufficient to reflect the myriad perspectives from all directions, yet the majority of attention undoubtedly rested upon the smoke-enshrouded ground ahead. Lu Xian proceeded at a leisurely pace toward the kingdom of Yu, while in the vanguard of the Chun family's procession. There were individuals whose presence was utterly unexpected to her. In an instant, Wu Chun felt as though he had transcended into another realm, amidst the dense, inescapable gloom. A haunting cacophony of wails and cries emerged. She suddenly recalled that Jasmine had mentioned earlier that morning a meeting arranged by Director Zhang of the online drama at 6 o'clock in the East Palace Grand Hotel. Since there was nothing amiss, there was no need to dwell on such matters any longer. Gu Muting's voice carried a note of warning. Xiao Su clutched the quilt. Seated upon the pristine white bed, casting a glance at her bare body beneath the covers, her eyes widening in disbelief. This was not the sort of thrill-seeking that everyone understood. With Robin and Yalusi present, it was already sufficient, but rather a kind of stimulation characterized by intense emotional fluctuations. Thus, from this perspective, fortune did not solely belong to Yizheng. Anyone encountering this moment could attain luck. However, some seized the opportunity while others let it slip away. With mere moments of observation, he discerned the unique characteristics of this barrier. It possessed no core, or one might say, every part was a core in itself. To breach this barrier, there were no shortcuts. One must employ absolute power to shatter the entire structure into fragments. They advanced to seize Fong Chun, yet he effortlessly brushed them aside, causing them to fall. Initially, they believed Fong Chun to be gravely injured, only to discover, to their astonishment, the immense strength he possessed. They were unaware that had Fong Chun not been wounded, a mere fingertip could have claimed their lives. Chapter 110. Always walking by the river. Hey, Su. It's your turn. Eliza's voice pulled Su Hao back to reality. Su Hao nodded, redirecting his gaze toward Barnes, who sat there with a somewhat bewildered expression. He recalled sending gifts to his teammates just before Christmas, and now, only a few days later, he was traded. Life indeed harbors countless uncertainties. The on-site photographer was also capturing images of Barnes. Barnes had set a precedent by being traded during the game, under the attentive care of Feng Qingyao. Feng Xia's injuries finally began to show signs of improvement. The shallower wounds had started to scab over, leaving only the scars from blades and swords, which occasionally seeped blood. When did you develop a fondness for papayas, purchasing so many? Li Jinya squinted slightly, casting a glance at a certain part of Su Mianmian, and then, with a knowing smile, his lips curled into a wicked grin. The phoenix finally spoke, though her voice carried a hint of grievance, no longer exuding the usual calmness. The Wu clan in Luoyang numbered barely 200, and they had all gathered, brandishing clubs and swords, fiercely confronting the Gu residents. However, despite their apparent bravado, they maintained a respectful distance, flirting without ever delving into deeper connections. His cold yet alluring lips were pressed tightly together, and for one who seldom revealed his emotions, he now appeared utterly unhinged, his expression dark and foreboding. What heightened her suspicion was that, in the moment he faced her, Lu Riue hastily closed his eyes. While his lips remained tightly sealed, his jaw clenched with intensity. His previously interlocked hands now pressed down on his knees, as if he were struggling to suppress something within. Indeed, at this juncture, even if they observed Shen Qiqi and Yi Lingxiao's composed demeanor, they could surmise a few things. Subsequently, they all went to fetch the elderly and children resting in the guest room and proceeded to the dining hall together. Please be cautious, and under no circumstances should you associate with the knights. This is a sensitive period, came the response from the Ghost Palace. After a moment, a faint voice emerged from the swirling sands, followed by a gust of wind that revealed a youthful face. The lights brightened, and Helian Chun approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Su Linga. She laughed lightly. Since I am here, and for the sake of our long-standing friendship, why not indulge in a few days of worldly affairs? I have heard that Buddhist practice involves both entering and exiting the world. You could begin with the former and gradually transition to the latter. At that moment, it unexpectedly received a strike from Mu Qiudi, seemingly unaware as it continued to resist fiercely. Its monstrous hand nearly swatted at Mu Qiudi's head, causing those behind to gasp in terror. After so much discussion, The mutual hostility had been inferred from the understanding of bystanders. This time, Jing Ning had boldly uttered Lan Yi's name, perhaps to signify the identity of a rival. Yong Ling's heart skipped a beat, realizing her suspicions were partially confirmed. Her brother's attitude indeed bore some relation to her. Yet how could he be so indiscriminate between personal matters and duty? Luo Xiushang sat beside Lin Xian, her black hair cascading over her shoulders. Dressed elegantly in a purple gown, her face hidden behind dark sunglasses, exuding an unparalleled allure. However, this icy beauty seemed to thaw in Lin Xian's presence, radiating an inexplicable charm. Not only was Inuzuka Hana astonished by the examination venue before her, but even Li Yun was taken aback by this so-called testing ground. A voice of an old woman echoed in Li Fan's mind, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Although the time allotted had doubled, the difficulty had increased manifold. At that moment, Li Fan turned his head towards Chu Jian. Brother, it's better to avoid unnecessary troubles. If things escalate too much, it'll be hard to resolve. The leader of the robbery gang furrowed his brow and issued a warning. Chapter 111. The New Allies. The elevator door chimed shut, pulling them back to reality. Jenna's breath quickened, as if this unexpected turn of events only heightened her excitement. Su Hao, visibly troubled, pushed her aside, already envisioning tomorrow's headline on TMZ. Although the woman might not have the opportunity to capture a photograph and the elevator lacked surveillance cameras, the lobby had recorded their encounter. Hu Wanshan, relinquishing his oppressive demeanor, declared that with formidable enemies looming, every unknown could alter their fate. Henceforth, the focus must shift to nurturing prospective disciples. No longer could they cling to their own interests, breaking the rules by taking in apprentices. Any who defied this directive or formed cliques would face severe consequences. Long Yin had remained by Long Lian's side for nearly a millennium, but once the novelty faded, he abandoned her to pursue his own pleasures. His overconfidence led to the consequences he now faced. Hu Batian communicated with Hu Wanshan, stating that these 5 teams would only heed the clan leader's orders. Any other commands must bear the official seal of the lion's head, which could be divided, allowing the head to be removed. At 11 o'clock at night, in the hotel where Lei Yin and his team resided, the principal members gathered in Lei Yan's opulent suite for discussions. Despite the complications, Garen felt no fear. If Warwick were absent, Garen might have considered an escape, but with Warwick restraining the formidable Sky, the remaining 4 mid-level martial gods did not pose a threat to him and Rue Mengmeng. Lei Yin sipped his whiskey, glanced at Hire, and took the wild game from his hand with one hand, signaling with his eyes. Hire promptly seized his portion of meat and began to devour it, nodding repeatedly, likely indicating how delicious it was, though the words were swallowed along with the morsel. The archer spoke in veiled terms, yet the reality was clear, though he refrained from elaborating on the details. Amanda, realizing the implications, pondered why she had not considered this earlier. Summer was astute, cunning, and ruthless, always delineating boundaries in her dealings. How could she allow herself to be at a disadvantage? Before the crowd could discern the identity of the shadowy figure, a familiar voice rang out. Brother Hu, is everything arranged? Are you suggesting that the temporal medium might have been rediscovered by either the upper levels of the Skin City or Victor's research team? Garen grasped the crux of the issue. Echo, being merely 12 or 13 years of age, could not possibly have any connection to events that transpired 15 years ago, even with the time device in his possession. Reflecting on his own experiences at the Cat's Eye Bar, he realized that he typically sat quietly, sipping on drinks or beer, listening to music, and rarely did men approach him for conversation. Upon hearing this, Dr. Mu approached, inhaling the scent of floral cologne. Though he was not particularly fond of that aroma, he could discern the fragrance of certain herbs within it, which were indeed effective in repelling mosquitoes. However, those who appreciated such scents tended to be quite enamored, while those who did not found it utterly displeasing, especially for newcomers from out of town. Unaware of the circumstances of the great fat sheep, excessive gambling could lead them to a state of confusion regarding their own identities, prompting reckless behavior. Unexpectedly, Deng Zhuofeng changed the subject, which relieved Yuanxi, but upon noticing his intention to wield a scalpel, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Yi Shaoxin, upon hearing Aaron's remarks, initially intended to intervene, yet Aaron silenced him with a gesture, leaving him resigned to listen to their exchange. When Kato Yufeng returned to the stronghold, he was greeted by a scene ablaze with flames. Initially, Kato had employed soul illusions to obscure his presence, followed by Orochimaru's specially crafted illusion pills targeting the 8 tails. complemented by meticulously prepared sealing and unsealing techniques. Chapter 112. Mad Dog. Beverly's words were undeniably arrogant, even brazen. However, this was largely due to the fact that most people were unfamiliar with him. In reality, he had consistently ridiculed James and even held Jordan in contempt. "Beverly is the best in the world," was his oft-repeated catchphrase. Yet, Suhao was unaware of Beverly's true nature. Upon hearing his remarks, he could only feel a sense of displeasure. This unfortunate metaphor serves as a direct mockery of the backcourt of the Mavericks. However, after Ma Zongheng's audacious remarks, Zhao Chong's earlier conjectures were utterly overturned. While Zhao Chong was taken aback, he was equally astonished by Ma Zongheng's boldness. Su Muzha cast a glance at him, but remained silent. Wang Ren clearly harbored profound feelings for Zhao Zi, and it was perplexing as to why they had divorced. Yet, such matters were not his concern. On that day, upon receiving news from Sun Quan, Lu Ming hastened his advance, adhering to Sun Quan's directives, and formed a strategic alliance with Zhou Tai's forces positioned at Nyoji Mountain. His own troops established a camp several dozen miles outside the southern gate of Fan City, providing mutual support to Zhou Tai's army. As victory appeared imminent, and he felt he was on the cusp of success, a middle-aged man was suddenly propelled backward, and the nearby black ape seized the opportunity, rushing towards him. It turned out that she had deliberately disguised herself to resemble her mother, achieving a striking resemblance at nearly 90% accuracy. The series of emergency measures undertaken by the Lin family drew the attention of countless onlookers. Yet it was the colossal warship belonging to the water clan of the celestial spirit race, advancing rapidly towards the Haodong continent, that truly captivated many prominent sects and clans. In this world, few are privy to the Elder's path, yet those who have encountered him understand that he places immense value on fairness. In transactions, he adheres to the principle of exchange, bartering one item for another, even though he possesses the strength to seize by force. Moreover, if others are unwilling, he never imposes his will. The only recourse available to him lay in the limitless celestial elixirs he held. On that day, he procured 4 celestial pills. He consumed one himself, gifted another to the sect, which was utilized by Nong Yishan. The remaining 2 were originally intended for Ran Li and his companions to use in the future. However, at this moment, it is imperative to utilize this item. Upon hearing the words of the master of the Celestial Island, the crimson-haired Demon King's face became a canvas of indescribable expressions, a blend of shock, confusion, and fear. In terms of box office earnings, awards, and sales, he thrived. Yet while he faced setbacks in romance, his career flourished splendidly. Nevertheless, the formidable prowess of the Blade Warrior served as a stark warning to many, if there had been any lingering hopes of fortune. The aftermath of this battle necessitated a thorough reevaluation of strategies. A hasty glance revealed that even the 800th position boasted over 400,000 lightning crystals, while the Elder in the cave possessed only a meager 70,000, a trivial sum. The dilemma lay in the fact that the enemy's tanks were all T-72s, whereas our forces were armed with the Type 59, hastily summoned from Beijing by Huang Jianfu and others, as the composite battalion's tanks could not be transported by rail in time, thus relying on the front-line Type 59s. Yang Lin adeptly dialed Yang Fenes number, breathlessly. Their conversation had been rather cryptic, leaving Yang Lin with a sense that there were unspoken layers to his words. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to clarify the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone present was taken aback. While the mortal realm indeed harbored many treasures left by predecessors, they were merely mundane artifacts, in stark contrast to the extraordinary and exceedingly rare treasures found here. "You should be content. Come, there's a restaurant over there. Let's take a look," Qin Hai said, gesturing with his hand and leading Haizi forward. In such circumstances, should Qin Hai refrain from providing them with thermal spraying equipment, they would be compelled to develop the necessary technology themselves. Although challenging, with ample financial resources, no technological barrier would prove insurmountable. Chapter 113. A Ruthless Individual. Luka Don is a clever man. He quickly grasped the implications behind Su Hao's words. The Mavericks previously had a roster of affable individuals, which, while not inherently negative, could easily stagnate into a stagnant pool. Although Beverly is a disruptive presence, he is also deeply engaged on the court, poised to shatter this stagnant state. This encapsulates the essence of Su Hao's earlier statement. Although the team members have voiced numerous complaints, the quality of the team's training has simultaneously improved. At this moment, he also recalled Carr, prompting Chen Yin to order the retreat of Ka Luo, who was still engaged in a fierce battle with the monstrous beemen outside the city. Otherwise, should the terrifying knights outside be besieged by beemen and a multitude of fire elements, it is likely that none of his 26 terrifying knights would return. Observing Li Lin and the others extricate themselves from the battlefield, it became evident that with the death of Admiral Qingji, the morale of the Navy headquarters had significantly waned, effectively determining the outcome of this war. Thus, another admiral of the Navy headquarters, Huang Yuan, refrained from further attacking the White-Beard pirates, instead gazing contemplatively at the departing Li Lin and his companions. The moment of dark engulfment, triggered by the vital essence of life and death, saw Inuyasha's wind scar and Kagome's sacred arrow being abruptly drawn into the black and white vortex of dark engulfment, alongside the attack from Magatama Maru, which had yet to be completely consumed by the wind scar. Wang Shu was utterly perplexed, uncertain of Chu Mingqiu's intentions. After Tigzi tugged at Chu Mingqiu's sleeve and explained for an extended period, Wang Shu finally grasped the situation. While one occurrence could be deemed an accident, the repetition of such a phenomenon warranted serious contemplation. Fortunately, although that force would instantaneously disrupt Chen Yin's internal energy, as long as he refrained from controlling it and directed it towards the 8 extraordinary meridians, no anomalies would arise. Chu Kuan-Yuan initially resided in the upper bunk by the window, but shortly after arriving at school, the teacher instructed him to switch beds with Jin Jiogin, who slept in the lower bunk by the door, so he moved to the lower bunk by the entrance. The celestial essence of the 5 individuals continuously coalesced and permeated, intensifying the brilliance of the formation. As these notes manifested in Yu's mind, blood surged forth from his 7 orifices. Guided by this sound, it felt as if he were prepared to offer everything within him as a sacrifice to this lifeless body. Mother, Master, in recent years, discussions regarding succession have proliferated. The central policy emphasizes performance, which seemingly offers hope for individuals in my background. Yet, while the central policy exists, its execution at the grassroots level tells a different story. He now comprehends that the barrier itself absorbs energy from the outside, then output within, much like a solar converter, absorbing sunlight and transforming it into electrical energy, thereby creating an almost inexhaustible cycle. Shen Qiqi did not immediately hang up the phone, fully aware that her inquiry would yield no results. However, in a brief moment, the 2 windows slowly closed, shutting out everything within the room. As long as she refrained from uttering the truth, Shengguan Xiao would never abandon her, nor would anyone dare to curse or harm her over this matter. Li Ling had once blushed and felt her heart race due to the tender treatment from this perfect hero, yet now, as she envisioned Xia Qi's past, she conjured images of countless crises and wounds. Luo Yunxi narrowed her eyes, her wrist subtly shifting. The dagger she had drawn from her own body had slightly changed its orientation. Due to the angle, he saw Jun Ruoqing seemingly reaching out to embrace Su Pan'er. The arm that lay across Su Pan'er's chest deepened Qin Yi's gaze immeasurably. Lu Jun sought to violate Luo Yunxi, who, though Navi, fiercely resisted. Out of concern for her brother, she had previously chosen to conceal his suspicions, leaving Shen Qiqi and the others empty-handed. Chapter 114, The Garbage Dog. Not only Smith, but everyone else was also taken aback, including Su Hao, who bore an utterly unexpected expression. This is truly a fierce individual. Someone who is hard on themselves as well. However, this particular slap has instilled in Su Hao a sense of anticipation for Beverly's forthcoming performance. For Beverly's strike is not a sign of submission, but rather a means to silence Smith. The failure to guard that ball was indeed his oversight. However, it will be prudent for you to remain silent. Otherwise, the remaining onlookers, witnessing such a spectacle, fell into a hushed reverence. Their expressions a blend of earnestness and barely concealed excitement, all anticipating the unfolding events. It was as if Qin Man's very bones were igniting, his face flushed with intensity, the atmosphere palpable. Suddenly, with a commanding shout, he hoisted the stone mill, lifting it inch by inch until, with a mighty heave, he raised it above his head. Do you not realize the most formidable force in existence? Master Turtle inquired, addressing a bow with serene composure. It is a female rabbit. If we could capture a male, our household would never lack for rabbit meat. Sheng Qingqing mused delightfully about the future. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Am I truly such a wicked cat? Zheng Jian reached for the control panel with a sense of urgency. After a few words, not only did Shangguan Yi and the surrounding spectators grow restless, But even Yi Luo could hardly suppress the urge to subdue Yang Rui. After dispatching those present from the falling god mountain, he flicked a finger, summoning forth their souls. Hey, are you two treating me as if I were invisible? After all, we are all individuals with spouses. Shang Guanlin remarked from the driver's seat with a sarcastic tone. He harbored deep suspicions regarding whether the radiant beauty before him was indeed the same unattractive figure he had embraced in slumber the previous night. In a life painted in shades of black and white, the arrival of Yi Luo had been a breathtaking vista he was unwilling to relinquish, even at the cost of his own life. No sooner had he uttered these words than the soldiers on the training ground pounced upon their targets like ravenous wolves descending from the mountain. Bai Mianmian followed suit, twisting her body in synchrony with the projected image of Bai Mianmian. Upon reaching the initial stage, the first skill he acquired was an offensive technique with alternative forms. In Tonggu Town, the population and land resources of such magnitude were astonishingly managed by local families in collaboration under the auspices of regional officials. He had arrived at Yinhua Mountain only the previous night. It was implausible that he could become so famished in a mere night. On that day, Song hurriedly attempted to intercept, but he lacked Zhao Wumian's prowess. Relying on instinct honed from years of archery, he barely managed to deflect one arrow, while two others struck, one piercing a wing, the other forcing Hai Ri-gu to defend against the formidable assault. The monk Wei Hong, with his large iron shovel slung over his shoulder, closely followed General Tang into the fray, charging ahead with the others. Yell sat calmly in the main seat, sipping tea, his demeanor tranquil. Beside him stood Chimu Ge when the steward arrived to report that Nan Batian had arrived and was awaiting at the entrance. Time had passed, and it was utterly unexpected that the Lin family would display such brazen shamelessness, attempting to inundate the Xiaoming sword sect with all manner of detritus. The man's words were increasingly aggressive, intensifying with every moment. Deep in thought, I suddenly heard Injin emit a pained groan. I focused my gaze, and after a brief interval, noticed he had succumbed to slumber once more. A sense of relief washed over me, prompting me to maintain my gaze. Carefully examining the countenance I had neglected for several months, only comprehended Huizhu's intent. With Li's demotion, there was no chance for redemption, and Hongshi's influence had significantly waned. Undoubtedly, he had entered the scrutiny of the masses, and it was easy to foresee how many pairs of eyes would be fixated upon the trio of mother and sons. Along the way, the sound of firecrackers resounded continuously. Even Huizhu, in her weariness, was roused. Upon reaching the Shuxiu Palace, she was greeted by the sight of Geng, who appeared radiant and full of cheer. After a moment of surprise, she heard Geng bow and say, "The noble lady has summoned me to accompany her, so that I may also contribute to Hongzhou's dignity." Huizhu smiled in return and walked arm in arm with Geng. Chapter 115. I led the Mavericks to victory. Fortunately, McElrum, being small in stature and quick in reflexes, managed to evade what could have been a painful elbow strike. However, despite dodging the blow, he was reluctant to attempt seizing the ball again. Not only McElrum, but Aminu also relinquished his pursuit of the ball. After all, who would willingly contend with a mad dog over scraps? Beverly did not even call for a timeout, instead regaining control of the ball. The Mavericks enjoyed a surge of possession. Donich seized the opportunity at the end of the first quarter, successfully completing his task, thus marking a conclusion to our relationship. Chun Feng glanced at Xiling and uttered a mild remark before his body swayed, his toes barely touching the ground as he ascended like a solitary wisp of smoke. Enshrouded in mist, soaring like a crane, within a few breaths, he had become but a shadow. If you return with injuries, I shall treat you to the finest concoction I have ever crafted, Etienne declared as he retrieved a jug of fresh Chien juice from his spatial ring and looked at Wuyo. The patrol captain opposite him brightened at this display. Such a skillful maneuver was impressive indeed, one that few could achieve even in the imperial capital, let alone on the treacherous northern Great Wall. It required not only advanced equestrian skills, but also a fine steed. Subsequently, the dark Omega beasts, previously encased in ice, transformed into countless particles of dust, vanishing into the air. Yet, as they observed the increasing number of prison guards and the ominous figures of the punitive force clad in black, they understood that the conclusion was merely for the underground prison, not for the city of despair and hope. Gazing at Lilith's expression, Dragon Outyin felt a pang of sorrow despite orchestrating the entire affair. After enduring so much, he quickly regained his composure in an instant. This scene bears an uncanny resemblance to the tales of poets, where the slain dragon's carcass is hung atop the city walls, and without a doubt, Light is the valiant dragon slayer. A figure clad in the standard uniform of the United Army deftly emerged from the cockpit of the MA and hurried towards the MS, which had its cockpit open. Mu Xing remained silent, fully aware that uttering a word would unleash a torrent of acid from his stomach, leading to inevitable retching. Why has the vengeful angel manifested in the mortal realm? Hadn't the passage of the Kunlun Mountains been sealed by the Creator's barrier? Satan Quinton stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the kneeling man-fist. Stretching slightly, Qinju whistled, and shortly thereafter, a military dog rushed forward, blocking the entrance. Despite Inter Milan's triumphant victory in the Italian Super Cup, their first away match against Sampdoria ended in a mere draw. In the 30th minute, Klose scored for Inter Milan. Yet a defensive error in the second half allowed the opponents to equalize. The avatar of King Kong believed that time would provide a perfect explanation for these inquiries. Hence, he set these questions aside, avoiding the pitfalls of excessive contemplation. Fener, naturally aware of his companions, merely wished to avoid arousing Mu Rong Tian's suspicions. Matters concerning avatars are best kept to oneself. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, he declared. Junior sister, I have arrived. Liu Kedi had long harbored a yearning for Huang Shalan. At this moment, he could no longer contain his desires, lifting her and laying her upon the ground, eagerly exploring her form. There were no written words. The two avatars exchanged startled glances before their eyes returned to Mu Rong Linji. The Koei Nyo Beast's gaze swept over the still unconscious In Ruachi on the sofa, a glimmer of coldness flickering in its eyes. What prominent figures could possibly threaten your esteemed Sanjai Sanbao? ISNT, this Lingding city, within your six-faction sphere of influence? Shi Zhongfeng inquired, perplexed. He then extracted another iron ingot weighing hundreds of pounds, placing it upon the casting table, employing the galloping horse's hammer technique to forge the iron ingot. The crowd looked down, where the cliff below appeared as an unfathomable abyss. Time was not on their side. It was time to commence. Seeming tucked away his mischievous expression, adopting a serious demeanor. Chapter 116, The Finest Opportunity. So, how can one tame such a player? Money, evidently, will not suffice, nor will coercion prove effective. The only viable approach is to exhibit a sufficiently formidable strength. Why does Rodman, a notorious rebel of the league whom even Popovich cannot subdue, yield so readily to Jordan? The primary reason lies in Jordan's unparalleled strength, a prowess so formidable that Rodman could not question it, leading him to believe that following this elder brother would undoubtedly bring championship glory. Meanwhile, Mijizu and Tang Xuanzi descended from the sky, landing upon a grassy expanse, swiftly employing a concealment technique to shroud their figures. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that they were already under the watchful eyes of the followers of the heavenly principle, and awaiting them ahead was a perilous formation. This individual, renowned throughout the primal lands, was none other than the infamous Luya Dao Jun, the son of the demon clans Emperor Jun and Shiha. Any emotions evoked were utterly futile, as Gu Chen's next words could easily render one in a state of bewilderment. Without hesitation, and Xiao Xiao abruptly severed the call, decisively powering her phone off. Long Fei and his companions, positioned far behind the self-defense team, could not discern the scene clearly. Nonetheless, the clouds of dust they stirred as they advanced engulfed the horizon, and the low growls of primordial beasts sent shivers down Long Fei's spine. It has indeed been ages since Ito-san last visited. Oishi Huichiro gazed at the egg-headed figure, observing Chitos. This is the token of the Yao family. In the future, use it to seek me out. No one shall dare to obstruct you, declared Yao Lin. Just as Feng Guang felt a sense of disquiet about the oddity of the statement, Yao Lin's silhouette had already vanished from the courtyard. Furthermore, Bosi Yu harbored affections for Ning Qinghuan, who might very well become the future matriarch of the Bo Group. His instinct warned him that he had made a significant blunder, one of considerable magnitude. Zhao Ru and Yang Panner were unaware of the developments concerning Zhou Ming and Chu Outyin. Thus they expressed great surprise upon learning that Zhou Ming had matters to attend to that evening. The so-called Liao's Wachisi refers to the subordinates who assist the county magistrate, a structure replicated across every county. There is no time to wait. It is our moment to act, Elder Xiao declared, his eyes glinting with shrewdness, exuding an air of experience. Wealthy, powerful, and capable, having just dismantled the influence in Huimin County, their confidence surged, and their response was filled with vigor. Although Elder Xiao was already in his 60s, his agility remained intact, and he intended to leap over the heads of the crowd. However, at that moment, he heard the sound of gunfire. The earlier commotion involving the police, the assailants, and the Japanese had not afforded them the opportunity to fire. Who had discharged the weapon? He weighed the 300 yuan coins in his hand, casually slipping them into his pocket, his head held high with a sense of triumph. This demeanor conveyed a clear message to Yu. In their rivalry, Yu was still somewhat inexperienced. To speak bluntly, even if Mu Xiaofeng were to find himself ambushed and perish in the depths of Shishan, it would surely take considerable time to locate his remains. The wilderness would offer no useful clues. In the past, during his time in the heavenly court, he had witnessed many deities ascend, enduring countless tribulations and overcoming innumerable calamities. Each step from mortal to celestial being fraught with peril, each advancement a dance with death. Zhang Xiuyan, oblivious to Yu's expression, became somewhat distracted upon hearing the news of Min Xianyi's impending debut. The thought of it made her seethe with frustration. She felt powerless, unable to confront or escape the situation, left with no choice but to turn a blind eye. A mouthful of blood was forcefully expelled by Alan, staining his white attire with blossoming crimson stains. Reluctantly, I resorted to the art of fortune-telling, casting a discreet glance at Lianya's head. Above her, a vibrant red aura shimmered, a sign of auspicious fortune, indicating that her financial prospects were flourishing. Could this perhaps explain her imminent decision to part with one of her hands? Chapter 117. Astonishing Revelation. Carlyle rubbed his forehead, clearly unprepared for the unfolding situation. Beverly was taken down within a minute? This has utterly disrupted his meticulously laid plans. The Dallas Mavericks find themselves in a precarious situation. Just then, Suhao and Donich engaged in a brief exchange on the court. As the Rockets initiated their play, Harden, upon receiving the ball, realized that his defender was neither Donich nor the newly entered Smith, but rather Suhao. Should he manage to break free? Leveraging the immense overseas influence of the Chen family, it would not be long before Chen Yaoyang established a significant presence abroad. At that point, thanks to the connections between Bai Yi and Chen Yaoyang, acquiring sensitive components, raw materials, and even equipment from Western nations would pose no challenge. Enough of the small talk. Lin Xingchen approached, unlocking Yang Shi's right handcuff that was fastened to the edge of the sofa, then proceeding to secure both of his hands. I took a seat, and Tan Wenliang, noticing my presence, merely nodded in acknowledgement before redirecting his gaze to the child, where Tan Wenin was engrossed in solving mathematical Olympiad problems. Furthermore, it was subtly implied that the delay in equipping the military with this armor was due to external interference. Although no names were mentioned, it was evident to all that the culprits were General Motors and the congressman backing them from Capitol Hill. This time, it was not the Sage of Purity who harbored ill intentions among the two Western saints, but rather the Sage of Guidance who experienced a moment of enlightenment. Ever since the Sage of Purity suffered a setback at the hands of Wang Ming, the Sage of Guidance has become the true backbone in dealing with him. The audacity of Prince Yin is unparalleled. The more adversaries he faces, the more fearless he becomes, wielding his crescent moon blade to claim the heads of his enemies. Blood splattering in his wake, enhancing the brightness of his gaze. In a state of panic, she fumbled for her phone, her trembling hands nearly causing it to slip beneath the steering wheel. Yes, sensing the urgency in His Highness's tone, Minister Meng turned and left. Who does not know that Gaji is closest to General Yi? Given the current fury, it would be prudent for him to keep his distance. An overwhelming number of questions burdened Yin Qishi, each step growing heavier and slower. Upon reaching the gates of Chengxian Palace, it felt as though she had traversed thousands of miles. For many players familiar with the thief Godbing Feng, there was ample reason to believe in his prowess. The individuals in the hall began to take notice of this coach, whose skills, though modest in strength, were remarkably adept. As the immense force suddenly surged from behind, the king of Wujia turned pale, his previously composed demeanor now filled with terror. Wang Jian understood that her brother was at fault, and to reclaim the situation, she could only resort to unreasonable antics. At this moment, Li Feng was exceedingly anxious, surveying the unfolding scene, a wave of helplessness washing over him. However, unexpectedly, although she successfully captured Yu Jun's attention, she did not achieve the desired outcome. Despite not seeing Yi Zijuan, he no longer regarded him as a target. Yi Zijuan was unworthy. Just last night, the nomads had resolved to seek a cure for Wachuanzi alongside Chen Ergu. Thus, they now spoke with a calm demeanor. Inside the private room, Junyu anxiously observed the translucent vial on the table, containing the awakening potion he had long desired. Although the price was considerably higher than he anticipated, He was determined to obtain it for the sake of his future. Huangshang did not respond immediately, but instead stood with arms crossed alongside Wang Taekwon as they entered the conference stage in the hall. Please bear with me. I am now an official. After all, I have no choice, Xiao Han said apologetically. After a brief conversation with his mother, Xiao Han called Mr. Schubert's office. At that moment, Mr. Schubert was no longer responsible for specific matters, merely overseeing the operations of the magic company, and thus found himself with ample leisure. Chapter 118. You should thank Su. After intercepting, Su Hao prepared for a fast break, but Harden, quick to react, pulled Su Hao back from behind. The referee's whistle blew. Harden was called for a defensive foul. Previously, Harden had drawn fouls from Beverly, yet in the past 2 plays, he had been blocked by Su Hao once, intercepted once, and incurred a foul himself. This is what comparison means, is the most direct form of contrast. Beverly's gaze towards Su Hao had undergone a profound transformation. It was the perspective of a formidable individual regarding an even stronger one. Lu Zifeng, wishing to return, had also been retained by Li Gang. It was a jest. Presently, Su Mandala excelled in modern air combat theory, and his return was deemed unnecessary. The nation was vast, and the Air Force had already established a comprehensive system, rendering Lu Zifeng's presence superfluous. Upon hearing the impending closure, Aisha became anxious. After much effort to gain entry, the absence of any super artifacts would indeed be a considerable loss. Hastily, she soared toward the super artifact, employing every conceivable method to seize it. With my assistance, the dwarf warriors exhaled with relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Just as his feet had lifted from the ground, a powerful hand grasped his ankle, forcefully dragging him back. Turning around, he beheld Ming Hong, her eyes aflame with crimson, suppressing her pain as she stubbornly pulled him backward. The occurrence of misfortune is a frequent theme in films, and I had no desire to commit such a blunder. Megwa bit her lip in sorrow, lamenting her plight. As a sovereign, to be without progeny must be an excruciating burden. Those on the floating bridge had already witnessed the peril befalling the two, yet without orders. They could not step off the bridge. They feared that the soldiers beyond the forest might seize the chaos to unleash arrows, leaving them in a state of turmoil. Most could no longer concentrate on the battle, alternating between glancing at the movements of the enemy troops outside and observing the conflict upon the bridge. The efficacy of this peculiar occurrence was indeed remarkable. Aimu was abruptly awakened, and upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by 2 robust donkey legs and a donkey's face suspended ominously between them. Startled, he let out a scream, inadvertently swallowing a mouthful of donkey urine, which left him feeling overwhelmingly nauseous, forcing him to crawl away, gasping for breath. Ludi disregarded Mao Wuchang and approached the porcelain vase, scrutinizing its glaze and craftsmanship with great attention. During their journey, Song Tingchuan, intrigued by Su Nan's awareness of the unspoken rules governing men's underwear shops, persistently inquired about it. It was not until Jijin brought breakfast that she groggily awoke, sitting on the bed in a disheveled manner, feeling weak and bleary-eyed, struggling to orient herself. Wu Yingbo harbored a simmering resentment towards the island nation of Dongying, detesting it with a passion. He was determined to discover which fool dared to encroach upon his territory. The Wang family might be regarded as an influential clan in Rongqing, but Lin Tian paid them no heed. He harnessed his spiritual energy to clear the area beneath 7-Star Mountain, successfully uncovering the vast protective formation that surrounded it. Noticing Alice's embarrassment, Yuan Shanshan chose to remain silent, acknowledging that while the situation was somewhat chaotic, it was merely a matter of disarray in clothing and cosmetics, with the dormitory appearing somewhat untidy, but nothing more. Unfortunately, Zhou Ping, still youthful, found himself outmatched by the virtually flawless strategy of Elder Yu. Eager to advance from the beginning, he was countered at every turn, ultimately leading to his defeat as Elder Yu meticulously sealed the last escape of Zhou Ping's Black Dragon, compelling him to concede. Qin Ran's attention was drawn to the source of a sudden noise, her gaze fixed on the direction from which it came. The passers-by ahead abruptly parted, and in a flash, a black horse galloped towards her. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for accompanying us to the competition. I'm truly delighted and hope to achieve excellent results for your sake," she said, her voice tinged with shyness as she lowered her head. In Chapter 119, the boss's performance. After Mosley departed, Beverly's expression reflected disbelief and a hint of shame. He was genuinely taken aback by the depth of trust Su Hao had in him and felt remorse for his previous disrespectful actions. However, he quickly regained his composure. Those matters were now behind him. He had been granted a second chance, and this time, he vowed to seize it. As the second half commenced, the Mavericks adjusted their lineup, with Beverly replacing Nowitzki. She turned, her dark eyes momentarily resting on her lips, and whispered, "Listen, there are fireworks outside." Having entered the master's program nearly 6 months ago, the research assignments from Professor Emiden had intensified. I found myself spending even more time in the laboratory, and my rapport with Singer had grown increasingly harmonious. I had never imagined I could forge such a close friendship with an Indian. After a lengthy period of rest, my health had improved significantly. Although I still bore a trace of fatigue, my spirit felt warm and rejuvenated. After lunch, Musa accompanied me to report the loss of my credit card, and then we visited a nearby mobile store where I purchased a new phone, identical to the one he currently uses. He wrote a prescription for several doses of medication, assuring that with a couple of months' treatment, I would be completely healed. Jun Shinshi was taken aback when the seemingly docile elemental beast suddenly erupted in fury. She could only continuously channel her soul power into the stone tablet to suppress it. The Duke of Huai's expression shifted as he realized how fiercely the Crown Prince had struck him earlier. If he were to pursue the matter of Su Mu being assaulted, it would inevitably involve the Crown Prince as well. She had never witnessed Zhu Jinluan in such a frightening rage, causing her hands to tremble involuntarily. She sensed that Shen Yuanchan's mood was rather poor, yet she could not ascertain the cause of his discontent. Jun Qinshi, unaware of his embrace, noticed that his once warm and gentle demeanor had transformed into one of cold detachment. Observing her state, the man could roughly guess her thoughts and could not help but chuckle softly. However, he still refrained from revealing their destination. Nonetheless, the price of coal noodles had escalated significantly, now costing a yuan per bowl. While it was true that prices had risen, one bowl of coal noodles was equivalent to 2 bowls of regular noodles. Clearly, Gu Zhishan was well aware of this, as he kept the camera focused on Lu Yao, capturing every nuance of her expressions and feeling gratified to confirm that Lu Yao was no different in his presence than she was with others. The woman known as Wu Pozi, whose name is Wu Lirong, although only in her 50s, is commonly referred to as Old Wu due to her profession as a matchmaker. Originally, Wu Yu had contemplated experimenting with Lin Pingji's body using the second-tier pulse apparatus, which mimics the true energy of the inner family by infusing specific structured spiritual particles into the meridians. Upon entering, he discovered it was actually a monitoring room, revealing various laboratories where experiments were underway. The multitude of screens left her feeling dizzy, yet the man gestured towards a particular screen in the corner. Zhang Jiaoyang had been studying the internal reports for quite some time. Gazing at the dazzling array of changes, he noticed that under the new leadership, the members had been almost entirely renewed, with the likes of Huang, Shirley Yang, and other veterans completely stepping off the stage of power. Even Prime Minister Zhang Jiaquan had retreated to the background. I have always firmly believed in the principle of material equivalence. There are gains and losses. No one is absolutely fortunate, nor is anyone utterly unfortunate. Su Yi held her breath, watching as Shi Yi gently cradled the child in his hands. She felt as though she had accomplished nothing, yet simultaneously, it seemed as if she held everything in her grasp. Zhang Jiaoyang nodded and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television for himself, while the nanny, hesitant to interrupt, busied herself with preparing a meal. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, before he could even glance at Sun Qian, one of his hands was pierced by the dagger held by Sun Qian. Only the first 2 shots struck Zhong Wang's head. The third was not deflected by recoil, but rather, there was simply nothing left to hit. Chapter 120. You may need a cue. Incredible. This dunk left the commentator utterly astounded. It is worth noting that although Su Hao has been consistently scoring in the new season, he has never been renowned for his physical prowess. Labels such as elite penetrator, mid-range shooter, and skillful technician are more fitting for him. However, following his display of endurance, this recent dunk further showcased his leaping ability and explosive power. Moreover, one must also consider the preceding play in which he demonstrated his footwork. These are truly natural and organically grown foods, pure and free from harm, sought after by many yet seldom obtained. At this moment, the 2 young individuals he had invested great hope in, nurturing them as his right and left arms, have both plummeted into the abyss, their chances of survival amidst the landslide being almost non-existent. How could this not cause Wang Weiman profound sorrow? The following morning, after recovering, Chimu Sakomo prepared to head to the Hokage Tower, needing to report the situation to the 3rd Hokage. For the sudden appearance of an unknown individual in the village was certainly a matter of concern, capable of unsettling many. However, just as he was about to speak, it suddenly dawned on him that he no longer possessed the right to utter those words. I have held you upon my shoulders, allowing your capriciousness. This is the sole indulgence of a fallen martial deity. The daily military training has been quite fulfilling, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks have passed. Today marks the return to school. As he entered, observing the bustling surroundings, he found no one. He retrieved his phone to call Su Jianshu, learning that they were in a private room, which eased his heart slightly. The shuriken in Kakashi's hand, once thrown, multiplied into dozens, if not hundreds, enveloping Matthew's position in a dense array. Fu Yunshi, having been struck, cried incessantly, unaware why this body shed so many tears whenever she felt the urge to weep. The tears flowed as freely as water from a tap. At this moment, Su Bowen remained utterly motionless, unchanged from before treatment. Manny went to open the door, inviting Yang Luqing to join in the fun. Li Longfei, with his eyes covered, commanded, "Do not breathe," under the cover of his spiritual awareness. Ouyang Pengsheng noticed a colossal creature, at least 2 meters in diameter, charging after those individuals, its 8 razor-sharp legs carving deep grooves into the mountainside. The wine on Ouyang Pengsheng's table splashed onto everyone as he instructed them to hold their breath and focus. Finally daring to speak, he gasped, slowly turning around. The moonlight fell upon his wounded profile, not pale, but stained with a ghastly hue. Terrifying yet, at the same time, the faint moonlight illuminated the curve of his lips, rendering them strikingly beautiful. Lung Yu felt a pang of conflict within. Was she not beautiful enough? Why did the emperor always come with matters at hand and never take a moment to see her? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was for the best, sparing her the pretense of feigned cordiality. Nowadays, if she were to be retained, the most effective way would be to reconcile with her. She did not harbor completely indifferent sentiments towards him. At the very least, she was fond of his handsome visage. A sharp blue light flickered in her glassy eyes as she released her grip, standing still, while a faint blue glow began to emanate from her neck, gradually brightening. Shortly after Master Riley took his seat, he inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, how should I address you?" Master Riley believes that those who surpass others in strength should be addressed as seniors. Peter and Blank both produced their knightly gloves, exchanging blows with one another. The golden donkey ambled about, eliciting salivations from numerous onlookers, many of whom were tempted to pull this bothersome creature away and take their place. Witnessing the donkey's lewd demeanor sent shivers down Jiang Dong's spine. "This is for the best," Coldy Fan remarked before departing, unwilling even to cast a lingering glance at the enchanting yet treacherous fox. Chapter 121, The All-Star Voting Champion. Smash! Upon returning to the Rockets' locker room, Durant's first action was to shatter his phone against the locker in frustration. This scene left the individuals in the changing room exchanging bewildered glances. The sudden and unexpected outburst took everyone by surprise. However, reflecting on Durant's bold words in the locker room during halftime, such a reaction seems rather understandable. How could Su Hao dare to act in such a manner? A distinct aroma from Ling Bao enveloped Su Yueli, who took a deep breath and felt a wave of familiarity. Without the assistance of Xie Shaoquan, and had she not discreetly dealt with the aberrant beasts, such actions would undoubtedly be deemed foolish. Which of your eyes has seen that this creature belongs to me? Consider it with your limited intellect, though I know you wouldn't comprehend. Su Yueli had no desire to offer any explanations. Upon the utterance of those words, Qi Shuilu's face oscillated between crimson and pallor. Her reaction in front of the camera undoubtedly foolish. Ning Ji raised a finger to his lips, signaling Lu Jinhua to remain silent, to which she nodded, her curiosity piqued. Li Xianyuan inwardly cursed, lamenting the inadequacy of his mind, struggling to recall the routes, scratching his head as he endeavored to remember the way out and the words of Uncle Jean. Lu Chuanyuan, momentarily taken aback, felt a sense of grievance. He too was striving to enhance the village, questioning whether establishing hotels and promoting tourism were truly unworthy endeavors. Brother Su Ming, please feel free to express your culinary preferences. Today, I am treating, Zhao Lingzhu declared grandly. Amidst the cacophony of thoughts, which flared like electric sparks, the laser cannon collided with the immense sphere of light formed by the 35 cultivators. Upon hearing Wang Pei's words, they quickly reacted, retrieving all the treasures they had brought with them. Yi Yong, disturbed by the abruptness of the chasm, could no longer find solace in sleep. impatiently rising with the others to wash and dress. Inside the demon-locking tower, Asha trembled, curling herself into a tight ball, unaware of how long she had been trapped. The chilling, sinister laughter reverberating from all directions filled her with dread. Initially, I could have evaded the past. Yet the thought of visiting Zhang Yunfei compelled me to halt my steps. Yi Yong, roused from his slumber by the loud commotion, turned over in alarm, only to discover himself devoid of clothing, surrounded by the remnants of his torn garments. Having faced such life-and-death situations, the three were shaken, but, upon confirming each other's safety, began to survey their surroundings and deliberate on an escape, only to suddenly hear voices nearby. Yin Yun glanced at him, noticing the injured leg of the Wunan Star Monarch, and immediately understood. At that moment, Zhang Xixing also arrived. The villagers, wielding hoes, recognized him and erupted in joyous exclamations of village chief. After posing his question, Jin Suo abruptly realized something, his face flushing as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet the queen's eyes. "Miss, we are not acquainted. I kindly ask you to maintain your decorum." Hua Jingxian failed to notice by Isha's momentary rigidity and change, brushing her hand away with displeasure as he spoke. Given Hu Yan's considerable reputation, everyone was naturally aware of his brother, Hu Ba, who was not particularly gifted. The so-called blood of the emperor's heart requires the blood of a celestial emperor-level individual as a catalyst to wield the 9 fearsome swords into a singular, supreme force. Ape-Nit, Yishaowan. Yuruo appeared somewhat agitated, her eyes fixated on Xia Biao, fearful of missing any thrilling moments. At last, Huang Shengli's corpse obstructed the villagers' advance, and only then did they fully comprehend their fear. Chapter 122. The 3/3 battle begins. This series of actions merely underscores one fundamental truth. The NBA is a commercial league. The newly implemented voting mechanism reveals not only the conclusion that Su Hao is the reigning vote king, but also highlights the vast overseas fan market. It would be foolish not to capitalize on such an opportunity. Moreover, Su Hao's performance has garnered more support than dissent in the United States. Weighing the circumstances, one can easily discern the proper course of action. Su Hao has emerged as another prominent figure in the NBA, following in the footsteps of Yao Ming. As noon approached, Ash had yet to arrive, despite the expectation that she would have been there 10 minutes prior. There should be more than just a handful of cultivators from the Blue family at the 3rd tier and above. Could it be that this is merely a record of the son-in-law's lineage? At this moment, Su Wan still clung to the delusion of defending herself. She could not be convicted, as she was not yet engaged. If found guilty, her prospects of marrying into a wealthy family would be dashed. "All right, I shall draft a report to reimburse the funds you advanced," Ji Yun said, settling at her desk to prepare the document. Aunt Ju observed Su Yunxi holding 2 pieces of meat and a rack of ribs and promptly declined, even though it had been a while since her family had enjoyed meat. Meanwhile, they discovered the remains of Colonel Zeiss among the corpses, along with several agents from the world government, confirmed through fragments of personal belongings. Truthfully, Sheng Hongyi found herself inexplicably drawn to Ximiao City. Wen Yueying closed her laptop, stretched her arms, and shook her head. Given the level of her rival, it was unnecessary for her to engage seriously. She merely retorted online due to the harshness of some comments. Su Yunxi offered a drink to Su Wang, her gaze following the wine jug intently. Su Wang immediately understood her intent and took a sip before passing it back to her. Xiao Yi discreetly withdrew his hand, contemplating as he observed Xue Mingrui, who was holding Lin Nuanyuan. A voice from behind broke the silence. It was the first time he had called my name since our initial encounter, echoing the moment we first met. The 3rd Prince Mu Run had been dealt a significant blow. Upon sitting on the chair, he jumped back up, only managing to settle down after 3 attempts. Alex had called again yesterday, extending another invitation for her to audition. This matter had occupied Rong Shiliang's thoughts for an extended period. She hesitated to mention it to Yang Li, fearing he would oppose her desire to explore a different path in life. Yunxi noticed unmistakable signs of a potential formation. However, she refrained from recklessly approaching and instead chose to walk around the area cautiously. However, it seemed that this approach was unable to yield any significant results. To validate her hypothesis, she instructed Yun Song to capture a demon beast and drove it into the formation. Li Jiaqin, whose once gentle tresses had now been cropped to ear length, appeared considerably more refreshing and charming. Lin Wanwan sighed. Although she was aware that Li Qingxian would not encounter the same fate as Lin Yuze had imagined, Lin Yuze's earlier words still touched her deeply. On the other side, Bai Wei also sighed softly. Each reunion felt fleeting and exceedingly precious to them. Yun Qi, upon hearing the sound of something slicing through the air, did not evade but instead harnessed the force of the attack, skillfully maneuvering around its tail, seizing a scale from its body, and leaping onto its back, entering the blind spot of its vision. This truly placed Lin Nuanyuan in a predicament. She twisted the braid in her hand repeatedly, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts, and unconsciously raised her eyes to gaze at Xue Mingrui, who was arching an eyebrow at her, seemingly questioning her inconsistency. That particular match had utterly crushed Xue Yongyuan's pride, leaving him to exist like a mere shell of a man for an entire year, reduced to a state of utter worthlessness, nearly leading him to contemplate self-destruction. Through careful observation, they had long since discerned the method by which Luo Ping and his companions gained entry to the palace, and at this moment, they wasted no time in demanding answers. Chapter 123, Reunion. Do you think LeBron would choose you? James was making his decision as Nowitzki smiled at Su Hao. The rivals on the court, it would be quite amusing if James were to select him. Su Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Truth be told, given James's penchant for formidable teammates, coupled with the buzz around this topic, it indeed seemed quite likely. I do not wish to be chosen by him. However, Su Hao's words were refreshingly candid. Rather than join, he preferred. Mei was somewhat incredulous. Her cousin, who had never even passed the county examination, was now taking in students exquisite delicacies like panlong meat, chasing cloudfish, and thunderbear claws, which ordinary folk could scarcely imagine, were presented one after another, leaving everyone astounded. Old Master Li observed Fong Hao deep in thought and chose not to speak. He seemed to already understand what Fong Hao desired and patiently awaited his expression of intent. Alice, I shall step out for a moment. If you require anything, just call my name. We are all outside, she said, blushing as she hurriedly exited. The true qi within Wang Tinyuan's body still radiated the chaotic essence of the seven-image longevity technique, a form of energy that presumably encompassed all attributes of the world. Wang Tianyuan had no desire to relinquish it, for only by embracing all could one truly achieve greatness. He harbored the ambition to contain this nearly omnipotent essence. Legolas felt a tumultuous fire brewing within his chest, struggling to break free, akin to a thorn lodged in his throat, causing him considerable discomfort. As a holy warrior of the Dawn Court, a powerful high elf, Legolas had never before endured such indignity, particularly in this desolate and harsh environment. Would failing to confront Cheng Chu lead those in the Liaobei political arena to mistakenly believe him easy to bully? An eye for an eye, a debt must be repaid. Does Master Mei now seek life or wealth? Guo Chongyang inquired. Lin Feng did not exaggerate when he asserted that, even if one searched the entire world, they would find no other who could rival Chen Yuqing's martial prowess. The king of zombies unleashed a punch, colliding directly with the massive shadow of his staff, shattering it instantly. However, the impact produced a cacophony of cracking bones, and a large gash opened on his fist, with drops of dark crimson blood cascading down. Try calling me old man once more. Old Bai's gaze, fierce and penetrating, indeed possesses a certain intimidating quality. Since the morning, the crowd had not consumed a single grain of rice. After Zhu Ho Zhao changed into a different outfit, he, along with a few others, ventured into the city of Jining in search of a tavern to indulge in a meal. Upon arriving at the marketplace, they discovered that foot traffic was sparse, indicating that the congregation of so many common folk had significantly impacted the inhabitants of the town. The people inside, alerted by the commotion, paused and peered out. Two individuals were engaged in a passionate kiss, their faces flushed and eyes brimming with emotion. It is needless to say that even if Mo Yufei wished to voice his thoughts, it is highly likely that the majority of the assembled martial artists would remain incredulous. As Chu Fong remarked, even the most esteemed disciple of his father, the venerable Wu Yi, has yet to unlock the gates of immortality through the art of alchemy and reach the other shore. Was his earlier gunshot merely a lesson for the villagers? Did they need to be made aware? They were not to be trifled with. History has shown that impoverished mountains often give rise to cunning individuals. Huang Xiangzu was correct. Once the 100 breaths had elapsed, his offensive would fully materialize, and his frozen blade martial arts would erupt in a grand display. The power he had amassed in his palms over this duration would reach an unprecedented zenith. However, a minute fissure, imperceptible to the human eye, would manifest between his brows, marking the initial awakening of the blood eye of a blood wheel master. It is said that the blood eye is capable of evolution, enhancing alongside one's cultivation realm. The man immediately clutched his chest, gasping for breath, before spewing forth a mouthful of warm blood, pointing at me, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Chapter 124. The roller coaster Carowinds Park, officially known as Paramount's Carowinds theme park, is reminiscent of Disney, serving as one of Charlotte's renowned attractions. Olsen did not disclose her reasons for visiting this place, and even Suhao was unaware of her presence in Charlotte. However, he refrained from inquiring. His original plan was to explore Charlotte alongside Donich and Nowitzki, but now it simply involved Olsen. You just had not considered these intricate details. Hoa Lu chuckled, allowing him to embrace her tenderly. Although the arrival of Han Yue surprised the shopkeeper, his direct approach to the fishman in the corner indicated a prior arrangement between the two. Thus he refrained from any unnecessary actions. Just as Huang Yuan prepared to eliminate him, a dragon of water suddenly surged from the sea, soaring over the defensive barrier. The descent of the water dragon enveloped the square in a misty shroud. How infuriating! This pair of black trousers, if they are to have pockets, ought to be larger. Luffy complained as he stuffed meat into the pockets of his pants. Meanwhile, the practitioners of the Haotian sect were enveloped in a gruesome aura, their bodies beginning to emanate a crimson glow. As the 10 figures emerged, the sky was tinged with a blood-red hue, resembling a river of crimson cascading from the heavens. He made his way to the Nangong residence with ease, and upon hearing of his arrival, Nangong Kue rushed out to greet him. Although the cost was unknown, the prospect of it being free was truly delightful, exclaimed Usopp jubilantly. Having cleaned the floor and wiped the walls, I took down Old Lady L's bedding, washing the dirty items and carrying the mattress and quilt outside to bask in the sun while the day still offered its warmth. After a morning of toil, Old Lady L's room was finally somewhat tidy, and the housekeeper looked at my industriousness with newfound respect. A hearty laugh erupted from the furry creature, gasping for breath as it lay on Qingling's shoulder, joyfully panting. Sister Wen found it perplexing how the enemy had discovered her presence, especially since all the soldiers had concealed themselves so well. After confirming the audio was flawless, Nyogung swiftly edited a corresponding video, expending considerable effort to achieve a seamless fit through his technical prowess. Even though the Su family hailed from the Yong'an Marquis, Shenzhen's legitimate wife was Princess Qinglan. Thus, the illegitimate offspring of the Shun family could only address the prince as grandfather and the prince's heir as uncle. Dressed in a black long robe today, with his long hair simply tied up, he exuded a more subdued princely aura, resembling a young nobleman at first glance. Come, let us drink. Tonight, I am in high spirits, and all the lovely waitresses shall be generously rewarded, Zhou proclaimed while sipping his drink. The sun outside had grown stronger, unyielding even to the bamboo, casting bright rays inside. I called for Shun Xianhui and Shun Huiling to assist in shifting her seat back, evading the direct sunlight. Damn it. Had I known you were this formidable, I wouldn't have bowed to that thing. The Kue lamented, his gaze fiercely fixated on the coffin. Did you not suspect my intentions from the beginning? To you, we are merely tools to alleviate your solitude, Lu Bowen remarked with a smile, maintaining his composure even in the presence of the Dark King, who could crush him at any moment. Ling Xin added, especially the Su family, including the brother and father of the beloved concubine, must all come. The Red River Path is one of the two major celestial martial sects within the territory of the Wei Kingdom, and it is also the most poorly regarded among the righteous sections. Many among its ranks exhibit conduct that is hardly better than that of demonic sects. I suspect he may have been tempted by the radiance of your spiritual artifact. A flicker of disdain flashed in Ming and Yu's eyes. Chapter 125. An unexpected guest fire. Shoot. Aim over there with more force. Olsen and Suhao are having a blast on the bridge. This is far more exhilarating than any roller coaster, particularly when witnessing the bewildered expressions on the faces of tourists, reminiscent of their previous confusion, causing a surge in dopamine levels. Upon descending from the bridge, Olsen could hardly contain his laughter. The two changed their attire in the dressing room and then indulged in some refreshments. For someone accustomed to a life on the road, finding comfort in various lodgings is hardly a challenge, especially given that Urin surpasses many others significantly. Although they were originally meant to depart the following day, Mr. Zhao remarked that they would now impose upon their hosts for a few more days. However, it is undeniable that had it not been for the sudden emergence of the Kachino army providing timely assistance, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Once the door swung open, the spacious interior resembled a sealed chamber, evoking a sensation akin to preparing to board an elevator. Gradually, Lin Zhe found his arms too weak to lift the blade. his body succumbing to numbness and an icy chill. His once deep, dark gaze now appeared dim and lifeless. Yet discreetly, he had instructed Du Meiyue to conduct a thorough investigation into Princess Pingyuan, suspecting that if he had indeed colluded with Linghu Huafeng and Wei Qi Jing through clandestine means, the princess must possess some knowledge of it. Many netizens have expressed a plethora of opinions regarding Lu Yi's explanation, with the majority believing that if the quality of cherries could match that of strawberries, they would be willing to pay 50 yuan per pound. Consequently, Duan Yukai opined that it would have been nearly impossible for anyone to enter his home so quietly unless unconventional and violent methods were employed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group proceeded towards the pavilion in the center of the hall, with Shi Renting and his 3 companions walking side by side, while Qin Dongxue and Shihu trailed behind. You could interpret this as a threat. Perhaps Pei Donglai's demeanor was so brazen that it incited a barely contained fury in Ando, his eyes seeming to blaze with fire. The atmosphere within the room felt rather oppressive. Despite it being winter, beads of sweat began to form on everyone's foreheads, a clear indication of their fright. Mei Xin languidly leaned against the door of the wood shed, observing Mu Cheng's figure, a smile curling at her lips, radiating boundless joy. Upon noticing that Zijing had ceased weeping, Shi Yao showed little concern and directly pushed Shui Shiji to turn and leave. In a moment of urgency in the darkness, she stumbled over numerous obstacles, disregarding them as she fumbled and finally managed to turn on the light, which blazed brightly and was painfully dazzling. It won't happen. Shi Yao shook her head, recalling how recently she could still sense Zijing's presence, yet now that feeling seemed to have vanished entirely. The look of surprise on Mu Cheng's face was fleeting. He nodded, and shortly thereafter, the dumplings were ready and brought forth. Zhao, he had made his intentions clear. Unless commanded by the emperor, he would not mobilize troops. The ministers exchanged glances, realizing that if imperial orders were present, there would be no need for such earnest discourse with Zhao Yi. In the western suburbs, a vast sinkhole lay at the royal mausoleum, the cause being a massive boulder over 10 feet long. At this moment, the culprit that descended from the heavens lay quietly, enveloped in darkness. Proposals, akin to those of Chengyin, urged Zhao Yi to summon reinforcements. Otherwise, they could only temporarily abandon the city and preserve their strength for future endeavors. However, the delicate silk brocade draped over his shoulders bore the gentle fragrance of flowers, and the room, although simple, was clean and elegant, exuding a sense of comfort and grace. In one corner stood a magnificent ceramic jar, brimming with an array of fresh blossoms. Yet in the next instant, he felt a tremor course through his body as a surge of electric energy enveloped him, followed by a wave of numbness, causing him to collapse to the ground. Chapter 126, The Hot Must Perish. Donich was the first to be introduced in the skills competition, while Su Hao was the final participant in the 3-point contest. Do not inquire why. Simply put, it was due to overwhelming popularity. Su Hao's performance throughout the year, coupled with the staggering votes from this year's All-Star selection, positioned him on par with LeBron James in terms of fame. At this moment, Su Hao had regained his composure, smiling and waving to the audience. Jinna's actions had indeed left him somewhat unsettled, but he believed that such tactics would not disrupt the sports committee. The sports committee member soared through the air once more, this time propelled by a powerful kick, marking his 3rd flight of the evening. He himself was puzzled as to why he was always the one suffering the blows. The last individual was a breathtaking beauty, possessing an unparalleled charm, though she seemed somewhat distracted, as if harboring a secret burden. The servant vaguely recalled a narrow, winding mountain path leading to the summit, located 1,000 steps east of the mountain road. After all these years, it was likely overgrown with weeds, making it difficult to locate. Lord Wang furrowed his brow, contemplating. Before speaking, Chowda originally intended to push the plate away, but instead his garment snagged on his lip stud, tearing it clean off. The gruesome sight startled me, compelling me to avert my gaze, unable to bear another glance. Fu Guisheng directed the others forward, gripping the rope that protruded from the pulley closest to the stone tablet, pulling it back to its original position, then instructing everyone to exert their strength simultaneously. No need to look any further. I stood up and declared. The plump fellow seemed to imply that the child could only be taken if there were no issues, a notion I could not accept under any circumstances. I refused to believe it. As a peak warrior of the Tianyuan realm, how could I possibly fail to crush an ant of the first stage of the Tianyuan realm? Qi Yuanming roared, his palm coalescing with a terrifying martial will, delivering a thunderous strike. Today, he resolved to first seek out a source of water, and once the time was right, to hunt one or two ferocious beasts to bring back. On the day of the horse racing festival's opening, Zhao Yueming rose early to drive to the school and join the entire student body. Chu Yexin cheerfully sent Zhao Yueming off, urging him to take plenty of photographs and videos to share. Even within the esteemed Fengyao Academy, such occurrences were rare. Particularly as this young man, named Ming, you did not seem like anyone of particular note. How could he achieve such remarkable feats? Hiding behind the tree, she dared not even breathe. If they were to discover her presence, her fate would be sealed. She yearned to escape, yet feared that any movement might betray her. So she waited for them to depart before stumbling hastily towards her dwelling. Secretly, she attempted to channel her energy to unblock her acupoints, yet to her dismay, the 2 points remained unyielding, intensifying her discomfort and leaving her in a state of alarm. On the field, Mascara exhibited remarkable form. With his first touch, he deftly maneuvered past the formidable Davis, only to deliver a sudden lofted pass. Regrettably, Tony was caught off guard, his sprint arriving too late, allowing the advancing Buffon to seize the ball. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Zheng and Yuan Yuan called out for their father, rushing over from the side. Fearing for their safety, Fan Yu could not afford to be injured and galloped forward, resulting in a fierce clash that left both sides entangled in a fierce struggle. Long Sun Wuji had been seated in the carriage alongside Fong, Xianling, and others, remaining silent until they emerged, for this was the domain of Li Shimin. However, once Tang Jian boarded their carriage, he began to inquire, for there were matters that could not be left unaddressed if he hoped to find rest. Due to her injuries, Nakajima Tomoko struggled with her breath, her beautiful eyes icy as they glared at Xiangyang, the rise and fall of her chest accentuating the alluring curve that hinted at her femininity. Having indulged excessively in wine the previous night, she felt a throbbing headache and resolved to refrain from embarrassing herself today, choosing instead to observe the performances of the esteemed individuals around her. Pei Yuan graciously remarked, acknowledging her sentiments. Chapter 127, a series of twists and turns. Swish. Swish. In the three-point contest, nothing excites fans more than a series of consecutive successful shots. As Su Hao sank multiple shots from the arc, the crowd's spirits soared, recovering swiftly from a moment of despair. Remarkably, he made all 5 of his attempts from the arc. It has become indistinguishable whether it was Su Hao's adjustment of his shooting posture or if Jenna truly interfered with Su Fujiwara's intended escape using his doppelganger. However, he barely managed to flee for 200 meters before being intercepted once more by Dongfang Yinyang. Dongfang Yinyang grasped the black measuring tool, a flicker of surprise gracing his face. Although the black measuring tool appeared rather ordinary, it weighed nearly 100 pounds in his hand, far exceeding his initial expectations. The atmosphere was stifling, a profound silence enveloping the room. Even the portraits of the past headmasters hanging on the walls were wide-eyed and speechless, having completely forgotten that just moments ago they had been feigning slumber. No, Ron, I believe Lin won't betray us. The students of Gryffindor are inherently good, Harry Potter remarked with a smile. Viewed from above, the tombs of the Peverell brothers formed an equilateral triangle. By the way, what have Riddle and Lockhart been up to lately? I must inquire about that later. At that moment, Lin, the father of the child, suddenly awakened from his reverie, exclaiming as he set down his teacup and hurried off to find the jar of dried tangerine peel that only he could locate. Dowei, always gracious in accepting the goodwill of others, did not deviate from this pattern. After expressing his gratitude to Master Zhang, he led the gathered film company executives toward the temporary parking lot. She furrowed her brow, her icy gaze fixed on the unperturbed face of the magpie, as if snowflakes had been stirred by a chilling wind, rendering the atmosphere in the pristine white room awkward, the temperature plummeting to freezing levels. Then came Victor Crumb from Durmstrang, and moments later, a thunderous applause shattered the winter air like breaking glass. Time passed quietly, and the dense forest had become thoroughly dim. Though fortunately, this darkness was a gradual transformation, allowing the 3 to adapt well. Within the silver instrument, a slender blue current pulsed briefly, as if stimulated by something. In the back garden of the Tai Chi Purple Palace, 2 stone lions guarding the crescent moon gate, which had been standing steadfast, were toppled by the imposing presence of King Qin. One lay askew on the ground, while the other was tragically shattered into 2 halves. Are you offering this to me? A sudden understanding emerged between her and fate, enabling them to grasp each other's intentions without words. Perhaps this was the power of food. All present were formidable, capable of handling the situation. But what about ordinary people? Tang Han had already demonstrated to them the means by which an average individual could confront such an alien entity: magical firearms. A significant expenditure was necessary to inflict any damage. Of course, that was a matter for later discussion. However, in the present moment, Zhao Tianhua in the distance posed a question to Su Yi. Commander Su, if you were to confront them, how long could you endure? He did not even inquire about the possibility of winning. That seemed irrelevant. Qian Lu and Lin Xiao simultaneously furrowed their brows, their expressions revealing a peculiar discomfort. They understood the implication of Uncle Long's words, yet hearing such sentiments from him always felt somewhat irreverent. The world is indeed wondrous. For different species exhibit varying sensitivities to sound. Take the mouse, for instance. Exposure to sounds exceeding 150 decibels can inflict fatal harm upon it. In contrast, dogs and dolphins possess the ability to perceive high frequencies beyond human hearing, hence the phenomenon known as dolphin sound. When Carlos regained consciousness, he emitted a substantial belch, and his drifting thoughts coalesced, unexpectedly conjuring an unfamiliar term: ion thruster. Chapter 128. The outburst of the microcosm. Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, Curry faltered in his performance. The fluctuating display of Su Hao underscored the profound interplay between individual contests and psychological states. Curry's recent performances had been overwhelmingly explosive, plunging the fans into a state of utter frenzy. To Curry, those cheers were akin to mere distractions. At the arc's apex and the right side 45-degree angle, he managed to land only 5 shots in total. As the formations across the entire second zone were activated, an intangible transformation enveloped the area. Sister Yu, if you're free, why not come to my place for a visit? I've just concocted some delightful new dishes, invited Dan. Without a heart forged for strength, even the most favorable environment can only yield cultivators devoid of combat prowess, remarked the armored cultivator. In her final moments, Wan Ronghua could only lament, wishing she had learned the art of dagger use, as it might have afforded her a means of escape. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful Emo Zening, Hong Wan felt her heart racing uncontrollably. A refreshing aura coursed through them, gradually alleviating the numbing sensation in their bodies. Qiu Long furrowed his brow, finding such actions disrespectful. However, as these individuals were invited by him, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Instead, awaiting what Ouyang Wu had to say, Emo Shang expressed his gratitude one last time, and as he departed with the Ningxiang pill, Situ Su promptly tidied up and exited the room. Yet now, observing the icy demeanor of Yun Shi, Jiu Yi felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, prompting memories of the proposal from the former sovereign. Upon hearing Liyue's words, the others gasped in shock. Here, only Liyue, Shiza, and Ji Rusi possessed cultivation levels above the 3rd tier of Qi training, while the rest did not. Xiao Xiao made her way to the Empress Dowager's palace. As they entered the palace, they beheld the Empress Dowager sipping from a bowl of medicine, the bitter aroma wafting towards them from afar. Upon stepping inside, they were met with the astonished expressions of Su Di and Gue Yuan, who were transfixed by the sight of corpses steeped in herbal essence, their bodies glowing with an eerie green hue. These corpses were animated, their hollow eyes fixated vacantly ahead, void of any spark, as if their souls had been extracted. Chen Taizheng and his companions had returned, just as Nuan Wan and the others were awakening from their afternoon slumber. After unloading the seafood, they commenced preparations to handle the vast quantities before them, washing what needed washing and chopping what required cutting. Indeed, Dua bore a striking resemblance to me, with few similarities to a Qiao. Nuan Wan smiled as she approached Chen Taizheng, handing him the child she cradled, entirely assured of his ability to hold the infant. She harbored no doubts about her words. They could have easily subdued the members of the medical sect, but chose instead to toy with them, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. See, I told you everything would be fine, Yin Shuan remarked, his obsidian-like eyes gazing at Lu Kaiwei, a softness residing in their depths, perhaps reflecting a genuine hope that she need not worry about him. However, the left leg was marred with extensive bruising, the wound itself inflamed and oozing pus, exuding a foul odor. The countryside houses were remarkably spacious, compared to the military barracks one-bedroom apartments. Those purchased in the countryside were truly expansive, with several hundred square meters, coupled with front and backyards. Was that not delightful? Wan mused dreamily. On the 3rd day following the auction, Tian Xinghuashan received a transmission talisman and promptly made his way to a cave dwelling nestled by the mountains and water. which belonged to the grand leader, Sang Zi. Nalanian felt a sense of offense and was about to express her displeasure when she sensed the presence of Fei Hong and was horrified to discover that he was indeed a celestial being. Chapter 129. Heartfelt confessions after casting the final flower ball. Su Hao could hardly contain his excitement, turning to the audience and enthusiastically pumping his fists, exclaiming with fervor, "What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating, magnificently satisfying." In those 30 minutes, he soared to exhilarating heights. The front row of the audience, composed of renowned stars, erupted in fervor. Just moments after exiting the court, Curry, clad in his training attire, hastily donned his uniform and joined his companions, shouting at Su Hao, "Is it really that serious? It's merely a facade. As long as one possesses confidence, it hardly matters." As for appearance, Gong Maoyang was rather indifferent, a sentiment undoubtedly instilled by his educators, both of whom were teachers themselves. In a state of ethereal contemplation, Gong Maoyang was already lost in thought. Were it not for the professional instructor at the podium wielding the ultimate authority over credits, half the seats in the classroom would likely remain unoccupied. By the way, could this steel ball be stored within the body like the legendary treasures? Suddenly, Fang Yuan pondered this. War knows no right or wrong. The vanquished are destined to face retribution. The individuals before him brimmed with ambition. Allowing them to linger would surely lead to endless troubles. Deng Ai and Yang Yang, with the assistance of Huyu last night, had also ascended to the broken martial realm, exuding an extraordinary aura. As he vented his frustrations, Gong Maoyang naturally felt a sense of ease. Yet he increasingly loathed his duplicitous prowess, harboring a persistent fear that he might one day succumb to a fractured identity. The spectral demon's slaughtering hand remained impervious to gunfire, firmly pressing down upon the coffin, enveloping it entirely. After this incident, Ning Qixiao would get out of bed dressed, then utter a few words before limping out, still not having untied Lin Fan's bindings. Li Songjia's words awakened Li Hongji to the realization that he had indeed overstepped his bounds in this matter. Casting a glance at the fallen Li Hongmao, who was still breathing, he felt relieved that a life had been spared. Observing Xiao He, it appeared he was alone, yet with the emergence of the formidable woman. Yi Luo was uncertain whether this strong-willed individual would come to Xiao He's aid. The erratic sparks left the onlookers dumbfounded. What kind of physique was this? It was extraordinary. Even swords could not cleave through. Zhang Fei, after a moment of observation on the street, noticed a steady stream of individuals resembling yellow turban leaders arriving to pay their respects, in stark contrast to the deserted entrance of Zhang Liang's residence. This place was abuzz with activity. The NBA has numerous aspects from football that can be emulated. Zhuiyang, in my vision, the future European Super League will not be limited to 3 substitution slots. Rather, it will allow for more, with players being able to re-enter the game after being substituted out. The unexpected transition from certainty to vacancy left Cheng Tianrui completely exposed before his opponent. The man in black let out a sinister chuckle, his blade flashing as it lunged toward Cheng Tianrui's heart. Sure Fan recognized that peering at the young lady was inappropriate, yet leaving at this moment was far from wise. He could only wait for her to rest before quietly slipping away. The girl was oblivious and would not suffer any tarnish to her reputation. Moreover, even if he wished to turn a blind eye, it was unlikely the other party would let matters rest. Upon hearing this, the attendant turned and ran back. There was no alternative. Authority often crushes the lesser, especially given the stark disparity in rank with this overseer. It was evident that the attitude of these princes and princesses towards Chan Baliang had completely subdued him. "Set up a tent for him to rest," said Huang Fu Song, who promptly lost interest in the meeting and spoke blandly to the soldiers. The first time he reached the summit and encountered the elder provided guidance to Xia Sun, illuminating 2 clear paths to break through the obscurity. One of these paths lay at the end of the national examination, hence Xia Sun had to go. During the wedding, Ming Jia realized that things had taken a turn for the worse, yet she could not have anticipated it would devolve to this extent. The two emerged from the void, treading upon a golden dragon. Jesse merely cast a glance at Wu Yan's icy gaze, recoiling in haste, having perceived the overwhelming murderous intent reflected in Wu Yan's eyes. This was not to blame Wu Yan. Had the situation fallen upon him, he would have likely attacked immediately. Chapter 130. Jordan returns to gamble. The final day of All-Star Weekend was the most vibrant and bustling day of the All-Star festivities. On this day, there was but a single event, yet it was the most highly anticipated one, the All-Star Game. The Spectrum Center was not merely bustling. It was teeming with an overwhelming crowd. The basketball atmosphere that Su Hao had sensed in the preceding days manifested itself in the simplest and most direct manner at this moment. This atmosphere proves to be far more effective than Jordan's previous persuasion. It was your actions that triggered the restrictions upon the Phoenix nest, awakening the spirits of the Phoenix. And yet, instead of accepting responsibility, you audaciously cast blame upon me. Truly shameless. Han Wolf scoffed, then commanded Chu Xiao to summon the spirit of the Qing Yuan. Despite the persistent emphasis on the matter, Mo Qianing remained unconvinced by Enruren's claims, believing that Lung Dianxian harbored no affection for her. Inside the Nether Palace, silence reigned for an extended period. The thick stone walls muffled sound, and within this enclosure, both parties were compelled to raise their voices, akin to shouting across a mountain, merely to be heard. While discerning breath, sounds remained utterly impossible. Undeniably, if one could set aside their concerns for Zhang, and detach from the identity of the heir of the dragon family, the dominant clan of Qingfeng Town, he would indeed embody the ideal partner in her heart. However, though it remains a mere hypothetical, this world offers no such possibility. The mere thought that Lung Dianxian could betray her felt as shocking as the sun rising in the west to Lan Yuchen. Recalling the monster compendium discovered in the forums, he remembered a murky swamp near the Black River, home to a level 13 creature known as the Marsh Salamander, which presently seemed to be the most suitable adversary for him. Suddenly, a startling realization struck him, and he instinctively dodged to the side, just in time to witness the jade-faced fox's mechanical arm shift slightly, emitting a flash of light. Yet Ping Ruiyu, although recovering from severe injuries and having consumed numerous elixirs while being meticulously attended to, still required a period of rest to return to her former self. After a brief skirmish, he began to feel a constriction in his chest and labored breathing. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, Han Wolf bit his middle finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the moon's silver gold, which instantly radiated a brilliant silver glow. Due to the seclusion of Han Wolf's residence, it attracted little attention, and moreover, this silver light vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Damn the umbrella, damn Liu. Doctor! William slammed his fist onto the table with fury. After 2 encounters with Liu, both ending in his retreat, Dr. William felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Li Zhen, no longer daring to speak, obediently returned to his room to prepare his camping gear. The old man was left speechless by his son, yet he acknowledged the boy's talent. How could it be that despite his constant absence from the company, it continued to prosper? This realization left the old man feeling somewhat resentful, wondering why he had never possessed such capability, especially when he had once toiled tirelessly with far lesser results. Reflecting on the affection the Xie family showed towards Xie Ting, Su Yao began to understand the reason behind his cousin's presence in such a place. The public sentiment had evolved to the point wherein Wu Shuang had transformed from an unreasonable provocateur into a victim. One afternoon, having passed the mealtime and noticing the dwindling number of patrons, Zhongnan set a chair outside the door to sip tea and rest. From a distance, watching Qiu Xiang approach, Zhongnan set down the tea he had just sipped and welcomed her into the shop. When walls are decorated, plastic or wooden strips are typically installed at the corners to protect them from accidental damage. These strips are commonly referred to as protective strips. The zombie riding on the ferocious beast suddenly paled, leaping up in panic and fleeing with unimaginable speed. Chapter 131. Stepping toward a new goal. Upon hearing Jordan's words, Su Hao instantly transformed from disinterest to keen enthusiasm. If one were to name the opponent Su Hao had always dreamed of facing, it would undoubtedly be the legendary old Jordan. He never anticipated that Jordan would present such an enticing proposition. Much like before, he was unaware of the events that had transpired, but he recognized this as an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Although securing the MVP of the All-Star game was no simple feat, he was determined. Why are you telling me this? Oh, his voice was cold. In the past, she had been misled and wronged due to a moment of folly, while Hun had consistently maintained a good rapport with her. Even if he did not openly convey warnings, he would at least offer subtle hints. What? This scoundrel dares to challenge us in Nanling? The Demon Emperor's palace is a terrifying place. Gather the men immediately to deal with him. The crowd erupted in noise, unable to remain composed. In the end, with a resounding crash, he materialized within the star domain centered around that massive purple star, immediately sensing an extraordinary aura. The flagpole, sawed into several segments, was sent to the Far East port of Haitianwai on the 15th of August, subsequently loaded onto a cargo ship from China bound for Japan. Alongside the flagpole, the vessel carried a significant quantity of aluminum ingots and other mineral materials urgently needed by Japan. Li Hongxiu leisurely observed the slowly dying creature, which had revealed its true form as a sea serpent-like monster. The celestial weapon lacked a soul, and he was disinclined to take direct action. Yet, did the numerous golden immortals surrounding Bai Qi also lack souls? Inya Binger cried out, unable to contain themselves any longer, rushing towards the golden gate, eager to land on the multicolored altar. No, since they could utter Bai Qi's name, they must have allies, should she seek assistance. That day, more than 20 death row inmates fell before the guns of the Western security forces. Emerging from the execution ground, the officer was drenched in sweat, yet surrounded by invisible phantoms. He resembled a sharp blade forged in a furnace, hammered until all impurities were purged, leaving only refined steel. At this point, he gradually fell silent, for the expressions on my parents' faces had already changed. It was evident that they could not accept the prospect of their only son not becoming a university student, but rather a Taoist priest. No one knew what had truly transpired. Jose's form stiffened in disbelief as he turned to look back. At the foot of the God of Wine volcano, 3 miles from Pompeii, a torrent of magma suddenly erupted, as if a great sneeze had been unleashed, causing the smoke and fiery lava of the volcano to burst forth in an explosive display. Uncertain of how long they had been walking, old Yang felt a sense of numbness enveloping him. He followed Li Zixiao's every step, mimicking his movements. When Li Zixiao paused, he halted as well. Upon witnessing Tsin Kursin finally shift her affections, one would expect him to feel elated. However, an inexplicable void seemed to have been carved from his heart, leaving an aching gap. Master Ishio, when you first discovered this issue, did you attempt any solutions, such as adding shielding? Bing Shrue contemplated how to articulate his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. I regret to say, if we do not proceed in this manner, we simply cannot restrain Madame Wei. GNC's succinct statement nearly drove him to madness. Hastily, I approached my BMW X7, opened the door, and started the engine. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I quickly drove to catch up with Zhang Hu, who was about to board a bus to leave. He released his grip, his eyes sparkling with joy. Yi Zhen instinctively touched her wrist, only to find a bracelet made of string. In the folklore of Bianjing, there exists a beautiful love tale. Indeed, the Yi family went to great lengths to locate Yi Zhen. Yu Ming even mobilized the Yi family army to search every household for her whereabouts. On that fateful day, as the servants scoured the area, they discovered 2 maids, Miaolon and Fei Hong, both bearing severe knife wounds, with Fei Hong